to the VEC 24-hour of Spa. Again, apologies for the issues we're having here with the servers. Again, nothing we can do. We're trying the best we can here to bring you guys amazing racing and all the great times that are had here at the VEC. So we hope you guys are enjoying so far what you've seen, discounting the server issues. And again, we're doing everything we can. Jimmy is doing everything within his power to get this to work as smoothly as possible. So, you know, nothing we can do. We're doing the best we can. So hopefully you guys are enjoying this either way. And this will be the last time, unfortunately. So if we get any sort of server issues after this, then that will be it. And there won't be any more attempts after this. So hopefully, fingers crossed, the server will behave itself and last, hopefully, is the plan. So either way, let's just have fun. I reckon let's just have some fun here and, you know, enjoy it while we can. I think that's what we'll go for. Ed had to go and get some rest, as obviously he was on cams there and doing commentary. So big thanks to Ed again for coming along. Really appreciate it. Really has helped make this night's stint in the commentary box a lot less lonely. So big thanks to Ed. But I'm not alone because JJ is still here. He's going to be on the cameras controlling that. So I'll be mostly calling, and JJ will be giving you all the lovely pixelated accent. As we were saying before, JJ, the true jack of all trades here at the VC. Yes, so should be good. Should be good. We'll have another crack here and hopefully give you guys some great racing. So it will be Gurgis from the top with Yuri there in the second spot. Lewis McGlade in third. So he'll be happy because that means his little moment at the top of Eau Rouge is now reset. It's good for Lewis. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Adam Hodgkins is going to be fourth, and David Baranek is in fifth, rounding his top five. So doing again the adjustments to the grid, making sure everything will be all good to go. So here we go again for the Spa 24 hour. And hopefully we'll get some more good battles here to finish off, and hopefully get some good long racing in as well. So hope you guys enjoy again. Hope you guys have enjoyed it so far. Discounting the server issues, actual racing, and all the commentary and all that sort of stuff, and all the guests we've had and shenanigans. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed that so far. And I will drag him in here. Hello there, Curtis.
Hey, Tom. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Just good timing. It would be good to have another commentator, but JJ's on the cameras, so he's not able to see all the action. So,
well, I'll be a little bit. I'll be a little bit handicapped as I can't actually get on the server to look at it.
That's all good. That's all good. Just whatever you can do to help out would be fine. Yeah, even any banter or anything, that's all good. You know, I'm always happy to have more people in here in the comms box. So I'm
always happy for a bit of banter.
I'm always up for banter, JJ knows that, so... So we will be ready to go soon. They're just doing their sort of formation lap now, and the end of this lap, of course, just like always, will be green as they exit the final corner, and we will go again for the 24 hours here of Spa. It has been, I mean, you can't say it hasn't had everything. We've had server crashes, we've had battles, we've had accidents, we've had all sorts of stuff going on, shenanigans in the commentary box, banter, it's all here. We've had everything, quite literally, here at the 24 Hours of Spa, so you can't say we haven't had it all for this one. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we go here in this one, see where everyone pans out in this field. And so I'm going to be interested to see how Lewis goes now that hopefully he's not going to be spinning it at Eau Rouge like he did before.
Yeah. Hopefully, because it's cold tyres again, so definitely could happen again.
Oh. Looks like we're restarting here. Looks like, yep, so let's go to restart because we are missing a couple of LMP1s, so apologies for that, guys. Just going to wait for them to join and we'll be back to go. So again, apologies for this, guys. Just need to wait for these LMP1s to get in as they weren't in for the start there. Just making sure we cover all the bases. But while we've got the time, I'll ask you, Curtis, how was it for you on your stints so far in the race? Did you have a good time so far? Some good battles and such?
Yeah, actually, the second iteration, the 18 hours of Spa. Yeah, when during the restart, we ended up. I don't know. It seems like a lot of people have their cars trimmed out, and we don't. We're prepared for rain. So
That's not
yeah,
too far away.
Yeah, I know. So I'm actually hoping the server doesn't crash, even though it's 7:40 p.m. here in California. The so we're kind of getting swarmed a little bit, and it's a little bit frustrating because we know that we're fast, but we just flat out can't keep up right now, and that's the way it goes.
Mm. There we go. So it'll be 1 minute final call, and then we'll advance, and we will be green this time around for the final time to hopefully go to the end. Fingers crossed. So again, hope you guys have enjoyed so far. Curtis in here for some banter. Obviously got JJ in here for the always usual banter that it goes around here. But yes, no, it's been interesting. And how are you finding it racing at night there, Curtis, with the LMP1 cars? We were talking to a few of the guys about that, and obviously them lapping you and that kind of thing, and especially being the P2 car, it's a bit interesting because you've got to obviously watch the GTs, but then you've got to watch the LMP1s lapping you. So you always find that a bit sort of interesting?
Oh yeah, always. It's one of the fun parts about being the not so fast guy. We're basically just trying to. This is for all the LMP2s. I think that from what I've seen, the only people that the LMP2s have raced hard are themselves, and have been fairly, or mostly, honest with the GTs. The LMP1s they're aggressive. They're very, very aggressive. Sometimes you don't know where the heck they're gonna go, and you're just like, God, don't hit me. But it's when you're doing 55, 60 miles an hour, 100 kilometers an hour faster than everyone else. That's kind of the way it goes, Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough there.
Yeah. It does get a little hairy, but at night, when you have your HDR turned off, you can see a whole lot more.
Alright, so we should all be good now. Indeed, so yeah, we should be all good now. I've got the 2 LMP1s now in the server. So we should be all good to go. And yeah, no, we've already seen with the P2s, they've been lapping the GTs, and then they've got LMP1s buzzing around the back of them. So I can only imagine that'd be a bit awkward trying to sort of figure out where to go in that scenario.
You know what? The best thing you do is hold your line and make sure there's room for the P1 to get by. That's the best thing you can do, because you don't want to crash. That's the worst thing that can happen is crash.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, crash and then the race is gone. You want to just get it to the end, of course. That's the priority. So either way, we'll now go around again for formation lap, and this time we'll be green to go for the final time, and hopefully to the end on this occasion. But again, hope you guys have enjoyed so far. We've provided quite the show, I think, of all sorts of shenaniganry here, so can't exactly say we haven't had all of the stuff going on. But yes, no, it's going to be interesting. And again, I mean, we've asked a lot of the drivers, this is kind of the routine question at this point, but for you, for Le Mans, are you keen for that one, for the final round? Long way off, of course, but are you keen for that?
Oh yeah, totally. We've added a driver. He's actually one of my best friends from high school. And the whole point of him being with us right now is simply to get him ready for Le Mans and build his confidence up a little bit. This race he had some issues. I mean, who can blame him? This is one of the hardest tracks in the world.
Yeah.
And we're like, so your first race is Spa, and he's like, what? although in all fairness, he did run Daytona at another forum that we run. Mostly for fun, but we run the P2s there, or P1s there, and he did fairly well, all things considered. So can't really complain. He's doing his best.
True, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, at the end, that's all we can do, isn't it? You can just do your best, really, and that's all we can give. So, yeah, at least he's trying for sure.
Heaven forbid you survive here, jeez.
That's pretty much.
But
That's very cool.
I have noticed though that it looks like just we're doing pretty good. 30 cars out of 40
Mm.
with all the crashes and gnarliness going on. I can't.
Yeah. I mean, and a lot of them have just been, obviously disconnects and stuff like that. So, actual genuine errors have been relatively few. So it's been really good to see such a large portion of the field still in the race. Because I was expecting it to be a huge attrition rate at this point, and we have like no one left. But yeah,
Well,
thankfully we've been proved wrong.
Well, we were thinking the same thing until the race time changed, and so that means the rain changed. The weather forecast, all that changed. So we were actually expecting there to be more rain than this. And with it being so dry, yeah, you can see why we're behind. in case anybody doesn't know, I drive with DR Motorsport in P2, and we're last in class. Yay!
Well, at least you're still going. That's the main thing. You're still going. That's the positive you take. So, yeah. So we will be obviously going green at the end of this formation lap, and not too far away. I'm interested to see actually how Michael actually DeJohn Millen's in the car at the moment, but the green P2. We were watching that in after the first server crash. They were having to come back from all sorts of shenaniganry. They had the crashed Eau Rouge. I think they had another little incident at one point. So having all sorts of problems they were trying to come back through the field for. So they're actually up on the podium there, I think, for that crash then. So they've got the pace, but they are a little bit further back in the P2 field. In fact, they're second from the back in the P2 field. So I'll be watching them to charge through in this restart, and we'll see how we go. And again, another ones to watch out for, I think, is Hutchinson might want to watch out for. Baranek might want to watch out for as well.
Yep.
I mean, Martin, when he gets in the flow, is one to watch out for. So a whole bunch of them that could be some good battles. Let's hope there's some good battles, because we always love to see that on the broadcast. We're having some really good ones in that last restart there. If those of you that were watching that, was quite entertaining, to say the least. So hopefully we'll get some more of that shenaniganry, because that's always the good type of shenaniganry, the battles. That's what we want, that kind of shenaniganry, not serve crashing shenaniganry. We're about
the top five in P1 is up for grabs. I mean, pick one. They're going to take this. The top 4 ish, and tossing a couple of others in P2. Same thing. Everybody's so close right now. The same goes for any of the GT cars can take it. It really comes down to traffic, what happens with all that, and if they can just get through it.
Pretty nice, isn't it? Yeah, just survive until the end is the main thing. So not too far now off going green. Gurgis is just about to get towards the bus stop chicane, and once he exits the bus stop chicane, that will be the green to go. So we'll just wait for him now. He's just weaving to try and get the tyres up to temperature. Interestingly enough, he's the only one weaving to get the tyres up to temperature out of the P1s, which is a little bit interesting.
That's because it doesn't work.
Yeah. Either way, he's now out of the bus stop chicane, and he is go. So we're green again for the Spa 24-hour here, and it's Gurgis going to lead us off from Yuri Gastorp. Lewis McGlade in third place. He'll be hoping not to make any mistakes on those cold tyres as he runs deep into turn 1. So good stuff, Lulu. And in fact, he's already under pressure from Adam Hutchinson straight away. And look at this 5th spot. David Baranek and Martin Thurman there. They're side by side as they go down towards Eau Rouge. Surely not going to go side by side. They're not good. They realise that's not a good idea, because experience has shown that will end in tears, no doubt. Sorry about that, a little bit of noise there, but yeah. Although this Baranek's straight back at Martin, and I reckon he's... Ooh, I thought there was going to be some overlap there. I was scared, I've got to be honest, but he's going to hold. There you go. So Martin holds 5th for the time being, and... Oh, hello, look at this. Yuri Gastorp in the lead. He's just taking it from Gurgis there. I think Gurgis had made a mistake into the bus stop chicane. He was defending the bus stop chicane, and no, he just got taken. Just clean around the outside for Yuri. What a fantastic move that was. Super brave stuff. He's now leading this race from Gurgis now, and then it's McGlade still in 3rd, despite going wide at turn 1. Hodgson is in 4th, and it's Martin Farman. David Baranek is in 6th there. And looking back at the P2s, it is Anthony Yarns, and we were just talking about this before, how quick they are, and you can probably provide an insight into that on that Curtis, of how quick they are in that Anthony Yarns car. They're leading P2, and they were really galloping away in the last restart.
Yeah, if you can get the car trimmed out and to actually grip, they just go. You can keep your corner speed up. In fact, many times a lot of the P2s, actually almost all the P2s, were cornering faster than most of the P1s through many of the corners. I don't know how many times I actually saw us P2s catching the P1s, and then on the flip side of that, GT cars were actually catching us through some of the slower corners, just through sheer mechanical grip. And that's one of the things that's going to come into play when it starts raining. What's going to happen with that? If anybody remembers Interlagos, it was just like Road America on the IMSA circuit last year. It was nuts. Or I'm sorry, Petit Le Mans. It was crazy.
Yeah, no, it definitely will throw a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons. As I'm just watching, I'm trying to think of where the battle is. I think the battle is between Per Ofgusk and Tonga there at the back end of the P2s in P10. So that's for second actually in the P2s. I'm not talking about back end in the P2s. So second spot that is in the P2 class. There's 3 of them actually. Even David Famalia is not far away from Famali, and then Henrik Hoyer is not far away. He's actually on the pump from Bajor Miller now. That's for 13th spot overall. And Millen's looking down the inside now. Yeah. I saw someone one of the P1s in the pit lane as well, and yep, Millen's straight down the inside. Nice clean move. He got it actually quite easily there, so that moves him up to P13, the official, but I think he's in, I'm just trying to do the maths here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in P2. And look at that, already Anthony Yarns has just gone down the road with Faulkner as well, so they're both gone already in P2, and the battle still goes on for P10 there in the P2 class for the podium spot. There, so GT as well is still going on there. It's actually an interesting battle between 16th in the lead of the GT class between Hanny and Nicky there. They're very, very close actually. Then Porsche really pressurising the Corvette at the moment as they head down through the corner with no name. And it's always interesting to see the difference in light. I mean, you can really tell obviously with the yellow of the GTs and then the LED blue almost of the LMPs. It's always quite interesting to tell the difference, I think, between those two. Yeah, Honey looking very strong at this point, and the Porsche, Nicky looking very strong at this point, and obviously he was leading for a good portion of that before the last restart. They were leading by about a lap, and then unfortunately the restart made them lose all of that time they'd gained. So a bit of a bad luck story for them, and now they're in second spots.
Yeah, once the tires warm up for that Porsche, they're gonna be a weapon.
Yeah, they've been.
They're very sensitive with all those tires, and the Corvette just goes. There is no off button for a Corvette. It just goes until it's done.
Just always on tap, never off tap. And you're not wrong. The Porsche is. I mean, as we were saying, like they were leading comfortably before the restart, so that Porsche was looking very, very good earlier on, and he's still looking good now. He's right on the back of that Corvette, but Corvette holding for the time being. We'll see if that changes as the race wears on. And I'm just looking through now. The P2s have actually separated quite. It's interesting. They've all gapped out quite nicely now, so they're all not really in the battle. That changed pretty fast. And even the P1s are quite spread apart now. So really, that fight for the lead of the GTs is pretty much the closest fight. Apart from a little bit of a battle at the back end of the P2s. But I'm going to keep an eye on that battle for GTs, because that's the closest one I can see out of those. Actually, the battle for the third in the GTs, 18th spot overall. Alexandro there and Yaltayan are going side by side down the Kamal Straight. And they've got Balester, not far behind them. They're going side by side as they head towards the Kamal Straight down the chicane. They're still side by side as they into it. Oh, that was interesting. He just kind of cut across and went, I'm taking that. Whether you're there or not, I don't care. I'm taking it either way. So, y'all being very authoritative there, and he's now into P3 in GT.
But it's very, very clean. You can tell, that is one thing. After all our, after all our shenanigans and buffoonery of the last couple of races, the driving standards have definitely come up, and it's good to see that people are, these drivers are being very cautious. Is that the word I'm looking for? With their passes, if they can't make the pass, they don't make the pass. They don't just stick their nose in it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it's always it's always not a good thing to just chuck it up the inside, as that's one of my sayings, to be fair, but it's not actually a good thing. I just say that for banter's sake, so I don't actually do that too much. So it is still, though, that lead for the battle, sorry, for the top end of the GT there between Hammy and Nicky there in 16th officially is still going on. The Porsche still on the back, but he's not really looking like he's going to have a go at the Corvette at any point at the moment. Corvette holding quite nicely. But the Porsche, as he said to me, the Porsche gets into gear. You would think he will provide a fight, hopefully, for the Corvette. Look at that, wow, under braking. Whoa, wow, he almost went in the back of him into the braking there of the bus stop. So that's interesting. But yeah, look, I reckon the Porsche is, you're right, I reckon he's getting into the groove now, isn't he, in his last lap or so.
Wow, that was close. That was very, very close. You know what? If he's smart, if he's not being held up too much, just stay behind him and gap the rest of the field before you start fighting it out.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, may as well do that. Why not? If you be smart, especially in these long races. Of course, that is always a good strategy as we go along now, 12 minutes now, into this 600-minute race now. So I'm just quickly doing the maths. Terribly sorry, 10 hours that would be is the remaining time. So still a good long distance that is, though. 10 hours, a lot can change in 10 hours. So
yeah, and we've already been racing for shoot how long now? I don't know how long because of the red flags. Kind of screw up the timing and stuff, but it feels like forever. It's been at least
I think it's
12, 14 hours.
Yeah, I'd say a good 10 at least. Probably looking at 11, 12 even. So yeah, we've definitely been racing for a long time as it is, even if it is looked intermittent. But yeah, no, hopefully still a lot of racing to come. Lewis McGlade, by the way, with the punt now from Martin Furman is right on the back of him, and oh wow, look at this, down the Kamal straight. I reckon he might have a look down into the chicane, maybe? Closing. No, not quite close enough, but he's right behind him. So they go into the chicane. In fact, I think he went a little bit too deep into that chicane and has just lost a little bit of time to Lulu. And then look at that, David Baranek is right behind them too. So that's the fight for 4th on the road and 4th in class as Yuri Gastrop continues to lead overall. But yeah, Lewis McGlade 4th spot under the pump now from Martin Firma, and then David Baranek right behind them as they go along at the back end of the LMP1s, and they're just lapping, I think, the first of the GTs that are going down a lap. So already traffic, of course, playing a part because of just how fast the LMP1s are. And well, look, that Lewis has caught him in a really awkward spot through Pillon. The GT's just got to go, oh, don't hurt me, as he goes through Pillon. Just hope that he doesn't cause any kind of incident.
And the best thing the GT car can do is just hold its line and do what it would normally do. Assuming there isn't a P1 in the way, like there was right there.
Yeah, no, the best idea is to stay out of trouble and stay out of the way as well. Actually, looking at, they're all very interesting right now, as they're all trying to catch up to the GTs. Right now, there's a couple of them now that they're trying to navigate as they go down towards Blanchimont. Poor David Baranek's got a little bit caught out there. That's okay, he'll go on as per normal. In fact, now they've actually caught up to Adam Hodgson. Yeah, wow, I can't do English apparently. Sorry, voice is kind of getting a bit past at this point. But either way, so it's actually for 3rd. Yeah, they're all 3rd all the way to essentially 6th in LMP1. Pretty much nose to tail. Boy, this poor GT sitting there going, "Don't hurt me," as they all go past him down towards the source. Oh, and yeah, they are very close. It's good fighting. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh, bit of contact between the Corvette and Lewis McGlade. And that has given Martin a chance. And he's now past Lewis before they get to Eau Rouge. So good opportunistic driving there from Martin. Boy, he's cut the curbing quite a lot there. And as we were talking about before, that area is where people have had issues with the track just bouncing them up. So it was a bit risky, I would have thought, just cutting that like that. But either way, he's up to
a little rallycross never hurt anybody.
Why not? LMP1's designed for rallycross, you see, so it's all good.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this, though. Look at this again. The traffic once more is plaguing these guys again, and I think Baranek might have a little bit of a look, maybe? No, he doesn't have a look at Lewis. Lewis holds on, but the fight continues 4th in class for LMP1. Very, very close stuff. As I'm just trying to see is, Anthony Jans is still handsomely leading the P2s at the moment. And the battles through there have sort of spaced out a bit now. The battle for the lead of the GTs is still going on. They're still relatively close, but I think the LMP1s, once again, one of the closest battles in the field. And I know everyone's saying, oh, you always throw LMP1s, why do you do that? Well, I mean, that's where all the battles seem to be, so apologies for that. But yeah, so it's that battle for 4th, I think, is one of the closest ones at the moment on track, so very, very close right now as they, once again, have more GTs to pass. So it's going to plague them. Oh, boy, Martin caught that very, very close to contact there. But yeah, we're into the looking towards the early morning now of these stints, and yeah, it's I mean, it's at this point, isn't it, really, where the sort of the mistakes sort of creep in, don't they? Where you just have those lapses in concentration, you've been at the wheel for a long time, you know, the night's wearing on, you just one little slip and that can be it, can't it?
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the most important parts of a 24-hour race. I always called it the magic hour, where you get in this weird zone of all you're running on is adrenaline and about 4 hours of sleep spaced out over the last 12.
Oh, yeah. Big news. Martin Furman is just DC'd. I think that's a disconnection for Martin Furman. So big issues for the LMP1. Real shame. He's going along nicely in 4th spot, and that's the disconnection. If I was to see one, he just disappeared. So big shame for him. And we were, Jimmy has instructed the drivers, if they could, to not reconnect to the server, because we reckon it may possibly be one or contributing to the server crashes. So if that is the case, I think he might be out of the race. So real shame for Martin there, as he was going along nicely in 4th spot. So real big shame for him, just unfortunate luck of the draw really, as is the case with disconnections. So big shame for him, but that does promote, I think, Lewis back up into 4th spot now, and puts Baranek up into 5th, and JT Tammy up into 6th spot. So yeah, no, it's just luck of the draw, isn't it, really? But I'm just thinking back through, where's that fight for the lead of GTs? Yeah, it's still going on. Still, the Porsche and the Corvette are going out. In fact, Porsche's having a look now. The traffic has sort of played in his hands, and he's actually right on the back of that Corvette as they go through towards the Stavelot complex. And they're going to Stavelot 1 now. They've got Baranek and McLeay coming up on them now as well. So, and we've talked about this before as well on the broadcast. With this, Curtis, with the lap traffic, is it's so awkward, isn't it, when you're trying to, you're battling, but you've got to let people through, and it's like, you know, I don't want to lose time, but, you know, I can't hold up guys I'm leading through, can't you?
Well, no, actually, if you have to hold someone up, that's their prerogative. You know, you're trying to do your own thing and maintain your own line and make sure you don't crash. It's the responsibility of the passing car, the passing driver, as evidenced by this P1 GT battle going on here. You know, it is the responsibility of the prototype driver to pass the GT driver in a safe manner. It doesn't wreck everybody. and
that.
As many people know, we have had some issues with that in the past. And I'll be honest with you, I've raced in a few leagues. This one has been some of the most respectful drivers that I've seen. Oh, did the Porsche go through on the Corvette?
I think he may have. Yeah, he did, yeah.
Porsche went through on the source.
Yeah.
Wow, that was an amazing pass. Rubbing and everything. That's real
yeah. Oh, yeah. The Corvette's gone to block it, and the Porsche's gone, nope, I got this, sorry. Oh, yeah, good stuff. I was just going to say, actually, Martin has reconnected, so that's interesting. So obviously decided that he's just going to reconnect despite instructions that we would prefer you don't reconnect in case it crashes the server. Anyway, he's actually come out in 4th, so that's interesting. So he's actually not lost anything despite disconnecting, so that's interesting. Oh, another disconnection. Oh dear, that's Nicky. Oh, Nicky! Oh no, he's just made the pass on the Porsche and he's disconnected. Oh, disaster for Nicky. Just made a nice bit of elbow grease move and he's disconnected. Oh, just real shame. The disconnection's just plaguing the drives at the moment, unfortunately. Not much we can do. Just I guess the way of the game at the moment, just being a little bit dodgy with the connections. But yeah, no, that was a really quite interesting move, wasn't it? Because as you said, it was a bit sort of got the elbows out. Got the elbows out a little bit. It wasn't. I didn't think it was overly aggressive, but it was a little bit more on the authoritative side, wasn't it?
No, I think it was a great pass. I mean, yeah, okay, it wasn't the cleanest pass in the world, but I mean, when you're sitting there fighting for first place, you're gonna do your best to not let the guy by, and you're gonna do your best to get by. So, hey, rubbing's racing. As long as you don't wreck each other, and you know, body parts don't go flying, who cares? You know, who cares?
Oh yeah, exactly. No, I agree completely. And actually, I'm just looking at the fight for 9th now overall between Per Ofkusk and Bajor Millen. That is in the P2s. I think that's for effective 3rd, so that's for the podium in the P2s. And again, as I said, Millen and that team have actually got really good pace in that P2 car, but they just have had the worst luck in the last couple of restarts. They just, have been, unfortunately, because of where they were in the qualifying and so on, they've been way down the field. And that's just meant that they've had to come through the field rather than being where they should be, which is probably in about second or third in the class. So he is fighting with him now, and I reckon he's looking like he should challenge for that very soon. He looks like he's clearly got more pace. God, it's interesting. What I'm finding interesting actually with that is how much wall they use, how much road, sorry, they use as they go through that second Stavelok. A lot of people I've seen nearly hit the wall on multiple occasions. So.
I've nearly hit the wall a few times. Yeah, no, it's kind of tough in a P2 because you don't have the downforce yet, and you're accelerating, so you're getting a little bit understeer. You're doing all kinds of weird things like that, and the low downforce and the high downforce actually makes a big difference in the P2. If I remember right, in the P1s, it's not so bad. More just kind of just more speed than anything, and in the GT cars, it's nil. You'll get a little more top speed, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the P2s, it's a big deal to switch between the two. And that corner really does require a lot of front grip when you're accelerating from third into fourth, or however they have their cars steered. And this is a heck of a battle.
Oh yeah, and there's a few battles going on. One of the guys in TS there, Brian Trimmel Hayes, thank you for pointing out. Just point out that Tiago Canola and Tonga are having a nice little fight for 12th at the moment as well in P2. So a few little fights going on throughout the field. I think LMP1 is still relatively close. Yeah, second and third are pretty close at the moment. So a few battles going on. I think we will focus on that 9th place battle though. It's the one that I think is going to kick off pretty soon, although that 12th place battle is looking very close. It's again, we've got that issue where we've got too many battles rather than no battles at all, and then I'm sure we'll get to later on. Yeah, and then later on we'll get to no battles, I'm sure. But either way, we'll keep going at the moment. Actually, I think we will watch that 12th place battle because it is very close. Tonga having looked down into Puan at the moment. He might even get it done into Puan. Wow, that's brave stuff. And wow, he's still trying. No, he finally gives up. Well, I say that, and then Tiago goes defensive there into the S's, but nope, Tiago holds on for the time being and will hold 12th. I think, is that a LMP1 behind them or a P2? I think it's a P2, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So there's another P2 just behind them. So this could be a 3-0 fight soon enough. Now they've got some GTs in the way, so here we go. This is going to all make things very, very interesting indeed. Oh, they thought about 3 wide for a second. They're like, can we do this? No, we can't. It's a bad idea.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, they're going to try, are they? They're going to do... Oh, this is risky. They've got a GT in the way as well, so this is really awkward for them. They're going to try into the bus stop. No, Tonga's, I think, backed out of his thought wiser than trying to go side by side with the GTs well into the bus stop, or they would go around the outside casually, as you do, no worries at all. Yep, GT left plenty of space, good stuff. So it's a 3-way battle. Oh, boy. Who was that? That was... I'll try and find it out real quick. That was... Pretty in there, he just got a little bit loose on the exit of the last corner, so that was a little bit awkward for him, but either way, the fights continue, and that fight for 9th is still going on, but I think that fight for 12th is the one to watch, and I think that's your car, isn't it, that Canola's in, if I'm not mistaken, is it? Or am I got it wrong?
No, you're right, it is. That's why I'm being awkwardly quiet. I'm a little biased on this one, but I can tell you this, and this is actually some experience, and actually what I'm watching, too. The 122 car has, it looks like it has a little bit more downforce set, whereas the number 11 car, Guardia's car, is set a little bit more for the top speed, a little less downforce. And you can tell he's catching him right there on the Camel Straight. It was like no problem. And you can see the back end wiggling around a lot more. He's kind of generally not able to handle quite as good as the DR Motorsport car right there.
Yeah,
if
indeed.
If you watch closely, it's kind of interesting to see the different. What's the word I'm looking for? Perspective on handling to try to get through this race. Do you want to go all out and all top speed and fast and tech through the Camel Straight and through the whole third sector, or do you want to be conservative and be able to get through traffic well, and be decently fast through sector 2, which is obviously quite winding, and you can see through sector 2. Canola's gaining time on him.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, I agree. So you can see he's definitely that's his sort of strength and where the car's set up. And I think Lewis McLeod were talking to him. Oh, hang on, big crash, big crash, big crash. Who's that? I'm trying to figure that. He's one of the LMP ones. It's Beranek. Beranek and one of the GTs have come together. And GT is in the middle of the track. Yeah, big moment. The GTs. Oh my God. Oh no, big crash. One of the LMP ones has gone into him. And that was Tammy. Tammy's gone into him as well, so big moment. Bjorn Miller, by the way, has had a disconnection at the same time, so we've got all sorts of shenaniganry kicking off. I'm trying to find who that is. I can't find. Yeah.
Just came through on the live stream.
Yeah,
oh my.
Big crash. Oh, huge crash. And let me have a look at what happened here. I'm going to go back on the replay. Ooh, I'm not sure what happened there. Oh, okay, yeah. So looks like the LMP1 and the GT have kind of got it confused with which way to go, and they've made contact, and it's just led to a big shenaniganry crash. So, so that was a bit of a, I think that was a bit of just not quite sure where to go, and they just happened to pick the wrong side. And yeah, that was Predin. Yeah, Predin in the Vantage is retired because of the accident. I think he lost a front right wheel in that. So. Wow, front left, sorry, wheel. So big, oh boy, and there's more contact between Hodgkinson and one of the P2s as well. So everyone's getting a little bit rusty at the moment. And Beranek is also in, obviously, probably to fix that damage. But wow, there you go, isn't it? And it was through that area of the track as well, as you saw. I mean, it's a blind corner as well, so it's the worst spot for it to happen. You just don't have time to react, do you? So you just kind of got to hope that you come around and you happen to be in the right spot at the right time.
Pretty much, yeah. And if you're in a GT car trying to do that, and you're stuck in a GT car, oh man, that's going to be a tough one. Especially because with the yellow lights, they're a little bit tougher to see. God, that's just heartbreaking. That's a rough way to go.
Yeah, no, just one of those traffic accidents that happens in endurance racing where, just the two cars, just, closing speed is so fast that you just don't have time to react. And unfortunately, that seems to be what happened there. One of the Corvettes, the 301 Corvette, has spun. He spun at the corner with no name. He's got going again, and it doesn't look like he's had contact with anyone, so that's good to see. I just saw him recovering, so I was a little bit heart and mouth when I saw him recovering. I was like, oh, don't have a crash, but thankfully he didn't. I think David from that. Sorry, I can't do English. Sorry, I'm just gonna go by numbers now because I can't speak English. The number 60 P2 car. He just had a little moment out of the last corner as well. So it looks like all the stuff happening right now. We've got people spinning everywhere. We've got moments with traffic. I think everyone's, as we were talking about, it's in that period, isn't it, where it's just everyone's a bit tired, everyone's a bit worn down. They're just trying to get through till dawn, and then when it gets light again. Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, one of the smartest things that a lot of people can do right about now is to just log some laps and kill time. Keep it close. Do your thing, but if you run into a race, and hopefully you're awake enough for it.
Yeah, it's actually, that's interesting. There's a change for, that was Martin coming back through the field after his disconnection, so don't worry, I just thought it was a P2 change, but it was Martin coming through, so he's coming back through after the disconnection. Beranek is still in the lane, by the way, so he's 14th now and dropping back further, so issues for him after being in that, incident. It's actually Jan Wimsing is actually way down to 20th. I think they did a really early stop after the first lap, so obviously they're doing another one of their alternate strategies, I assume, which is interesting to see. He's just going back through the GTs now. Actually, I'm going to look at this battle here for 22nd between Tortella and Davidoff. I think I got that vaguely right. In the Corvette, I think it's two Corvettes, isn't it? Yeah, two Corvettes battling over 22nd. And again, apologies if I'm getting the name pronunciation wrong. I've been up for many hours now, so I'm quite tired, so I'm going on pretty much fumes at this point, so apologies if I get names wrong. I'm trying my best in a kind of tired/dazed state at this point, so doing what I can. But the Corvettes are battling, they're actually catching Fortin up ahead in another Corvette. It's Corvette's trio at the moment. They're in 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and they're all relatively close in the GTs, so yeah, so this is the point, isn't it, now that traffic's kind of all starting to happen. You're starting to go through traffic a lot. You've got the P1s coming through, the P2s trying to sort themselves out, and the GTs just trying to, survive at this point, really, as they try to get in the accidents that happened just before.
Yeah, and the best thing that you can do, like I said, at this point, is just kind of do your thing. If you have a pass to make, try to make it if you. Oh, and the GT 2 Corvettes. Was that 2 Corvettes that went through? Went through Blanchimont?
Yeah, I think
side
that
by
was,
side.
Yeah, that's the battle I was looking at. Yeah.
Okay, that is really ballsy.
Yeah, no, they're really going at those two, and I think he's going to have a crack again because Dortel's looking like he doesn't quite have the pace to keep that 20 seconds. So I reckon that may possibly happen again, possibly in the near future. We'll see. By the way, just looking around, one person who I think gained quite handsomely from the restarts, or the couple of restarts, is Cilio in that Ferrari 458 that we saw before. He had a issue with the crash. I've already forgotten where, but he lost the wheel. I think it was Eau Rouge, lost his front wheel. And had that incident, he lost about 20 laps or so on everyone else around him. He's now in 24th officially and on looking good, in class to be sort of 4th or 5th. So he's one who's really gained handsomely from the restarts. So it's interesting to see, isn't it? The restarts have helped some people and then penalized and been a bit of a burden for some people, depending on where you were and on when the restarts occurred and so on.
Yeah, but it's also been my experience, and I'm sure a lot of others would agree with me, that the field will sort itself out eventually. And wherever people end up finishing is probably where they were going to finish in the first place, for all kinds of reasons. Who knows? Except for Rex. I'm talking about people who actually do, actually finish. And I do not wish a wreck upon anybody, but sometimes it happens. Welcome to racing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, sometimes it's just wrong place, wrong time, or you just make a mistake. As I said, everyone's not perfect, so you'll make mistakes, and that can happen in racing, especially endurance racing, because obviously it's such a long time to be at the wheel and having to concentrate for so long. It's bound to happen. You'll lose concentration just for a brief second, and that's all you need to make a mistake. Is interesting to see who is leading GTs, by the way. It's actually Ballesta in that. Whoa, hello, who's that? Oh boy, oh, issues. That was Bram Bellin there. He just had a little moment as one of the GTs has gone into the wall. I'm going to try and pick up who that is. I think it's one of the lap cars. But then, yeah, it is. It's Scheller there, I think that is one of the. Yeah, it's one of the GTAM. One of the few surviving GTAM cars in the 458 Ferrari there. He's just gone off at Eau Rouge and nearly caused a bit of a pile up there, but thankfully everyone got through. I'm kind of surprised everyone did because I was quite concerned, but thankfully he's gotten through. I think he has lost his front bumper though. He's got some sort of steering damage because he's limping around at the moment at a pretty, well, not crawling pace, but he's definitely not going too fast yet. It looks like it's crapping quite bad, so I think he's trying to limp it back to pit lane. So a bit of a shame for him. He'll drop back to a bit further through the field. Actually, Nicky, by the way, in the Porsche has reconnected, but he is 5 laps down, unfortunately, with that reconnect. So he's got a bit of work to do in the coming moments. 34 minutes gone, by the way, in which hopefully will be 10 hours left in this race. And yeah, we should be coming up on dawn soon, as you said, the magic moment or magic hour when the dawn. And I do remember, I think it was 12 hour last year when I was watching some pre-show stuff for it. They were mentioning that how it's that period, when the sun's coming up, the track just gets really grippy, you really get in the zone. It's just some sort of magical time where the times really do just go down really low.
Oh yeah, especially in real life 24-hour races, you'll see the track be nice and cool, the air will be nice and cool, but the light is there, so drivers can actually see and get more confidence. The engines are making tons of horsepower, the track is starting to warm up, tires are gripping, it just comes alive. It's one of those times when it's a make or break. If you can gain a ton of time right there, you will. And it's just one of those. Even for the spectators, you're sitting there watching. You've been watching for 17 hours now, and all of a sudden it's dawn, and you're like, "Praise the sun, it's dawn! We're nearly made it!" So. Yeah. People are starting to crack open beers again, and
yeah.
The eggs and bacon are coming out.
Yep. All that
Barbecues
stuff, ready for the dawn.
Oh yeah, it's the one. That's the magic hour.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just a little caught my eye there. One of the Corvettes. Oh boy, okay, yep, this misses braking went a little bit. That was Blasco there in 20th now in the Corvette. Was making a move on another Corvette and just kind of went a little bit too deep, and thankfully managed to avoid contact. I think he thought better part of valor there and thought, I'm not going to try and take out the guy ahead and I'll just avoid that. So it loses him a position, but at least he didn't take out the other Corvette. So that is okay in the end. They're actually all very close. All four of those, 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, are all very close at the moment. I think that's Molbeck there, who is at the head of that pack. And then that's not leading for the class either. That's for 4th in class in GTs at the moment. As we go on, I'm actually going to go through because I'm really curious to know. And keeping in mind that Blazko is actually in a GTM car, so he's leading the GT Amateur class in 20th place. And oh boy, okay, Marinik there just making a bit of a hash brown of trying to pass one of the GT Pro cars. But keep in mind, Fulton is just behind that. He's in an AM car, so technically speaking, Blazko doesn't have to worry about Miroslav behind because he's not in GTM. He's GT Pro. Sorry, so. Technically speaking, he could just let him go and it doesn't really matter to him. So the one he has to worry about is Fulton, who is actually catching these guys quite handsomely at the moment. So interesting stuff. I'm actually going to look through how many AMs do we have left. I think we have 4, don't we? Is it 4? No. Oh no, we have 5. I think. Is that 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all right. That's good. So looks like I've managed to get a few back in with the restarts. That's good to see. Because I think before we had like 3 or 4 AM cars left, they were just dropping like flies thanks to disconnections and all that kind of stuff. So real big attrition rate for the old GTM cars, but they're all still going on. Still got 5 of them, sorry, which is good to see. Yeah, it's obviously you drive P2, which obviously a bit different to GT, but it'd be a bit interesting, wouldn't it? I mean, how would you take that if you're a GTM car? Like if you're Jorg right now, he's got Miroslav closing on him behind. Do you bother fighting him, being in a different class, or do you sort of just let him go if he has a crack? Because obviously you're not actually racing him class-wise.
The hard part though is, and I have raced GT before, so I went into back into prototypes. The hard part is knowing which class they're in. All you see is a GT car behind you. You don't know. You have absolutely no idea if they're an AM car or if they're a pro car unless someone is actually telling you. Now the problem, the I wouldn't call it a problem, but the issue here is that there's no spotters. You don't know. So the best thing you can do is just defend unless he gets fast. So if he gets faster, then he gets faster, and then you realize, oh wait, at the end of the race, oh wait, that guy was a pro. It doesn't matter to me. But racers are racers. They're gonna race whatever's in front of them or behind them. So
yeah, true that. Yeah, as long as it's a car to race, they'll take it. So yeah. So it's all, again, this is kind of, we're getting to that sort of open area now, and really the only main close battles that are in that GT class right now is, I think it's, Miguel Ballesta there is leading in the Corvette, in GT Pro, leading from Bram Bellin there in the Ferrari, but although Bellin's not, he's got Alexandro there in the Vantage, not far behind. It's interesting, so it's sorry, I'm losing my mind here briefly, it's Corvette, Ferrari, and then Vantage, so a bit of a mix in the top 3 for GT, which is good to see. And then it's another Corvette in 4th, and another Corvette in 5th, and it's 4 Corvettes. Actually, sorry, 6 Corvettes. There you go. Yeah, top 3 are all different, then it's 6 Corvettes. So there you go. The diversity stops the top 3 in GT. So there you go. And I'm watching this battle for 20th right now, because Miroslav is definitely closing on Blazko right now. As you said, Blazko probably isn't aware, possibly, although unless he may have looked through the spotter guide and maybe he's aware. Oh, okay, actually, yeah, there you go. He didn't really fight Miroslav, so maybe he did know Miroslav was GT Pro. There you go. So may have rehearsed the spotter guide.
You should see the
blue
quite
flag.
large sticker saying AM on the back.
Yeah, true.
On the AM cars, each class has a massive, or each of the GT cars has quite a big sticker saying Pro or AM on the back.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so either way, what that was actually Yuri Gastorp's just our leader in the race, and I'm just going through these guys now to lap them for I believe the 3rd time. Yeah, 3rd time, thought so. Who was that in the pit lane? Just went through the standings and saw someone in the pit lane. Lafarga, in one of the GTMs, I think that is it? Yeah, GTM Corvette there is in the lane from 26th. But yeah. No, so that is interesting. So that will mean that, assuming that Fulton's actually catching Blazko at the moment, so that battle between those two is for GTM honours, or for lead honours in that class. And yeah, Fulton's been slowly but surely closing in on his fellow Corvette driver, and I wouldn't be surprised if that gets into a battle pretty soon. Again, you guys have been asking for I know you guys are probably a bit sick of LMP and P2 racing, so we're giving you a bit of GT right now, as they're in pretty close proximity to each other. And yeah, it's good to see the GTMs having a nice little fight now, as the couple of P2s and P1s coming through now to lap them, as we are now 41 minutes in to 60 minutes, or 600 minutes, sorry, remaining at the moment, so nearly to a tenth of the way there. So getting into it now, and I'm not actually sure. Just I don't know if you've got the server time next. I don't actually have the server time, I don't think, with me at the moment, so I can't actually say what that is, unfortunately. I could just be really. It's probably right in front of me. I'm just missing it, no doubt, knowing me. But
Well,
yeah,
on the live stream,
yeah.
it's saying 9 hours 18 minutes. So
Okay, to go, right.
Yeah.
So, oh god, maths. Oh, so it's got to
This,
be, yeah,
Be
5.
well, the actual time, it should be, if it's based on real time, 5:30.
Yeah, it's about 5:30, yeah, 5:30, 6. So yeah, we should be getting pretty close to dawn. So the night graveyard shift should be pretty close to over now. So that is, I'm not sure. We'll see. Some people are probably happy with that. Some probably unhappy with that. We'll know, I guess, later on. So, but yeah, but either way, that battle between the two GTMs is still not really happening. They're both sort of just a little bit separate, although Blasco had to let one of the prototypes through there, so he's lost a little bit of time to Thornton, although Thornton now has to let Gurgis there through in one of the LMP1 cars. He's in third, by the way, now in that class, and he's got Lewis McGlade about 3 seconds behind, so one to possibly watch out for, depending on how the pace goes, as we are now, yeah, going along nicely. And yeah, I mean, it's that quiet time, isn't it, now, where we're going along quietly, Curtis, and just, just cruising, isn't it, as everyone's getting their groove and just getting the zone here as we head towards dawn now in this race.
Yeah, and this is part of the strategy of being a GT driver. You got a lot of LMP cars coming along. Kind of the best thing that you can do for most of the time is to let them go by, maintain your gap to the person in front of you or behind you, whatever, and kind of save your tires and save your fuel for the fight that's coming up. If you can gain some time, then always try to. But with all the faster cars around you, it's going to be tough to go for a pass and make it clean. Obviously, the GT drivers, once they're racing, they're not going to care about some prototype that's coming up on them, because that's not their job. Their job is to the job is the prototypes, as I've said before, to pass them. It's not their job to be passed. Blue flag,
Yeah, no,
forget
exactly.
it. Throw it out the window when you're racing.
Yeah, exactly right, yeah. So, yeah, so they're going well. So we've still got, as I said, we've got 2 retirements so far. But John Miller, it says DNF, so I figure that was probably disconnect, and I would have thought he would have rejoined, but because we've had a couple of other disconnects and they've rejoined, despite Jimmy's wishes that we would prefer you don't do that in case it does affect the server. But either way, whatever works, I guess. But yeah, so Bajor Miller, unfortunately, I think had a DC. Guessing from the DNF, that generally means he had a DC. And yeah, still hasn't reconnected, and that was about a good dozen or so laps ago. So, a good 8 or so laps ago. So, so unfortunately, I think they may have called it, which is a real shame, because they had been in the wars, to be fair, up until this point. But they were looking good with the server restarts to maybe be challenging for a podium in class. But either way, unfortunately, that's just how racing is, I guess. So you go on as you do. I'm just looking through now at, yeah, there you go. So Nicky is closing. He's now only 1 lap behind the GTM Ferrari ahead of him. Adam Taylor at the wheel lap at the time being, 5 laps off the lead. So yeah, he's slowly making progress. I'm just seeing one of the Corvettes getting lapped by another Corvette. That's interesting as they go through the back part of the circle. And they've got an LMP1, or is it LMP2? LMP2 coming up on them now. They're going to go 3 wide, aren't they? Oh, are they? No. Okay, right. They were sensible. It's good to see. But yeah, I think at the moment, battles are all, as we've mentioned before, they're all a bit spread apart at the moment. Although McGlade, I think, is keeping the gap. Yeah, it's about 3 seconds up to third, for him, and he's keeping that gap pretty much line astern. So no changes there, as that Per Ofskus is in to the pit lane there in the P2 car. So he pits now from 9th, and I think that was an effective third. Yeah, third in class. So,
Octus is one of those fast guys that kind of flies under the radar. I've driven against him in Sim HQ, and God, can the guy drive? And
As I'm actually.
it's really not surprising to see him this high up the order. That's for sure.
Yeah, no, he's doing
Same
quite
with all
well.
the guys from some HQ. I mean, the way that they run their mods, they base it off of an old P2 car and the new Rebellion car, and a couple of others, I think, for their top class. Basically, one of their cars is basically a higher horsepower, higher downforce Acura P2 from Indy.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, it's a blast to drive. Just imagine one of these P2s with a ton of horsepower and the thing can corner like crazy. It's fantastic.
And I'm just looking through now. Battle for 20th spot, 19th to 20th. It's between Jan Malbec and Miroslav. And oh wow, Miroslav went around the outside into the S's there. Well done there. I think it's the campus S's there. Very, very nice move indeed on another Corvette again, as it's in that area where there's just constant Corvettes. But yeah, no, makes the move nicely. He's actually been on the charge, really showing good pace. I think he was actually up near the front before the server restart because of where he was. He had to start a little further back, I'm fairly sure. So he's kind of coming back through. But at the moment, it's still Miguel Ballesta there leading for the GTs. Brandon Bellin is probably a good, I'd say, 6 or 7 seconds back. That's about another sort of 3 or 4 seconds back to Alexandra there in the Aston, and it's a pretty large gap back to Miroslav there, and the whole bunch of Corvettes that we've got just sitting in the back there of the, also in the mid-pack of the GTs, as Fortin, by the way, is still on the back of Blasco for 21st, and that's for the lead in GTM at the moment, and they're still line astern, so that's a battle that I suspect is going to possibly be a bit of a slow burner, but it's one to watch. So I think at the moment it's pretty much the closest we have battle-wise, as I think there was a P2 in the lane. Yeah, Anthony Yarns and Folger there are in the lane for P2, and that's Tonga there going in the lane, as well as Hendrik Hoyner there as well. So a few of the P2s now, just pitting now. So, ouchie, that was a big moment there. So Hoyner, I don't know what happened there, he just stopped as, hang on. Ooh, has he got a... Ooh, that's interesting. I think he may have a... His pit box is on top of another car's pit box. That's really awkward. Yeah, he's pretty much in the same box. That's going to make it awkward for if the car behind wants to exit the lane. So he's in 10th at the moment. And yeah, that's really awkward. So he tried to come in. He's pretty much come to a halt. And poor old Tonga's right behind him. And he's just had nowhere to go and just given him a tap up the back as they went to pit lane. Yeah, look, he's had to reverse the P2. And then there's another one coming in now to make it even more confusing, and no, he gets out okay. So that was Quentin there, Quentin Burnett there, getting out of the lane okay, despite a little bit of shenanigans. But yeah, it looks like, yeah, look at this whole bunch of guys in the lane now. As I guess it's that time Yuri Gastorp's in the lane, Adam Hodgkinson is in the lane, so I guess it's that time of the race, isn't it, where we're getting the first round of stops for the prototype cars.
Yeah, P2 should be coming along here pretty quick. P1s should be coming in quickly as well. Oh yeah, I guess they are. What's going to be interesting though is this race with all the GT cars. Who's going to pit first? Who's going to try to undercut, or as F1 term? Who can stay out the longest? That's going to be really interesting to see who can make their tires last, especially in GT. If you don't have to change your tires and you're not changing your driver at this point, you might come out ahead. It's going to get very interesting very quickly.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to all start heating up, hopefully, with everyone doing their stops and so on and so forth. Yeah, still sort of relatively close at the top of the GT field. And still, Thornton can't quite catch the back of Blasco, although he's just caught a pretty solid mark on him then. I think it's kind of varying depending on where they are in traffic and so on and so forth. But Thornton, I do feel, is generally faster, so you'd think he should be able to challenge pretty damn soon. A few of the pit prototypes still on the line, I'm fairly sure. Just try and find that now. Yep, Hodgkinson just leaving. JT Tammy's also in the lane. McGlade, as I think I mentioned, is in the lane, so they're all leaving now. In the lane, or Hodgkinson is anyway. He's going to come out third, quite clear of McGlade. I think McGlade will be the next one behind him. So he's in a nice little space on his own. I don't think he has any traffic either for a little bit of a time. So yeah, so all going along nicely at this point of the race. And yeah, it's all very interesting indeed. And I do think that battle for the lead in GTM for 21st overall is probably one of the closest battles in the field at the moment, the two Corvettes. And yeah, I'll be interested to see how that goes because they seem to be pretty similarly paced. Although I do think that Thornton is just a little bit faster than Blasco ahead of him, but it's not much. It's not much in it. So they've been line astern for about a good 3 or 4 laps, and it's still going now.
Yeah, Blasco's going to have to be careful with those tires. It looks like it handles a little bit. His team has a car set up to where it's going to handle a little bit better, but it might be a little tougher on the tires. They decided to double stint the tires. It's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen towards the end of the second stint.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes because that may struggle a little bit later on in the stint. We will soon see as that's Hodgkinson just going around. Just going around one of them there going around Fortin. That was a bit close for comfort, but yeah, they've managed it. Excuse me. Okay. As yeah, they're still going along. Again, I think I'll have a look at who's that in. Martin Furman is also in, by the way, and George is in from the lead, so he's now in. And that should give the lead to Kivela there. Alexei Kivela should now take the lead. Yep, looks like he will indeed take the lead now of the race. Again, obviously, I think he's yet to stop, so that won't be for too long. But you know, at least he can still say he led the race at one point. So there's that little positive going for you. So yeah, the P1s again, all the LMP1s are pretty spread apart now. As Henning Wallet also, I think, is just entering the lane. No, he's just exiting the lane in LMP1. And yeah, otherwise it's all pretty spread apart, the prototypes now. And again, you know, as we mentioned, the only real major battle is, sort of close battle, is the 2 GTM cars going along. Though Fortin now has, Arn is in there. Arn Schuvelet is in there, which is interesting. I didn't see him there before, so he's in 22nd. He's in the meat and the sandwich of the AM cars, and he's in a pro car. So that's all good. I think, I'm going to assume he must have just stopped, which is why he's popped out in the middle of those two. So that's all good, but we'll see how that goes. He's got a little bit of a sandwich of these two AM cars who are trying to fight each other, and now they've got a pro car to think about. So that should throw the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. Yeah, 19 seconds in the lead. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm kind of searching through the field right now, and it looks like, everybody's pretty well spread out.
Yeah, it's all pretty quiet right now, really, isn't it? It's all a bit of a quiet period now in the race. Everyone's just doing their own thing. We've had a few of these little periods where it's been pretty quiet throughout the race. And so this is another one of those times. Although I say that, and then looks like one of the P2s is fighting one of the P1s. Interesting for 7th spot. That's Anthony Yarns fighting Henning Wallet, who's in one of the P1 cars, and Wallet gets past. I think that was because he pitted, so he's just repassing the P2 car there to get clear. And yeah, he should be on his merry way now, as Yarns continues to quite comfortably lead the P2s, although I don't know if he's stopped. That may be why he's leading by a good margin. Sorry, my voice just had a little moment there, but either way, still Ballista leading too, by the way, GT Pro. So it is good to see.
I'm pretty sure that Jans has not stopped yet, unless he stopped very early and didn't take tires. Because he had a pretty sizable lead, right?
Yeah. Well, it was him and Folger had a good little sort of lead together, so that's why I'm thinking possibly he hasn't stopped. Maybe. I guess we'll see soon.
Take tires, he just took fuel.
Ah. Okay, interesting.
That would be the explanation for such a large lead.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, just looking here, this is Arn just going past Blasco there. That's for 21st spot. And again, I think Arn's just pitted, which is why he's making that move on the GTM cars. So yeah, so that is a move for position. Again, the GTM cars, those two GTM cars are still line astern, but they're just not quite fast enough to actually catch each other. So that's a bit interesting. But yes, no, it's interesting time now as Kevlar's still going around in the LMP1. 55 minutes now gone in this this race now. The 10 hours or 9 hours would be to go. And yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. Where it's, I think, as I said, about sort of probably heading towards sort of 6-ish AM server time. So we're getting towards that dawn period where, you know, it just is all wonderful and fantastic. And you got all the pace. Lars Bruggeman, by the way, I think has just entered the number 4 car in 4th. So he's, we saw before how quick he was going. So you would think that might mean we should have some quick laps out of that car now, as Lars proved before he can really push the car quite hard.
Yeah, and that's going to be the key: is how hard can you push the car at this point? You know, we don't know if they took tires at this point. Obviously, they took the fuel because they kept going.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
you know, if you don't take tires, and especially this place, it's so tough on tires, and you pretty much have to run soft because that's what everybody else is running. That is kind of one of the problems I'm starting to find with this mod right now is the softs. They don't feel like softs; they feel like mediums. And mediums feel like hards, and hards are stone. I don't know what they are made of because they might as well just be Flintstone tires. So I'm fairly certain. Oh, we almost had a spin. That was close. I believe that was Fortune that almost had a spin there through the first campus S.
Ooh.
I know everybody's gonna hear me late, but yeah, that was rough. Oh, he's getting into the pits.
Got a bit crossed up.
Yeah, no, he didn't. But either way, Kevlar's still in the lead, and actually Kuba there is in. Just been subbed in to that car now in second spot, so another driver change there for them. For Brzezinski, I think it is Brzezinski. I think I may have actually got that right. Oh my god, unbelievable. But yeah, so he's in second place now as I said, driver change on that. So he's in second, and Lars is in fourth. He's about 5 seconds clear of Adam Hodgkinson. My voice, my whole pronunciation game is out the window at this point. But yeah, David Baranek is also just going to pit lane again. Keeping in mind he's kind of out of sequence now because of that incident earlier on with the GT. So yeah, that period of the race now, we're just sort of going along, trying to get through now to the dawn and the later period. You want to be in the right time at the end of the race, or right place, sorry, at the end of the race. So we're getting to that period now. The team's just, as I said, really just
Yep,
there
it
is.
just start raining. Right after pits. Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, the awkward times.
All right, so here's the key right now. These tires do not like to be wet. They don't like to be wet at all. But it really does depend on this, if it's going to continue to rain or if it's just going to spatter and then peter out. There's strategy calls are now going to have to be well thought out. This is one of the times when the Porsches are going to come alive, and the Corvette is going to have a hard time because of the. Oh, see, there you go, a Corvette spun, right there.
Yeah. Yeah, and boy, one of the P2s having a bit of a wide moment too. So it looks like people are pitting. I think I see a whole bunch of GTs in the line now. So it looks
spun down at the Rivage too.
Ooh, okay, so people having issues now with the rain.
Is now 14.
Ooh, okay, there you go. So a few issues now with the rain as everyone's trying to either adjust or link back to the pits to get some wet tyres on. As you said, big crash. That was one of the Corvettes. That was Arn, I think it was. Was it? No, it was Miroslav. Miroslav into Blanchimont, a huge crash. Just lost it on the exit. Just went straight into the wall. Big crash. In fact, I think the front end is badly damaged. That was a massive accident. Lost the rear wing too. Lost it into Blanchimont. It was just massive there, that crash. That's interesting. One of the P2s continuing on, but yeah. Looks like a good portion of the field now is in, specifically the GT cars, interesting enough. A lot of those guys are in. Yep, more GTs in. Yep, pretty much, I suspect almost all the GT cars, period, are going to pit now. Look at that, it's interesting. The LMPs are staying out, but the GTs are pitting, which is interesting to see. But yeah, wow, it's that moment now, isn't it? You got to try and pick when's the best time to change to the wet tyre, and that is, sometimes hard to call, isn't it, in these changeable conditions.
Yeah, especially between GTs and P cars. You're going to see the prototypes probably stay out a little bit longer than the GTs. As the GTs, they have so much torque. They're going to be spinning like crazy until they put wets on. The other thing is, it doesn't really look like the whole track is wet. At least according to the stream right here. Now, I don't know, maybe in-game it looks a little different?
Honestly, I'm not seeing much. I've forgotten if I fairly sure I've got special effects and everything on, so I should be able to see the rain if it's there, and I don't see any rain actually. To be fair, actually, wait, I could be wrong. I may have just seen some then. So, yeah, but it doesn't look that wet to me. It looks, not dry, but it doesn't look that awfully wet. Although I'm starting to see spray coming off a few of the cars. Yeah, so I guess I take that back now. So, yeah, it looks like
It
the
is a
rain is
big
starting to come
track.
down.
It is a big track,
Mm.
so I mean, there is a possibility that we're going to see rain on parts of the track and dry areas as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how good R Factor 2 is at that. Um,
Mm.
Well, I did see it at Le Mans.
Indeed, it's actually, I think, who's that? There's a few of the guys in for the prototypes are starting to pit now as well, so it is definitely getting to wet conditions now as we head through this part of the race. I must have accidentally turned off special effects because it's not really showing the rain, so my bad there. I thought I'd kept that on, but obviously I hadn't. But anyway, a bit of a battle going on for 18th between Tom Schenkels and Alexandro there. So it's a Corvette versus a Vantage battle as they go down towards Blanchimont. And yeah, it's definitely wet there. I can see the dust, the water coming up off the back. Can't actually see the rain or any of that, but obviously I must have accidentally pressed off the special effects or something by complete accident. So yeah, so interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. It's all getting interesting now as the rain is coming down. We did obviously say it was going to come at some point. It looks like we have got it coming down now. So teams are going to have to adjust, obviously, and I mean, and how difficult is that to adjust now that you've been so used to the dry and now you've got to adjust to the wet conditions? Is that sort of a bit of a challenge because you're just so used to the dry weather?
Well, it is quite a bit of a challenge. The nice part is here in this series we have traction control, which we can turn on up to medium. I think it is. I actually just heard from the server. My team is saying it's about 30% ish, and some turns are semi-wet, but Eau Rouge and Radion are slippery, as we just saw on the live feed. My God, yikes! So yeah, it's going to take some time for the track to get fully wet, and unfortunately, some would probably say this is fortunate. R Factor 2 doesn't factor in the slipperiness of the racing line when it gets wet. It still thinks that the racing line is still the racing line, so you don't really have to adjust your line so much like you would if it was a real race, real life, if you will. But it's still very, very, very slick. Luckily, the rain tires are, like I said, are very, very good. You still got to watch your throttle. And you can't go quite as fast. So you kind of just have to adjust to that. If you can adjust to that quickly, you can really gain some time. Actually, you can gain a lot of time. And then once you figure out where you can push your car, the faster you can figure out where you can push the car and where you can use the fact that the car is sliding more, the faster you're going to move up the field.
Yeah, for sure, yes. I think I can just see the rain now, I'm fairly sure, so it looks like the rain affects... Well, I thought I saw the rain, I swear I saw it at one point there, I must be seeing things or something, who knows, but either way, we've got a few more now pitting, I assume, for wet tyres, probably, so a few more coming in now to do their wet tyre change. Yeah, no, it's very, very interesting indeed to see how this will all develop in the next few hours as we go along now. Oh boy, apologies, I'm running very, very low on fumes right now, so just getting a little bit drowsy at the moment. But anyway, I will do my best to keep going until Josh or James or both get here.
I actually
Yeah,
just checked the weather on. I just googled it real quick. Weather.com is saying that it pretty much will be raining for the next 3 hours ish.
Ooh.
And then from there, it's kind of a toss-up. And in the past, if it's a toss-up with RF2, it's probably going to rain. Like a 50% chance actually probably equals more like a 75% chance. But I can tell, that there is a bit of a delay. If I remember right, someone mentioned that there's about a 5 or 10 minute delay between when it's actually raining at the weather site that the app pulled from, compared to the actual in-server wetness. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit interesting, isn't it?
That's a bit of a bad choice of wording, I think.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Again, it's a little bit drowsy, so I might sound a little bit off. So apologies for that. But I'm trying my best to keep going.
That's why I'm trying to fill in a little bit.
Well, fair enough.
I can tell you this. This is where adjustments are going to come into handy. If people have set up their cars to allow for wing adjustments and maybe even a front end adjustment to more downforce, you might see some people will be able to handle a little bit better than others, and maybe even make up some time because of that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, isn't it? That's a very true point there. As I was just going to mention, I can see the rain now, so it's okay. I did have special effects on. I thought so. It just took a while for me to see it, apparently. So weird. I was sitting there thinking it's going to be awkward for me to say if it's raining if I can't actually see the rain, but it's okay. I can see it now. So
yeah, it looks like there's a bit of spray coming up too, based off of the live stream.
Yeah, there is quite a good deal of spray coming off the cars as well, as it definitely is coming down relatively hard right now from what I can see. So rain being a factor. By the way, a bit of a battle for 14th. We've got Richard Norgen Richard Norgen ahead of Heinrich Hoyer there. That is for position. Hoyer, I think, has been closing on Richard there in recent laps, from what I can tell. So hopefully there'll be possibly a pass for that position soon.
You got Benoit, who was just in the pits as well.
Yeah. He's just pitting on that 30. As you look at this, wow,
hey,
yeah,
Wallert was in the pits? Or is in the pits?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's taking... Man, that's a long time to wait.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Very long time to wait for wets. This battle for 14th is really going now. So Richard's being able to defend from Heinrich here. Heinrich's looking very, very fast indeed compared to Richard. I reckon it might be a move on relatively soon if he keeps that pace up. So keep an eye on that. Stays well away in battles as well.
Watching the live feed, they got the in-car camera for Hoyer, and you can see the difference between the grip levels compared to dry. And he's having to twitch the wheel to save the car a little bit. And trust me when I tell you that's really hard to do in sim racing because you can't feel the thing. You're going off of just the sound of the tires, or maybe if sometimes it's even too late. There you go, you're spinning. You don't even know what's happening.
Very true, exactly right. Yeah, with just being the wet, of course, as well. Just a real quick loss of concentration. You can be out like that. It makes it even more treacherous, especially in these kind of night/turning to dawn sort of.
The other interesting thing is what happens when you do crash. If you'll see, I actually do this. If I ever do spin out, especially in the wet, a lot of people have told me to just punch it. Don't hit the brakes. Don't do anything. Just punch the gas. And so, I actually have a rally background when it comes to sim racing. So, whenever I rallied, that's what I would do. And it worked.
Alessandro is past.
Gentle.
Get past the Ferrari. Tom Shankles.
Okay. Yeah. A good spot. Yep, he has made the move. So that's up to 17th officially. I think it's second in class. So there you go. So second place in class for him. So that's good stuff for him.
But not surprisingly, Aston Martin's handled very well when it's slipping.
Yeah, they might be coming to the fore as the conditions worsen potentially in the next few hours.
BMWs are good in the wet.
Yes, they are.
But there is none from the start. We were banking on the wet in the BBM camp.
Yeah, good to I guess being Spa, it's always, it's always definitely a very high possibility it could rain, so it's not necessarily a bad idea for Spa, because it's the wages, of course, it's always, you never know what kind of weather you get all sorts, so yeah, so going along now is that? No, right, that was wow, that's a different turn, damn, I was got a little bit confused there, but either way, it is still, Kevlar leading at the moment from Lars Brugman in second spot, and I think Lars may have just taken Cuba behind, because they're pretty much nose to tail, and I assume Lars just took him, but we'll soon see, because if Lars pulls away, we know that he just took him, but we'll find that out very, very soon. And that's JT Tammy, by the way, in 4th spot, so he was down about 7th or 8th before the restarts, and now he's up in 4th, so one big benefactor he is from the shenaniganry that's happened with the servers in this event.
Shenaniganry. I'm gonna use that.
Yeah, I use it a lot.
Great word.
It's one of the first ones. To be fair. Those who probably are at different leagues, a couple of different leagues, where I use it more often, probably know I'd like to use it a lot. So yeah, unashamedly. We're going along now. Still at the half hour into the race, by 72 minutes now. So we've passed the hour mark of this next restart. Yeah, Lars OP, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Just looking through the chat, just people just chilling at the moment, which is good to see. Solid stuff indeed. As we continue to go along now. I think who's that? That's Ivan there in the lane in 18th spot.
Yep, he was the pro leader before that pit stop.
Ah. There we go. Yes, no, it's interesting time at the moment.
That's one of those strategy calls where, I'm kind of running low on fuel. Do I wait? Maybe the rain will clear. And it looks like he decided to wait a little bit. And may have paid the price.
Although
it looks like he's only going to drop to 3rd, maybe 4th. Yeah, it looks like 4th. So not too bad.
Still, lost the time.
In fact, that might put him on a fuel pit strategy to make him some time on the back end.
Yeah, it's true. Might be an alternate strategy there in a sense, trying to get back time at that point. Who's that? Someone else just going off there. Sorry, I just saw someone. It's all a bit quiet. Again, as we've mentioned before, it's a bit of a quiet period here at this stage, as everyone's just trying to... Oh, hello. Oh, as I say that, and Kevlar has just spun it. He spun it on the pit straight, I'm fairly sure. So that's... Yeah, out of the last bus stop chicane, so all good time there. That means he's going to lose a good 10-15 seconds or so to Lars Brugman behind. So a bit of a moment there that's cost him dearly.
That's a touchy part of the track right now. Probably very, very slippery.
Yeah, the curbs would be a real nightmare if you use too much. Just that'd be around before you could do anything. So gotta be careful there. But yep, we are nearly an hour and a half, or getting towards an hour and a half into this race now, and yeah, it's all a bit interesting right now. As everyone just says, as we said, cruising along, doing their business, keeping themselves going all the way to the important points in the last few hours. That's what the plan will be, and so far they're doing right so far. As we've said, not too many retirements. Usually we were expecting a bit more, but apparently this time it's been pretty good on retirements. That's always a good positive take from this.
Yeah, definitely. Only 2 retirements, and see, here's the problem. It did just start raining. People are going to start to get lancy. They want to go faster, make a pass, do that, this, that, the other thing, and who knows what might happen. That's when the concentration levels have to be up there. Hopefully, there's a lot of coffee being handed out, or tea, whatever you're into.
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, whatever works. Yeah, I'm gonna need all the coffee in the world right now because drowsiness levels keep rising, but that's alright. I will soldier on. I don't plan to abandon things. I will continue on even even if it means I just like fall asleep on the chair, oh well, who cares? So
Just remember your
yeah.
snores will be broadcast.
True. Yeah. Oh, certainly. Yeah. Yeah. No. So it's still pretty interesting at the moment. We said the rain setting in, so everyone's trying to adjust to that at the moment. And it is raining relatively heavily too, from what I can tell. Just seeing the rain coming down, it looks like it's coming down pretty heavily as well. And yeah, it should be obviously Josh and James should be back relatively in the next few hours. I should be back on, and I'll probably end up just going to sleep. To be fair, I don't think I'll be able to stay up any longer than that. So,
Hey, if it makes you feel better, I still have 2 stints to go through.
oh wow, yeah, nice. Them stints.
Yeah, I'll be running till about 3 in the morning my time.
Wow, it's a late night indeed.
Yep, it's now 5 where I am. I'm
Yeah.
getting close to being up 24 hours as well.
Wow, yeah, jeez. Yeah, so me and JJ on the 24-hour stints.
I think you guys are in the UK somewhere.
I'm in Australia. So.
Australia? Oh shoot!
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm in the UK.
I haven't slept for a good 26 hours, I think it is now. So, yeah, thereabouts. So, as I keep saying to everyone, I am probably insane. To be fair, I think that's a pretty good indication that I am kind of lost my marbles. So, yeah.
looks like Benoit's DNF.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Good spot engine.
Quentin.
Ooh. Yeah.
That
it was an
driver's
engine
swap.
failure.
Oh, it was an engine failure.
Yeah, not disconnection. So there you go. That's interesting. I think that's the first engine failure we've had all race. So that's interesting. I mean, I guess it is that time where they're yeah.
Because of
that's a bit of a
abused
shame,
their
isn't it?
engine.
Oh,
shame.
that's actually the hard part on this track with the P2s is they don't have quite enough horsepower at the top end to get crazy top speed with some wing to actually be able to handle. So if they were redlining, going down the Camel Straight and then downshifting, hitting the red
We
line.
do.
Oh yeah.
P3, P2 Lars is being caught for once.
Ah, true.
The wet.
Yes.
Brzezinski looks like he's flying.
Yeah, he must be a bit of a wet weather specialist because yeah, Lars, as you say, seems to be struggling a little bit in the wet, so it's a chance for them to catch up. As I think Quentin there just tried to rejoin the server, but if he had an engine failure, I don't think he's going to be going anywhere anytime soon. But anyway, worth a try anyway. Kudos for trying. He's not going to give up easily, but I think that Belf second's the one to watch because it does look like Kuba's really pushing it very hard at the moment in these wet conditions.
That Rouge Radion complex is absolutely hairy right now. You can see the P2s are having a little bit of trouble. The P1s are just flying through it as always.
Just don't care.
The GT cars are having a little bit of trouble as well.
P1s, I guess that high downforce.
Yeah, right. And it looks like they're having to lift a little bit, which is hairy in and of itself. Especially when you're used to going flat out up Radion.
Yeah.
Let's see. Definitely looks like the P1s are doing just fine in the wet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you. Let's see.
It's interesting. Gaps are still stable. Looks like Lars is kind of keeping it at the moment.
Henrik Hoyer's actually getting pretty close in the next position up, and Morgan.
Oh, yeah.
Davidovich and Blasco look like they're about to have a tangle again.
Whoop.
I have to admit, this is really tough without the live timing.
Yeah. makes it a bit difficult, doesn't it? Yeah.
Just a bit.
Yeah, Yeah, Marislav and Baslo are about to have a looks like they're going to have a fight, as you said. Although I suspect Marislav will probably get past relatively easily because he's in the pro class and has generally been a bit faster. So I'd expect him to go past relatively soon in the 21st spot. That is Battle for.
The Corvette and the Aston, right? No, it's 2 Corvettes. God, those Corvettes look great, don't they?
Yeah, they are very, very good looking machines, aren't they? Definitely very aggressive looking. I do like look at those new Corvettes as well. He's going to dive down inside there, and wow, very nice move there from Miroslav, just casually down the inside. I think Baslo knew that he was faster, so he wasn't going to fight that too hard. So, yeah, so there you go. So that's a move for position again. I think that's GTM and GTM Pro, though, so it's not really effectively for class position. But either way, position is position, so you take it when you get it.
All about track position.
Yeah, very, very true. Very true.
Trying to
That's essentially the key, isn't it?
Trying to get the clear track so you can. Oh, what's that? The term that Lewis Hamilton uses? Is that hammer time? Is that what it is?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, hammer time. Yeah.
Ah, geez. It's so lame. Hammer time. What?
Yeah.
Sounds like something a
Yeah.
stupid American would say. Oh wait, that's me.
Yeah, we're just going along. Sorry, I'm just doing a bit of that. There we go. All right. Going along now quite nicely. Lars looks like he's slowly closing onto the leader at the moment, so that's one to possibly watch in this phase of the race. In fact, I think he's actually stabilised that gap to the car behind, so possibly Lars might challenge for the lead soon enough. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Hopefully it'll be a good battle to come. Lars looking pretty strong at the moment. There's 2.1 and he's brought it back down another few tenths, so Lars managing pretty well at the moment in that car. The other day's all over the back of him already, so tell you what, I reckon he might have a shot at the lead here as they go through the corner with no name.
Oh, there was a
GT
car
is that
spun.
LMP? One car just went off there into the corner with no name, managed to avoid contact with anyone else, so a little bit of a moment there, but either way we got away with it, so all good. Yeah, that's Brugman really on the back of him right now, and then
had spun it through. Was that Lacombe?
through the corner with no name.
No, it was through
Lacombe
Lacombe.
at the end of it. The end
Ah.
of the complex. He was
Okay.
the Porsche that was parked in the gravel.
By the way, Lars Brugman just takes the lead now. He just took Kevlar there for the lead. Now I reckon Brzezinski is going to be not far behind. He looks like he's really a lot faster than Kevlar at the moment, who seems to be struggling a bit in these wet conditions. So he's right behind him to go down towards the bus stop chicane. And let's have a look. Will he make the move? No, he won't. Alright, so not quite close enough yet, but you'd think it's only a matter of time before that move possibly gets done as we go along now. For 84 minutes done, so nearly an hour and a half through this portion of the race.
If I'm not mistaken, in order for this to be scored with points, you have to get through 6 hours.
Okay.
Jimmy was talking about that to the drivers.
How did he not get? How did he get away with that?
Oh, wow. Yeah, through the source, man. That was that was crazy.
And he just almost slam dunked that one in there.
big moment, big moment. That's Kevlar. He's just gone round. I just looked away for a second, looked back, and I heard a crash. And it was Kevlar. He's gone off down a corner with no name. Let's have a look. Did he get help?
Oh, he
No,
got hit.
just oh.
He got hit by
Yeah.
someone else.
Oh yeah, another car came up and hit him.
Well, I don't know. From my view, it looks like he just went too deep and hit the curb.
Yeah, he went too deep. He's still down there.
Yeah, he just went too deep in the corner and just that was it. And goodbye. So big moment there for Kevlar. That's a real shame. He's got a lot of damage to that car, so he had to limp it all the way around. It's a big moment for one of our guys up near the front. Big shame as he was looking pretty good up there. I mean, he's never the pace of Brugman or Brzezinski, but he was there with track position, which is the main thing. But now, unfortunately, that track position is going to evaporate as he has to limp back to pit lane to get that repaired.
He was struggling for a little while though, so it was kind of culmination to that point, I guess. Who else did he take with him?
Yeah, there was another car that came up and looked like collected.
It definitely
A little
looked like another prototype.
One of my teammates is going nuts right now. He's in Wisconsin. He's been up a little longer than I have, so he's kind of feeling the effects of no sleep.
So he knows he's probably feeling similar to me and just being drowsy as well. So
Definitely. I'm about to tell him to go make himself a pot of coffee.
already had plenty of coffee and I'm still struggling at this point, but soon I shall get some sleep hopefully, and I think I'll be out like a light the moment I lie down. So yeah, a lot of tightness. But either way, Kevlar is managed to limp it back to the pit lane, and Henning's in as well from 7th spot. They're both in the lane. Yeah, Kevlar's going to have to, unfortunately, lose a lot of time there, so it's a bit of a shame because he was looking good in the top 3, but either way, it's how it is. Lars now leads this race. Brzezinski there in 2nd spot. Lars 3 seconds clear, so he's gapped Brzezinski in the last lap or two.
There was a Porsche wing down there.
Oh boy, Lars just goes a bit deep though. Oh, hello. And Lars has lost the lead. There we go. So Lars just went a bit deeper into the first Stavelot, and that's given Brzezinski the lead. So there we go. But look at this. Lars isn't going to give up. He's going to fight back as best as he can as they head towards Chimont.
I think it was Henning that went into Leski.
It's
I
definitely
believe
possible.
you're
I can
right.
explain why he's in.
Because they're the only two that are in the pits at the moment. Any length of time.
This Lars Brugman really trying to get back the lead from Brzezinski here as they through the first corner.
Oh, with a GT car coming up.
Yeah. Managed to get through okay though, so it's all good in the end.
Looks like there's a decent battle for 17th with Beja and Iglesias.
Oh.
GT battle.
Yeah. Yeah, they're pretty close. It's not. Whoa. Iglesias is. Wow, no, he's lost it. Iglesias has lost it. They're out
Commentator's
of the
curse.
campus. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was going to say he cursed him, unfortunately. He just lost into the campus chicane. So he's lost one effective spot, so it's not too bad for him. He only lost one spot out of it, but either way, it's a bit of a shame, as I'll just go back to this battle for the lead, and Lars, yes, doesn't manage to get back past, so interesting stuff here as we continue on our merry way. Another 90 minutes pretty much, well 89, but we're pretty much 90 minutes into this section of the race.
Uber's just driving away at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, Lars is looking like he might challenge, but it just isn't happening right now, although he is keeping him in check, so there is still that. And thanks to the errors there, all the moments from the guys behind, that now puts JT Tammy suddenly in 3rd, so they're having a good race. They haven't had the pace of the guys around them, but they've just sort of kept their nose clean, and that's now put them into 3rd, although he's got Adam Hodgkinson coming at him quite fast there for 3rd, so that could change very soon. Actually, I think it's .7. There you go. So yeah, Lars has closed it back up again to the battle for the lead.
Uber braked a lot later.
Hmm.
Is Hodgkinson catching JT Penny? Oh no, it just reset. Never mind. A couple seconds behind. I think I hear snores. Did anybody hear snores?
No. I'm still there. I'm still there. Oh, I'll keep going to the end. Brzezinski is still ahead of Lars at the moment, so that still is all good. JT Tammy is still there in third spot, looking pretty good. As I say, he's just been pretty consistent, really. I mean, he hasn't had to pace the guys around him, but he's just been nice and consistent, which is the main thing. Wow, made a bit of a almost hash brown of Oru, but managed to hold together. So kudos there to Tammy for holding that together. Yeah, so great stuff there to keep that going. Yeah, and Berenik is in 6th after the incidents he's had recently, but he's still going along okay. Christian Michelle there. Oh, what's happened? Oh, right.
Just in front of the leaders.
That was one of the Corvettes. Was that one of the leading Corvettes?
I think it may have been, possibly. They've caught up one of the Corvettes spawned from on, so that's managed to go okay, so no issues there. And,
Very sure it was,
I'll tell you what. Oh,
this one.
Lars is looking keen. Oh, here we go. One of the Corvettes at the bus stop has really held him up, but no, he keeps onto it, so Lars didn't regain as much as I was thinking he would. So, not quite there. But he's still on. Look at this, Lars is still there, so it's not over at all. It's just beginning, I suspect, because Lars is all over the back of him as they go through Oru. I think he might well get him here as they go down towards the end of the Kamal Straight. I mean, again, though, as Lewis said, they're cars don't have straight line speed, and then he occasionally takes him before the end of the straight. So,
oh my god, the P1s are not lifting through Radion at all.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Really, when you think about it, in these conditions, they're just casually going full bore through there. It's interesting.
Ooh, okay. That's one way to take the position back.
Yeah, a little push on the is that Brussels? Yeah, that's Brussels right there. Little push out on the off camber turn there. That's one way of doing it. Completely clean. I have to admit, I'm impressed. There's been very little to no bumping at all.
Oh, there
Little
goes
rubbing.
14.
Wow, another vet goes spinning.
Yeah.
Like the GTs are starting to struggle with the wet.
Yeah. You know, it's very, very difficult conditions right now for everyone to try and limp around. And yeah, the Corvettes is having a bit of issues. Ooh, okay, yeah, they got through a ride. I was a little bit worried there for a sec, but yeah, no, we're still going along nicely now. It's still half a second at the front, so still Lars pressurising Brzezinski. Oh, wow, that's close to a bit of contact there, but anyway, they got away with that, so it's all good. Yeah, no, it's on at the moment between these two for the lead as they try and get through the traffic here. As they towards Eau Rouge. Oh boy, they're side by side through Eau Rouge. Oh, they get through. Oh wow, good driving there. They both saw what was going on and just gone slow. Oh, I thought there was going to be overlap there, but they get through okay. And I think somehow Brzezinski has managed to keep hold of that that spot. I'm not really sure how, but Lars has a look, but no, not quite close enough. So somehow, out of all that, Brzezinski keeps the position. I'm not really sure how, but he managed it somehow. So good stuff there. But that was really close there. I was a bit worried for a sec. There might have been some issues, but got through okay in the end. This battle continues to go on between Lars and Brzezinski. And yeah, I have to agree there. Kieran Parkins mentioning in the YouTube there, just saying it was max respect from the two drivers. I have to agree, it was very, very good driving from both of them. They both saw that it was going to be tight, and they both slowed down, made sure they didn't go through too crazy. So yeah, good respect from both the drivers to see what was going on and not go completely berserk through Throw Rouge, because that's always a bad idea generally. So either way,
Bad
that'll
idea
continue
when it's
here.
not raining.
yeah, exactly. Especially when it's raining, it's suicides. But they made it work. They made it work. Oh,
It's me.
it's Lulu.
Oh my god, it's Lulu!
Oh my god, it's me, the person that got into a car and then crashed it a lot and then gave it back to the car. Yeah.
Lulu.
Well, I got into the car and I was told, alright, a rouge is not flat on the first lap. So I went, alright, what I'll do, I'll brake for it. Yeah, catch the car just went.
No.
I was devastated. I felt so bad for Bailey, who'd worked so hard for the car. But, you know, these things happen. We'll take it after the race and discuss what needs to be changed and stuff like that. But, you know, as it's running, I'm not even sure what's happening with the points after this race. We're just... Lars is putting his head down. He's pretty glad he woke up for this bit, I'll tell you that. But, yeah, it's a good race between those two so far, isn't it? Like Kuba and Lars, two championship contenders being the 30 and the 8 car. And seeing them go at it, especially with two different setups.
Oh, Lars goes way wide through Prawn, but he's still on track. That's okay.
No, that's all right. He's rubbish. It's fine. But no, I love the guy really. But we've obviously really struggled with the wet car in the wet in the previous 2 rounds. So it's nice to have wet conditions where we're able to keep up, and by we I mean Lars, who was able to keep up in Fuji. It's just when it hands over to this guy that we go backwards.
Yeah. When are you back on again?
I honestly, hopefully never. But I have no idea. It's.
Alright, fair enough.
I really don't know. After what I drove, it's just kind of like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but it's kind of like, I've been fine through practice, but it feels like I've not done enough in practice, and I don't have the confidence in the car. I'm terrified of it every corner. Through Puon, on the, I did a little bit of wet practice. Puon's easy flat on that lap, great stuff. But on the slicks, it was just, you know, it was really stupid.
Puon's
Yeah.
a tricky corner anyways. It's tricky in
Really
any car.
stupid.
I just, no, I don't think I've ever been so disappointed in myself, and I've been pretty disappointed at Fuji. God, at least I bounced back there, but here, nope. I feel really bad because this is Bailey's first race since Silverstone. And
Oh, hang on, we've got. Okay, don't worry. Just Lars having a look at Brzezinski there, but he didn't make a move stick. So, there's a Corvette just going around the background. So,
yeah,
Corvette's
But-
continuing to spin.
yeah. I mean, it's a shame for some of the teams out there. It's good to see Hodge as well. Hodge has gotten up to P3. Don't know when that happened, but
Yep,
I'll take it.
yes indeed.
Now we've got the same podium from Interlagos.
Hey,
But, wow, Lars, careful. Jesus Christ. Some of the moves he was pulling, like through, like there was this move which obviously was on the broadcast not too long ago when we were on Border Glass, where he went side by side with Brzezinski behind
Rouge.
a Corvette through Eau Rouge. The balls! Jesus Christ! I was just sitting there watching, going, oh, man!
That
Whoa.
woke me up.
Jesus Christ!
Sammy is in the pits.
He's riding those
Yeah.
curves.
He is. He's pushing too hard. I think what he wants to do is he wants to play with the wings a bit on the next stop. I don't know if he will or not, but
Oh, he's gone deep at the final chicane too, and he's in. Oh, there we go, he's in. Alright, so
right.
as you say that, in he goes. I was, oh, jeez, he nearly made a hash brown of it into the pit lane anyway. He managed to avoid
A
contact.
hash
so it was
brown
close.
of it into the pit lane.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
been saying it all night.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Oh wow! Holy balls! Jesus! We'll put him into Formula Drift after this. Bloody hell. That was nearly a repeat, not quite, of what the 7 car did when he crashed on the entrance pit lane, but boy oh boy. He's just pitting. Now this has reminded me of one thing. Now we've seen quite a few people miss their pit boxes in this race. It's something that I really, really want ISI to address. And I think you can address it yourself in the JSON file because it's not a PLR anymore. Is the pit boxes are such a dark red. They are so hard to see. It's way harder to see than it was in RF1.
It is, yeah, especially at night. When you got your lights on and everything. Yeah, it is a little tough to see.
It's horrible. It's horrible. I want to make mine bright pink. Never miss it.
Of course.
Also, we've had two. I say we've had 2 times where Bailey and Lars have both come into the pit lane, and they say that the pit box has been invisible. But I think that's more just because of how hard it is to see. So we've actually had to remember where the pit box is and just go into it that way, which is how they do it in real racing. But come on, we're much lazier than that. We don't get paid.
No.
Well,
we
the other
don't.
problem too is HDR. I mean, obviously it looks excellent, but the contrast ratio is just junk. So I have a feeling that that might be an issue, though. I actually turned off my HDR for this race, and it's been extremely helpful.
Yeah.
I want to try that.
Lars has been in the pit lane for a little while, so I'm going to go check on what just happened.
Alright,
I'll
fair
be
enough,
back in a
Lewis.
moment.
Yep. No worries. I just noticed there, Tom Schenkels there just had a little bit of a moment to call him no name in the Ferrari. No contact, just on his own. I think touched the curb under braking and just went a bit of a half spin, but he's okay now. That's the main thing. He's still going along. I think it's really interesting. This is just me. Just kind of rambling a little bit. This drowsiness is like it comes in stages. Like I'll have a wave of it, and then it'll kind of go away for a little bit, and I'll have a wave again. It's just like constantly hit by these waves of things. I think that's Lulu.
It is.
Again?
Oh, Berenek, no. I've seen him backwards at the bus stop. No, normal pit stop for Lars. It was just their timing column. Taking a model update.
Okay, right, cool. Good to hear. Oh, geez, wow, that was interesting yarn getting a bit close. But yeah, it's interesting to see we've been noticing the GTs having a bit of an issue with the wet. There've been quite a few spins in the GT class. So, but again, we're talking about that just shows with GTs how how hard it is to drive those things, especially in conditions like this.
Yeah, I've driven him at the wet at Silverstone. They're not. I mean, it was a GT Pro spec GT car as opposed to like a GTM. Terrified for the GTM drivers because they've got like less brakes than anyone.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, cry me a river, mate.
Wow.
No, it's the
Christian
way.
Yeah,
Michael.
What Christian?
Yeah,
Christian?
DC.
No.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
DC for him, yeah.
That's
looks like.
obviously the car that Cavella was driving when he binned it out of no name because it's the Revolution. First
Yeah.
race for Christian in that car.
And unfortunately,
Running
it's a
very
DC
well
here.
too.
Yeah.
Odds in the pit
So
lane.
hopefully he can come back and probably rejoin and hopefully rejoin the race for his sake. I mean, he might drop a few positions, but he'll at least still be in the race. The main thing. And yep, they're Hodgie in the pit lane. And yeah, it's all going along. And what was I looking at? I've already forgotten. But yeah, we've had a few incidents. We had a few crashes earlier. I don't know if you saw them, Lewis. You probably did, no doubt. Wow, someone's going a little wide there. Everyone's struggling. Like, I'm being honest, I'm seeing a lot of people struggling right now in these conditions. They're all just trying to sort themselves out, or a few of the GTs getting a little
I
bit
don't.
there, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's tiredness overall or what, but I've seen more mistakes from this field and this race. Now, this does include me. I mean, my mistakes though were even more impressive because they were in the drying conditions that we all practiced in. So I'm an idiot. But I've not seen a race in VEC with this many mistakes. There has been so many from start to finish from various. Now I don't know if it's something to do with. I don't know the bill. Maybe people are having stuttering. Or I honestly I don't know what it is, but something is just I don't know. I guess like the last time these guys have done a 24-hour race would have been back at Le Mans, and the only people that would have done, or I say that, but the only people that I know for a fact that have done one since is Kuba, Passless, and I think Nicodem did that one as well. That was 24 hours of Le Mans at a different league a few months ago. So they're like well in preparation for how to do a 24-hour race. I haven't done one since Le Mans, which was, let's be honest, an 8-hour race. This is kind of a 24-hour race, but it's really like a 4, a 7, a 4. This.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously though, respect to Jimmy. Like for especially waking up in the middle of the night to deal with all this crap, because this kind of stuff, it sucks. It sucks for everyone taking part. I mean, like everyone driving, it's the whole stopping and starting and all this, that, and the other. Don't get me wrong, red flags have probably saved me because I was to drive less. But
Yep, sorry, just to cut in. Sorry, we'll get back to that in a minute. Henning Woolard there, just in the wall at the source. He's just gone. I think
did he
he's
turn
the
it too
grass.
early? Oh wow!
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
No, locked the rears. Yeah,
Locked the rears.
Yeah, straight to
have
the wall.
not
Very.
seen- Wow.
Yeah, it's a really interesting mistake. A bit odd, isn't it? Just
Went the
on his
wrong way
own.
up Radion and
Okay.
into the wall and no front
Well,
end.
I mean,
This
this is the thing,
Oh,
right?
this is
Is that the online grip? Online grip, you wouldn't really notice. Holy hell! Oh right, no. Oh my word!
What's happened here?
He's the not turning or even bothering with a rouge. I don't think he thought it existed. He was doing the 1966 version.
Well, he's got no front end. The whole front splitter's gone.
Right, but yeah. Anyway, what I was going to say was, you know, the online grip. You really wouldn't notice that much of a difference online grip between these and the slicks. Obviously, there is like some. It's a bit slower. Blah blah blah. The front end's a bit more lazy.
Oh boy. Yep.
But-
Sorry, I'm just watching. JT Tammy's trying to negotiate. And she's moving back to the lane. It's really awkward.
The
He's managed
problem
to get
is
past
though,
forward.
when you go offline in these.
Yeah.
It is just like going onto the wet part of the track when you're on slicks. There is no grip. So when he would have started braking for T1, he was obviously offline because of passing a GT, I think it was, and the rear end was just like, I'm not having any of that. Here comes
Just like
Cuba
that.
as well, lapping.
His
Yeah.
the front left was on the line.
That's why I would have. Yeah, see, that's the kind of thing. If you're going to brake on the wet stuff, you need to do it all on the wet stuff. You can't
Exactly.
do it 50-50.
Because if he's got that, then the balance is just gonna go whoop.
Exactly.
Hmm.
JJ acting like he knows how to drive, of course.
Right.
We were
JJ, how
just
many
saying
endurance
before-
races have you done, mate?
Can't count them all anymore. I've forgotten.
Oh my god. Do you know how many I've done?
I've done about 4 24 hours in my time.
Jeez.
Just 4?
I've done 4.
Just
in the past.
4? Bloody hell.
I've
This
been
is
in
my-
sim racing. I've been in sim racing for 4 years. I've done about 9.
Jesus.
I love it.
I haven't had many chances. I've done lots of endurance races in total. But I've just only done 4.
I've done this. This is my 5th endurance race.
Oh, your
Obviously, my
5th.
first being the well-known Le Mans story, which I haven't shared with anyone ever. I do like to talk about it because it makes people go, "Oh, such a shame." I'm just like, I know, but outside of that, this is the first endurance season that I've done. I know it's the first endurance series Lars has done for a while. He did do quite a bit of endurance racing. I I believe in RDLMS, but because he came into this thinking he was all this, that, and the other, and well, yeah, he is, but whatever.
I was going to say, he
kind of is.
but- by the way, Brzezinski's in the lane, so we're interesting to see where he comes out in relation to Lars, Speak of the Devil, because they're going to be pretty close, I suspect, as Lars uses all the road and a little bit more. And I reckon Lars is going to get him. Yeah, easily too. Yeah, look at that. Yeah,
Good
undercut,
man.
so to speak.
Got a
using
great
F1
race in P2.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
ball in Castagna.
Yeah, look at
Sorry.
that. Lars, like a pro, takes the lead of the race by a good 10 seconds or so, I'd say.
I always forgot to say this. Wet tyres, they degrade. They don't degrade like slicks. Slicks you can do fairly good times towards the end. But the wet tyres, we found this at Fuji. If you pit like 5 laps early, you'll honestly be going like 3 seconds a lap faster. They're so potent when they're clear. So that's why Lars would have jumped him by so much. Also, a reason why I would have been much slower than my teammate is that at the end of a stint, my wear was 40% higher.
I was just, sorry,
who's crashing?
doing it. It was Hutchie, yeah. Hutchie just, I think, had a spin at the corner with no name. Yeah, just on the exit. Yeah, just lost the rear. Yeah, on his own, just lost the rear end.
Yeah, a couple of P2s and crashed right into him as he was trying to recover.
Oh no.
Yeah. Luckily, no damage. I think he may have nudged one or two of them, maybe. Oh boy, that was that was close. But yeah, that's about the third or fourth car that's had a spin at that corner in the last half hour or so of this race.
It's a tricky corner. It's off camber. You remember that. And the thing is, if you obviously the mindset of an off camber corner. Ooh.
Sorry, I've just seen Cilio's got a right rear puncture, so he's just got back to the lane now.
That's an interesting one.
Where's that happened? Yeah, he's back in the lane now. He had a right rear puncture. I'm not sure how that's happened.
Weird.
Yeah.
Possibly slid out of maybe Stavilo, possibly even... No, actually, no, Stavilo would have been left. So possibly no corner with no name, actually. Unless he's done it somewhere else. But, no, the thing is with the corner with no name, it's with the off-camberedness, you know, obviously you want to take the widest entrance because you don't want to wash out so much. The problem with that is the curb on the right-hand side before you turn in, you can, like, look at it wrong and it'll kill you.
Ain't that the truth?
It's a horrible little curb, and it is so nasty. It's a pig, and so that's why you'll see so many people having issues through there because they're either too terrified of that, or they're holding it too much in the middle. At which point you're on the wet stuff anyway, so you're just going to slide straight into the wall. Think that's kind of what Cavela did. He didn't turn in time really. So yeah, it's probably one of the hardest corners on the track, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a very difficult corner to get right. If you get it slightly wrong, then you're just in the wall. So yeah, it's very much a tricky corner, that's for sure. But as we've been mentioning a few times, it's a bit quiet again. Not really much happening. A few people pitting, and we've got some people just going around. Nicky's still going, by the way, in the Porsche there after the disconnection. He's up to 26, so he's not last anymore. Hey, good stuff for Nicky. But yeah, no, it's Lars, as we've been saying, leading at the moment by... Whoops, I had to scroll it down. There you go, guys. Yep, 7.5. Yep, good. Thank you, Lulu. Leading by 7.5 over Brzezinski, and then they've got a lap over Adam Hodgson. I can't speak English.
Hodgkins.
I call him Hodgie. Yeah.
Hodge.
Shut up.
Hodge. You just call him Hodge.
Look,
he likes
I
Hodge.
haven't slept in a long time, so...
Hodgepodge. Don't call him Hodgepodge. If you're going to call him Hodgepodge, call him Lazy Wazi. He loves it when you call him Lazy Wazi.
God. Now forever known as that name. God.
You know, Hodge. No, Hodge wouldn't be watching this. Kieran would be watching this later because he's just in the car.
Yeah, I think Kieran's been saying stuff in the comments. Yeah. So
Hodgepodge.
Oh. JT Tammy has had a spin out of one of the down towards the what's it called again? I always forget the name. After Kamal Strait, the S is there.
Lecombe.
Lecombe, that's it. Yeah. Oh wow, and same thing. Yeah, just lost the rear end.
Not the final part of it. The final right hand of there is Malmedy, which I always forget.
Revenge.
It's all good because every corner on this circuit has about 6 different names. So when you're like, oh yeah, no, I've just had this issue at like the Fania chicane, and then someone called it Campus, and you're like, what? Where? And then someone calls it Piff Paff, and you're just like, nice.
It's bad.
Old
What?
school. Piff Paff.
Piff Paff.
It is Piff Paff. The fan you chicane is Piff Paff.
Okay. Hey, I'm an
Yeah.
American. I don't know these things.
God damn it.
Exactly. Exactly.
No, it's Piff Paff, Fania, or Campus apparently. And then you've got Stavilo.
The name with the corner with no name, which is that left, isn't it?
Is its name?
No.
That is literally its name.
Meant
Oh,
to be.
the-
I've seen it being called Rivage 2.
Oh, Rivage 2.
Yeah, after
Yeah,
the
but then
hairpin
Rivage also has
Rivage.
2 names, doesn't it?
Yeah, because it's called what else is it called?
I think it's got cells.
What? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't speak Belgian. Yeah. The bus stop chicane though is bus stop chicane.
Yeah.
A
Well,
Rouge,
that's
so
not
Rouge.
A sauce.
La sauce. Tomato
Radio.
ketchup. Has JJ been laughing all stream?
no.
He is good. He is good. See? You just say anything and he'll start laughing. It's great. Ah, buddy.
It's not a bad.
It's been a while
P11,
since I've seen you.
P12.
It's been a while since I've seen you in this Neo Sim racing car, mate.
Yeah, I know, right? I should have been doing it today, but you know,
Yeah,
it
but it's a
didn't
bit
work
different.
out. Yeah, no, work. That's all.
Ugh.
Stupid
Disgusting.
real life.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, who wants to have work? Ugh, quit.
Stupid adult.
Just tell them. Just tell them. Look, I'm taking up my sim racing career full time.
Yeah. Well, and then they should sponsor me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
of
sure that'll
course.
go down great. Oh dear.
All that.
It's a surefire way to get yourself.
Wow.
It's true. It's very true.
Oh, JT Tammy almost had us. Oh, that was close.
A few close moments now. Everyone's struggling around in the wet, but I think as you were about to say, JJ, that battle for 11th is pretty much the closest one on the track at the moment, and that's
2
another Corvette off
seconds,
the
yeah.
track too. So there you go.
Did anyone watch qualifying for Daytona? For the 24 Hours of Daytona real life?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Now, you know how? Does anyone watch like the prototypes, like the top class?
Well,
'Cause
yeah,
I
of
didn't
course.
really watch it. I didn't pay attention because I didn't really pay attention to anything in life. But those cars looked absolutely terrifying. Like I
Mate,
was
most
scared.
of them look terrifying.
Yeah, but like the
Even the
prototypes.
GTs look
Yeah, even the
terrifying.
GTs, but the prototypes especially, they look like you'd even look at the throttle pedal wrong and it'd spin. I'm
Oh, yeah.
so glad we don't have to drive in that. Jeez.
Yeah, definitely. Those DPs are, from what I hear in the rain, they're a pain to drive.
Yeah, it's good job iRacing isn't that weather, isn't it? Obviously,
Um,
deep
Weather.
over there.
Just looking through that battle for 11th is still kind of there. They're just hanging around. I think Hall and Antonio have got similar pace, so it's sort of stationary at the moment. Although it's the closest sort of battle at the moment, I think, on the track. So yeah, and as we were saying, everyone in the rain now. The rain's still coming down, so it's still quite wet out there. And as we've been seeing, a lot of little mistakes happening, and a bit uncharacteristic of these guys. But again, he's Spa and he's in the rain, so it's completely fair enough that these mistakes are creeping in. Especially
still
obviously as
in
we're
the
in that
pits.
night period. Yeah. Still in the night period, not at dawn just yet. I'm just trying to think, what would the server time be now? It'd be...
Late.
Lulu might get out? Yeah,
Would I know?
maybe.
It's 44.
I may or may not have a document. Hold on.
Oh,
Well, on that note, I gotta get out
Oh,
of here.
actually,
Get
no.
ready.
With all the red flags, you can never mind.
Pull that
knows?
one out.
Rex that.
It could be anything. It could be midnight.
Yeah, there's only one thing I want from this race, and that is to have confirmed afterwards that in some way it went mildly official, so we don't have to serve those bloomin' penalties again. Jeez,
Yeah,
to
true.
serve those
true.
twice in one day was not fun.
I got a
Didn't
message
even
from
get to
you
serve one
already,
of ours.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so apparently Christian, he sent an explanation for Christian's retirement. I didn't see it until just now, so apologies for that, about 10 minutes late. But Christian's game crashed apparently when someone joined, and then he, after his game crashed, the car went into the wall and that killed the engine apparently, which is why he can't rejoin. So I was sitting there wondering, if it was DC, why can he rejoin? And that's why, because apparently
That car
glitch. Yeah,
needs
that's
some luck.
yeah. So that's very, very unfortunate for those guys. You know, been running along really well, you know, looking good in the LMP1 class, and then just unluckiness. It's just that simple, isn't it? Really. So
Yeah.
oh, it's cruel sim racing. It really is a cruel mistress sometimes. It really is. Connections just go nope, and you just sit there going, why did you pick today?
To be fair though, this race has been cruel to every single person in it.
Oh yeah.
I don't
yeah.
think you can, well, especially at least in the LMP1 class, you cannot give me a single car in that entire class that has come through this race unscathed.
I don't think you
yeah,
can say
yeah.
that for GT.
GT, I don't think you can say that for any class in this. Everyone's had an issue.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Oh, it's not fun. I mean, everyone out there, I'm sure, is having a bit of a laugh. It's just a bit annoying, really, to have just so many issues. Yeah, not just like game side of things, just from like when I take control of the car and bin it. Obviously, I'm not the only one that's done it, but it's just one of those things. It sucks so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not the best time for everyone involved, but they're struggling on. You know, kudos to everyone. They're still here. They're still going along. Still doing the laps. So you know, kudos to everyone. And of course, as you were mentioning, Lewis, and as we've mentioned already on the broadcast, you know, big and off broadcast too. You know, obviously, big thanks to Jimmy for sticking on with it. Because personally, I don't think I'd have the patience after the first and second disconnection to keep going. But I would have
pulled it.
Yeah, I'd just be done. But big kudos to Jimmy for continuing to persevere, because, you know, legendary status, absolute legend for continuing to go through with it. So big thank you to Jimmy. You're a superstar. So yeah. So thank you for keeping this going. So yeah, but either way, it's, you know, still some good battles, and we've already seen some interesting little half spins. You know, there's little errors. Reminds me of like the little like blooper videos you'd have. You know, you have those half spins during practice in the, you know, like F1 and that kind of thing. It's kind of reminds me of. But I say I'm not saying I would do any better. I'd probably crash into the wall out of the pit lane somehow or something. I don't know. I'd manage to stuff it up even worse. But
at least I got a few things to take pictures of, haven't I?
That's true. Yeah. You can do some gorgeous pictures. We've got the
You could
rain as well.
do some lovely pictures of just people being in walls and stuff.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Totally got to do that now.
I don't even know what's going to happen with the replay. Jimmy will just send me like 8 different replays after this. It'll be great. Oh, cheers, mate.
Yeah.
This thing's like 22 gigabytes. What have you sent me? Just, whatever. The replays that I had.
Oh, speak of spins. Oh no, we found another one. Yep, that's David Feminelli has just had a spin. Oh no! Oh, one of the other P2 cars has spun in sympathy. Oh dear.
Whereabouts even is this?
That's at Stavelot 1. So, Antonio...
actually, it's just Stavelot.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, because the second one's not Stavelot.
Oh, right, okay. Apologies from me.
Well, the second one is Stavelot, but you remember what I said about how this track has 6 different names for each corner?
Yeah. Now. So that was just David just lost it on the curb and went round, and then he's come back on the track, and then poor old Antonio's gone to go around him. You know, no faults on David. He's just gone to go around him, and then that's lost the rear end. He's gone around as well. So yeah, and he's pitting too. I don't think he has any damage though. I think he didn't hit the wall, so it's probably a scheduled stop, no doubt. But yeah, it looks like David didn't lose a splitter, so it's okay. So yeah, everyone has managed to get going. It's fine, even though of the spins. So yeah, we're having a few of those, as you guys can see on the broadcast, I'm sure. A few little half spins, as we're all in that period, aren't we, Lewis? We're just trying to get through to dawn,
thanks, mate.
Really.
Don't just point this one over to me. Yeah, cheers, mate. I'll just throw it into every wall.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Curtis is gone apparently. Just cheekily snuck off. So.
Where? Oh, by the way, it's Stavelot and then Paul Frere.
Ah. Right. Wow. Cheers, boys. Yeah.
I do keep calling it the Anthony Nodes. Is it? That's like the final corner at Monaco.
Yeah.
It's both names, and I don't care about either of them really. But
make your own names up.
James Johnson.
James
Jimmy Johnson. Boom.
Jimmy Johnson.
Boom. Confetti.
probably my favourite advert on TV.
Ah, right, there you go. So, Brian, just been confirmed, Brian Tremel Hayes, just, again, thank you everyone for messaging me on TS for everything that's going on. Very much appreciate it. Brian just confirming that Curtis has gone to take a food break before his next stint, so that's why he's gone. So, there you go.
Well, you've got, if you want an update of what Jimmy Jam's going on, is Kuba Brzezinski is catching Lord Brugman by a whopping 11 thousandths of a second that lap. Core, slow down. Oh dear.
Well, I think you've just killed JJ.
Yeah, I know. Oh dear.
Oh
Wow.
no! Anything to keep me up.
Yeah.
And again, as we're saying, kudos to JJ for staying up, for doing the cams and the comms and everything. He's been a legend. So again, thank you very much, JJ. It's very much appreciated. So I don't have to compensate and switch windows and all that.
Tammy's off at No Name. It's on the broadcast a little while ago. He's lost his front splitter from it, so he's going to be cruising around the track.
Yeah, I'm
Which is a
just
shame,
going back and watching it.
Thanks for it.
Yeah, he was actually doing pretty well there, just keeping out of trouble, and then just gone too deep, and that's about the 6th accident in the last hour at the corner of No Name. So
I think what happened with it was almost as if, I don't know what happened with Jetty Tammy, but at least when Kavala went into it, it looked like he kind of started going under it, and then it was just like, all right, now you're not allowed to go under, and then boom,
Confetti.
boom, confetti down.
yeah.
Oh dear. Oh, good man,
Yeah.
flashing his lights as well, telling Kuba that he's going slow and stuff. Good man.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
I like it.
Sorry, this was like 25 seconds ago for you not watching, but
It's all good, all good. Yeah, no, everyone's going along. Henning's back out there, by the way. Jan is going along in 6th place, still roughly where he's been for actually quite a while, to be fair. They've been around 6th place for quite some time. Who's that? Antonio Castagna is in the lane, by the way, as well, in the P2 Cup. And the leading GT at the moment is actually Peugeot there in the Aston from Tom. Wow, hang on, wait a second, I need to confirm. Where is he? What's his name? Apologies, my names are terrible right now. Where has Bram gone?
Bram
right.
Bram
Breland,
is
011, that's the Tom
Schenkels.
Schenkels, yeah. Oh, that reminds me, I've got to apologise to Bram. I nearly absolutely destroyed him coming up over Radion. I was just
crashed.
I was just normally making a move on him, pretty calm, a normal move, and then I think it was the dark racing Ferrari go into the wall on the left-hand side of the track, and I was just like, oh, he is bouncing back. And he did. So I avoided him, but I'm pretty sure I sideswiped Bram. Complete accident and everything, but I was just avoiding the incident.
Yeah.
There's a yellow in sector 2, but
Yeah, there is.
That was for Thornton there, just spinning at Radion. So yeah, just a little spin there, just a half spin again. Add to the many half spins we've had in the last sort of hour and a half to 2 hours. So yeah, as we said, everyone's just trying to go around at the moment and get through the period of wet weather right now. I think it's got to be pretty damn wet on track right now because it's been raining pretty much non-stop for the last hour or so. So yeah, it's been pretty atrocious conditions, but they're soldiering on. So kudos to them. An hour, 129 minutes, by the way. So we're over 2 hours into this stint of the race. 600 minutes is what the schedule says if we can get there. So it would be 10 hours. So we are, maths, don't fail me now, 1/5 of the way through this period now. But yeah, so good stuff. I actually don't know when the next, because I'm sure I wonder, out of curiosity, I wonder if you guys are getting sick of, that's not what I want to open. I wonder if you guys are getting sick of the Hinsey touch, because I've been, what have you seen?
No, you said that's not what I wanted to open, so I instantly assume.
Yeah, right, I see. Yes, I see. Whoops. I walked into that one.
No, we don't want to lose Hinsey. No one wants to lose Hinsey. It's all good.
Really? I'm glad to hear it.
What he's trying to say is, I want out of this. Someone save me. I saw Kirky was awake on Facebook. Go poke him.
I have. He just said he's going to make a sleep, and he's on at 11. So yeah.
Oh,
He basically
disgusting.
and yeah. To be fair, he was right. He did suggest I should probably sleep a little earlier in the race, but I was too excited and I didn't sleep. So it's kind of my fault partially. So I kind of have myself to blame there. As hang on, P2 car Antonio's around again at Stavelot, I think it is. Yeah. Oh, campus. Sorry. So. more
Fanya.
spins.
Fanya.
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 Sorry.
Fanya.
Yes.
Who was calling him
Yes.
Arnie Schoenvlier earlier? Was that James? I don't know if that's what it actually is, but I've been racing Arnie for a year and I've never once called him that.
There we
Well,
go.
yeah, it's now Schoenvlier, I think. But whatever. There you go. Just thought I'd bring that up randomly.
Rare back. Yeah.
Just completely off topic. I do apologise.
God.
I think there's
Yes.
an issue with the overstep. I'm just looking on the broadcast a bit earlier. He's looking like he's understeering too much. Is the number 11 overstep car? I don't know if it's got
Antonio?
an issue.
Is it?
Yeah, Antonio. He's staying out. No, I don't know. He just looked like he was understeering too much. Blanchimont didn't look very comfortable in it. We've also got a yellow flag against one.
Well, and by the way, anyone notice the gap for Lord Brugman? It's down to
Yeah.
under a second. Yeah.
And speaking of Lord Brugman, I am going to keep an eye on Lord Brugman. So I'm going to go and keep an eye. Go and check on him, my old buddy.
Okay. All right.
Brugman.
So I may return, I may not. If not, you've got these two. And tip for Hinge: just make JJ laugh. It's good. It's like it always keeps you, in high speed. Oh, Lars, no!
What are you
Yeah.
doing?
He didn't spin it. It's okay. He didn't spin it. He's okay. He's still going here, and down the Camel Straight, he's still in the lead. So it's okay.
And
It probably should
straight
let
line
you go.
speed. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go punch him in the face. I'll be back in a bit.
All right. See you, Lulu. There's Lewis and Vadian, of course, joining us in the comms box. Always a pleasure to have Lulu in. Always good fun. So, yeah, a bit of a moment there for Lars. You guys were oohing at it there just in the broadcast, probably caught it just in the Source having a half spin, but again, he managed to keep it on the road. And he's actually now got a gap again because a little bit of lap traffic's helped him out there. So the gap back out to about 1.5 seconds. But Brugman looking like he's struggling, got to be honest, because Brzezinski has really closed that in the last few laps. Because that was up at about 7 seconds, wasn't it? About 3 or 4 laps ago, James, roughly.
Yeah, it got it down to about 4, and then it kind of petered out a little bit, and then it's like you've done a 2-phase push, really.
Yeah, so we'll have to see maybe tyre wear potentially kicking him. We'll have to see, or maybe just getting a bit uncomfortable with conditions.
He did do an extra few laps, so he does have a few laps fresher tyres over Lord Lars.
Yeah, and look at that out of... Oh, we probably think the delay on the broadcast, but he's just very close there through... Yeah, look at this Brzezinski. You can just see it. Brzezinski is just so much more comfortable than Lars.
much more
Lars is
tired.
really struggling. Yeah, you're seeing it now.
Love tap.
Yeah, so Lars looks like he's really struggling at the moment. It's got to be tyres, surely, with the way that was sliding around. I suspect the tyres are really giving up
He
the
just
ghost right now. So
understeered flat, straight out. Just
So
pushed right out from underneath him.
yeah, bus stop chicane. Oh, Brzezinski's going to go around the outside, is he? Oh, that little bit of contact there, just met in the middle, and no, Lars keeps going. But Brzezinski, I think, is going to get it. Yeah, he's got it. Although no, he's still side by side down the main straight, so they're still not done. Lars is on the inside. He's on the optimum line here to take that position back again, but I think Brzezinski's broken slightly later. He's going to go up the up and under. Oh, look at that, lovely switcheroo there, and he's got it done. Oh, I've got to say, that was a classy move, just switcheroo on Lars. And he's just got him there, but again, as we said, I reckon Lars is really struggling on tyres right now. He's got to be, surely, because his pace is just nowhere right now. So Brzezinski now takes the lead, change for the lead. And, who's that? I think it's Tammy there, just going a bit slowly out of Eau Rouge. I might just go back and check what's happened. I think he may have had a spin. Yeah, he has. There you go. So, while watching that battle, Tammy's had a spin at Eau Rouge. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. Ooh, big contact in the wall. I'm just going to go back and see what happened there. Oh, he's just lost it, I think. Yeah, so he's just turned in to Eau Rouge and just lost it. Lost the rear end, and that's it. And gone straight into the wall, and that's big. Oh, no, and one of the GTs has got caught up in it too, so... As we've been saying, a lot of little spins and instants. Oh no, and he spun again as he's trying to get back to pit lane. So, oh, and there's cars coming. Oh, Tammy. Oh, it's awkward. He's trying to get back to pit lane. So, as we said, it's it's all just a bit awkward right now as everyone's trying to limp around. Oh, I'm just cringing every time at these close contacts. But Tammy's going to try and struggle around, but it's just very, very treacherous right now as the rain's really coming down. As we can see with Lars, the tyres must be getting quite worn right now. So yeah, it's all a bit dodgy right now. So we're all just trying to get round to stay in this race till the end. As Brzezinski now, look at that already. He's got to have a good second and a half or two. Yeah, 2.5 seconds already on Lars. So he's just flying compared to Lars. Oh, he nearly hit the wall there on down the back straight. So yeah. Interesting, isn't it, James? Just it's all kicking off, isn't it? The last 2 hours just been spins and crashes, just really tough conditions,
ever since it started raining, really, basically. But it seems to happen in sporadic spates of multiple incidents in a row, and then it goes quietness for the next 10 minutes, and then someone else goes around again.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. Yeah, it is kind of sporadic, isn't it? Everyone's just kind of just have a spin, and then there's another couple of
someone spins, and then someone else spins in sympathy.
Yeah.
And someone else goes off the track trying to avoid them too.
Oh god, yeah. Sorry, Tammy, just he's having real issues trying to get back to pit lane, but I hope he'll make it. I think.
Oh, real what? Right, white.
What? That's obviously what you meant. Yeah,
well, car was white, okay? I said white.
True. And yeah, and you can see actually Tammy's got the flashing lights going on repeat, so people can at least have a vague idea where he's going, and he's going slowly. So kudos to Tammy there, at least he's giving good warning as he tries to limp back to pit lane. But I did notice, and I was just going to point this out, P2, the leader of P2, Nicholas, there at the moment, in that car, in the car that we've previously mentioned, Jans, of course, the other driver in that we've mentioned is a just really quick car, and we've talked to other people that have all said it's just a really, really quick car that they've set up with that team. And he's just been, I mean, he's one of the few who hasn't spun. I say that, he'll probably spear off into the wall now, but he's one of the few who's not spun from what I've seen, as Tammy's still trying to get back to... Oh, no, Tammy's lost, yeah, right, rear, as you said, yeah. But, yeah, no, he's one of the few that I've seen who hasn't spun, and he's sitting in 8th now in P2.
Oh.
How far? He's not a lap ahead of the next guy, which is Richard Norgan, but he's a good 20 seconds or so ahead of him, so yeah, just going along, plodding along at the lead
he's
of
gonna
P2.
Get 7th soon.
Yeah, because he had Tammy with the incident. So I mean, look at that. He's only a lap behind Henning and Jan, and they're in obviously P1. So, P1 class. So, doing very, very well. I've got to say, really impressive. Just all race, he's been really consistent. Really, barely any mistakes. Kept out of trouble. Just I mean, what else do you want? Really, it's just fantastic driving from those boys. So, hopefully they can keep it up, and that would be fantastic for them in their P2
that
series.
It's such a dangerous spot.
He's a little bit better now. He's kind of out of the immediate sight. Yeah, so he's a bit better now. I hope he's probably best that he switches over to the left, will he? No.
Probably want to take to the grass down towards...
Yeah, he's alright. Looks like he's I think because he's flashing the lights, I think that's giving everyone enough warning that someone's going slowly, so... Good stuff from Tammy to do that rather than just not bothering. So yeah, and he's going off track here. Yep, good call. So nice safe driving from Tammy there to get out of the way. But yeah, it is still Brzezinski.
I wouldn't want to meet him if he was on the apex of launching one.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Come around the corner, wet tyres.
Yeah, and we've just been, I think it was Brian there just pointing out the battle for 9th. I was actually about to mention it, so you read my mind, so thank you for pointing out what I was going to say. Richard Norgan is actually under the pump big time from Craig Hall. He's just caught massively there through the chicane. I suspect... Oh, okay, he's going back a bit there. Yeah,
keep an eye on it, because it's been there for a long time.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, yeah, I guess it's been a slow burner, as you said, one of the battles earlier, and Tammy still is trying to struggle back to pit lane.
I think he's stuck in the grass with that drive on that wheel.
with that loss in the rear wheel. So he's limping around the free wheel, so everyone knows. So he doesn't have a rear right wheel, just so everyone's aware. So
white.
Right,
yeah,
white. That's what I actually meant. Yeah, obviously the actual term. By the way, and I was just going to point this out because I just looked back at the lead, and I found it quite interesting. Is that boy, I thought Lars was going out the back of the curve. Oh, what happened there? That's Tammy. Gee, I thought Lars had gone into him there. He must have pierced the needle there. Anyway, yeah, Brzezinski is
Oh
2
my
points.
god, I just seen it myself.
Yeah, that was. I
Right.
thought he was going to go into him. Oh, gee, that was close. Anyway,
There's- ooh, ooh, there
Brzezinski.
goes my alarm.
Ooh.
That would have been my wake up alarm.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, a bit late for that. Brzezinski, I was just noticing, Brugman's actually kept the gap. It was 2.4, remember, at one point there, and it's kept it at about 2 seconds. So, whatever's happened, either Brzezinski's backed off, or Brugman's sort of stabilised now, because that gap's pretty much dead even at about 2 seconds or thereabouts. So, interesting to see. It's good stuff for Lord Brugman, as we say.
Lord
Officially call him.
Brugman. Hang
Lord Brugman. So, yeah, going along well. Looks like he's
Lorenzo.
recovering a bit.
Lorenzo
Okay,
is in that. Not too far behind Ivan. I don't know whether the gap's going out or not.
Yeah, actually. Is that? I'm just looking at. Yeah, look at notice Henning and Jan.
Ivan's missing his bonnet still.
So Henning and Jan, this is over 5th.
I got
That's for
one as a-
that's for position too, because they're both 3 laps down. So that's 4 position. I think Jan's been slowly catching up to Henning over the last few laps. Although, ooh, the rear end just kind of slowly. That was one of those really slow motion half spins. You just can slowly see it happening. Just like just in slow motion the whole time, but. And you always hate those spins because half the time they're ones you can't stop, so you're just waiting for it to stop, and you're like, alright, get the spin done, please, god damn it. But anyway, he's, oh boy, and actually, I just noticed that lead, Brzezinski, 6 seconds. Now, Lars just lost a lot of time in that last lap, so, yeah, obviously made a mistake somewhere, and he's just lost a bucket load of time to Brzezinski, and we'll see. Is Brzezinski, yep, staying out, we'll see if Lars stays out. They've been on these wet tyres for a while now, keep in mind, so I wouldn't be surprised if pit stops are near. No, Lars stays out. Alright, so proving wrong there, Lars. Hodgie, by the way, is going along in 3rd, so he's been pretty quiet at the moment. He's just sort of in his own area. Same with Smarty as well. Or Smarter, sorry. He's in 4th, also sort of in his own little world. So they're just going along, plodding along. Again, they've sort of been keeping clear of trouble so far, so that's why they're doing alright there in 3rd and 4th. And as I said, Henning looks like he's getting closed in by Jan, slowly but surely. So possible battle brewing there. And as we said, that Norgan Hall battle is sort of. Oh, hello. Here we go. Look at this. Whoa, Hall is just flown up to the back of Norgan. I think Norgan got held up by the traffic there, so he's just lost a bucket load of time to Hall. But I don't think Hall didn't make the move, so there you go. But that was a lot of time he lost in Australia. I think he had to lift for the P2 ahead of him, I suspect. That's why he lost so much time. But either way, Greg Hall. Yeah, wow, he's right behind Norgan now. He really is looking at him quite hard, but they've got a GT car now, and he's going to unfortunately pretty much halt any chance Hall had of making a dive down to Radion there. So he's going to have to now wait as they go through the corner with no name, or don't. Is he going? Oh, and they've got. Oh, who's that? It's one of the. I think it might be Hodgie there trying to get through as well. He managed to navigate them no problems. No, sorry, it was Lars Brugman. Sorry, he was just going through, so he navigates them without any issue. And I think that, yeah, and that's actually 8th, 9th, 10th. That's all for position as well. Delmont as well behind. I think he's. Oh, no, Delmont's a lap down. Sorry, he's a lap down Hall. So he may be behind him there, but he's got to unlap himself. Then he can pass him. So disregard that. But yeah, Norgan's actually gapped Hall now. Now that they're clear of the traffic. So that battle has kind of dissipated. Jan in the pit lane, by the way, from 6th spot. And Tammy's still in the lane. But again, he did lose that right rear. So I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't continue, because obviously. There's always been a thing with R-Factor, I think R-Factor 2 as well, is it can... Sometimes it doesn't fix the wheel, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So you kind of a bit of a lottery as to whether it'll actually fix the wheel. I mean, he's been in there for ages so far, so he may not get it fixed, but we'll keep an eye on that for you. Hopefully he can continue. He's been going along, plodding along pretty well, except for a few issues. But yeah, either way, I think GT, it's all pretty spread at the moment. So no real battles there, so... it's all of its spreads. I think we have, 26 running, but that's assuming Tammy doesn't retire. So if Tammy retires, there'll be 25 left. So a little bit of a retirement rate. That's where we had 40, so we're down to about 26, 25. So nearly 50% attrition rate. So it's probably roughly what I was expecting by sort of the end of the race. So still, yeah, good to see a good portion of the field still out there.
Yeah, there's still a lot of it's probably
As Sorry, I just noticed. I was just going to say, I was praising Hodgie for not spinning, and he just has a half spin there down at near at the end of the second sector. So I was just praising him for not spinning, and he has a half spin. So there you go. So add Hodgie to the list of half spinners now in this rain phase of the race. So yeah, so there you go. So it's all pretty quiet right now. Everyone just in their own space, no real battles, apart from the Norgan Hall one, which is still kind of going on. But again, it's a bit of a to and fro battle, that one. You know, Norgan gets caught again, then he gaps him again, and it's all a bit weird. And actually, they've got a GT car now in the way, so this could be a bit interesting. Maybe give Hall a chance to have a go. That is for second in P2, by the way, so this is for second, third in the class. And I think Norgan's, and actually he's done well there. He's managed to put the GT car between himself and Hall, and that's just cost Hall a little bit of time. That's enough now that he's managed to gap him by a few car lengths again. So, yeah, as we said, that battle's been going on for a while. It's been a bit to and fro, so it continues to sort of just waver as we go into 146 minutes now into the race. So we're about an hour and a half nearly into, 2.5 hours into the race, out of 10 total for this for this restart. So yeah, I think it should be pretty. Well, I think I'm going to be on for a while. To be fair, I think I'll still be on for a good few, probably a good 2 to 3 hours. I'm going to guess. I've got a while to go. As I was going to. Yeah.
No doubt about that one. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, if you need to go, if you want to stop at any point, James, I can probably handle the cameras. I'll just sort of do a solo job. I'm sure I can manage for a few hours if needed. So.
That's alright. I'll go. I'll keep going until you stop.
Okay. Yeah. I'm basically just going to keep going until. Well, obviously, I'll pretty much have to keep going until. Actually, I just noticed Casper's in the waiting booth. Hang on, I'm just dragging in. I'll pretty much keep going until Josh gets here, and then I'll be probably straight out and just be like, "Thanks, Josh. Bye." Just leave him to it.
Pretty much.
Casper, hey, sorry. I hope you weren't waiting too long. I didn't notice the waiting booth, so apologies if you're in there for a while. I hadn't been checking, so.
Oh,
no, it's fine.
brakes back on the.
It's
Alright.
lovely to just wake up to your team not driving anymore, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the real shame for you guys. Both Magneto Warriors just had a bit of a horror Spa 24 hours, isn't it? It's a real shame. But I mean, at least now you get to know that you didn't have to drive in these conditions. Because if you've been watching the broadcast, you've probably seen the amount of half spins we've been having. There's been so many in the last couple of hours. So.
To be
Brakes
perfect,
made the pass.
that was a really nice pass, to be honest. Just on the inside of the cone.
Yeah, so what were you going to say, Ewan? Oh, sorry, Casper?
Yeah, to be honest with rain, Magenta Warriors generally were very, very good in the rain, and it seems like we were very comfortable. I don't know if it's just the Viper or if it's just us, but we seem to be very quick in the rain, or at least my team, or my teammates were. So I wasn't far off them. So.
Yeah, well, that's true, exactly right. Yeah, I guess that's good to have. Actually, by the way, Craig Hall has made the move. He's now an 8 there in that P2 car, so he made that move somewhere. I'm not sure where he's made it. We must have accidentally missed that one, so apologies for that. But Norgan now drops down to 9th place, so that move has been done. Actually, Adam Delmont is not. Oh, that's right. He's a lap down on there. Oh, yeah, he is. Sorry, he's still a lap down. So he's got to unlap himself, and then he's able to actually overtake the guys ahead. And Tammy is still in the lane, and still that right rear has not been fixed. So I'm not terribly confident that that's going to be fixed. It looks like Lars Brogman is in. So there we go. Lars is finally, Lord Brogman has finally peeled off into the lane. And it's going to be interesting to see, will this work again? Because we saw last time that he did this earlier stop, and he, and as Lewis was talking about the tyres, the way they work, the wet tyres, he did that earlier stop, and he gained bucket loads on Brzezinski. So we'll see how that pans out, because he might well gain a whole bucket load of time again. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? At this point, Casper, as we've been talking about at this point of the show, I guess, or the race, it's just sort of trying to survive, isn't it? Trying to keep the car on the track until it gets to dawn and into the day when you can start to think about those last few hours.
Yeah, definitely. Like at this point, it's still 7 hours to go, so it's not a very small feat to do it, but. Yeah, definitely. You're just trying to get to dawn and finally have really good visibility. Although, as I said before, a few hours earlier, I prefer to drive at night, so it's
cool.
It's a kind of double-edged sword, I guess, nearly.
Yeah, no, fair enough there. As I just got TS thing for something. I think it's someone messaging. Oh god, I'm getting all the personal message is at the moment. As actually it's another interviewee. I'll drag him in real quick. I have the rights to do that now, so all exciting stuff. So I'll ask you, I guess seeing as you're in here, Nikki, thanks for joining us again in the booth. Obviously, we saw you guys early in the race have that disconnection early in the restart, which has hampered your guys' efforts, but you're coming back through. You're in 24th now, obviously, and you're actually on the back of Burros now in the Corvette, so I reckon that could be 23rd very, very soon. So you're making progress back up the field, which is good. So, I mean, what's the aim from here now with the connection issue kind of hampering your efforts for the win? What are you aiming for the rest of the race?
Yeah, we're still aiming for the win because anything can happen. It's raining, it's gonna rain harder, I hope, and the rain came kind of nice for us, but quite unlucky with space, and twice we make a nice gap, pull it off. I mean, if the server didn't drop twice, we probably would have had enough gap to just drop the connection and come back fighting a podium easily. So I don't know. I want to finish the race at this point. You know, that's what matters. I enjoyed driving and managed to post a fast lap time in all that race when I came back. Unbelievable.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe you broadcast it. I'm not sure. I wasn't watching, but I had a big race with Rev for the first place, and their leading driver Alsati, he shoved me off the road twice, and he got himself off the road twice to keep the position. And the first time he passed me like that, back home, and second time I had a perfect run after a few laps, and he just threw me off the road, and cut the track. And yeah, I don't know. After a few laps, I have a run again, and I'm thinking, you know, the chicane is using my best point to overtake anybody, because I made comeback a couple of times. And at this point, yeah, some traffic got involved, and I get to run into turn 1, you know. So it was a really daring move. I mean, Max Verstappen would have been proud, but yeah, I kind of stopped the car. We didn't go off the track. I don't usually make these moves, but I remember Ani Alsapti making this move a few times to me, and you know, I usually switch it back, so you know, keep position. But he didn't switch back. He just decided to stay on the outside, which didn't work. But unbelievably, man, after this big fight with less top speed, back in the lead, and yeah, I don't really care about that at that moment. Just having fun, you know, battling. But all of a sudden, boom, poof, everything's gone. Man, no, not the server again. No, it's not the server. I dropped the TeamSpeak as well, and yeah, I don't know. How about that?
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, disconnections seem to happen. You know, they can happen at any time for anyone,
It's
unfortunately.
quite unbelievable, because for 30 days, 90 days, I don't know, not even one disconnect on the practice, except when the 24 hours reboot of the router. But I rebooted router twice in the race before and an hour before my stint, so that's not the issue. And I went checked the router. There was no red light on internet. Everything was working, but I couldn't connect. So yeah, I don't know. I just rebooted it, and that took quite a while, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But
well,
it's quite fun driving in rain now when you're not leading. So it's, yeah, push.
yeah. I guess that's, you know, it's what you can do. Just keep pushing and keep going on. So, yeah. I would just ask. I mean, you enjoying the rain? Because I mean, we're seeing a lot of. We've been noticing on the broadcast last couple of hours since the rain has started. There's been a lot of half spins and people going off. So it looks like people are struggling. But you guys enjoy it in the rain?
Yeah, it's much nicer now. It's not flooded like Malaysia anymore. I was managing 222s, so that's pretty decent compared to 217, just 5 seconds slower. Yeah, but still I had to change my shirt after that stint.
Fair enough,
Yeah, I want to mention one more moment that I had. No, it was broadcasted, but after I returned to the server, I see Rev change the driver, and I don't know what is this luck. You know, we meet on track again. Wow, something just wants to happen. So I flash my lights to Miro, the Vidovic, just to, for him I'm behind and maybe he wants to let me by if, so he doesn't lose time from pressure from me or, just get on with it because I'm so many laps down. And immediately he decides to brake, so I'm like, what is happening, it's so much before the braking zone. Anyway, I dart with him and go take the position, and going into the corner he clipped me the rear of the car. Wow, what is going on? It missed the braking point or something. But yeah, I don't know. I was then following him and managed to pass into the after the straight, and I don't know, for some reason I just first mistake of the race, I lost it down the Brussels, and again I'm behind him, so how about that? Okay, well I'm going, and he's just going slower and slower every corner, so what is going on, man? Is his tires dead or something? I don't know, it's dangerous, But yeah, then we come to Brushmont, and man, he lived there. You never lived there, never ever in any GT car unless it's like 90% wet and you're like on the old rain tires. So I managed to lift as well, and yeah, I was like, what is going on? I didn't try to pass him, just was waiting for a nice place. And we're boys sliding off on the runoff on Blanchimot, 250 kilometers an hour. And I don't know, somehow he just touched my car while this is happening, and he's in the wall. Oh my god, unbelievable. So yeah, I'm sorry for that, but whatever.
Yeah.
Our race is even worse.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, happy to hear all the debrief and everything. It's really good to hear, nice and detailed debriefs from all the drivers. I like it personally. It's really good. Good to hear all your stories and everything. And yeah, I mean, as I said, it's been a bit of a turn for you guys, but I mean, you're still in the race, which is the main thing. Still fighting along, and as you say, as you put it, you never know. In 24 hour, it can all change very quickly. So as long as you're still there, you're always a fighting chance. So yeah. So
yeah, I believe we can pass few people because we usually made 1 or 2 minutes with few hours of the race. So yeah, we'll see.
yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, you'll see what happens in the coming hours. So again, I wish you all the luck for the rest of the race, Nikki, and hopefully we'll see you further up the field at the end.
Yeah.
And sorry, what I wanted to mention. What I wanted to mention real quick, because I just noticed it then. I'm getting. Who is that? Is that in the broadcast? It is in the broadcast, right? Oh, JJ, thank you. Sorry, just trying to catch up with things. The 38 car that Tammy was in has finally retired. Unfortunately, they tried to get the wheel working, I suspect, and again, as I said, it's always a lottery with R-Factor 2 whether they fix the wheel or not, and obviously they sat there waiting for a good 15 minutes for it to repair, and didn't repair the wheel, so unfortunately they've retired it from that wheel damage for that car, and the extensive damage took from that huge crash at Eau Rouge. So he's unfortunately out after looking alright, having a good solid race. And I'm just trying to remember what the battle was that you were. Oh yes, I see what you're talking about there, JJ. So it's a battle between the two Corvettes again. Back again with the Corvettes. It's Tortella and Kohlmeyer at the moment. They're fighting over, I believe, it's the amateur lead. I'm fairly sure.
It is, yes.
Yeah. Over the lead of the amateur GT class. It's pretty close at the moment. Rico's just got a little bit of a gap now over Tortella. But, it's pretty close at this point of the race. It's a bit of a gap back to the next car. So on the same lap, that's interesting. There's all 5 of them. Wow, so all the way from Kohlmeyer all the way down to Jarl Tyen. So from 16th to 21st, all on the same lap. So it's quite interesting to see. But yeah, I reckon one of the Corvettes maybe just had a little spin now. We should go back and check that because I reckon it was a half spin. Let me have a look. Was it a half spin? Yeah, sort of. We just went a bit too deep down there at towards the corner with Nano. So yeah, again, thank you to Nikki there for coming in for the interview there. It's always good to catch up with all the drivers and hear all the stories of how the race has been. I'm more than happy for all of that. It's really good to hear all that from the drivers and how their races have been. So each driver has very different races. So yeah, as Jody pointed out, it is that battle probably for the GT Am lead is probably the closest one on track at the moment. because at the moment Brzezinski is still staying out. And actually, oh look, Lulu is in the car, taking over from Lord Brugman, so he is now in there for this stint. Yeah, as I said, Brzezinski is still staying out, so he's been out for a long time now on those tyres, and still going on strong. So I reckon he's got, if I can tell anyway, it looks like he's got really good tyre wear, or tyre management especially compared to the guys over there at Doug Henson Racing. They don't seem to quite have the tyre wear that they have there. Also, Kieran Parkin's in the car too, in the second Doug Henson car as well in third spot. So, and then Smarter's still going along in fourth, by the way, as well. And yes, everyone, as I said, still going along. We have another spinner. Yeah, it's Svav there, Federico Svav, half spin through campus. Oh, one of the Corvettes nearly follows him. I think that was the GTM. Yeah, the GTM Corvette nearly followed him through there. So, as all one of them has. Oh, Tortella's gone off as well. So, bit of a two sympathy offs in the off of the prototype 2 car. So. Yeah, this is, as we've been discussing, this is the things we've been seeing, just little errors in the rain, but I mean, these conditions are always really tough. I mean, Spa's tough normally, let alone with rain like this, so very challenging conditions, as Brzezinski is finally in to the lane, so it'll be interesting to see where he comes out in relation to Lewis. I think he's going to actually come out a long way ahead. It looks to me like, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a good half a lap ahead, possibly. We'll have to see, but yeah, I think he's gained big time from staying out, which is interesting.
To be honest, seeing the onboards and everything, I just remembered exactly one thing that driving at night is very difficult for, and that's seeing the racing line in the wet, because you just don't see where the dry areas are in the wet, and I think that was one of the reasons why the Corvette went off. It was just a much wetter part of the track, and they expected a bit more traction than they had. That's, I think, what happened there, and why they slid off into the gravel.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, that would make sense, and I'm just calling my in too, by the way, to the lane, so we'll keep an eye on things. Again, I think, I'm pretty sure Brzezinski's going to get that lead by a pretty big margin, I would be my guess, judging the fact that Lewis is only just passing him to unlap himself from him now, so looks like Brzezinski's managed to pull a really good stint, because he's going to gain a bucket load of time on Lewis, and yeah, Parkin's even further back, so fortunately, the LMP1s are all kind of spread out now, which is a bit of a shame. We're having some good battles earlier on in the LMP1, but they're all pretty spread apart now because of the way the race has panned out now. They're all sort of in their own space at the moment, as Nicholas there pitting for the lead prototype 2 car, as he now pits from the lead of that class. Yeah, so it's all pretty quiet right now. Still, Pizzo there, still leading in the Aston for the GT Pros, so still going on quite nicely. He's got a good, he's nearly got a full lap. He's got about 3/4 of a lap on the car behind, the Ferrari 458 behind him, and that's a Corvette there of Matt Sendel in third in class in GT Pro. So, it's all, as we said, it's all a bit quiet at the moment, and about 20, so we've got 25 cars left in the race, as the last car in the field, the last Corvette in the field is yet to pass the number 38 LMP1 car after its accident. But once he passes him, he'll be in 25th, and there'll be 25 cars running. So the retirements are starting to stack up a little bit. But again, I still thought it'd be a little bit higher attrition rate than this, to be honest. So good to see, good bunch of, or good group of all cars still out on track. What's happened there? I think Kohlmeyer has had an incident. Oh, I think he's crabbing quite bad. Maybe not. No. I need to see this from. Yeah, I think he may have a big issue there. It looks like another Eau Rouge crash. Let's have a look. So I'll try and. What's happened there? Let me have a look. Oh, okay. Oh, he's just lost the rear. Yeah, just lost the rear. Just like the 38 LMP1 car, just lost the rear. Tried to correct it, and it's just gone the other way into the wall. So. Almost an identical incident, and I think, though, he's got all his wheels still intact.
No, he's missing the front left.
Oh, he is? Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, dear, that could be a real disaster. As we've already seen, it can be very temperamental.
That was the leading
I was about to say that was the leading GTM car, so disasters for them.
It had recently been into the pits.
Yeah, and they've been going so well.
Old tyres may have played a part in that.
Yeah. And yeah, just getting a few more messages that Greg Hall has taking the lead of the P2 class, but I think that may be because of pit stops, although, whoa, Nicholas going a bit wide there through the second sector, but anyway. So yeah, that's a real shame for them because they've been going really well. Obviously, as we could see, leading. Wow, I thought it was going to go 3 wide. A couple of the guys there through Eau Rouge, but yeah, they've been going really well. Obviously, leading the GT and class, but unfortunately, it's just had that little moment again at Eau Rouge, and again, as I said, just a little twitch to the rear. He tried to correct it, and it's just shot the other way, unfortunately. So yeah, real shame for them. I mean, he can limp back, and again, as I said, with the wheels, it's always a bit sort of hit and miss with whether Factor will actually repair the wheel damage. So I'm sure he'll limp back and see if it'll repair it. He may get lucky, it may repair the wheel, it may not, but either way, he'll try, I'm sure. So hopefully for their sake, they can get that repaired and they can at least aim to finish the race that they have so far done quite well in. So big shame. What that is going to do, though, is it's going to put the Porsche now up 1 spot. So Nicky will be happy with that. Now up to 21st for them. They should gain the lap back on the Corvette, as it has to limp around and get the damage repaired, if it gets repaired at all. So yeah, good stuff for the Porsche anyway. Unfortunate stuff for those guys in the Corvette. But Brzezinski still leads 1 minute 52 clear of Lewis McGlade there in the Doug Henson car. Possibly it could be, and it could be different strategies. Maybe the Brzezinski didn't change tyres or something like that, or Lewis took on more fuel. Who knows? That could be a factor as to why the gap suddenly gotten so large. But either way, Brzezinski's got a pretty handy lead right now, and it's a lap back to Kieran Parkin right now. And then Snyder, as I said, still plodding along in 4th, and it's Henning Wallet there in 5th. So good stuff from him. He's sort of hanging around the back end of the LMP1 field, and he's managed to get up to 5th now. I mean, to be fair, there's only 6 LMP1s left running, but still, good stuff from him. He's on the same lap as Smarter, so solid stuff from him, nice and consistent. That from that team, just staying out of trouble. And it's going along nicely. 167 minutes through the race now. We're about nearly 3 hours, about another 20 minutes. Actually, now about another 13 minutes, and we're 3 hours into this section, I guess, of the race, you might as well call it.
Pretty much.
We've been pretty much, it's been in sections, this race, as just the way it's been, but it's still been, I think, quite fascinating, because it's just had everything. You just had these disconnections, of course. You've had the battles, you've had big crashes, you've had all sorts of shenaniganry going on. So I still think, I don't know about you, Casper, I still think it's been a pretty enthralling race, really.
To be honest, it was a very fascinating race from what I've seen. The whole, to be honest, the last hour that I've seen it was just insane, and I obviously missed the start of the raining, which was probably entertaining.
Yeah, it was
Actually,
a
it was.
as I said, sorry, you go.
Oh yeah, entertaining from this point of perspective, not from on track anyway.
Yeah, on track, I'm sure they're absolutely hating it, but yeah, from us it's been quite insane, because as I said, we've been seeing a lot of half spins and into barriers and all sorts of incidents because of the rain. So, as I said, it's very difficult conditions. Spa in general is a tough track, let alone in these kind of rain, drenched conditions. It just makes it even harder. So it's definitely not easy out there. And kudos to everyone for still going along. Nicholas, by the way, has retaken the lead of the Prototype 2 class. He's back in the lead now of that class in 7th place in the overall positions. And 2 guys, 2 in the pit, by the way. Henning and Robin de Jong are both in the pit lane, as is Colomai's finally made it back, and he's hoping that tyre gets repaired, but hasn't been repaired yet, so I'm not too optimistic on that, but we will see either way. Hopefully for his sake they can get it repaired and he can get back out and at least finish the race. More TS stuff. P2 lead fight apparently. Let me have a look at that. Okay, yeah, Craig Hall's actually managing to sort of keep with Nicholas, from what I can tell. I thought Nicholas would sort of gallop away, but Greg's keeping with him for the time being, which is good stuff there. That's probably the closest battle really at the moment, so I think we'll keep an eye on this for 7th and 8th overall, but the lead of the P2 in terms of the classes is coming up on, I believe that's Yaltainen there in the Corvette at the moment, so they're about to come up with some light traffic in the form of the GT. And yeah, going along nicely in the P2 at the moment. Yep, there's Yaltainen and another Corvette ahead of him too, so a bit of traffic here which could play for either driver. It could just play in no real favour of either of the drivers, depending on how it all pans out. We're going, yeah, look at that, yeah, Craig Hall really is coming at Nicholas quite hard now. I'm not sure what's going on now. I thought Nicholas pitted, so I would have thought he'd have fresher tyres, but it could be obviously fuel and stuff like that as well. Either way, Greg Hall is, hello. Oh boy, boy, that was close. One of the Corvettes there, Fabian there in the Corvette. They're down at the back of the field. Yeah, they're just getting a little bit sort of half in the way, but in the end managed to no contact or no major contact anyway, so they managed to get away with that. As we have a look at this, Greg Hall's right behind Nicholas. He might have a crack down to the bus stop chicane. No brakes early. Going to play it safe because obviously Jarl's there. Ooh, Nicholas had a look. Yeah, he had a half look with Nicholas there into the bus stop, but Jarl closed the door, and thankfully Nicholas didn't just chuck it up the inside, so got away with that in the end. But it was that could have been awkward, but managed to get away with it in the end.
It's always awkward to catch up on a GT car in that national. As a GT car driver, I've always seen a lot of the prototypes, especially P1s, having to lift a lot into national unless they wanted to be very dangerous and stick us on their set, which then ended with us generally going into the AstroTurf or way off. So it's a tough area.
Yeah. Well, I guess at the end that's just sort of the speed difference, isn't it? Just managing the traffic, which is obviously one of the skills you need to have in endurance racing to be able to do well in the series and in all the endurance racing that you do, especially obviously class-based endurance racing. But yeah, look, that Hall is back on him again. It hasn't taken him long, and ooh, is he gonna? No, he won't have a go. Yeah, the GT. Oh boy, it's just a bit awkward. Oh boy, the Corvette's gone round. Oh, that good stuff from everyone to avoid that. That was a very awkward moment there. I think it was him and Nicholas there just getting a bit of a bumpy moment there going, and unfortunately the Corvette came out worse and has managed to have a half spin. I think he's gotten going though. I'm fairly sure. I think he's gotten going. Okay, so. Yeah, so all good. So that's good. At least he managed to get going again. But look at this. Greg is really all over the back of Nicholas, and Nicholas is using all the track and some to try and stay ahead of Greg at the moment. But he's gone wide there through the chicane. This is going to give... Oh, he's not going to try it outside? No, he's not. I was going to say that'd be pretty crazy trying that in the wet. So Greg just holds station for the moment. Driving quite well here. He's being very patient with his move, which is good to see. He's not just going for it, balls to the wall kind of stuff with the move. So... good to see he's being patient, which is obviously endurance racing, very important to know when to make you move and when not to make you move, because obviously of the way of endurance racing. So Greg just being patient, waiting for his time, waiting for his moment to strike, so to speak. And yeah, he's looking quicker for sure. He's definitely looking a lot noticeably faster than Nicholas, so I wouldn't be surprised if that move's done sometime in the near future. It's obviously, that's the lead of P2 by the way, so he's for the lead of the class. Roman Dijon is the next guy through, and obviously he's in the P1 class. So, and even I think is he on the same lap? I'll just check that. I keep doing that. He's not on the same lap. Damn it! It's Norgan. He's on a lap down from the top two in the P2 class. So he's a lap ahead of him to Hall, and he's got a lap behind him to Antonio. So it's a bit awkward. Hello. We've got it's Blasco. Oh wait, right. Sorry, that's the AM car that had the crash before. So I got a little confused to change the name. He has retired. So it looks like, unfortunately, the crew couldn't fix the tyre. As I said, it's always a gamble on whether the game decides to fix the tyre or not. And unfortunately, it didn't fix the tyre this time around. So big shame for them.
More often than not, they don't fix it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I suspect it's a case that they usually don't, but every so often you get really lucky, and they sometimes do on the rare occasion. So unfortunately, man, obviously in this 24-hour race you want to try anyway. Oh, hello, who's that? Oh, one of the Aston Martins. It was actually the leader of the class, Pezzo there, just going off the track out of Lake Holmes, I think that was. He was heading down towards
hit the
Radion.
wall. He actually did hit the wall.
Yeah, I saw that in the background as I was watching the P2 fight. So thankfully he did it where no one was coming, because if anyone was coming that could have been an absolute disaster, but I think he's gotten away with any major damage.
He's back to running.
Yeah, so lucky escape, I think, for him, and that's the last thing we want right now, because obviously they're leading that class, so the last thing they would want is to have an incident now while they're in the lead, and they're in the lead, by the way, by a lap, so they've got a full lap behind them, so at this point they don't need to throw away the win with mistakes like that. So either way, looking at this P2 fight, which again is probably the closest fight on the track. Tortella, by the way, pitting from 16th there. But yes, unfortunate for the amateurs there, the GTM crew there for the Corvette. They were driving very well, of course, in the fight for the lead of the class, and unfortunately just that incident has rendered them out of the race. Although I think Blasco's rejoined. I think he might be hoping he can maybe get back in the race, but I doubt he will. I'm pretty sure that car has been classed as DNF'd at this point, so I don't think he will, but I mean, it's worth a shot. Why not? If you're in 24 hours, if you can find a way to get in, then you get in. So Yeah, shame for them, but either way, we'll go back to this fight for the lead of P2, because it is still pretty damn close. And I can't pick them, really, in terms of pace. They seem to me like they're very, very close indeed.
I'd say, considering Greg is keeping behind Nicholas so closely, he is faster, or at least on faster tires. But it's just so hard to overtake, I'd say, for them. So and to do it safely. So I presume he's just trying to keep behind him at the moment, unless he destroyed his tires, which could also be a factor when you have a lot of air push in any car, really.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, the aero push is real, obviously, in these heavily aerodynamic cars. I've just noticed it's funny because it's not obviously how it is. Well, it is, but it isn't. The top three are all in formation on track. That's Brzezinski, McGlade, and Parkin. They're all in formation on track, but in reality, Lewis is actually one lap behind Brzezinski, and then Parkin's actually one lap behind Lewis. So if they do pass each other now, they're just unlapping each other from each other rather than actually going to get a position back. So, yeah, I saw that.
Although it's interesting, as on the timing on the actual stream, it says there's a 0.000 gap between Kuba and Lewis.
There you go. Yeah, so makes the live timing have a little bit of a hiccup there on the stream. So, but I can assure you, in the game, it is a lap down McGlade on Brzezinski, and a lap behind McGlade is Parkin, and then Smarter's actually on the same lap as Parkin. I'll have a look where he is on the track. So Parkin's going through down towards Bonchemont, and Smarter's at the chicane there at the middle sector. So yeah, he's about, I'd say, he's about 30 odd seconds behind. So he's there or thereabouts, but he's a bit of a ways off from challenging him for that position. By the way, Marius Burt is in the car for replacing. Geez, my mind has just gone to garbage right now. It's got nothing left, but he's in that car now in fifth spot. That was a driver change, and Jijong is still in sixth spot in that car. I'm just going to go by numbers here because I'm sounding like an absolute fool saying this. The 111 car. There you go. So Jijong still in the 111 car, and look, that is the wrong way. And now Bird is in the 143 car. They're in the LMP1 class. So yeah, it's going along nicely indeed. As I said, it's a bit. Again, we've said this so many times on the broadcast, I'm sure you guys are thinking, could you please stop saying it? You sound like a broken record, but it is, yeah, really quiet right now. Everyone's in their own space. Norgan's pitting, by the way, from 9th. That's third in P2. And has a lap ahead of the next car, so it's got a bit of a a bit of a gap. So just caught the end of Delmont spinning there. Adam Delmont down at Radion. Yep, down at Radion. Lose the rear end, and it's one of those very slow half spins. And thankfully, no one was coming, because otherwise that would have been a bit awkward because there's a blind corner. So, yeah, got away with that. But yeah, some more half spins. It just keeps coming in these conditions. As also Antonio Castagna is also in as well. Did you see something, Jojo? Or are you laughing at me?
Yeah, I'm just laughing at you, but I'm still watching the P2.
It's getting closer again.
Ooh, okay. Right, we'll have to have a look at that. Sorry, I'm just looking at some of the comments on the YouTube. I hope you guys are enjoying, despite this sort of quieter period. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. I'm trying now. Oh no, McGlade! I just so happened to catch that. I'm sorry, McGlade, but I caught that. I got that.
Oh,
yeah.
P2 change.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'll go back to. We'll comment on that first. You're right. It is now Greg Hall leading P2. He's gotten past Nicholas. I'll try and find and replay where that happened. Oh god, it was a while back. Oh, it's through Pillon. Yeah, so Nicholas went too deep into Pillon and just handed it to Greg, really. Greg's just gone straight past. So a nice gift wrap position really there for Hall, and so now he leads, but we've already seen those two are very close on pace, so that may continue on. But yeah, McGlade down out of towards Blanchemont. They're through their sweeping right-hander, just to start third sector, just went too wide, tagged the wall and had a half spin into the wall. I think he may have some fender damage. He hasn't pitted, so I'm assuming it's not anything major. So I think it's just artificial sort of damage to the outside of the car. So in good news, he managed to avoid losing a splitter. So yeah, good stuff for McGlade there to avoid that. But yeah, bit of a scary moment for McGlade there as he goes along in second spot overall and in class. As we are now, yep. Oh, wow! the luckiest timing in the world. It is 3 hours gone now, this 10-hour race, so we are 3 hours in, and yeah, so not too far, halfway, in this section of the race, and I would assume daylight has got to be not too far away, I assume. Again, we don't know what the server time is, because of all the server restarts, it's sort of, the time's a little bit out of whack to what the plan obviously was, so so I'm not entirely sure what the time of day would be. I'd assume it's got to be something like 6 or 7 a.m, surely, something around there, I would have thought, so, or maybe 5 to 6 a.m, surely we've got to get close to dawn at this point, so yeah, it's a bit of a quite times. Oh, I caught another spin. It's at this point it's just like, oh, another spin. Yep, corn with no name. Once again, it was Adam Taylor in the 458 Italia. Ooh, yeah, just lost it down into the corner with no name. And I think the car behind him spun in sympathy as well. Did he?
There
Yeah.
is
Oh,
bodywork.
There is body work.
yeah, Demont. Yeah, he spun in sympathy. Probably to avoid it because
Also, there's a slow
Yeah.
prototype included that was included one maybe like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking back at that incident. So yeah, so that's Delmont now has damage, so that's probably why he's got to be pitting soon because he's got no front fender, so he's going to be pitting. Now I think Taylor got away with it with just light damage, so he'll be able to continue, but more spins, and again at the corner with no name, as that seems to be pretty common as... Okay, right, don't worry, that's a P1 and P2 changes. I thought that was a 2 P2s having a little bit of a fight, but yeah, incidents galore. At this point of the race is basically what we're seeing. And I think I'll have a look through. We've got 24 now left, so the retirements are starting to stack up a bit now as we're getting into the business end of this race. As you know, times levels are starting to creep up. You've got people at the end of their stints. A few people, and some of the people will be having driven now for 3 to 4 hours. They're getting quite tired. Probably didn't have too much sleep the night before, of course. And from excitement of doing this and all that, I know I wouldn't be able to have too much sleep because of the excitement. I know I didn't have too much sleep because of the excitement for it. But yeah. But yeah, they be a bit tired, obviously, in the conditions, and in the dark, it's all made even more difficult. So yeah, at this point, as I said, they're just trying to get around.
Yeah, it seems like the GTM field is thinning out quite a bit. It's only 5 cars on the road right now, so yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all calmed down, hasn't it, really? At this point of the race, everyone, well, apart from the old half-spin incident, but in terms of battles, everyone's a bit too spread apart for that. They're just managing their races and so on. So yeah, it's all pretty quiet at the moment, as Delmont did manage to get back to pit lane and get that repaired. He will lose time. I think he'll keep off, to be honest. He's got 2 laps back to... Oh, wait, no, right, he's at the back of the P2 field, actually, so he'll stay, unfortunately, last out of the P2 cars. They're still running, so shame for him, unfortunately. But yeah, just such the way of things. And yeah, the Aston's still going around there in the lead of the GTs. He's still got 2 laps to the next GT car. Quite impressive, really. They are just dominating that class at the moment, so they can just really cruise, just get to the end at this point. Really, I'd say would be the plan. Just get around, make sure you're still plodding along at a decent pace, and get to the end, because the win is looking pretty good as long as he doesn't have any sort of incidents. But again, being an endurance race, you never know what will happen. But hope for his sake that it doesn't have any incidents. By the way, Matt Sendall and Bram Berlin there are pretty close. I've just noticed they are within, I would say, about 5 seconds of each other. And they're on the same lap, so if they do fight, that would be for position. So maybe look out for it.
There's 3 seconds in between them, and they're on the same lap, so it's a fight for position.
Yeah, and we've already mentioned a few times in the broadcast the pace of Bram. He's got some very quick pace in that 458 Italia. So one to look out for. He may well fight for that win. For the second place in class. So we'll keep an eye on that, as he may well be closing. I haven't really been watching that battle, so I'm not entirely sure if he's been closing. But knowing Bram's pace over this race, I wouldn't be surprised if he is closing in on that second spot. As the guy behind them in terms of position in GT, Thomas Bahar, in the lane from 16th. So yeah, it's all quite on the Spa front, so to speak. At the moment, oh boy, I thought they're not going to go through. I thought if you're going to go 3 wide through Pawn in these conditions, you are mad, but they didn't, so it's okay. a crisis averted. Porsche in 21st, by the way, now with the retirements, has managed to find themselves up a bit. They are, they're a lap down on the next few cars, but if they can get back a lap on the cars ahead, then they could possibly gain 4 or 5 spots and be in with a shot for 4th or 5th in the GT class. So, you know, as we said, took plenty of time for things to happen. As oh hello, more spins, and it's the corner with no name. Let's go back and watch this again.
It seems like the corner with no name is a quite tricky one. That's where I made my mistake, to be honest, and I did lose the front with the tiniest of the touches, and it's just I guess one of those things which you have to be really careful with.
Yeah, it was Barros. Yeah, just lost the rear. I think he may have touched the curbing or the grass and into the entry of the corner and just lost the rear, and round he went. But he did manage to avoid contact with the wall, so he should be able to just keep going. No real worries. Although he still hasn't moved. I think he's waiting for. I assume he's waiting for people to get out of the way. Yeah, he is. Okay, yeah, he's just waiting for a gap in the traffic. So I think he's actually lost quite a bit of time in the end because he he nearly spun it again trying to get it out. Oh, and he has spun again trying to get it out. So dear, just as we said, it's difficult conditions right now, and everyone's just trying to get through at the moment till dawn. I think everyone's just basically looking at the sky going, please be dawn, please. But he still continues though, and no major damage. He just lost a bit of time, unfortunately, but he is still going, which is the main thing. So good stuff in the end. So yeah, and the Porsche is in the lane, and there's that, another spin. Was that someone going wide? I need to check up on that. Hang on a second, let me have a look. Ooh, he just went wide, straight into the wall. That was Stefano there in 20th in the Corvette, just going using a bit too much curb actually. I think he went a bit too fast and a bit too much curb, and it's just gone straight on and tagged the wall in the corner with no name. But he has kept going, so I think he's not got any damage from that, so that's okay. But God, how many is that now? About a dozen or so in the corner with no name in the last few hours. So a lot of instances there. But again, as we've mentioned, as we were talking with Lewis about, the corner with no name is a very difficult corner, obviously off camber. And the way it is, it's just a very tough corner in general, let alone in these kind of conditions, obviously in the dark. So that just makes it even more difficult. So yeah, I don't blame them, because I'd probably do the same thing, to be fair. Although I probably balls it up even more than they do. So yeah, so a whole bunch of pit stops. I think that's P2 cars, isn't it? I just caught up with who that was. It's Antonio just exiting the pit lane for P2. Delmont is still in the lane, by the way, still getting that damage repaired, so a very long pit stop for him. And who else was that? That is, it's Federico Suave in as well. He's doing a scheduled stop on fairly short. And there's Barros also into the lane as well. So yeah, we're just cruising at the moment. As the lead still Brzezinski, so that hasn't changed. He's just cruising along. As I said, he's a lap ahead of McGlade at the moment, so he can just cruise really. And McGlade, a lap down from him and a lap down from McGlade is Parkin, and then actually on the same lap as Parkin, of course, is Smarter. And that's Marius Burt there, a lap down from Smarter, and then it's 2 laps down from him is Robin De Jong, and he is rounding out the remaining LMP1 cars at the moment in the field of 24 cars, wasn't it? I'm fairly sure. Yeah, 24 cars. Yeah.
24, yeah.
So yeah. So we're just past actually 3 hours 10 minutes now. Almost into the race, so edging towards halfway through this stint. We're getting near the last 5 hours or so. I think probably another hour or two, I think, until Josh planned to be up anyway. I wouldn't blame him if he sleeps in. He was up for a while before and was definitely working hard in the booth, so I wouldn't blame him if he maybe sleeps in a little bit, but hopefully not, because my throat is getting awfully parched. I don't know if you can probably tell that broadcast, but it is really, really dry right now.
We can't be blamed for it. We've been in here for a very long time, so. Yeah.
To be fair, James did message me, and I did ask the broadcast. I was like, "Is anyone able to do lead, please?" And then he was just like, "Well, he basically just said, well, I did say for you to sleep. I did suggest, and you didn't do it." And I was like, "Well, that's fair." So I can't really blame James on that. It's a fair point. So it was my choice. I decided to do it. So my bad, but still, long stint in the box, but it's fine. It's all good fun. Just I'll sleep well tonight, that's for sure. So
hey, at least you didn't miss watching quite a bit of an exciting race, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's definitely been something. I must say, it's been very entertaining, to say the least. So I definitely haven't been bored. That's for sure. With all the interviews and all the shenanigans, the banter, and the incidents and the rain. It's definitely not been boring, I must say, up here in the commentary box. So, is that the position? No, it's not. Okay, Smarter and Bird are a lap apart from each other, so Bert does get in. It's just unlucky himself, so that might be the position if there is a pass. As Hall, by the way, still leading in P2 over Nicholas. Nicholas still holding off the back of him, but he hasn't. Although I say that, and Hall goes wide, and that gives Nicholas a half sniff, but he only not quite enough to challenge. He's still a good. Oh boy, that was. Him and the Corvette there nearly had a bit of a coming to blows, but managed to avoid contact. So good stuff from those boys.
Also, seemingly in GT Pro, Graham has actually taken over as Matt in pits or something. I'm not entirely sure because suddenly it changed from 3 seconds lost to 1 second lead.
Yeah, true. You're right. Yeah, he's actually taken him now, so he's ahead of Matt, and that now means he's second class.
Yeah, it's actually a minute, so probably one of them pitted, the other one still stayed out.
Yeah, so that might be Bram hasn't pitted and Matt has, so that may change back again after the pit stops. But either way, it's the battle, of course, for second and third in GT Pro. And I'm just going to quickly check through and see the Ferrari, actually. Rizzo is at the moment in the lead of GT Amateur in the Ferrari 458. Stefano there in the Corvette second in GTM. And you've got, we've got 5. Okay, we've still got 5 GTMs going, so kudos to the GTMs. It's still going along, so kudos to them for still managing to go along in the race, because I thought we'd lost a few more, but we actually haven't. As oh boy, look at this is Yaltayan and Pizzo. Oh jeez, is that ended in disaster? I'm trying to catch Pizzo, I can't find him. Where is he? Oh no, they got through. Oh, Pizzo just flashed the lights in frustration at Jarl. That was through Eau Rouge. They tried to go side by side. Oh yeah, they made it work. Kudos, but I think he was a bit annoyed at Jarl for trying through Eau Rouge in these conditions, which I guess is fair play. That's a very risky move, but either way, he made it work. Was that for position? No, that wasn't for position. That was actually Jarl unlapping himself 1 lap from Pizzo there. So yeah, it's all, as I said, all a bit quiet, all going along at the moment as Adam Taylor in the lane for the Ferrari 400 Italia. And yeah, people going along. I think we're in that phase at the moment where everyone's kind of in the middle of their stints, so it's a bit of no real activity on the pit lane, and it's just people going along, having a blast in the rain, so to speak, out there. Adam Delmont is out again, by the way, in 11th spot, so he's back out on track at least, which is good stuff. So yeah, it's all going along quite nicely at the moment. So yeah, 192 minutes, 3 hours and 12 minutes into this section of the race, this 10-hour section of the race. As I said, obviously James is scheduled to come back for the last 3 hours to bring you home for this race. I'll probably, I don't know, I'll be hanging around till the end because that would mean I've almost done the full thing. So I think I'll have a rest once James or Josh comes on, and give you guys a rest from me, because I'm sure you guys are a bit sick of hearing my Aussie accent at this point. It's probably grinding a bit, so yeah, I'll leave you guys in peace once I can.
So anyway, Tyne has gained a position in Puan against Caracosa. So it was a mistake from Caracosa going wide in Puan. Then Tyne did take him over. Then on the exit he went wide, but he kept it.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, it's an effective position. So 17th overall, I think that's about, well, just do the maths again. Real quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th in class. Yep, so 5th in GT Pro. I think that's how many, I'll do the maths on GT Pro real quick and see how many are left. So 5, 6, I think there's only 7. Yeah, there's only 7 GT Pros left. So yeah, so although kudos, still a good deal of the GTs going around. So yeah, it's good to see. There's Nicky in the car, by the way, in the Porsche. So he's back out there after the interview earlier on in the Porsche in 21st overall. I think he's actually in 7th in GT Pro, I want to say. I don't want to get too wrong. Let me just have a quick look. Yeah, yes, so he's unfortunately at the back of the field at GT Pro because of the shenanigans they've had. But again, as we've been mentioning, they've had a bit of a tough time since the server restarts. They really did screw them over a little bit, unfortunately, for them. But again, not much we can do about them. With just the things that happen. But he is on the same. No, he's still 1 lap down. The guys ahead. So yeah, he'll be trying to get that lap back in the coming hours to set up for the final push to the end. And hopefully, for his sake, he can sort that out. Because it would be good to see him coming back through. Because apart from those issues, they've driven quite well indeed. So I think they deserve to be higher up the field for sure. So hopefully they can find some find a way to get back through and get back those laps as they go through. Just checking through the battles. I think Hall's actually managed to gap Nicholas quite nicely now, so interesting. You see that Nicholas had a better pace overall, but it seems I've been proved wrong there because Greg has nicely gotten away.
It's still
6
not.
hours and 43. It's now, should be 8 o'clock server time.
Ah, interesting. Oh, it's not getting light very quickly, is it? Interesting.
It was meant to start
because it's a bit wet.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Although, to be honest, from what I've been reading, apparently it's meant to be starting at about 8:20, so in about 20 minutes. So, but we'll
okay.
see about that. That's from comments though earlier. Somebody said that basically it goes up at about 8:20 at Spa.
Okay. Alright, well that's not far. I was going to say I think it shouldn't be too long until the dawn sets, because we've been in the night for a good long now, so I think we'll be getting near the end of the night stint. And yeah, I'm just going on. So yeah, it's all been nice so far, I must say, and yeah, we'll get you through to the end. As I said, James will be in for the last 3 hours, bring you home to the end of the race. I think Josh will be with him, no doubt, to take you through as well. He might come back a little earlier, maybe an hour or two, depending on how he goes there. But hopefully, for my sake anyway, he can be a little bit earlier, and I can do a little bit of a rest this voice, probably not speak for a good 2 to 3 days, and yeah, and just sleep probably. It's been good fun. We enjoyed it, and again, thanks big time JJ for sticking around, and for Casper, popping in. Everyone who's popped in over the night stint. It's been really, really nice to have you all for company, because otherwise it's going to be me ranting to no one in particular. So.
No,
Guys,
considering my car is not running, like this is probably the best thing I can do for now.
this guy's definitely got an orange tinge.
Ooh, you reckon? I'll have a look. I'm going to get on the back of someone's car, have a look around.
Well, that's a little bit.
Oh yeah, I reckon you're right. There's a little bit of a light tinge to the sky, just a little bit. Yeah, no, I agree, JJ. There's a little bit of a tinge to the sky, so I reckon it's getting close to the time when the light will return and we'll be out of the darkness. I'm sure everyone will be absolutely delighted with that, because, darkness is fun, but darkness in the rain is not the most fun in the world, no doubt, so, judging from mistakes anyway, so I'm sure they'll be happy for the dawn to set and they can actually get some light, so then they can, be able to cope with the conditions a little bit better than they've been able to so far. And yeah, they're going along nicely. Still Kaczynski, of course, leading from McGlade, and Parkin and Co behind. So yeah, 19 laps off, by the way, is the man at the back of the field. That's Fabian in the Corvette, the GT Amateur Corvette, still at the back of the field. 19 laps off, 2 laps down from the next man, which is one of the Ferraris there, in my back in the wheel at the moment, in 23rd out of the 24 runners that are left running. So, looks like a mistake. No, I'm not going to say anything, so I'll curse it then, then everyone will spin off. So I'm not going to say anything. I didn't say anything there. Never mind. So, going along that quite nicely now. Rain's still going. God, it's been raining for a solid 2 to 3 hours, hasn't it? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It just keeps coming. Never stops.
To be honest though, considering what we were expecting, it's not that as bad as it could have been. As we were, even our team was expecting the rain to be probably happening for an entirety of the race, and it's quite a surprise to have so much of dry running, so, considering what season it is at Spa as well. So, we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's gonna dry out soon, but I'm not sure how much rain is going down at the moment.
Hang on, I just saw that. It was one of the LMP1s, I think it was. Hang on a second, sorry. I just saw that then, I was like, wait, you're not getting away with that. I've seen your spin. It might have actually been De Jong. I'll just have a look. Was it De Jong? It was De Jong. Ooh, wow, he actually did quite well to avoid that. So out of the bus stop chicane, just a bit too much power, rear end went. And he's nearly looked like he's going to go into the wall, but he flicked it the other way and then just locked all the brakes to stop it before he went back into traffic. It was actually quite well handled, to be fair. So good stuff from De Jong, good reaction times to save that. So he didn't end up hitting the wall, he just loses probably about 10 seconds, maybe if that. So yeah, not too bad in the end from what it could have been, because it could have gone straight to the wall there. So good save from De Jong, as he's still going along in 6th overall, and yeah, 6th out of the 6 remaining LMP1 cars that are running around at the moment. So yeah, we're nearly 200 minutes. There you go, nearly a third of the way. So a third of the way through this final section of the race. So we're getting through it nicely now. There'll be 3 hours 20 minutes. So yeah, nearly getting along now in this. Excuse me, in this stint of the race. I was just thinking actually, because my throat is that parched. I think I might well go and grab a quick drink. So I'm thinking we have maybe about 5-10 minutes, maybe. Just if you want, you can just listen to the cars, and have a little listen to the sounds of them going around the track, and I'll just go and get a drink, and you guys have a break from my voice for a little bit. So enjoy the sounds of the endurance racing here at the VEC for about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and I'll be back very soon. And I'm back.
Hey.
Hey.
Nice little GT battle going on in Pro.
Nice, nice. Ooh, yeah. Interesting battle going on there, yeah. It's for, yeah, Jarl and Bihan, right behind Pizzo too. Ooh,
Some cars and bust out.
Having a good old door banging.
yeah.
And there's one
man.
more of them right in there, but I think it's not on the same lap. It's like, what is
No.
happening?
Yeah.
And a bit more door banging.
Oh yeah, that's the leader as well, kicking over. That's what happened.
Oh no. Oh, okay. That's ended in tears. That's ended in tears. Oh dear. Oh god, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Oh, far out. Far out.
Oh
That's
no.
bad. Yeah, yeah. Just seeing what I saw just then, being
Yeah.
obviously in the survey, yeah. Big incident between Bahar and Tyan, sorry, down the straight. They just came together down that Kimmel straight, and they've both gone into the wall. And somehow it's only been them who've been in that accident. I don't know how, but somehow.
That is incredible that that all the prototypes actually avoided that, because that was just blocking like 60% of the road at least.
Yeah.
That just boiled over big time. It boiled over, door banging, a lot.
Mm.
And after all that, we're back to the battle.
I know, yeah. Although I think
Oh, he just got.
I think Tyan was quicker than him, so I think he's actually made the move stick.
Yeah, seemingly. Still lost a lot of time in general though, so...
Hmm.
Well, that move may have stuck for a while, but Tyan then goes out into the gravel and loses the position again.
I'll be done all over.
Well, I might be a little bit quiet at the moment. I'm just getting some food down me, so don't mind if I'm a little bit quiet for the time being.
Yeah, and luckily I think these are the only two cars of the same class.
And I believe they both come in.
No, just the trio one. Just Tyan.
Alright.
Yeah, apologies on the silence there. Just getting some food down me. So I'll just go quickly clean this up. I'll be back in about a minute or two. So again, apologies for popping up. Just need to sort this out. So BRB. Alright, back at the helm, and I should be good now. Until, Josh
Seems-
or...
Josh is
whether he gets
awake.
back.
Josh is
yes,
awake,
yeah.
but yeah, he's not in TeamSpeak yet.
Yeah, I just saw the, his message to the broadcast group, so... Looks like you'll be rid of Hinsey very, very soon. Broadcast, so... It's been fun, though. It's been a lot of fun. So... Cheers, Casper.
No worries at all.
No, it's all good. He doesn't have to rush in ridiculously fast. Just whenever he's ready is all good. So got a little refreshed, so I can do it for a little bit longer now that I've got a little drink down me. Be the old bourbon and coke, nothing better. So
Always.
why not? Need some of that. Oh yeah, I need some of that bourbon in there after this.
Yeah, whenever we drive, pretty much every one of us needs a drink, let alone if somebody has to commentate for like 12 hours or whatever, however long the stint was.
Yeah, pretty much. Ricardo in the pits, by the way, in the P2.
Definitely
still-
a lot brighter now.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the sky is definitely yellow by now.
Oh yeah. The dawn is coming. Oh yeah, if you look down towards the bus stop chicane from La Source, you can actually see the yellow there. So, yeah, I reckon you'll surely be looking at about 20 minutes maybe, and then the sun will probably be popping up. So, yeah, so the dawn is rising. We're in pretty much just about dawn now. So the drivers are probably sitting there going, "Thank God about the darkness. It's about bloody time, and it's in the darkness falling off." So, yeah, so good stuff there. With some light in, that'll be good timing too. Josh gets in with the dawn, it'll be a new dawn, pretty much. So,
Yeah.
out of the night stints with Hinsey into the new dawn with Josh. There you go. I am offline now, but yes, Brzezinski's still leading a lap clear of McGlade. Still parking third, still lap down on McGlade. And then David David Baranek, apologies. He's still in fourth and still on the same lap as Parkin, but a good half a track away. So he's a good ways behind in fourth. Marius Burt's still in fifth, lap behind. Excuse me, Baranek. God, that was really classy on me, but anyway. And apologies. And Robin De Jong is still there in sixth spot, 2 laps down on Burt. So they're just trotting along at the moment at the back of the P1s. And yeah, it's Simon Perard now in the lead in that car there, the Nissan sponsored car there, the Fanatec sponsored car. They're back up. The number 45 car. After Hall was leading for a time, Hall's car I think is down in ninth at the moment, so I'm assuming they've stopped. So they're actually just fighting with, Ricardo, wow, that was interesting. So it's actually Kenyan. Oh look, it's Curtis, good old Curtis in the car at the moment, so go Curtis basically. So
It seems like also a lot of the mistakes calmed down. I haven't seen many spins since for a while now, to be honest. It's the only big mistake I've seen recently was the Pine one, and that was more of a battle mistake than anything.
Yeah, no, that wasn't just on your own sort of half spin that we've been seeing throughout the night. So yeah, I mean, the Rangers, we can still see the Rangers goes, wow, yeah, Canyons, oh god, Curtis, you made a little bit of a hash brown of the bus stop chicane. It's going to give Ricardo a good chance now. He's right behind him as they head down towards La Source. And is he going to? No, he's not. Okay, Ricardo being patient. Again, you know, probably the better decision here. It is still very wet. Oh, wow, look at that. Curtis just pretty much handed the spot anyway. Just goes a little bit wide into La Source, and that's going to hand Ricardo. No, it's not. There you go. Wow, good speed from Curtis. And I think he should hold on for the time being. But that is, again, for position there. Actually, it's not. Sorry. Oh, apologies. It's not actually Ricardo. Yeah, he's a lap ahead, so never mind. But still, it's a battle, even though it's not actually going to be for position. It's more for unlapping yourself in terms of Curtis's case. Still worth watching. Still worth watching, and actually have to Ricardo just flashing lights a little bit there, maybe saying, you know, you are a lap down on me, so. And yeah, there you go. So Curtis actually just yields there. He must have realised, he must have thought, yeah, no point in fighting that when I'm a lap down on him. So yeah, so it is Simon leading though, the P2 again, class by good. Not actually by too much, but by about, I'd say 20 seconds or so over Ricardo. And he's Curtis in third, but he's a lap down on Ricardo. And then in the GTs, it is still Pizzo there. Still Pizzo in that Aston. Still leading the class. A lap ahead of the next man, which is Bram Bellum in the Ferrari. And I think leading as... Oh, hello. What's happened there? Hello, I saw that. I saw you two recovering. What happened there? Porsche and... Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, you're just saying mistakes. The Porsche and Bahar, they're in the Corvette, come together.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're down at the end of the Kamal Strait. In fact, what's happened there? Interesting. It's almost like Baha just didn't know that the Porsche was there. Like, it was clearly beside him. He just kind of turned in, and there's been contact. So, bit of an old one, a bit of a strange incident. I would more say it's more Baha's fault maybe than the Porsche's fault. He just seemed to sort of turn in where he was and just ignore that he existed. So, yeah, a little bit of a moment, but they're still going. I don't think I don't think they got any major damage from that, so it's okay. That wasn't for position 2 because Nicky is a lap behind Baha on track. So, yeah. So all quiet there, and right, the lead. That was what I was looking for. I was looking for something, don't worry, before the incident, and that incident got my eye. So I'll find that now. What I was actually looking for was, yeah, there it is. Still Rizzo leading the GTM class in the Ferrari 458. So still going like an 18th overall, and there is still 5 AM cars going around, and I believe there's still 7 Pro cars going around, because it's still 24, isn't there? Let me have a look. Yep.
Yes.
Alright, so still the same men in the race. So yeah, there you go. So still, again, you know, it's that period we're also just cruising along. Dawn is starting to rise now. The sun's coming back up again over the Spa track. So I'm sure the drivers will be quite happy about that, probably to get out of the night now in these conditions so they can, you know, see what's going on better, see traffic possibly better, sort of thing. So, oh boy, yeah, it was a threading the needle there. It was Brzezinski, sorry. There as he goes through some light traffic, but yeah, it's all good, and yeah, they're all going along nicely now as we head into the 228 minutes, of this race. So we're nearly 4 hours, another 10 minutes roughly, and we're at 4 hours into this 10-hour final part of the race, and we've only got 6 more hours to go after this. And as I said, I probably won't be hanging around till the end. Not, you know, my voice will be dead if I hang around till the end. Literally, I won't be able to speak for like 2 weeks if I hang around till the end. So I think I'll call it once Josh gets in. I might hang around for maybe 5-10 minutes after he arrives, just kind of say my goodbyes, and I'll probably be off. But it has been a pleasure. It has been an absolute pleasure. So yeah, thanks for VEC for having me on, Jimmy, for having me on. Yeah, thanks for letting me on board the commentary team. It's been an absolute blast, and yeah, look forward to the next round. Hopefully I can do it. I'd be more than happy to keep commentating here at VEC. It's been a lot of fun. So yeah, hopefully you'll see more of me here in the future if all goes well. So yeah.
I'd say, Thomas, hopefully you're still gonna have your voice next week, though.
Oh yeah, because yeah.
Yeah.
I think I will. Yeah, I should be good. I'll recover. It's okay. I'm used to talking a lot anyway.
Good.
Yeah, so I'll be all good.
Yep.
And excuse me. Oh wow, I'm classy. Trust me, I'm the classiest commentator you'll ever see. Yes, hello Josh in the chat. I did see a message. I'm not logged into the YouTube at the moment, so I can't comment and I can't be bothered logging in. So yeah, hi Anderson lad, hello there. Oh yes, a lot's happened since you've been away, Josh. A lot. I'll have to give you a quick recap if I can somehow. When you return, I'll give you a good little recap. There's been a lot of obviously shenanigans going on while Josh and Co have been having some nine eyes, having some sleep. Yeah, all kicked off overnight, like it always does, though, isn't it, Casper? I mean, you leave it off for the night, you go, alright, I'll come back in the morning, have a look, and then just everything's changed, hasn't it? It's just the way of endurance racing.
Yeah, and it seems like our day was just not coming together from the very start. Basically, when I left the car, it just went downhill. Then we had a couple stints that were really good. I left the car with Alex, and I wake up and basically realized that, well, we're not running anymore, which is probably the worst way to see it go.
Yeah, fair enough. Alright, yep, so just, Josh, yep, cool, so, all good, Josh, no need to rush, I can probably do a little bit more, for the time being. I'll have to obviously have tea soon, so I'll probably do, I don't know, probably another half hour, maybe max, I'd say, then I probably should, get to some tea and all that sort of stuff, so, yeah, got it, it's, it's been good, but yeah, it's all, as you can see, the dusk is, or dawn, sorry, is here, there's that yellow tinge now on the track. I think this will be that magic hour that we've been talking about for the drivers. You know, you've got the dawn is there, the track's, well, it's wet to be fair, but it's feeling probably a lot better than it was during the night.
And as I said before, you can probably see a lot more of where the track is wet now. So even if you were, even now when overtaking, you can see a bit more of what you're doing. But yeah, this was meant to be about the shift that I was about to take. So kind of. Yeah, I got the dusk and the dawn, both for my shifts, but one didn't work out.
yeah, well, that's true that. I guess it bends the brakes, isn't it, with endurance racing, to be fair.
Yeah,
all sorts of shenanigans happens.
Of course, yeah, and as we're seeing, it is only 24 cars running, and like right now, and still 6 hours to go, so...
Yeah, still plenty of time for more retirements to occur. For instance, you never know, endurance racing. I was just going to mention, but Bahar was in the lane just then for the Corvette. He's exited in 17th, I believe. Yeah, still in. I think he lost only the one spot to Tyan there in the pit stop. Bram Bellin also just entering the lane for Ferrari there in 458. That's still Pizzo in the lead, by the way, by a good lap. It's going to probably be 2 laps now because he'll probably get ahead 1 lap of Bram, possibly. So yeah, so Pizzo right now is looking quite comfortable in the lead of the GT Pros. So just got to keep it nice and clean, really, and he should theoretically have it pretty much sewn up. But again, as we said, you know, as the way of sim racing, the way of endurance racing, you never know what's going to happen. So it could all change very, very quickly. But if you can keep it on track and not have any issues, then you should be set to... Wow, I'm so classy right now. Anyway, I'm the classiest person in the world. I'm terribly sorry about my podcast being awful right now. Being truly Australian.
Don't worry, it's a good comedic value at, what is it, 8 o'clock in the morning at Spa.
Yeah. Yeah, just burping over the broadcast, yes, indeed. Dear. Yes, no, it's good. And yeah, strictly bed rest. Josh, I think that's pretty true. I mean, I've got to that stage where I've actually got over the tiredness. You know, where you get to that point where you just get over it. You're not tired anymore. It's really annoying. And you're like, I want to sleep, I can't because I've gotten over the tiredness. It's like, anyway,
Yes.
yeah, I feel like I've got to that stage, but I'm sure I'll sleep well tonight, no doubt. So yes, and yes, cheers, Josh. I'm no worries at all. I enjoy it all anyway, so it's all good fun for me. So yeah. And yes, Casper has been fantastic. As I said, Casper and all the guests I've had pop in during the night, it's been absolutely fantastic. Obviously, JJ, big shout out to you and to Ed as well for popping around, for being around for most of the night. Especially you, JJ, you've been around for pretty much the entire time. So, kudos for hanging around, very much appreciated.
Yeah, I've done it all.
Yeah, he's JJ the multitasker, the jack of all trades. He drives, he commentates, he does camera, he does it all. Does JJ?
That's quite impressive.
He does. He's literally the jack of all trades. So yeah, yeah, all good. And yeah, it actually is. It looks quite nice, doesn't it? It really does. The dawn, doesn't it, of an endurance race? You know, the sun coming up. It's just a nice look and feeling, isn't it? You know.
Yeah, it's that one time of racing which you pretty much don't get with any other type of racing. It's just one of those nicest times to race, just because just because pretty much every other race, they do sometimes end up with a dusk, but the dawn is just this special moment for a 24-hour.
Indeed, yeah, and it just looks so nice. Like, just see the glow, the orange glow around the circuit. It's just very good. You got the lights going through the dust. It's all very nice. It's very pretty and very good to see. So, happy times. There's always this, the dawn. I think that's just endurance racing rule, really. Dawn is kind of the happy time, the happy hour for the drivers and the teams. So yeah, having good fun for sure. Frederick Suave in, by the way, as is Costagna and Delmont. Actually, Delmont's just exiting now, and he's actually on the same lap as Pizzo, so they've lost a lot of time. Obviously, they had that spin earlier on, which lost them through the corner with no name, which they had to repair the front, so that cost them a good few laps. That's keep bearing that in mind, of course, but still a bit of a not particularly good night for them. They've, as I said, lost that time with the spin into the corner with no name, so they're hanging off the back of the P2s at the moment, just trying to probably go around and finish at this point, as they are 3 laps behind the next P2 car. So I think finishing will be their objective for the time being. As I'm looking at still Simon Parade is leading the P2s from Ricardo there, and then it's Curtis in third, and that's all still going on nicely. When we look at the GTs, I think that's no real battles right now. No, not really. They're all sort of a bit spread apart, I'm fairly sure.
Yeah, there pretty much seems to be no actual on-track battles going along. Also, somebody in the DHR car just made a mistake in the corner, so...
Oh, I'll have a look. Oh, okay, I don't know if it was... doesn't look like it was parked. Yeah, it wasn't parking, I think it was Lulu. No, poor Lulu having more issues. Oh, yeah, it was Lulu. Yeah, it was Lulu. Just went a bit too deep. Oh, yeah, he went a bit too deep into the right-hander there at the end of the second sector, and it's just gone off. And the gravel, just a bit of rallycross. Bit of rallycross, why not? In the dawn, oh boy,
well, it is a
little awkward. Yeah, a little bit awkward with the redraw, that's okay, he managed to get through. And oh, hello, look. He's going along now, there's a few more. He's in a bit of a gaggle of cars here as everyone's trying to sort themselves out. 2 laps down now, by the way, so Brzezinski just lapped him a second time there with that incident, or that loft from Glade. So that's just how dominant they are at the moment in that car. They're just absolutely flying in the lead of the race right now, so... yeah, there you go. And Parkham he's just going on the main straight now, so he's a good sector behind McGlade, and I think he's actually been catching him slowly but surely. So, there could be a little battle at the end of the race potentially for second. We'll keep an eye on that for you as the race goes on. Yeah,
we'll see if they make, considering they are the same team, they may just try and make sure that's very clean. So, let's see how that goes.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, they might, well, just decide we'll have a little bit of vibe as long as it's clean, potentially. So, yeah. So, it should be good to see as we're heading into the dawn of the morning. And, yeah, it is good at the time of the... oh, hello. Oh, I just saw that. Oh, Curtis. I just called that. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I just happened to catch him spinning. And guess where it is? It's the corner with no name.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Curtis. I hope he's doing a splitter there, but yeah, I just happened to look over and I saw him rejoining. I was like, oh, Curtis.
To be honest, Curtis seems to have a bit of it, just a bit of bad luck this stint, because as soon as he got out, when you were on a break, as soon as he got out of pits on the cold tires, he actually spun it as well a couple corners before the corner with no name. So yeah, it just seems to not be his stint.
It was just the same thing we've seen from about a dozen other, or half dozen at least, other drivers just lost the rear end on the exit and went into the wall. And I'm not sure if hitting or anything. I think he's okay. It looks like he didn't lose a splitter or anything, so he should still be able to use a new one. But still, little issues, but that's alright. He's still going, and he still hasn't lost any positions because he does have... oh, he doesn't actually have a lap. He's on the same lap as the car behind him. The car behind him is good 3/4 of a lap behind him, so he's got some space back to Antonio there in 10th. And he is still holding the third in the class. Yes, he is third in the class, so that's good for them. If they can hold on to that, there'd be a podium in class, which I'm sure they'd be more than happy to take. And yeah, so good times abound. We're all just in that happy hour now. Everyone's just trundling around, having a bit of a good time. A few little spins, here and there, you know how it is in the damp conditions and stuff.
The first two P2s at the moment are very close. I'm not entirely sure if they're... Ricardo is actually catching onto Simon, so we should be seeing a battle coming up fairly soon. It's still 5 seconds, but it is coming down.
Alright, let's have a look at that. I'll keep an eye on that battle. Have a look, where is it? There it is. Yeah, Ricardo's been on the charge though. He obviously got past Curtis pretty sharpishly, and now he looks like he's really charged up to the back of Simon. So, Ricardo really pushing hard in P2 class at the moment. And I wouldn't be surprised if he battles, he's onto him soon. Although, I do keep in mind, of course, as JJ was mentioning, this sort of similar situation is with Hall and my brain's mush at the moment. But same thing with Hall and that car as well. Same thing before with that, how it was sort of a static kind of gap and to and fro kind of deal. But we'll see. Keep an eye on that either way.
I shall keep an eye.
Yes, that'd be good. Thank you, Vespa. I mean, to be fair, it's not like I'm. Oh, sorry.
The difference between cars of Miguel Ballester and Thomas Bea is also only 6 seconds. I'm not sure if it's going up or down, but these are probably the two kind of battles that may start brewing. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, Bea and Ballester yeah, they're pretty close on track. I'm not sure if Bea is catching or not. We'll keep an eye on that as well. And they're back in 17th and 18th, in terms of the whole field, obviously, but in class, here we go, maths again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th and 6th in GT Pro at the moment. So, I assume, yes, they are GT Pro, right? I was going to say, I think of that right, but yeah. So they're going on nicely. He's just being actually Parkins just getting past Ballista now. Ooh, boy, that was interesting. Ballista just made a little bit of a mess of. Oh no! Oh, Ballista! Oh dear, he spun. Parkin spins there. Yeah, into the bus stop chicane. Parkin there, just trying to go around him. He's just got a little slight nudge, and that's just sent him into a half spin. So again, I don't think he's lost anything really in the grand scheme of things, but still, it's a bit of a oh boy, and there's more. Oh god, it's a little bit awkward right now as he has to weave between P2 cars right now and a GT car as well. So a bit of traffic issues for Jim. He managed to get through okay. So lost a little bit of time, nothing too major. So and it's okay for him.
But that does actually mean that Bea is actually coming closer. It's only 3 seconds now.
Yeah, he's getting closer and closer as this race wears on. And, yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how that all pans out later in the race, because it should be something else.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes with their pace now, considering hopefully it's going to be a bit more of a clean running from them for the next couple laps.
Yeah, that's what we would hope so. No more of that shenanigan with leaders is always not a good thing to have. As I'm just actually looking back at that battle again for P2, yeah, it's pretty stable at probably around 5 seconds thereabouts, so it's not really changing at the moment. As I'll just have a look back at that battle again. Yeah, Berhaz, I think it's pretty stable really between those two at the moment. They're both matching similar pace, I'd suspect, but we'll keep an eye on that either. Whoa, well, I say that. Commentator's curse, and then Berhaz gone around.
Oh no.
Oof. Wow, he just saved that from the wall, and Puhon there, just the skin of his teeth. He lost the rear end, I think. I'll go back and check the replay, but I think he just lost the rear. Did he again? Yep, just lost the rear when he made it too hot. Lost the rear end. And look at that, managed to just save it from hitting the wall. Good save, actually, to be fair, because that was heading right into the wall if he didn't stop it in time. So, good save from Baha there to avoid damage, but he does lose, Oh, look like a Ballista, and he's just spun too. So oh dear, the timing is yeah, and that was down the back straight. He's just again lost the rear end. Yep, say it in chorus, ladies and gentlemen. He's lost the rear end too. Same thing, just lost the rear end out the exit, and although he did not touch the wall as well, good stuff again to avoid the wall. So I think they're effectively as they were thanks to that. So.
No, I think Ballester is actually in front by by a bit still, so I think he lost a bit less.
Yeah, just a little bit less, but yeah. Oh, it's just funny they happened to sort of spin in sympathy. They're like, the half spun, and Bless is like, it's okay, I'll spin too, so we're still together, it's okay. I'll spin in sympathy as well. There we go, we're still together, it's okay.
Although, to be fair, it does sometimes concentrate you to see a rival that you're about to battle to actually spin or make a mistake, because then you kind of slightly just lose a bit of concentration because, oh yes, I can do it now, and I know I have made mistakes because of it before, so.
Yeah, no, it's fair enough. It would be a bit of a distraction seeing our rival go round like that. As the rain's still coming down, as we're in the beginnings of dawn here at Spa, as we're entering the early hours in the morning now, or into the actual proper morning, out of the night. Now the graveyard stint is done, and we're into the dawn. As we said, happy hour now. This is where the drivers theoretically should be in their element in the dawn, as it always is very pretty and the temperatures are always nice and all that kind of thing. But unfortunately, the rain's kind of spoiling that a little bit, but I'm sure the drivers are still having a better time than they were in the night. So they'll be going along nicely. 245 minutes gone, by the way, so we are just past the 4-hour mark. 4 hours and 5 minutes into this 10-hour section of the race. Oh boy, oh, hello. Ooh, Bert and Pizzo getting a bit closer. Bert actually just went around him outside the track, because why not? As you do, threw poo on there, so good stuff. Bit adventurous, why not? Keep things spiced up.
I've just looked at the P2 gaps for the leaders a bit, and it seems like it kind of, because of traffic, is keeping fairly stable. Although it was 6 seconds and now it's back down to 4, so we'll see how that goes. Also, somebody just made a mistake again in that double right-hander before the straight.
Oh, jeez. Ah, dearie. More errors. They're just everywhere, the errors right now, aren't they, really? Just can't escape them at the moment. The poor buggers. Never-ending errors. There's Bert. No, that was actually no, don't worry. I thought he made a mistake, which is me saying things. Let me have a look. I'll see if I can find. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. I think I know who you're talking about because I caught the end of it. I think, but yeah. Either way, going along as. Oh, hello. Speak of prototypes. Who was that? Who was that? I saw you there. Where are you? Hang on. I'm just gonna catch who that was. Was that Lulu again? Oh, Lulu.
Oh.
Yeah, had a ratty on there towards the corner with no name. He's just clipped the curb, a little bit too much power, and he's half spun on there. No contact with anyone or the wall. And he just manages to turn that before the traffic came through. So a bit lucky, but he managed to get around in time. So it's okay. Lewis is still okay, but that has cost him time to parking. So parking continues to close in on Lewis, so that could be a potential, as we mentioned before, an inter-team battle that may play out while using all the road and a bit more parking. Yep. Anyway, yeah, it's just that same section, just around the corner with no name. There's been so many spins in the last 4 hours, so it's been ridiculous.
Yeah, again, it's a very difficult corner in the dry, let alone in the wet. So it's just one of those things where going fast through it is extremely dangerous in general. Just generally, sometimes you just catch random understeer and it just goes, and you just can't do much about it, and then randomly just turns into snap oversteer, which obviously is not the thing you really want to do.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's true that. So, oh, by the way, Sardina is in the lane, so he's just subbed in for Pizzo, I believe. So he's now in the Aston, leading the GT Pro class, and still is leading after the stop. So, and we've already seen how quick Sardina is, so we wouldn't be surprised if he just continues to stretch that gap probably even further. And yeah, they're looking good right now as we have, that's just under 6 hours to go. And, yeah, it's looking good.
Okay, it looks like we may be getting a battle for. Oh no, never mind. It was about to be a battle for second, I think, in GT Pro, but I think one of them just did it.
Ah, yes, yeah, that would be Matt Central, just pitted from second spot. So that should put Graham back up to second spot in class. And yeah, again, we don't really know what strategies they're doing. They'll all be sort of ironed out in the last few hours. The power hours, so to speak, when Josh and James are on, it'll all get sorted out then. But yeah, for the moment, he's going to drop around to third, I would say, in class. I'll just check where Jarl is. Yeah. Yeah, so I would say third in class. We'll drop down to there. He's got a good lap on Jarl, and Jarl's quite a ways back. So, so yeah, it's all chill at the moment, all quiet. Just nice and dawn, as we said, nice happy dawn time. Really, that's essentially all it is. As Lulu, I think, really is getting reeled in by parking quite massively, so that could be something that could occur by the end of the stint even, I think.
Yeah, I think it went down by about 20 seconds in this stint, so it is quite substantial.
But I mean, you've already seen parking, he's really fast in these cars, and, he seems to be quite comfortable with them, so I think that kind of helps his calls.
Definitely. I think honestly, this is probably the most important. Just feel comfortable in the car and with yourself on the track to just do well. That's probably the most important bit of it.
Hmm. Yeah, well, exactly right, isn't it? I mean, even if, yeah, I mean, I'd probably, especially for endurance, obviously, because it's such a long time, I'd definitely take comfort over, top performance in the end. Because if you're more comfortable, you're more likely to push it, of course, and that means better pace and less mistakes. So,
Yep.
yeah, definitely more important to get the comfort. As it is, Mr. Josh Ranson back in the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Josh.
What? Hello. I just honestly, I wasn't gonna come on for about half an hour or so, but you just sound so exhausted, so tired that I figured that I had to keep you company.
Thank
Oh.
you, Josh. Yeah, I'll hang around for a little bit longer, maybe for another half hour or so, and I'll probably call it then. It's been a very long stint indeed. But what you
Yeah.
missed, Josh, was a lot of I think we had another 2 or 3 server restarts. I think it was 2 server
Oh,
restarts.
really?
Yeah, that's why it's only 10 hours for this section, so to speak.
Oh,
Um,
right. So was there only one restart as well?
Uh, yes.
Oh,
think it was.
no.
So yeah, so I think we restarted from where it crashed, and so that was beneficial to some, not beneficial to others. And then we had another crash, and we reloaded again. And yeah, so it's been a bit of a mix around with that. But again, as you know, Josh, Jimmy's been an absolute superstar in keeping
Oh,
going. So I would have given up after probably the first or second disconnect. So again, as we've been
Hey.
saying, a massive kudos to Jimmy. So,
Yeah, he has done an absolutely fantastic job this broadcast, hasn't he? He's just
Oh
he's been the man behind the working everything and making sure it all works like a well-oiled machine.
yeah. Mm.
And it has
Um,
worked like a well-oiled machine for the most part, except for the bit where I was lead commentator.
Yeah, honestly, like you
Yeah.
couldn't do anything about the crashes. Of course,
No.
like you can't just test it enough. Like you can't test it enough with really long running. So
Yeah.
you just can basically work from what you have, and well, he's done an amazing job to keep it going
Yeah.
for this long.
There's McGlade in, by the way, and Berenic's also in from fourth. So in terms of the racing, when we got back underway during the night, of course, it was, as Casper and JJ can attest to, there were a lot of spins as the rain kicked in. It's still raining now. And yeah, but I think there's been, I don't even know, 30 plus spins probably during the night. So
It must have been 30
Yeah.
plus since I joined, which is only about 2 or 3 hours ago.
yeah, yes. A lot of spins during the night in the weather, obviously in the dark and in the dampness. There were a lot of sort of half spins and stuff, and a few big crashes as well. We've had obviously a few retirements. There's only 24 left in the race, as you can see in the broadcast. And yeah, so it's a bit quiet now, as me and Casper have been mentioning. It's all a bit quieting down. As Parkin's also in, by the way, from third. And yeah, Brzezinski is in control at the moment. 2 laps clear of the Doug Henson crew. And yeah, it's looking pretty comfy in the lead at the moment.
Actually, both Doug Henson cars were in the pits anyway, so.
Yes, they are. Yeah, they might even Bert might be able to catch a little bit, although I think he's too far back to be able to catch a lap back. Although, where is Borinsky's going to put him down another lap? I think he'll be 3 laps ahead of them now. They've just been faultless really during this night stint. They've kept out of trouble, kept fast. I say that as he almost fishtails it out of the final corner, but yeah, they've been fast, been pretty clean, no major spins. Lewis, unfortunately, McGlade's had a couple of little spins, but nothing too major.
Oh dear.
Yeah, poor Lulu. I've caught the tail end of them and gone back and watched them, so poor Lulu, I have seen them. So,
That won't please him.
yeah, I know.
No. One of his slight mistakes was actually from onboard as well. He was basically it was in a time when Thomas was off for a few minutes, and it was not even a big mistake, but you could see that he was just struggling for a corner and just went too fast through it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a few little areas, as I said. I think the conditions and all that just played a part. So,
But yeah,
a few little errors.
the battle seems to be brewing anyway, because it's only 17 seconds after the pit stop
Mm.
between
Yeah.
Lewis and Kieran.
Yeah, definitely. As I was mentioning, Lewis credit Lewis, obviously fantastic driver, as me and Josh and Casper we all know, but just been struggling a bit in these conditions compared to his teammates in his team and in their upper car as well. So Parkin's been reeling him in slowly but surely over this stint, so I wouldn't be surprised if that becomes a battle towards the later end of the race when you and James are on, Josh, when you're in the power hours. So.
Oh yes, we can't forget the power hour. That will be the
Of
final
course.
hour of this broadcast as well. So I'll have to get the Bex Blue out again. You have missed that, haven't you? The believers,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have missed that.
I need that reminder again.
Oh, I found out
Right.
what was wrong with it, by the way. It was too warm.
Ah,
You can't
that
have
would
warm
explain
beer.
it. Yeah, warm beer isn't nice. You want it nice and cool.
Yeah, I'll have to get a
Yeah.
little ice box for me beer to hold it in.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Daniel
see it's
Mybeck's
still
in, by the
raining
way.
though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's literally been raining pretty much non-stop like this for the last 2 or 3 hours. It's been pretty insane. Just hasn't let up at all. So.
Well, this is
pretty-
going to make things very interesting come the last few hours.
Yeah, as I said, especially because you know, as I said, we've seen quite a few little errors from drivers. Not anything, a couple of major crashes, but nothing. I mean, majority of them just been half spins, so nothing too major from a lot of them. But you know, they cost time, and that power hour, the more time you keep losing, the more that's going to affect you later on. So
Given
could be a
Brzezinski's
factor
absolutely
later
run
on.
away with it, hasn't he?
Yeah. Bresnik, as I said, has just been faultless really throughout the night. He just kept his head down, kept out of trouble, and it's just good pace. And I really can't think of any faults for him. He's been one of the few who hasn't had a half spin also, because pretty much every driver's had at least a half spin nearly at this point, or every car, beg my pardon. So yeah, but well, as I said, a bit quiet at the moment. Everyone's just going around, but Simon Perard still leading in the P2s, but Ricardo, good thing I checked there. Ricardo's actually closed that up. It's only about a second, I reckon, between those two now. Second and a half. So Ricardo has been hard at work while we've been chatting away. As boy Chris, you've just cut at the end of Camille Straight. There are comms, a little bit of a cut there. That's okay. But yes, Ricardo's been working away at Simon in the last sort of half hour or so, and that could be a fight for the lead. Oh, hello. Okay, that's Ricardo in the lead then. All right. There you go. I called it there. I think. Oh no! I think I know what's happened there. Yeah, I think Simon's tried to go in the pit lane. He's broken too late, overshot the corner, and then had to wait for the traffic to get into the pit lane. So,
Oh no!
yeah, whoopsie daisies. Lost about probably. Well, he's
Yep.
only lost a few seconds out of it, but
He
that
won't lose
may
enough
well
time to
cost
let
him the lead
Curtis
of the
catch him. He's
class.
2 laps down.
Yeah, Chris is. Curtis, sorry, is a few laps down from the P2, but that's still third. As I was mentioning, he's still effective third in class, so it'll still be a podium in P2, which I'm sure he'll be happy with.
Yeah, Grayson must have had to do since I've been away because Marco Felix is second to last.
Yeah, he's had some issues. A few others have had issues as well. The Blasco there, that was one of the obviously the GTAM cars. They were up near the front, battling for the lead of GTAM, and then they had a crash into Eau Rouge, and they lost a front wheel, and unfortunately it couldn't. Their crew couldn't repair it, and they had to retire, unfortunately. So. Bit of a shame. They were looking really good for GTAM, possibly for the at least podium at the very least, but it just didn't work out in the end.
Unfortunately, I guess it must not have, but such is life in an endurance race, eh?
Yeah. We've seen it all, as I've been saying to Casper and to JJ and throughout the broadcast. It's been literally seen it all. We've seen server crashing, we've seen banter, you've seen shenanigans, plenty of crashes and spins and battles and all of it. Like, it's just been everything, literally. So,
I honestly think there are very few cars that get away with no mistakes this race, if any, because this is just, it's such a long race that basically mistakes are bound to happen. It's just the amount and the severity of them that really play part in it.
For sure, yeah, exactly right. So it's been good though, been good fun. As I said, big thanks to everyone, as I've already said about 3 or 4 times now, but I feel like I should keep saying it because I'm that grateful. Big thanks to everyone for joining, obviously, during the night. We had a bunch of people joining as the night went on to keep me company, so I wasn't completely alone, which is good. And yeah, it was good fun. And as I said, keen for do more VEC comms in the future for the rest of the season, hopefully. So yeah, should be fun. Ooh, okay. Ricardo and Barros, they're getting a little closer to the bus stop, but that's okay. They managed to get through okay. So, yeah. It's all been a bit quiet in the last sort of hour, apart from a few sort of half spins, and I think there was maybe one major crash the last sort of hour. Everyone's sort of settled down now as we've gotten into dawn, into the day again, another night.
It'll be a lot. I think things are probably going to heat up broadcast-wise near the end, to be honest. It's just this section of things where things just get a bit quiet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the calm before the storm, so to speak, to use a overuse saying.
And the car before the power hour. Seriously, it's going to be mental. I think it's just going to be mental. Just I'll be at full floor by then. We'll have James here. We'll have anyone else who wants to be here.
I'll try and stick around for as long as I can.
Oh, thanks, Casper.
Casper's been a star. As I said, JJ. No, well, yeah, you've been fantastic, Casper. Have you along? Thank you, as I said, for joining me in comms. But JJ, the lad, has been on cams for I don't even know how long now. JJ's been hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been, I think, pretty much apart from the first hour.
That's
Yeah.
pretty.
So,
That's pretty
me-
crazy.
I think me and JJ are feeling the same pain. So.
Yeah, I had sleeping routine.
Basically, I think it's me and Thomas have pretty much done the same hours, almost.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So it's been pretty hectic. So yeah. By the way, I just noticed Simon having a half spin again. More half spins. Woo through La Source. So again, no contact. Just went too deep. Yep. Once again, and yes, the rear was lost again. And yes, it was another half spin. And yes, there was no contact with anyone again. So
Thankfully.
yeah. Once again. So same thing we've had in the last few hours. So it continues on with only a loss of probably like 10-15 seconds. So. Maybe crucial though in that fight for the lead of the class. Maybe we'll see. I guess in the later stages of the race.
It's kind of interesting how such a deceptively simple corner, like a hairpin, can cause so many issues to so many people.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, hello, 24th, Jose Alvarez. Oh boy.
Oh, yes,
into
he's
the bus stop
overdue.
chicane. Yeah, he just had a bit of a twirly whirl. Had a bit of a around the roundabout there.
Oh, he caught the grass and then just lost it.
Yeah, just went for a bit of a twirl.
Luckily, he's
Bit of
not
a
caused any
spin.
major accident.
Yeah, and that's literally, as I've been saying, that's literally what we've been having. Just been having spins where they've just gone off on their own and not contacted with anyone and just continued on the merry way. So, so yeah,
Yep.
I guess it's good, of course. No less retirements, of course. So it's good for everyone out there on track. But yeah, it's been quite interesting. As I said, difficult conditions though. I mean, sparring in general is tough enough, as we've been saying, but in the wet it's 3 times or more as hard. So, fair enough. Because I'd probably be making even more of a just mess of everything. So, so yeah.
It is definitely. It's another one of those things where, after you spin, it's also a bit hard to get into your back into your rhythm for the first few corners at the very least. So I think we're seeing him slightly struggling for a few corners still.
Yeah. You sort of break that zone after the spin. You're sort of like, all right, I've got to back off a bit, and then you make a few little errors as you being self-conscious, and yeah, just sort of a bit of a shaker, so to speak.
Yeah.
As I think, no one pitting either. Everyone's going along at the moment. Sardino's putting a lap on one of the GT cars as he continues to quite happily lead there in the GT Pro by a lap from Bram. Yeah, Bram Bolan there in the second spot for the Pros, or GT Pros, sorry. And I think it is DN in AM. It's still Rizzo there in the 458 in the lead for the GT AM. I think, how much is he leading by? I better check that out. Oh, on the same lap actually. Nicky's on the same lap now in the Porsche. Although, no, wait, he's on the Pro. Sorry, no, he's a GT Pro.
It's
GT
2
AM.
minutes and 20 seconds or so between him and second in class. So
Yeah. So he's got almost a lap on him. So in fact, he's like 1 corner behind lapping him. So yep. So he's got a nice gap as well. So the GT leaders are in a nice little gap of their own. P2 is probably the one for the lead that's the most interesting because P1's pretty open at the moment. But Marius Burt, by the way, in the lane for the LMP1 Cup there from 5th. I think he'll stay 5th because Robin Dijon is quite a ways behind that team. Unfortunately, they've just been falling back as we've been seeing. I mean, did the medium tyre, they couldn't seem to make the soft tyre work. Or maybe they were going for a longer strategy. If they have, it's not really working because the rain has kind of put into that, and they just don't seem to have the pace really in the rain, so they've just been dropping off unfortunately, and sitting back in 6 laps down in 6th spot. Unfortunately at the back of the field for the LMP1 still running in the race. And Brzezinski is in too from the lead, so that will unlap McGlade 1 lap, and Parkin, they'll both go now just 2 laps down, but I think that's as bad as it's going to get. Yeah. At this point anyway, but of course we know how much things can change.
Yeah, things can absolutely change on a dime in a race this long. And well, obviously, we are obviously going to keep the results from before, haven't we? Because we just restarted things again. So it is still the 20 hours of Spa.
Yes, yes. I think the points will be sorted post race, of course.
So it is still 20 hours. We're not reducing it again.
I don't think so. No. I'm sure we'll find out after the race anyway. So.
But still, we're only 45 minutes away from being halfway through the restart.
Yeah, indeed. So
That must have happened at like 3 o'clock in the morning where I am, because it's 265 minutes ago, maybe even longer.
yeah,
So not long after I left then at all.
yeah. It all sort of started kicking off once you and you were gone. Just everything got a couple of disconnects.
Oh, hang on. Jimmy says
Oh.
it is 24, but until now we've had one race which should give a quarter of the points.
Yeah, there you go. That would be the one which you saw, Josh. The one that you left at the end of the 7 hours. I think it was the longest of the lot we've had so far. Yeah, 'cause I think it was. We had the start, and we had 7 or 8 hours, and then we had about 3 or 4 hours, and then we've had this one up until now. So
Yeah, we need to get 4 hours and then these guys get another quarter of the points, so we'll probably be
There you
half
go,
points
yeah.
for 20 hours
There you go.
at the end of it.
But
Hey, what can you do?
Kieran Parkin is making many mistakes this lap.
Oh.
So, yeah, I'm not sure if anything is wrong with him, but he seems to have no confidence in that car at the moment.
Yeah, no, I just went back on the replay and saw his little run off the road there to do the S's. So, see how he goes through Bonchimont. Yeah, that's better, much better, more controlled. So maybe it's just a little bit of a cold tyres, maybe.
Maybe
On his
because
notes, sorry. No.
because he had
Not
the
pity.
same issues for the last, basically for the entire lap as we've seen the onboard on the live stream. So.
It's possible because remember obviously Lars had that thing as well. He sort of petered off for a lap or two where he's just really struggling, and he kind of came back to the fore. So maybe the tyres are having a little bit of a moment, perhaps. Maybe they're just a bit overheated or something like that. And he just needs to bring it back a bit to bring it back into range, possibly. Could be a thing.
Well,
Obviously the tyres temperatures here in R Factor 2 are a lot more complex than in R Factor 1 in terms of what they do to the car and what they do to the tyre wear and that sort of thing.
Well, I have done a bit of quick maths for you.
Oop.
There's
Like a bit
100
of quick
minutes
maths.
to go until these guys can get points.
Ooh.
So 1 hour 40 until it can score points.
Mm.
It should be about 10
There you
o'clock
go.
where they finally score then, again for this portion of the race. This portion of the
excellent,
pie, if you will, the 24-hour pie.
Yep. Oh, parking.
Wait, that's a slide.
Oh. He's managed to
Something
kick off the wall though.
That's well, Baranak's still away behind, but at this rate, he's going to catch him.
So something is wrong with that car if he's making so many mistakes in such a short time.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
once you've got Adam, Lars, and Lewis in there, all going to give him moral support as well.
Oh no! Oh, big moment. Oh, ouch.
Oh, wow, that is a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, now he's got
Lost his
no
rear wing.
and no
Yeah.
front wing. So he's
Yeah,
got basically no
big.
downforce on that prototype.
Something's
And
going
it's
on there.
wet,
That's
so
really
this is going to
interesting.
be an absolute disaster. He's
Oh,
going to have to come
no.
into the pits, and that's going to undo all the hard work.
What is it? What is it, Casper?
Oh, they just showed that accident is just it's absolutely.
Yeah. I
It,
think he's either not used to the conditions, but that seems unlikely. It's got to be surely. Maybe it's a hardware issue. Maybe his settings
The rain
been
has
reset or
stopped,
something.
says Jamie Ellison.
Oh,
The
rain
rain
stopped.
has
Ooh.
stopped, so it's just going to be truck
Yeah.
dry now, but Kieran is struggling nonetheless. Maybe we'll get some sort of Sector 3 yellow, I don't know, but it's not moving that slowly. He's doing alright.
Nice.
He's
He's
faster
doing
than the
alright, I think.
GDs, probably.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. No, I
he's
think he'll be
fast
fine.
enough to avoid that, but he's going to have an absolute heck of a time through Blanchimont, and... Oh yeah, there is. Look at it, there's a dry line.
Yeah. Yeah. So may well. It's going to be interesting. So who's going to flinch first? Is the question.
Yeah.
I wonder, it's going to be interesting. Is there going to be a driver change at the BHR? I don't think there is, but yeah, Hodgkinson's in. This could be Hodgie in the car.
Ah, there you go. So that's
Probably a
interesting. I
very
wonder.
good call.
Yeah. Maybe it was a
tired
hard.
towards the end of his stint, but Dip
Yeah, that's
Baranek
it.
here is going to benefit massively.
Yeah, it's either tiredness or perhaps maybe it's a hardware or something, maybe a setting reset or something like that. It's kind of screwing up his rhythm or something like that. Who knows? But either way, I reckon if he's in the waiting spectator mode there, I reckon we're going to probably have him in the car, in old Hodgie back in, probably.
Yep, as one
So
has to do, and I've seen Brzezinski in as well, so Wisniewski could be in. Unless they've just pitted recently.
They've
They
just
do with
been,
the
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it then.
Lewinsky's just got the car, and also that means that, as you mentioned before, it's going to mean Baranek is going to take third spot now, so that ends the double podium for the time being anyway for the Doug Henson boys.
I'm sure they can get it back.
Yeah. Interesting to find out what that issue is with Parker there. He might even mention the YouTube comments actually of the stream.
I think he just got a bit too tired.
Must
To be
have
honest,
been,
I mean, how long has he been going?
yeah, he's been going for a while to be fair, so yeah, it may well be that. Fair enough though, as I said, especially with the night as well, just kind of wears you out I think a bit more in a sense, being so dark and everything, just kind of wears you a bit more in the night old graveyard stints. Who's that? It's De Jong on the back of McGlade, and he's actually challenging him for position. That just shows how McGlade just seems to be really struggling, because it seems like even De Jong is able to keep with him, and he's way down at 5 laps off the lead of the LMP1, so...
I wonder what's happening, because seeing the two DHR guys actually both struggling, I'm not sure if it's something to do with their setup maybe, considering it is both the cars having issues.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Hodgie is in the car now, by the way, so Adam Hutchinson now drives the number 7 DHR.
Indeed, yes, and I think, I'm just looking through now, everyone else going along nicely. Adam Del Mont, still going along, by the way, after the instance they've had. They had a pretty big crash, lost the front end, that's why they're 2 laps down on the nearest P2 car, so they're a bit off the back, but they're still going.
He has just had a bit of a missteer there, and he's let Bram Bailey in the SLBN car almost overtake him, but it could be something set up for later then. We'll have to ask maybe when one of the DHL guys gets here.
So yes, I think I'll hang around for about another probably 10-15, I reckon I'll
fair enough.
call it then if that's alright, Josh.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
okay
absolutely fine. You deserve a break. Honestly, you've done so well. And
well,
I won't mind at all, even if I have to slowly get there, taking over lead commentary duties. Maybe Casper and James can help us out with that.
I shall. I may go and make myself a coffee in a few minutes, but other than that, I'm gonna be sticking around for a while.
JJ might need a rest, because I think he's been on, as he said, for the same time as me. And I think JJ, you were saying we're going to probably end when I was going to end. So
if JJ wants to take a rest, JJ can take a rest, and you certainly deserve one time. I mean, you've done more than any of. Hang on, thinking about it, you've done like 9 hours, and you were here before that. You've practically done this whole broadcast. That in itself is worth the rest. You know, this can't happen for Lamont in all seriousness. You know, we're going to need more people, but you really do deserve a rest right now.
Thanks, Josh. Thank you. I mean, it's all fun. I enjoy it all. So, James, as you saw in the broadcast chat, of saying, which is fair. He did say I could have slept. He did advise that I should have a sleep, and I didn't have a sleep. So it's fair play. I should have probably had a little sleep there. That would have been a smart play, but being me, I didn't decide to do that. So yeah, my own fault in a sense. But yeah, no, it's all good fun. I enjoy it all, so it's all fine, all good.
I mean, let's be serious. You have been going since 2 o'clock last night, like last morning even. I've lost track of time now, honestly. Too early. You were going from 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You've been doing this for best parts of 18 hours straight. That is incredible. I mean, I know someone who tried to do a full 24 and it didn't end well.
That sounds really. Now I just sound like an insane person. Now that you said 18 hours, maybe.
You've been going for 18 out of the 24, and that you really do deserve a break. You're that tired. You know, it's getting to that point, I think. But you know, it's been fantastic having you.
Yeah, no, as I said, no worries. All good fun, and I'm looking forward to doing more later on in the season. So I'll hang around for a little bit longer, maybe till another 10 minutes. I'll be 7:30 my time, so I'll hang around about another 10, and I reckon I'll head off. So yeah, if anything interesting happens before I go back, or before I leave. Who was that? Someone off? No, it wasn't. Okay. Wait, was it? I swear I saw a GT car off. Yeah, you won't escape my eyes, as Casper can, I'm sure, attest to.
Oh yes, definitely.
You won't escape your eyes. That's going to be highlighted in the broadcast. You never see it from Hinsey.
I've just literally been going through the field, and I'll just catch the end of a spin, and I'm like, oh, hang on, I'm replaying that, and I'll be like, oh, he had a spin there.
That has happened multiple times, yes.
Gotta be sure.
Yeah, you got to catch all the moments on the broadcast. Got to be thorough. Nikki, by the way, is in 19th. I think he may have got Riso for position. Obviously, Riso's in GT AM, and obviously Nikki's in GT Pro, but I think that's for position from 19th. So he's actually not too far behind Bahar as well, so that could be something. I think Balasar and Bahar are pretty close once again, so I'm sure that could be a battle that could be brewing.
Actually, what's interesting is right now all the categories are finally together, and basically all the GT Pro cars finally are in the same kind of group, and AM cars are all behind them. So it's kind of interesting how they finally kind of sort themselves out.
And actually, yeah, Ballista's come out pretty much as they were before when we were looking at the cast, but they're pretty much the same thing, although I think Ballista's managed to get a little bit, probably going on a second or two, but they're still pretty close together, so that could be something that maybe develops later in the race.
You know what I said Hodgkin was possibly going to catch David Beranek? Well, Berenek's just gone through Puan now, and Hodgkin's gone up the corner with no name, so he's gained ground.
There's even closer battle for the lead of P2.
Oh, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah.
Gerard versus
Oh, my.
Azevedo, May 7.
Yep, Ricardo's back at him again.
These two have been battling for the last couple hours, and it's just been a fascinating battle, to be honest.
Yeah, someone, of course, had that little half spin earlier on. That cost him a good 10 seconds. If he ended that half spin, he'd probably be 10 seconds up the road. So, yeah, he'll probably be sitting there going, why did I have to spin? Because now I've got this guy right behind me. And we've got, I think it's one of the Doug Henson boys coming up behind him as well, is it? Yeah, oh, no, it's Bernick. Bernick coming up behind him. So that'll be interesting to see how they navigate him as they're in an intense battle right now. Of course, they can't hold up traffic. And yeah, Bernick's just going to power past. Yep, there you go, gets past Ricardo, no worries, and he'll probably try and get Simon pretty sharpish, I would assume. It's actually, wow, look at that, Ricardo was actually having a look back at Bernick. That's just how much speed he had through the source. So, there you go.
Yeah, that's quite incredible.
But I think we were talking before with, it might have been Lewis again actually, and they were mentioning about the P2s being sometimes quicker than the LMP1s through the corners. I think was what was being mentioned, so...
Yeah, they definitely are missing powers where they're losing their speed, so...
Yeah, obviously being designed to be slightly less on power, slightly less the cast, but in a way that lesser power means they get more grip, less power going to the wheels of course, so less wheel spin, all that sort of thing, so...
They do, and of course, there's also the difference of them being rear-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive of the P1. Which is another reason why the P1s just accelerate so much faster out of the corners as soon as they got on power.
Indeed, so... all going along nicely at the moment. Rabin's still, by the way, in 6th there, during the back end of the LMP1s. Frederick Suave still going on too, by the way, in 10th there in the P2 class. Curtis actually, Curtis down 11th now. It's I think effective 4th in class, so actually maybe effective 5th, yeah, it's effective 5th.
And we also have the same battle we had earlier with Thomas Bea and Miguel Ballester brewing up again.
Yes, in the GT and PT Pros.
Yeah.
Melbourne Lights versus...
Line Stern.
Oh, Ballester has to go wide.
Yeah, he has to let Sardina through, of course, because he's leading GT Pro. He's a good few laps ahead of them, so... That's actually let Bahar get away as well, so...
These two battles are basically the definitive battles of the last like 2 or 3 hours. Everyone else has been so spread out, but these two are still keeping so close, even though both of them do make mistakes in both classes. So seems like a very interesting battle.
Indeed, and actually I'm just seeing that dry line, as I'm sure you guys can see, is definitely getting a lot clearer now, so I wonder, dry tyres are probably not too far away, I wouldn't think. Getting pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, if you go offline there might not be much grip, but if you stay on it with the dries, you could probably make it. It might have to be a bit wider before that happens though, because it still requires a lot of precision.
Yeah,
I'm watching
and of course...
Kuznevsky and he's going off it at some points, but then again he might be cool on the tyres.
And of course... of course, we also have to consider that the prototypes also have to go offline all the time to lap the GT cars, so they're probably going to take the wets for a little longer than the GTs do.
Yeah, that was literally, that was what I was about to say, so got me there for that.
Alright, sorry.
Yeah, it's all good, no worries at all. And Hodgie, by the way, still going on in fourth, he's just lapping a Corvette of Curry there. Baronek still in third as well, and Lulu still going along in second place there, so going along. A few little errors for him, but still strong in second at the moment, so podium looking very possible indeed.
Things are looking good, I suppose, for some drivers. From Neon,
Yeah,
as he's
people
having
just-
downloads.
Yep, Delmont in again. As I said, he's actually, I think he's pretty close to. I think he's only a lap ahead of Sardinia in the GT there, but yeah, no, it's been good. It's been a good, as I said, good night stints. As I said, very interesting. The rain, of course, spicing it up. Some good battles and lots of little spins and stuff as the weather definitely challenged drivers and continues to challenge the drivers. Of course, it's a bit changeable now, so it's going to be that cue of when you change.
Hang on a minute.
Oh.
Speaking of tyre changes, Jose Alvarez is on the intermediates.
Yeah.
Now he's in last, so he wouldn't have anything to lose by that.
Yeah.
So this could, if he's quicker, he might gain a bit of time on Marco Felix. But Pacelli Rizzo is as well. So Rizzo on the intermediates. Miguel Ballester has gone onto the select. He's on the hard compound and he's spun.
Oh dear.
Oh no. So
He's
basically.
gone offline, you see, and he's spun. So yeah, Ballester has to stick to that dry line.
Oh yeah.
Just went too deep. Yeah, just went too deep into the corner onto the wet stuff, and once you're on the wet stuff and the slicks,
Oh,
just
hang on,
no grip
Delmont's
at all.
in, and he's on the softs. That's more interesting because he's in a P2.
Yeah.
But he is 3 laps down on the next P2.
Oh.
And this driver change.
Curtis, big crash. Curtis through Blanchimont. Oh, I think he might have been on the dry tyre. Oh boy, that's nasty. Yep. So he's had a bit of flick oversteer.
Oh,
It's
that
just
was
flicked on him.
And
Yeah,
then the
flicked
car
on him.
goes
He's tried to
absolute
correct
spirals.
it, overcorrected it, and big hitting the wall. That's major damage right there. Big damage to the front of that car.
The question is the wheel still on?
Yes, it is still on by the looks of it, I think. Actually, I'll
Yes, it
probably
is.
confirm that. Yeah, both wheels are still on, so he should be able to get it repaired and continue, but he will drop,
Oh,
possibly
yes,
even
an
the
interesting
clutches
thing
of
you may not
casting.
noticed before. Hodgie's on the softs.
Ah.
So that is really interesting. Adam Hutchinson
Oh.
and Doug Henson.
Oh dear, what's Carlson doing? Carlson is limping down the straight towards Eau Rouge. He's
Let's
got
see
a
what happens.
bunch of GTs.
Oh, he
this
messed
is
up the
nasty.
pig
This is nasty. This is nasty. Oh boy. Oh, I don't know how to go. Oh no. Oh, by GT. Oh dear, who's that? Who was that? It's Bayer. Bayer's in the wall.
Oh
Down at Eau
no.
Rouge.
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what happened with Carsten. He messed up the pit exit. He went too wide on pit exit and damaged the car.
Yeah, and so what's happened with Bayer is he's actually gone to avoid the P2, gone off track, hit the anti-cuts, and that sent him up in the air and then straight onto the wall. So, yeah, big shame for him. That's pretty big damage to the
Kenyon
front of
in,
that car.
Stagner in. These might be tyre changes.
He's still got all 4 wheels attached though, so he should be able to get back and get that repaired and continue on, but he will lose a bucket load of time.
Yeah, Hodgkinson on the softs is interesting though, because if he can catch, he will have the dry line now. If he can catch Berenek using that dry line, that'll be the sign for everyone else to change, surely, but he'll have already taken the advantage, and he could be back in race winning or second contention.
I guess he's probably thinking, it's probably
If
fair enough. He's
this
probably...
works, he could pull some serious time back.
Oh yeah, and I think, at this point he's effective 4th or 5th. I mean, he's effectively just outside the podium anyway, so it's not like if he loses anything, he'll just lose a couple of spots to the few remaining in LP1. So
He must have
Well,
thought that the
P1.
risk of going further behind was worth the reward of going on the softs and
But-
trying to get the win back, and it would be
Yeah.
a genius move by Doug Henson Racing if it works.
it looks like he looks pretty comfortable. He's not skidding anywhere. He looks pretty in motion. So I don't know. It looks like a few others are in. I wouldn't be surprised if this triggers a lot of soft runners because he looks pretty comfortable out there. As long as he sticks to the dry line, obviously. I mean, traffic can change that. But if he just sticks to the dry line, he should be able to have some very good pace indeed. Yeah, look at that. Nicodem's staying out, so he's not going to risk it. But to be fair, as we know, Nicodem's got a good 2 laps on second place, so it's not like he has to react straight away. He's got a bit of a buffer, so he can just sort of chill, wait for people to go out and see how it goes, and then change. So
Yeah,
Annual
I mean,
buffer
David
he's got there.
Berenek's on the wets, and he's on the he's on the wet tyre and using all the track, but at the moment Hodgkinson just come through Blanchimont and Speronic just come out of the bus stop, so there's not too much in it, and he can get some serious time.
Yeah, you're
Could be
looking
on
at
for
he
another
really.
2-3 again, maybe even a 1-3. It's possible he could lead, but Wisniewski would have to have a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly looks pretty comfortable out there. I mean, he's not looking. Look at that, even that out of the last corner there. We've seen a lot of people fishtailing and getting some wheel spin. He looked pretty stable there. So he definitely looks comfortable. Got to be said. So maybe another couple of laps,
And Costin is
I
in
reckon
the
it'd be good.
pits, unsurprisingly. And driver change
Yep.
for GT Tally Vincenzo Capella in the car.
The only thing, obviously, as you mentioned, Casper, is that the GTs, if he catches them, he's going to have to go offline. That's the only thing that kind of worries me. Is the moment he goes offline, as he hits the anti-cuts there, and that was a bit of a heart and mouth moment. But once he catches GT cars like he's catching now, he's going to have to go offline. And the moment you go offline, then those tires are just going to have no grip at all. So I'm going to watch this actually quite. I'm watching this intently. Yep, there you go. Look at that. Just went a bit too deep into the chicane. Oh, hang on. Did I just see drops of range? Did I see drops of range then? I swear there's a Chevy going wide there. I thought I saw a drop of range. I could be seeing things though. I'm not sure.
That happened to me before. Don't make people panic.
Yeah, I might be seeing things. So I've been in the booth for a while, so I'm probably hallucinating, no doubt.
Yeah, you should definitely rest.
Yeah, I think it's about time. Yeah, it's about the time that I'd have a rest. So yeah, thanks everyone for having me on, and hopefully you guys enjoyed my company. And
Trust me, I think we all have. I think we all have.
It was a great job, Thomas. So yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Josh. And yeah, good luck for the rest of the broadcast. Hope it's an exciting finish. And yeah, I'll probably keep an eye out for the results and everything, and maybe watch that power hour and see how it all finishes. So.
Oh, hopefully.
Yes, I'll probably, and again, thank you to, of course, Jimmy for being superstar and keeping this going all the way to the end with all of the dramas in the world. Amazing stuff. And of course, JJ, amazing. Casper, fantastic. Everyone else I had in. We had how many? About a dozen people, I think, come through the booth overnight, which was very good. So thanks everyone for popping in. Awesome, love it. And yeah, I'll probably see you guys for the next, hopefully next VEC event. Fingers crossed. Hopefully I'll be able to do that. I'd be very keen. So see you guys then. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Well, I may have to take my leave for about 5 minutes to make myself a coffee, so I'll do that.
Well then, it's just me and James Johnson. This is gonna get interesting quickly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
This is gonna be a fun one. I'm gonna wait until about half an hour, until there are 5 hours left in this race before I formally really start lead commentating. But I'll sort of take the reins now because we have no Hinsey, who has done a sterling job, I may add, and really does deserve the rest he's getting. Thank you so much, Thomas, for holding the fort overnight. And he's absolutely he's brilliant, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just kept on going.
Kept on chugging like a big, reliable steam locomotive. That's what I meant. I did not mean chugging of the alcohol variety. We do not talk about booze on the broadcast. Yeah, this is gonna get off to a great start, isn't it? And tell you what, he hasn't done. Tell you what, whose race has gone a bit badly. Carsten Dynegard, he's out. Engine problems. Down in P12.
Oh dear.
And Adam Delmont in the car now. It's all gone wrong. Yeah, he's out. It says engine, so they must have just called it a day. I'm going to see what happened. Do a bit of pan and scan and see exactly. Yep, he pulled over to the side of the car. Yep, he pulled over. Yep, he was coming round. Oh, he was losing speed well before that. Oh dear. I'll tell you exactly what happened. He over-revved it, somehow. So he shifted down instead of up and over-revved it. And that has blown the engine. I think that's terminal. So Power Max Sim Racing out of the race in very unfortunate circumstances. That has not gone well for them. So, off to a bad start for them, off to a bad start for us. It can only get better though, can't it?
Yep.
That's the thing, when you start batting like we did at the start of the broadcast, you can only get better. And speaking of speaking of only getting better, David Baranek's just coming up to that big long. I need the track map again. I think it's turn 11 he's coming up to, but Adam Hodgkinson's coming up to Licum, so Hodgkie is gaining ground, but he's stuck behind a bit of traffic now.
I am totally knackered.
I bet you are. You want to go for a rest as well? I won't blame you.
Yeah, I probably will.
Yeah, you go get some rest as well. It's fine.
I've now done 5 hours at the cameras.
Yeah, you should definitely stop. I guess I might have to do cameras now, which will be a slight disaster unless Jimmy can. But well, what do you do?
I've returned, and what? And are the cameras now not being operated by anybody?
Well, James was gonna go, so if you want to do cameras, Casper.
There's the link. Isn't it?
I could try. I've never done it before.
Give it a go, Casper. What could
Why
go
not?
wrong?
Oh dear.
I tell you what could go wrong. Well, something has gone wrong while you've been away from Carson Danica and Power Max Sim Racing. They're out of the race. They've blown their engines, so that's their entry done. Unfortunately, with a bit of the race left to go. Just over 5 hours.
Oh dear.
That has not gone well for them. Hang on a minute, I see Lars Brugman waiting. This will be a stop, presumably, for Lewis McGlade. In the DHR car, because I think that's the car that Brugman's in. Maybe, if he's not too tired, we can get Lewis in and have a chat with him. But he will be absolutely shattered after all the work he's just done, so... Oh, McGlade hops the curb there. Hops the curb and doesn't get... If he was going to go in, he's not now. That has not necessarily benefited him then, because, well, what may have pitted, then he hopped the curb, ruined his line, there was a car there, may have had to stay out for a lap he didn't want to, may have not been coming in anyway. Let's see where Beranek is in relation to Hodgkinson again. Berenek's just come out of the no-name corner, and Hodgie is just coming into Purcell. So, well, the gap is about the same again, but I think he's going to need Berenek to pit or have a mistake before things happen.
Right, I'm gonna go and get some sleep.
You should definitely do that,
should,
James.
yes.
You've been fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
Not a problem.
And, well, we probably won't see you again because it's 5 hours to go and you do need to sleep. So, thanks very much for joining us.
Yeah, I'll try and make it up. Right, ciao.
See ya. Well, I need to get used to doing the whole camera stuff.
Yes, yeah, we'll have to. Oh, I'm going to excuse me for a second. I just need to clear my throat there. Didn't want you to hear that on the broadcast. So, yeah, cameras, Casper Cams, there you go. Hashtag
Yes, I'm
Casper
trying.
Cams, make it happen.
Oh dear.
Yeah, basically, it's just nice and easy. It's just a cool
It
click
is.
thing. It's a button you click. It's nice and easy. Anyone could do it. Even a monkey could. But we don't have monkeys on cameras. We have Casper, who's better.
Oh, thanks.
You are considerably better than any monkey we could ever train. Believe me.
Well, who knows? They may be better at driving than me sometimes.
Oh,
So.
really? No, aliens are the best drivers.
Well, that's kind of obvious, isn't it?
Yeah. Marius Bird it's kind of a sort of even split between Bird, Hodgkinson and Beranek at the moment. They're all 3 laps down, 1 down on McGlade, who's gone straight on.
Oh, good, and then change the cameras.
Yep, quick change to Lewis.
It
What's
was
happened
at
is
Lewis.
he's gone. I'm watching McGlade now.
He just made a mistake while braking into the bus stop, and he just went straight on after cutting the curb.
Oh yeah, the back just steps out on him, and
That's
he hopped the
very
curb
odd.
again.
That's very odd. It looks like
That
as
may have
if
cost him a second pit stop, so he's going to have to go around again now. If he was going to pit in the first place, because I see Lars Brugman waiting in the server, ready to jump into the car. Well, not in the server per se, but just what we do. And Max Malamed is now pending an open session, so he'll be waiting to get in the car with David Beranek. So that might be a pit there, which will put Hodgie up in the P3.
Yeah, definitely. It, yeah, it's one of those very odd things. I don't know. It looked very odd with Lewis, with that whole braking stuff, because it just looked like his rear snapped suddenly. So it could just be wrong brake bias or something is changing in the car. Again, the balance. It's just a very odd situation to be happening in the middle of a braking zone. So.
Oh, hang on. The Northern Lights car's evidently lost a wheel. I mentioned they'd pitted, but they've got no bonnet and they've got no front light. And JJ Halvorson's in the car. So they're down in 22nd. Don't necessarily change the cameras to those. You don't have to go with everything I say, but...
Yeah, I know, no, but I'm changing to see exactly to...
Yeah, they're in the pits. It's like what happened to the GT Italia car before I went to get my rest. They've lost the wheel and their thingy, and they're all in the pits, but I hope they can get that attached again, because we don't want them to retire like the GT Italia guys.
Oh, when we were...
Oh, we have a DHR in the pits, sorry. And it's Adam Hodgkinson, so I may have got the wrong car. Unless they're double stacking, which they do have a tendency to do. I'm going to watch Lewis McGlade.
They did come into pits last time at the same time.
No, McGlade stays out.
That's interesting.
So this may be for Hodgkinson instead. I may have just got the DHR cars wrong.
Yeah. Actually, setting the cameras to Jimmy was quite a nice idea because I can actually see the pit entry very well. So at the moment, it's yeah, you can see exactly what's happening.
Yeah, so Hodgkin in the pits. This may just be a stop for him. Marius Bird's gone through in the 3 wide car and all this.
Right.
Yeah, Max Malamed's waiting. George Menasakis is waiting me. So a couple more driver changes here. Let's keep an eye on David Barron again, because he could be about to come into the pits. It's possible, but not certain, is the thing though. David Barron, he's P3 for Team RGPL. He's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Oh yeah, definitely. With mistakes of the DHR guys, or the number 7 specifically, it's definitely very, very interesting that they finally got a good position. But it's a crazy race, and anything can still happen. So if they can just keep it going, I think 3rd place for them will be just an amazing result.
Yeah, David Barrett doesn't pimp, but you know what else would be amazing? Having people in the commentary booth with us.
Oh yes.
Yes, if you want to join in, do join in, because it's me and Casper we can only talk about so much.
Exactly.
Although it is coming up to 5 hours left, and the point where I'll take 2 hours of my time to do lead commentary before we get the fantastic Mr. James Kirk back into the lobby. It seems like ages since we've had him in. It's only been like 24 hours.
Oh yes.
Feels like ages, so he should be back at 11, and he should be taking me through the final 3 hours, and I won't have to do lead commentary anymore. Although in all fairness, I would have been going for about 7-8 hours of lead commentary by the end of this. Total.
That's still quite significant, to be honest.
It's the most I've ever done.
This is literally the first time I've ever been in a live stream commentary booth, so I'm just...
Ah, you're doing great, Casper, don't worry.
Thank you. I'm just trying to support everyone.
Oh, this is a long stop for Hodgkinson.
Huh.
This is a very long stop indeed.
That looks like trouble.
I mean, you can just have long stops. Oh, yeah, here comes McGlade in the pits now. He is in the car, and this has got to be a driver change to Lance Brookman. This has to be a change to Brookman now, because, well, Brookman's there, waiting. So, likely we're going to see Lewis McGlade. Yep, Hodgkin just had a long stop. Does not change. Makes sense, because he didn't get in that long ago.
Also, we're starting to get seemingly 3 cars very close in GT Pro from 4th, 5th, and 6th in GT Pro. So they're
let's have a look at that. Let's find the GT Pros.
That's what I'm doing already.
Oh right, fair enough. Yeah, you're one step ahead of me then, Casper. Hang on, we've got Sardino. This will be Barrister and Almeida.
Kuri and Djakovic.
Oh, right, well, fair enough then. Kuri and Djakovic are a bit further away. Ballister and Almeida is very close though, but there's a lap between them. So yeah, closest one is probably going to be Kuri Djakovic. Unfortunately. Let's have a look at Djakovic because, well, Team Virus were doing great. when I left the lobby, but now on to doing so great.
Oh
They're doing
well.
alright, but
What happened to Djokovic is that they had a disconnect
Ah.
at some stage, so they are on a recovery drive. That is seemingly a very good one, considering they're catching up to others right now.
it's the worst type of problem of disconnect because it
It
can't be
is.
helped.
And especially after the recent, like it was actually since the last restart, so it also counts as track time. So they just had to catch up, and I think they're doing it.
Yep, driver change confirmed for Doug Hansen Racing. Lewis McLean is out, Lars Brugman is in, and that will give Lewis a well-earned break. If he's not too tired, he can decide to join her, but he will be too tired. He's just done a huge stint. He'll want to go to sleep.
Oh, definitely.
And well-deserved sleep as well. I don't know if he's getting in the car again. But Brugman, interestingly, still on the wets. Even though I can see it seems to be localised right now. There's none online.
That's interesting because considering they do about, what is it, 45, 50-minute stints in the prototypes, you would think that they would start thinking a bit more ahead and getting some soft tires or medium tires, but maybe they don't know something we don't. Who knows?
Maybe they do, but as I say, there's absolutely no spray online now. So that dry line is 100% dry, pretty much. So if you run on that on wet tyres, you're going to be overheating them. And it is a very wide dry line now. So I'm surprised that only Adam Hodgkinson, because I know Hodgie's on the wets as well. Maybe they do know something we don't. Maybe they're going offline too much to make it viable.
That may be it. Although you would think that they would maybe go for intermediates then, if it's just for overtaking.
Yeah, you might think. We'll have to ask someone if they come in, because they'll obviously know something we're not aware of. As David Berenek pits, this will be for a change of driver to Max Malamed.
Also, we did have a change of drivers in GT Pro. Curry is now in front of Ballister.
Oh yes, let's have a look at. I'll have a look at that. Yep, he has gone ahead. So Curry has gone ahead of Ballister. That is an interesting one. Not that much between them actually, and there's a lot of traffic. So this could be one to watch.
Oh,
There's the traffic play havoc.
A car just went wide in Eau Rouge.
Who was that? Who's crashed?
It was a GT Pro, no crash, but he went wide and looked like he may just both crash.
Well, let's just keep focusing on Miguel Ballister at the moment, because he's going to possibly catch Calais Curry. He's the one we want to be watching right now, if it's okay, Casper.
Yeah.
And let's keep an eye on him, because he's got this traffic in front of him now, and Calais Curry's got it all behind him.
Yep, I'm keeping an eye on I was keeping an eye on Kyle Curry. I shall.
Oh, fair enough.
Ballister.
Keep on Curry then. Keep on Curry then.
Oh, I changed the Ballister already.
Fair enough. Sync issues, everyone. We're not quite in sync yet.
Sorry.
Hey, it's his first time. What are you going to do? I remember my first time on cameras wasn't great.
Oh.
It's hard to pick up, but when you do pick it up, you never really forget it. It's like riding a bike, except I've got absolutely no balance, so I can't ride a bike.
Oh.
Part and parcel of me being me, ultimately. Tell you what I have got though, I have got a wealth of talent when it comes to broadcasts. So that's a consolation.
That is a talent that's worthy of having. So.
Oh yes, absolutely. It could come in handy in the future. Come in handy when I need to become a commentator for VEC in the future. Because I really do like this. I'd like to continue.
Of course.
Season 9 and beyond, you know?
Who knows? We'll see how that goes. Well,
Ballister doesn't seem to be catching Curry after all that.
Nope, and Djokovic seems to be dropping as well from Ballister.
Oh, Djokovic is in the pits.
Oh, that would explain
and
it.
So is Simon Perard. So there, I think George Manasakis will be going in to the Team Virus Pro GT car, but no change for the Team Spirit. That's what I think is going to be going on there.
For once, we're saying a couple GTM cars being less than 20 seconds in between each other. That's news. They've been very spread out throughout the last few hours, and basically ever since the leading GTM car crashed out, it's just been pretty much massive gaps in between the two. In between any two cars of the GTM class.
Yeah, it's been a bit close between them all, hasn't it? And well,
Yes.
in times, but then it's spread out again as time goes by. But such is life. Things like that happen. But yes, what else would happen? What would be nice if it happened is having people in here with us, because we've still got nobody. So if you would like to get involved with the actual physical talking portion of the broadcast, please feel free to pop on the VEC TeamSpeak and I'll drag you in when I get the chance, and that would be brilliant.
Seem to have something brewing again in between Ricardo and Simon.
Oh, let's have a look. Simon Pirard and Ricardo
Oh no,
Azevedo.
never mind. It's I think one of them was just in the pits, so.
Well, but yes, it was Pirad's just being in the pits, so that
Yeah.
may answer your question. But we are now halfway through this restart, and as such, we're now halfway through we're in the 5-hour section, which means I can do lead commentary officially. Woo! There we
Hey.
go. I've officially taken my spot because I said I would at 9 o'clock, but it's actually 8:50 and we've got 5 hours to go. Makes no difference in the end, does it?
Not really.
Oh, Kieran
No.
Parkin says, I need Broadbent to appear so I can go to bed. Well, fair enough. Jimmy, turn up. That's a direct order from me and Hodgkioff. Yeah, Hodgkinson's just gone wide there. So, yeah, he's going to continue to go wide and then rejoin the track.
Again, it's been a
And now he's cut the grass.
it's been a very odd.
And just
couple
focus on Hodgkie here because he's having a bit of
doing
Hodgkinson
that.
at P5. He's just cut the track twice there. So,
Yeah, I can see.
well,
Oh,
we're
he has
seeing
no
issues
front.
with the DHR cars again.
He has no front on the car.
Oh, now how's that happened? Yes, he's got no front bumper now. How is that? I'm gonna see. Yeah. Oh, he's gone off coming out of the corner with no name.
Not again. That's
yeah,
where
he's come.
he
Yeah,
made.
what happened was he clipped too much of the curb coming out the corner with no name, and he spun it and crashed into the wall, lost his front bumper.
That happened for the second time for the same driver in the space of a couple hours. He has also binned it in there, losing his front and rear wing last time. So honestly, I think he's just struggling a lot with the car at the moment.
Well,
And-
if you had no front bumper, of course you'd struggle.
yeah.
That is one of the things that's part and parcel of not having a front bumper. You tend to struggle in the corners.
Yeah, pretty much.
You do tend to struggle a lot if you can't have the front downforce.
Yeah, definitely.
So, let's just see what else is good. Jimmy for president. Fair enough. There's Brian Hayes in the comments. Yep, everyone's begging for Jimmy to come back. We all want the broadbent of the Jimmy variety. That's what we're gonna call him from now on. It was James's idea, and I'm just gonna carry it on. What we really need, though, is some on-track action, because there's not much.
No,
in the pits, obviously, but Robert De Jong in all this may gain some more time.
yeah. Although it
Well,
seems like the dry line is actually really dry now, so that's an interesting development by
Max
now.
Melvin is in the RGPL car now, for those of you who are SV has taken over from David Baranek. So he is now driving. Marius Burt's up in the P3 on this for 3 wide. The 3 wide in P3.
Actually, I wonder how the DHR cars are doing, considering the line is really getting very dry now, and they're still on wet tires.
Well, a lot of cars are still on wets, in all fairness, but Brookman is still second, which is absolutely fantastic for them. That's somewhat redeeming, I guess, considering the problems that the number 7 cars ran into, and the number 8 cars, the one with only 3 drivers.
Yeah.
So they've done exceptionally well, all things considered. So
Yeah.
Brookman, trying to do two at once. He's trying to get past the Team Virus car and then LMP2. So, well, ambitious move there from the Dutchman, but it hasn't quite worked out for him because he's not able to get past his LMP2 at all. He'll be getting blue flags waved around like mad. This has got to be the move. Yep, goes through. Nice and easy, Ross. Nice and simple. Don't know who gets a bit of a twitch on, but the same six. That was a close one. I should add that I don't know how long I've been with Brooklyn's. I think Lars hasn't only been in the car that long, but he is, from what we saw before, he's obviously very quick, but he is still 3 laps down on Nick and Wisniewski in the Feeder Sport Poland. And I'm thinking, barring any major disaster for the Polish team, they will win this now. Because they've got such an advantage in 3 laps.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to just do a pretty much perfect job with no mistakes, and it's just working out for them really, really well.
You can bet it has. They've been strong throughout the season, really, but especially this race.
Indeed. And it's a tough race, so basically it shows that they do have quite a bit of pace and quite a bit of consistency in them.
They do, yes. They have the skill to win, and hopefully the will is getting a bit stuck behind the LMP2 there of Simon Pirard of all people.
Oh dear.
And we've got a couple of pitters, Marius Burt in and Ricardo Azevedo in.
Also, it looks like if none of the two pit, we may have something brewing for...
we do indeed. Sorry, Casper, but we do indeed have a Lewis McGlade.
Not
You
very
must
long.
be exhausted, sir.
Well, in the consideration I've only been in the car twice for 4 stints, I'm knackered.
I bet you would be as well. You've had an absolute thriller there, and Lars has taken over the car now. He's in P2, and that's a point I just made with Casper. The car from the team, which only has 3 drivers, is ahead. I mean, obviously we know Hodgkin's run into some problems, and Kieran ran into some problems as well.
Oh,
but,
everyone has.
Everyone's had their issues, but Lars is second.
The only car that really hasn't had so many issues in the last few hours or since this race has been going, this iteration is obviously the red flag that came out for about 5 hours ago. Yeah, about 5 hours ago. Is the feeder sport car. Unsurprising, they're so good in the rain. But yeah, the 8 car. Boy, the first time I got in it, I binned it twice. Once really big time as well. I mean, I bent the suspension and stuff like that. I was so lucky that the red flag came out. I only had to do 1 stint in the dry. I can't drive this car in the dry at all. Wet was fine. Totally fine. The dry though, no, I can't do it.
Yeah, Lewis, I've seen you and Kieran, and generally both of your cars basically struggle when the track started to dry out. Is that just a setup issue, or is it something else that you just don't know what's happening?
For Kieran, it's exhaustion. I
thought it might be.
He has been in this car for so long, in and out. He's been driving it basically. You think the first 4 stints were Jimmy, then he got in it for 4, then got out of it, then got back in it, out, in, and even Hodge wasn't in it for that long. I think Hodge has only done like 4 or 5 stints. So, Kieran's been doing so many laps in the car, so he's mentally and physically exhausted. For me, it's just because I'm bad.
Also we just
Lewis.
we just had an overtake for the 2nd place in GTEM class.
Oh, was this the Barros?
Barros just overtaking Lapadula, yes.
Oh my god, traffic's terrifying in these conditions.
Oh, I'd imagine it is.
There's one line, you can't go offline. That's the problem. It's like imagine driving this track on slicks. It's like that all the time, even though you're on wet tyres. But you may think, oh, I'll just go on the slicks then. No, not enough grip.
Oh dear. There isn't much grip in the rain in general, is there?
It's a lose-lose, really. As I see Nicodemus in the pit lane, but they've already soldiered off into the distance. I mean, yes, there's 5 hours to go. We're kind of waiting for our 3rd driver to hopefully wake up in about maybe an hour and a half and have him take over until the end of the race. But I I think I might be back in the car soon, but at
Oh, well,
present I'm too exhausted.
oh, understandably. I reckon you should just have a rest, to be honest, because you deserve that rest. Whether
I
rest be
can't.
sleep or rest be here with us, you don't pick your choose your pick.
I cannot. I cannot rest. Not until Bailey's here. Not
Until
no.
yeah, you can't rest until we have the Baileys.
No, I can't. I've got to be there on like Brugman's support helpline.
Oh, Brooklyn support helpline. That's gonna become a thing.
Yeah. So how was sleep? This weird thing that I haven't tried yet. How was
Oh,
it?
it was lovely. It was
It was
absolutely
great.
You missed a pretty good part of the race. There was some absolutely excellent scraps across the night.
I bet I did miss it, and I'm obviously I'm sorry, but I wish I was at night owl now, to be honest, because then I could have done that and saved into some
Yeah.
serious bother.
Well, you would have also gone through the various red flag stages that we've all been through. I mean, this is what I think it was the 4th red flag.
Really?
Yeah, but the
Third,
second in
fourth.
this and the second in race 2, room 2 as well. I keep calling it race 2. It is a separate race though.
Oh right, yeah, the previous, yeah. In the consideration of everything that's happened to the 7 and the 8, I mean the 7 car is in a bad spot at the moment, but with everything that's happened to the 8 car at the moment, I'd be happy with where it finished.
Yeah, I'd be very happy. All
I'm
things
not-
considered as well.
I'm not quite sure with how the points work, whether the points are going to be for this race and the other longer race that we had, or what's going to happen, whether they're going to be added with the shorter stuff. I have absolutely no idea. For me, personally, I'm hoping it's the 2 longer ones, because better points for us.
Oh. So,
Okay. Yeah, okay.
alright, there we go. The broadcast could hear you there, couldn't they, Jimmy? I just don't know whether there was an awkward silence or not.
No, okay, right. Basically what happened was, because of the way it's been split, the previous long stint that we had, the one before this, the long, I think it was like 7-8 hours, will be treated as, in the point systems, it'll be the 6 to 12 hour race, which is the normal points we've had all season, so 25, blah, 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 blah. With that, the bonus points will be 5 bonus points for Room 1, no bonus points, obviously, for Room 2. This race, because of how long it's been as well, it has still fallen within the 6 to 12 category, as it's 10 hour if it goes to the end. Okay, so yeah, we need to go 42 minutes, and then we'll score those maximum points, because obviously, 6 to 12 hour race. And then, again, it'll be the same points basically as what we've had in the first iteration of this race. So it'll be your 25 for a win, and then again the extra 5 bonus points. So yes, there will be points for both these points, both these little races that we've had. I say little, bloody
But
hell.
it's been a long haul, hasn't it?
Yeah, it sure has. Yeah, I mean that's the best way of doing it, I guess, for the situation when you consider how long these guys have been racing and this, that, and the other. Hopefully, going into Le Mans, we don't have these kind of issues, but sometimes they just can't be avoided. It's just.
Sometimes you just can't help it, can you?
By the way, there's a battle brewing for the GP Pro for a while now, and it's the 2 Corvettes fighting for fourth in class.
It's Curry and Ballister again. We were focusing on them before, but they're having a bit of a closer fight now because there's about a second between them. Now, as you know, when there's a second between cars, that's not very much in its grounds for keeping a beady eye on it.
No, it's not at all. It's going to be a very. It seems like they're fairly evenly matched at the moment, but it is quite one mistake will mean a change in position.
Just a quick point. I've seen this on the broadcast. I don't think Wisniewski's had a mistake.
Oh.
But by the time I handed over to Mr. Brugman, we were 3 laps down, and now we're only 1. Now I know that's because they've pitted, so we would have been 2 laps down, but now we're 1 lap down. So Assuming they've had a mistake somewhere.
I saw them on a slight do, but it wasn't anything major. But then again, they are on the soft tyre and Brugman is on the wet. So that might be that
They're on the
difference coming into
soft.
play. They're on the softs and they're
Yeah.
sticking to the dry line quite well. So in theory,
Well-
they should be faster because that dry line is totally dry now.
I'm going to be right back. I may return, I don't know. I need to go and inform my team of this precarious
Uh-oh.
information.
Oh,
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't have said that then because I may have accidentally given the team a hint.
you
I
just,
try to be impartial, but it's my job to point these things out.
You may have just given a hint to the HR guys, yes.
But it's my job. You know, Hinsey was talking about tyres before.
Of course, yeah, no. It's there for anybody that...
If Lewis wants to take that as a hint, then Lewis can take that as a hint.
Yeah, exactly. The broadcast is there to see for everybody, so I mean, everyone has the information and everyone knows that the HR guys on the wets, and obviously it's
Yeah.
available to everyone.
It's not like you can't see it, can you? I mean, it's blatantly
Exactly.
there, the bright, luminous yellow tyre walls.
That's what they're for.
That's what they're for, and if you're running blue tyre walls, that means you're on the wet tyre. And let's see what happens now. Obviously, no, they haven't pitted immediately, so they haven't taken my advice completely. So, but it wasn't even advice, it wasn't advice, it was an observation. It was an observation, that's what
Exactly.
it was.
Yes.
It was a very clever observation, which Lewis has decided to take as means of saying we need to switch tyres.
Seemingly, yes.
Whether that's actually a good idea or not, time will tell, but...
Well, we don't know what they're going to do. All we gave them is information. He's just going to inform the team, which means that they could either change tires or they can see their pace and compare it. And then we obviously don't know who's faster at the moment. So who knows? Maybe they'll see that it's actually still better to be on wet tires.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I had Hodgkin was on the softs before, and then, you know, now he's not. And now Lars is on the wets, he was on the softs, and then he went back on the wets. So maybe at the time it wasn't worth it, but as I mentioned, the Feeder Sport team are indeed on the soft tyres, and of course that dry line totally dry now, and it is widening by the second. So they will pretty much have a good portion of dry track ahead of them, which they can use to gain some serious time.
Definitely.
And knowing Feeder Sport, they will use it to gain some serious time. They're already getting the dabs of spray when they put one wheel offline, and that's not very bad at all.
Oh. Yeah, one of the GT cars just went a bit wide as well.
Oh yeah, that's well,
Just
let's
tiny.
see what's going on, because Ballister and Curry are still having to do, but there's a bit more time between them now.
Yeah, that was
So
a
have a
mistake.
P2 coming at the lap, and that is Simon Pirard.
It seems like this.
Through. Oh, Pirard catches the grass a bit there and goes wide as a result. But, well, he tried to overtake a lap and it didn't work.
Does have quite a bit of a gap to the next driver, so even if he did lose a bit of time here, it's not that big of a deal yet.
Yeah, it's not entirely massively problematic yet, but it may become problematic if it continues to happen, but hopefully it won't.
Of course. That's actually the exact reason why typically
It's
waiting.
Brookman in. Brookman is in, so this could be a tyre change, obviously having nothing to do with me whatsoever.
Of
As
course.
we know. Yeah, I'm serious though, I didn't, oh yep, there is a tyre change, there you go, switch to the
Oh.
softs. I didn't physically say switch to the soft tyres now, it was an observation, so Lewis is the one who made that call, not me.
Well, they did come in early compared to the normal stop, so yeah, I presume that was the call from Lewis.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Obviously, you know, things like that happen. I haven't tampered with the race in that sense because, well, you know, I made an observation that other people were really aware of.
Now,
But enough of seeing things. Let's go back to talking about things. Let's go back to talking about Adam Hodgkinson, who is in P5 and currently driving quite well and is also coming into pits. So we can't escape it.
well, then I switched to Adam, and then of course he has to go to pits.
we can't escape, can we? No, we have
No.
to talk about young heads in racing.
Of course.
We have no choice.
No, not at all.
Yeah, Brookman exits. And Hodgie is also on the softs now, so they decided to pit both cars and put them on the softs.
Well, that would make sense though. probably a bit of doing from Lewis.
I think he
That's
has
good.
quite a bit of persuasive power in the team, but that stuff has put
Seemingly.
Max Mellemed in second though. Max
But-
Mellemed from Team RJPL has gone up to second place.
That's what I was wondering about, because considering the whole, like, they did change basically out of their kind of typical stop, it did put the Max Melmed in a bit better situation, seemingly, and we'll see how it pans out with it by the end, because who knows, maybe the stops will work out, but obviously it's just a question of seeing it at the end.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it pans out for them. Because Wisniewski, it seems like people must be taking the chance to go to the soft side. Because Wisniewski on the soft, Brookman on the soft, Hodgie on the softs. Robert De Jong not on the softs yet. Neither is Marius Burt. So some people are on the softs and some people aren't. That is the thing. And looking at Curtis Kenyon, he's on the wets. I thought he was on the mediums, but he's not.
I'm trying to see what Simon Pirar is
Dalpo
on.
Sardino in 12th place. It's in the GT Pro. It's on the hards. So
Yeah, the GTE Pros are all on, are pretty much all on
dry tyres now.
Dry
Yeah.
tires now. It
So they
seems
did
like.
make the switch first, as expected. Gurgly Boris on the intermediates in all this, and Giacomo Lapadula, that was almost Italian, is on the wets. And we have a guest. We have a fantastic guest. We have a guest who we had earlier, and it's Mr. Tommy Ojala.
Hello, or good morning, someone.
Yep, good morning, because
morning.
it's morning for me, and probably Casper as well.
It is, yes.
I guess right then. So, it's morning here in Belgium, it's morning here in England, morning in most places except for maybe the other half of the world. And for Tommy O, it's probably morning as well.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
Yep, 2 hours ahead of me then. And Wigan Wisniewski and all this, 3 laps ahead of Lars Brookman, but Brookman, like his teammate, is now on the softs. So that is going to possible. We'll see how that pans out, obviously, but you have obviously been
Melamed
racing.
is still on wets.
Yeah,
Yeah, a couple of people still on wets, but you haven't been racing for a while now, Tommy. So you probably won't have got to experience the rain then.
Yeah, I did a lot of practice for the Fuji in rain and for this event too. So yeah, I was pretty confident in rain, but I never got into that part of the race.
Yeah, that never happened, did it, unfortunately. But less about that said, the better, I think.
Yep.
probably.
So, I'm just looking for something to have a look at now because Robin De Jong is still a whole lap ahead of Adam Hodgkinson. And Hodgie's gone. Hodgie's lost his front bumper again. Oh
dear.
no, he's had another disaster. Front bumper. Oh, hang on. Warning track limits max element. So he's been given a public warning for exceeding track limits. That is not good. So, yeah, but Adam Hodgkinson's lost his front bumper again. So another disaster for the number 7 Doug Henson racing car.
They just didn't have a good day at all.
It has
today.
not been their time, has it? And I'll tell you where he lost it. I'm just reversing a bit. It was a while ago. It was a while ago. They've had no front bumper ever since Eau Rouge.
No.
It's the magical bump of death.
What it is he's gone into Eau Rouge, he's gone inside, and that's caused him to lose it. Slide slightly into the wall, then into another wall, then into another wall. So he's played pinball with the walls from Eau Rouge onwards, and he's found the pit lane. So another disaster for the number 7 car.
Yeah, in the La Rouge there's one on outside and one on inside. That one of those bumps can cause you spin out, or in rare occasions it causes the car to go flying like I did.
Yeah, but it is another absolutely horrendous stroke of luck for the number 7 car, and all this. Lars Brugman is busy in second, so that's going to be the car they focus on, I think, at the moment. Doug Henson Racing and Hodgie's team car, unfortunately, is not going well.
I think they still. You must remember that they just went on the dry tire as well, so it may have caught out Adam. Just suddenly he had no grip or something, no rouge, and it's just the worst feeling But it seems like the dry tire is working really well for Lars, who overtook Max, and he's actually gaining on him in terms of seconds a lap, not just tenths or anything like that.
Yep. So he is obviously gains are happening, but in all this, hang on. Sorry, but I thought I heard something there, but evidently I didn't. I'm going a bit crazy too.
So Casper, do you know what happened to our PT car?
I unluckily don't. I was asleep at the time, so I woke up to the to the bad news.
Okay.
Oh yeah, your PT car isn't running, is it?
No, I should have been in the car at this very moment, or just about to get out of the car at this moment. So yeah, it's a bit of a sad time for me.
Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I don't even know what happened, but
Apparently, one of our drivers just binned it, so I'm not entirely sure what happened.
oh, hang on. I've just seen that Mr. Stephen Bailey has popped into the lobby. He will be there to give emotional support to the Doug Henson team. Then I think Lewis said he'd stay awake until Bailey turned up, so he can go to sleep now. Yep. So bring out the Baileys. Mr. Bailey is here. Yep, that is interesting for people who know what Bailey's is.
Yes, definitely.
Where? Casper knows.
Yep. Well, I live in the country, so.
Oh yes, you live in Ireland, don't you?
Yes, I do.
There we go. Interesting fact of the day for you. Well,
Yeah.
it technically is an interesting fact of the day because it's now the 7th of February instead of 6th.
Of course. Well,
So-
to be fair, I am driving under the Irish flag for this series, so.
Yeah, fair enough. That is. They have an Irishman in the car. Well, they had an Irishman in the car, now they
Kind of.
don't. Because
Well,
the car
they
is
still
running
have.
as Max Melamed finds himself running off the track a bit, but he's covered it and will now be returning back to normal pace, hopefully. Mind you, Melamed and all this is on the wet still, and the two cars ahead are on the softs. Marius Burt is still on the wet. Robin de Jong pits.
At the moment, I'm just watching Lars, and honestly, when he's on the line, he's on it, and the car seems to look fine. But as soon as he touches the wet, he just has no control.
And no tyre change, surprisingly, for SRV, and they elect to stay on the wet compound.
I wonder when, to be honest, the 007 of Max Malamed is going to come into the pits again, and we'll see what they
When's
decide to
Melamed
do.
going to come in? Yes, that's going to be an interesting question. I think they're probably going to switch to, unless they know the car ahead of them is status. I don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to stay on the drives? Are they going to go up the drives? In fact, well, he called it perfectly. Casper's in the pits now. He
We'll
called
see
it
it.
absolutely perfectly. And he's joined by a Corvette from the GT class, obviously, because all Corvettes are GTs unless they're a Corvette prototype. Which
Not
are
in this
not
league.
even this series. So
Well-
yeah, all Corvettes are GTs in this series. And oh, tyre change from Melamed goes up in the medians as they made them work so well.
That's interesting that they do decide to go for mediums, but yeah, to be honest, if they can make it work again, as it was said before, I think they don't see as much of a difference in the tire compounds. So I presume that mediums are going to work fine in these conditions.
Driver change for SRVN though. Your own, God, how do you pronounce his last name? I don't know. I'm just gonna call you your own. So your own Seesaw, possibly, for SRVN is now in the car, taking over from Robin de Jong. Which will be good, because it's a fresh driver, a fresh man, got some new rubber on the car, although it is wet rubber instead of dry rubber. Well, wet weather rubber even. And Max Melamed comes out of the pits, no driver change, but a tyre change. Of course, as we alluded to. Marius Burt ahead is still on the wets, so he might be the next to switch over.
Oh, is someone taking the cameras now?
Oh,
Because I've just had it change from not mine.
oh, fair enough. Someone could have done it.
Could have been Jimmy.
Could have been Jimmy, he might have done something, but...
But the good thing is I was just about to switch to that driver, so...
There we go. That's a bit well timed, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, Curtis Kenyon and all this is in the pits, and he's just changed to Greg Hall, so we have a driver change. Greg Hall in the DR Motorsports car. He changes from Curtis Kenyon. And this will be... Greg Hall was so very good at the recovery drive, wasn't he, before? So hopefully he'll be able to get them up a bit more than they already are. They're already like 5th in class, so that's good. But the top 3 might just be out of reach. Getting Tonga Guardia, though, by the end of this race will probably be the goal.
Yeah. It is 30 seconds in between the two, so we'll see how that goes, and we'll see how the pace really works out for them in the long run. So, but there's still 4.5 hours to go, so it is definitely possible to reach Tonga.
Yep, certainly doable. And you know what else is doable? Joining us in this booth, because there is 4.5 hours of this race to go, and we have Casper and Tommy, but we need more people, because we like variety. So, if you do want to join us at any point during these remaining 4.5 hours of the broadcast, please do feel free to put yourself onto the VEC Room 1 TeamSpeak. Make sure it is the Room 1 TeamSpeak, because we have 2 TeamSpeaks. Lucky us. And then just stick yourself in the waiting booth of the broadcast section, and I'll drag you in when I have the opportunity. And your own Sisha is in the pits again. And he's got no front bumper, that's why. I'll tell you why he's got no front bumper. If I can pan and scan, just go a bit back. Do a bit of reversal, take a little trip back through the race again. See what precisely has happened, which has caused the SLBN car to have a ding-dong-do. And it's happening, well, it was... I'll tell you exactly... No, it wasn't. It wasn't there. We're going further back. It was going into Licum. So they had a front bumper. And then Euroan goes into the first part of Licum and then gets a bit of a slide on. So... Then there was a bit of a... I'm going to slag it out a bit, but he's gone into Licum and got a slide on. He's out now, so... There you go.
Yeah, he was literally just in the pits very recently, wasn't he? So...
Yeah, he's just come out, so he's just changed that front bumper and he's got going again.
So yeah, he didn't even have to change tires or anything unless he completely shot them. So thankfully there wasn't that long of a stop.
Yeah, it hasn't really cost any position per se, because Max Mellemed was only 3 laps ahead anyway. Max Mellemed, though, will have a mission to try and catch Marius Berg in the 3 wide car, who is not pitted and is continuing on his merry way. And Lars Brookman will have a chance, I guess his goal right now will just be holding 2nd place. Because, well, he's in 2nd and 3 laps down behind overall race leader Nikitin Wisniewski for Finisport Poland. And I tell you what I'm going to do now. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute, not even 5-minute break actually, just literally 1 minute off air time while I go do something, and I'm going to leave you with Casper and Tommy for literally about 60 seconds.
Sounds good. But yeah, it's still interesting to see the SRVN car being on wets, considering it's been dry for the last there's been quite a significant dry line for the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, they might be just careful about overtaking and stuff, because that's gonna be on wet line.
Still is.
But lead battle for the LMP2 is getting closer and closer every lap.
It's been like that for a while though. The league battle for LMP2 has been happening for the last 3-4 hours. Also, there is a spinning Ferrari. GT Italia Ferrari just crashed into a wall before the bus stop.
Yep.
Thankfully, seems to get going good.
And they're back.
We just had a GT Italia Ferrari crash.
Oh dear, where's that?
It was just before the bus stop, after Blanchimont. I don't know how that happened, but seemed to crash on the outside wall of the braking zone into the last corner.
Well, that hasn't gone very well, has it?
No.
He probably went the green bit on the outside
hang
of the
on.
corner.
I've just realised they're still going. That was a mistake of me. I thought they retired. So they haven't. Sorry, guys. They're still going. It's very good that they did get it going in after the problems with on Luigi Cilio. Angelo Luigi Cilio, that is. So, good to see them still going around in 18th place. Unfortunately, Costin Dynagod's team did not get the same chance. And the Northern Lights car's going again, which is good. Although they are second to last now.
Wait, actually, that was the leading car of DTM class then. If that was Vincenzo
Acquaviva, yes.
So that is a massive thing, although they still had a lap of the lead, so I presume they'll be fine.
Oh yes, they are now leading DTM, aren't they? That's massive for them, considering the problems they had before.
Yeah, considering
All
that's
things considered, that's a
recovery.
great result.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes after the pit, but I think they'll still be leading. But yeah, it's still interesting, as I was saying a minute ago or so, the SRVN car is still on wet tires, even though the dry line is actually getting quite wide now, so we'll see how that's going to happen. But if they're going to be driving for 45 minutes, I don't know how well those tires are going to last.
And that's Brambalen. Brambalen's on the hards.
Oh,
the
I'm talking about
the BSRVN prototype
Q1, yes.
Euro and is on the wet, but Max Malamed in the pits, who's got no front bumper. Max Malamed's got no front bumper. That's a disaster. And sorry about that. Things went a bit badly there for me. They're got a bit congested, but Max Malamed has got no front bumper for no discernible reason. But I'm going to find out why that is. Hopefully very soon, but Martin Furman takes over from Marius Burt in the 3-wide motorsport car. So there is a driver change there. Oh, wow. Max Malamed, I'll tell you what's happened there. He went wide, going into Pouon. So he's gone wide into Pouon, caught the curb, and that's unsettled the car, caused him to crash and lose his front bumper.
Oh, no.
So that's not going well for him. And he is now, as a result of that, in the pits for a lengthy stop. And that is going to make Adam Hodgkinson quite happy because, well, he now has a chance to catch up a bit of time. But Malamed coming out of the pits. And Acquaviva's in the pits with no bonnet.
Yeah, that's the because of the crash earlier.
Yeah, they still haven't replaced that.
Yeah, I think there's...
That's going to cause some aero problems, but they are leading GTM, so, you know, credit where credit's due.
Yeah, it's a weird thing because you would think that they would try to come in and repair, considering this track is very heavy on the front grip to still keep going fast. So
maybe they can't repair it.
I think you can, because I lost my front when I crashed. Like 20 minutes into my first ever stint in VEC, and I was able to easily repair it, and I think pretty much anybody was able to repair it when they had their issues. So. I think they just didn't come into pits to repair it yet.
Maybe they just haven't repaired that part of the car, who knows? Anything could have happened, but ours is not to wonder what. Ours is to note that Adam Hodgkinson is in the pits again, once again, with no front bumper.
Oh dear.
It's happened again, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
I'm going to have to do a count of how many times they do that and take shots of beer for every single time they do.
It's at the very least about 4 times in the last 2 hours, which is quite a significant number.
Right, let's see where Hodgie went off this time. Oh, I'll tell you where. He was coming into a... excuse me. Got a bit of a sneeze on. Oh, it was the second... I'll tell you where it was. It was part of a right-left-hand combo. And I don't have a track map up, so I don't know. But I'll find out very quickly. It was Canvas where we lost it. So, just after turn 13.
that is big.
Yeah, I'm gonna go away for about 30 seconds again while I go grab something, but I should be back.
Yeah, on that, well, I can't remember the actual name for it. The campus corner. Once it has rained, I think those curbs are full of water because they are downwards.
Very
So
likely.
it's easy to lose the car if you are on like slick tires.
Yeah, at the moment you just have to be so careful because the curbs are basically all full of water unless you basically drive them over them every lap, which is so treacherous.
Yep. And the outside line is still very wet, so it's very easy to lose the car.
Yeah, thankfully the actual racing line is getting wider and wider, so
Yeah, the dry line is getting wider, isn't it? So that will age things, and I am back, by the way. So yeah, the dry line's widening. That is going to be a bonus.
that is definitely a bonus for the guys on the dry tires in the P categories.
Yeah, because of course that means it go out to the dries and get some good old-fashioned speedy times going on.
And what's even more important is they have more space to overtake the actual GTE guys a lot easier. So that's definitely something that they really want to see. Also, Treewide just made a small mistake going to gravel just at the exit of Lacombe.
Oh yes, absolutely. Oh, hang on, yeah, let's have a... What's happened there is I've completely lost my train of thought.
Sorry.
That's not good. It's still way a bit. I'm still a bit early, but hey ho, I'm here. I'm doing okay. I am definitely trying to lead this discussion forwards, but it's not working. Right, let's have a look at the. Well, I was gonna say let's have a look at the field, but it's the same as last time. No changes. Nikita Wisniewski still leading for Swedish pole polling, still 3 laps ahead of Lars Brookman in the Doug Henson racing car, and then he is a whole lap ahead of Martin Fruman in the 3 wide, and then a whole lap ahead of Max Melamed in the SRPL car.
Yeah.
Oh, and your owen's got no front bumper again. So that's another problem for the SRVN team. What's happened here? Has he lost it through Eau Rouge? Yes, he has. He's lost it through Eau Rouge.
Oh, is it the?
What he's done is he's come inside through Radion and then lost it Eau Rouge. Lost a bit of lost the stability, and then he's lost the front bumper. So it's becoming a common theme now. People losing bumpers going into the pits.
Yeah, seemingly, especially the P cars a lot of the time. It seems like it's just, again, these conditions, it's just very hard for them. But I'm not sure why it happens that they always lose the front bumper every time they touch anything.
I think the front bumpers they're just the fragile things, you know. Gotta take care of them.
Seemingly, also in real life, I think they all just run out of front bumpers by now.
Yep, roll out of front bumpers is the song they'll be singing in the pits. We need more bumpers, etc., etc. I think we'll need to stock up for Le Mans. Get all of the front bumpers.
Yeah, definitely. All we could see in the garage is just front bumpers everywhere.
Yep, just in case we crash, you know, we need a surplus.
Yeah.
So yeah, your road is still trundling round in P5. Adam Hodgkinson may forward, get to one lap himself on him at the rate. Yeah, he's going to one lap himself on them. He might even catch your road before they get the bus stop chicane. And it's close, but he's not going to. But your road will pit. Hodgkinson will not pit, and unlap himself he will do, and possibly gain some serious time. Maybe a jump up to P5 is on the cards. And of course, you're on in the pits now.
Oh. Yep.
And Melamed too. Melamed joins him. And Melamed does have a front bumper. That's a relief.
So that's more than likely a planned stop.
Yeah, probably more likely a planned stop. Now all we have to do is hope Adam doesn't lose his front bumper. Otherwise we will have to call him, Adam, where's your front bumper, Hodgkinson?
To be fair, I think it should be something like P1 drivers, where did you leave your front bumper?
Yeah, How many front bumpers are we going to have to pick off the track this time? I could probably collect all the front bumpers that have been taken and sell them for a huge profit.
Oh yeah, I mean those things are expensive, aren't they? All made out of carbon fiber and everything.
Yeah, maybe start my own little front bumper business, you know? Sell them back to teams. I might sell a Feeder Sport Poland front bumper to Team DHR. I could start my own buying and selling front bumpers business with all the amount we've seen come off. Wow, it is proof that this is just going absolutely nowhere now, isn't it? Wow. And I've still got quite a bit, 1.5 hours of lead commentary to go.
Yep.
Which is actually quite sad, because yes, I'll still be around in the car speed, I won't officially be lead commentator, but it will be lovely to have James Kirk back, it really will.
Yeah, it will bring a couple more voices into the podcast.
Yeah, and while he'll be official lead commentator, it's not like you're losing, as I'll still be here till the bitter end. Of course I have to be here till the bitter end. I've got to be here for the power hour, you know? That is still to come. Don't turn away from the broadcast. We've got the most fun bit to come.
Considering it's 4 hours to go, I may just about last.
Yeah, we've got 10 minutes until we have 4 hours left. And that means an hour until James Kirk, because he's going to do the last 3. We might even do a Silverstone and get him in slightly early, if he decides to, but, you know, he did say 11, and that's when we're expecting him. Well, slightly before 11 now, because there'll be 3 hours left, but...
Yeah. Because of all these restarts and everything, obviously the whole end finish is not going to be at the same time as the start was. So it's just...
Oh no!
Oh no!
The rain we have rain again! No! That's not good news for anyone on the soft tyres, but I'll tell you who it is good news for. 3 wide more. No, it's not there on the soft as well. They're on the dry compound. I'll tell you who it is. It's not even good news for SRVN. Rickard Norgren has probably got it best off in the LMP2 class. He's got it best off. Everyone else will have to pit. But they're all ahead of him, so it makes no difference. It's all going to be about when you pit now, rather than are you going to pit unless the rain stops, because it has started again. We have rain again. Suddenly,
it looks like that SRVN guys being on wet tires was not such a bad idea.
Yeah, if they'd only stuck with it for a bit more.
Oh, Smarda is now in the car. Have they changed to softs? Because they were just in the bits just a moment ago.
Yeah, this is not going to go fantastically well. And we definitely have rain. This is rain, it is happening. It is chucking it down, as we would say in England. And, well, Wisniewski will suffer, Bruckmann will suffer, Furman will suffer. All of the LMP1s are going to have problems now. As there is now, well, there's no spray on the dry line yet. It's just raining.
It could be just very slightly drizzling as well.
It could just be drizzle, yes. And, well, let's keep a look at the dry line, because that will start to slowly disappear if the rain continues to fall. That will narrow and narrow and narrow and eventually go away altogether. And Wisniewski gets a bit close to Malamed there. It's not even Malamed, it's Smarda. Smarda's back in the car, it's Zenit Smarda. And he's trying to fend off the Speeders Boat Poland car. Yep, if it goes wrong, it totally goes wrong, says Max Malamed. Completely true. It is rain now, and, well, there is rain well, it's raining, that's what's happening.
Yeah, although at the moment you can't see much of the racing line going wet, so it may just be a drizzle. We'll see how that goes from now on anyway.
If it's still raining when James gets here, it's going to be very interesting.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and yet Smarter in. This will be a stock change to wets or intermediates. Zenedic Smarter, first of the LMP1s, into the pits. Decides to make the jump very early. And Adam Hodgkinson will still be on the dries for now. But, yep, we have a pitter, and it is Zenedic Smarter. Let's see if he changes tyres. Stops in his pit box, and wets it is. So, Team RTPL, first on the wet tyres.
What interests me now as well is, considering it's starting to rain, And we know that the DHR guys are fairly good on wet tires. I wonder if they're going to be thinking of pitting Adam.
That
to
is
get-
a good point. They may be thinking about it. Well, I'm keeping a personal BDI on them at the moment, just as he comes around Blanchimont and then through into the big, long left-hander, which doesn't have a name on this track map, but it's part of the Blanchimont complex. Then into the bus stop chicane, I can hear Robin de Jong in the pits. He's gone into the pits as well. Lars Brugman in the pits. That's one DHR car. We're not surprised if Hodgkins win or Hodgkinson stays out. So maybe prioritising the number 8 here.
That could be very much what is happening.
It makes sense because the number 8 has done better this race. Wet tyres for the DHR car. Indeed. And it's also wet tyres for Robin de Jong. So everyone's coming in. And I'll tell you why everyone's coming in. Because that dry line is fading fast.
Yeah, it is.
It
It's
is.
only one car length now.
That dry line is fading fast. So people are going to be on the wets. And that is not going to help anyone who's on the dries, which is literally everyone.
Yeah.
Richard Norgren will be happy in LMP2 though, because he was already on the wets. And Simon Pirard is on the dries. That's good for Norgren then, because Pirard will have to pit. Capella will gain a bit of time on him. But yes, people are in the pits, changing tyres. Martin Furman is. And Adam Hodgkinson still isn't. Zenedic Smarda is already on the wets. Literally, Hodgkinson's car is the only one, apart from Wisniewski, on wets now.
Is actually Wisniewski coming in, or is he still staying
He
out?
stayed out,
He stayed out.
surprisingly.
Even though he was sliding in the last corner, that is very odd.
It's very brave, and it's, I suppose, it's its only choice, and it's Lewis!
It's me.
So, you did change the softs, but now you're on the wets again.
Yeah, we sure are, buddy. Everyone's tired. Woo! Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not tired, I woke up not long ago.
Yeah, I know. The 7 car is complaining because Lord Broadbent isn't quite here yet, and they are absolutely shattered. Kieran wants to go to sleep. They've both been awake for more than 24 hours, so they're soldiering on.
Yeah,
But-
I hope
oh.
Diddy gets here for their own safety. But Lars is doing a good job now. He's just got Wisniewski to catch. Wisniewski on the soft still has not pitted yet. So that is good news.
No.
For you, I
well,
guess.
Well, no, not really. Well, for one, there's 3 laps between us, so we don't even care about feeder sport at the moment.
You're
if I'm
leading
honest.
your own race.
Yeah, we just can't. In the wet conditions like this, we can't match them. We've tried so hard. We have fixed the setup with all the problems that we had back in Fuji, but
Adam is in pits, by the way.
boy, they're fast. But no, in these
Yep.
conditions with the rain, there is still technically a dry line, and it will last until probably the end of this lap. It is going to be slower this lap.
I
as you
can't
can
see it anymore.
Yeah,
I think it has gone now.
yeah, so Wisniewski will be in this lap. I think what he was trying to do, and what he might do, is he might try and push it for another 2 minutes. I don't know, because the reason is, obviously, your 4-hour driver limit is all about Gergis. Because I'm not sure. I think he's in the chat anyway.
Well,
so if
he's
you
got
are,
to get. Wisniewski's got to get past Lars if he wants to do that. He's going to lap
Well,
Lars again. He's going to lap the second placer.
No, he's
and he's in
dropped
the
back.
pits. He's in the pits.
Yeah, okay, so Gergis can't take over.
Oh, well, speaking of taking over, Thiago Camola takes over from Greg Hall in the DR Motorsports car. There is a driver change there.
Yeah. Oh no, actually, sorry. Correction. I'm tired. Gergis can take over, but he has to give the car back before the end of the race.
Right,
Just
well,
thought I'd
see,
correct
we'll
that.
see what happens then, because I've got no idea how long Nicodemus has been in the car, but... And Simon Pirard pits. Is this going to finally be a driver change for Team Spirit Racing? Anthony Jans is waiting, so I think it is going to be. We're going to see Anthony the Alien Jans get in the car, because he is so quick.
Ugh, and he is so fast.
Yep,
yes.
everyone's complaining about Broadbent as well. Oh, apparently it was unscheduled for him to stay out one more lap. Was Wisniewski was supposed to come in the lap before. It was unscheduled.
Does that mean Gergis is in the chat? Oh no. Okay.
So
I'm
we're just
sorry.
waiting now for Simon Pirard, possibly to change drivers. Wisniewski probably won't, because there's no one to change to. Well, the Brzezinski's there, so it could be a change.
Yeah, sorry. I've just seen from Gergis in the chat. Brzezinski is supposed to do a few more stints, then Gergis takes over. So I'm assuming Brzezinski's going to take over for a couple of stints, and then Gergis is going to finish off the race.
Yeah, that is probably going to be the team's strategy there. And, well, if it is, well, I tell you this. Ambient temperature is dropping like a stone. It's 4 degrees.
Ambient doesn't mean much around
It doesn't
here.
mean
It's all
much
about-
though, but the track temperature is 29. And we do have a driver change. Kuba Brzezinski is in the car,
Yeah.
but no driver change for Team Spirit Racing. Simon Birard stays out, which is interesting because Andy Yans is waiting.
As far as I'm aware, the track temperature is static. It hasn't changed. It's been 29 all night, all day. As wow, the overstep car.
Bulgaria.
Oh, is that who was that?
Tonga Guardia in
Like
the
that
number
with the
11.
wall.
Oh dear, right.
Oh, also, hi Tommy O. Hi buddy.
Hello, Lulu.
Hi buddy. How you doing, mate?
I'm good. I had good night's sleep, you know.
Oh, shush.
Oh, you're just teasing him now.
Oh dear. Yeah,
Oh.
I had a really good night's sleep, and by sleep what I mean was drive the car whilst screaming various profanity at my screen.
Yeah,
Whilst-
I have been doing the same. I would
Yeah.
have shunted the car into the wall.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we have now. 4 hours of the race to go. Just 4 hours left to go, and 1 hour until a lead commentator change. Although in that sense, I'm probably yeah.
Yeah, staying about. That's what
I'm
you
saying
wanted to
about.
say.
I'm saying about for the power hour. Although officially James Kirk will take over.
Yes, Mr. Kirky should return. I did hear earlier when I think it was with Mr. Hinds. It was probably about 3 hours ago. Kirk was awake, but I think he's gone back to sleep. I couldn't
Yeah,
sleep.
I think he's awake on Facebook now, so he is
Okay.
alive. James Kirk is okay, everybody. Hang on, maybe not. Apparently, we might prioritise Sebring instead. Was that in relation to something you've just said there, Lewis? Or
Who? What? What have I done now?
Jimmy's just said in the chat, maybe not. Actually, we might prioritise Sebring instead. James.
Oh, I don't know.
So he might not be back. All right. Oh well, if he's not back, it'll just be me then.
Oh, great.
Oh, I thought I'd said something wrong then. Oh.
All right. He can pop in if he likes, but maybe priority for Sebring. I don't know. Yes, Lewis did. Lewis, you did a thing.
Cool.
I'm glad I wasn't the one to
Well, if
scare
that's
him.
happened, then that means I'll have actually done quite a lot of broadcasting as
Yeah.
lead commentator because, hang on, if I've gone from the restart at 6 till 11, that's 5 hours, and then I started it, well, I started officially started now, but if you did say since 8, then it's 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. I'll have done half of this race.
Wow.
And
That's
that's
quite
more
incredible.
than Hinsey. Well, it's not more than Hinsey. Hinsey's done basically all of it.
Indy's done.
Indy's a madman. I'll have done,
Hinsey's done an
I'll have
awful
done more
lot.
lead commentary than him, but not more overall commentary.
Yeah, wasn't it like 18 hours that he was awake for of the race?
Something
so-
like that.
Absolute madman.
Yeah, I don't know if Kirky will be able to. I don't know if I have scared him away. He might return, but we shall see. It's quite a normal thing for me to scare away a lot of men, isn't it, Tommy?
Wow. We
Tommy
are-
is terrified of me. In fact, we were going to sign up in the same car, but then what he said was, "I'm not driving you, Lulu."
Aw.
That's not true. What I'm pulling out is absolute lies.
Yes.
I'm just trying to make Tommy seem like a really bad person.
When in reality he's not.
No, Tommy is lovely. He's ex-THR though, so.
Oh, smarter. Getting up on 2 wheels for a minute there. What he's done is he's gone through Eau Rouge. He's clipped it a bit too much, then done a 2-wheeler on the exit of Eau Rouge.
Yeah, there's a very, very prominent anti-cut at the top of Eau Rouge. That's why that's why we've seen cars going 2 wheels on
That
there
would be
a
quite
lot.
scary in a prototype.
Yeah.
Also called rallycross bump.
Yeah.
Right across front.
Also, Tommy, you know how. Now, this feels really mean to bring this up,
Yeah.
but you know how what you did by complete accident with the track to DNF you from the race.
Mm-hmm.
Hodge did that earlier. You should have heard the joy in his voice when he thought he was out.
Yeah,
It has been a long race, hasn't it? You wouldn't have blamed him.
it's just so strange. I did easily over 150 laps of practice, and I hit that bump many times. And the baddest thing it did was to spin me around, but he never got me airborne.
You did 150 laps?
Yeah.
I did a little bit more than that. I did about 200, and I did outside of Lars, I did the least in the two cars.
Well, this time I didn't have to do all the setup work.
No, what you're saying is, my team's more amazing.
Or have some more
I
time on
think
their hands.
Oscar will disagree with that.
Yeah, but Oscar thinks that everything that he has made in life is probably the best thing that's ever been made in life in general. I heard that Oscar Hardwick actually wrote the Bible.
Oh no, that
Did
was
you?
me.
Oh, okay.
He's lied. It was me.
Oh dear.
Which explains why this world is a crazy place.
And actually, Oscar wrote the Bible as an autobiography. Well, actually, no, an autobiography would be writing it about someone else, wouldn't it? So it'd be a
No,
biography.
autobiography is
No.
about himself. A
Is it?
biography is where you write about
Yes.
someone else.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm flipping tired. I nearly swore.
Nearly, but
I'm
you managed
sorry,
to stop
guys.
yourself.
I'm sorry. I was warned that I swore on the qualifying broadcast, but I'm pretty sure I didn't.
If Oscar wrote the Bible, then I did the sub-editing.
Oh, nice.
That's what happened. It must have been that. He must have wrote it, and then I did the edits, and then wrote the foreword, and then
nice.
the afterwards, and then all the rest of the words because I just wrote a better version.
Oh, nice. Isn't that what
You see-
everyone claims about the Bible?
Yes, everyone claims they wrote it, but there can only be one true
Well,
writer.
everyone claims
And
that
oh,
their
we got an
version's
off!
better.
We got an off, and it's the DR Motorsports car.
Good lord.
It
Anytime-
is indeed.
Anytime I hear there's been an off and then DR, it's just like, is there a H in there somewhere? Has someone missed a H?
No, what's happened is it's Thiago
I
Canola
didn't
for
sketch
DR
it last
Motorsports, and he's lost it coming out of the no-name corner, which I'm now going to have to call Thiago Canola corner because he's crashed in it. So, have we lost to Lewis? We have lost to Lewis. He's gone back to the DHR room. But what's happened is Canola's gone through into the corner of the no-name, caught the curb, slid through it, smashed it to the back, and destroyed his rear wing.
And he's still
now
crashing
trundling
all over
around.
the place, so...
And he's still trundling
Wow.
around.
He hit that wall with his front end and lost the rear wing. What the?
No, he had the rear wing lost a while ago. He just,
okay.
he just spun around in that corner and hit it with the front. So I presume he basically has no wings left.
Yeah, he has got no rear wing. He has got a front bumper though, which is okay.
Are you sure?
That car, those cars are so difficult to drive.
Yeah,
if
but
you
now
lose.
lots of prototypes going through. Manages it, and a spin. He spun on track. That is a
not
spin,
again.
but he's gone off the track. Well done.
Yeah, basically what
And there's
he,
another off. There's a GT.
he doesn't have any kind of rear
There's a
grip.
GT off, and who is that? That is Tom Shengels in the SRVN.
Oh
He
no.
appears to have a smoking engine as well. He's lost his rear left.
Yeah, that
That's-
engine is kaput.
Yeah, that is a race ending.
He's got no rear left. I don't know whether he's trying his best to get it to move, but it's not working.
No, the engine is dying, I think.
Yeah, and he doesn't have the rear wheel, so I presume the engine is still working. It's just overheating, but
Yeah.
he can't move the wheel.
Oh dear, what's happened there is another car as well. It was a red and something Corvette. Let's see where that was. It was one of the Corvettes. I'm gonna try. It was Miguel Ballester, I think. Yeah, Ballester. What happened was he was behind. What happened was Shengels started sliding, coming through that fast right, and lost it all on his own. And Ballester was just in front, and he's out. Shengels is out. So there you go. SRVM's race comes to an end. Yep, they lost the rear left. So out go SRVN in the number 11 car. But the
Nice.
good thing about
Good
that,
job.
we're being
That's good.
told, sorry, by Jimmy Allison, they made it halfway through, so they will score points. So they don't completely gain nothing.
Well, that's definitely a positive for them, but it's just such a downer to just not be able to finish a race once you come so close. You do 20 hours of racing, and those guys, as far as I know, as I do know Tom, they were doing it with 2 people, so it's such a downer for them not to be able to finish that race.
Yeah, that is an absolute shame. You know, they did so well, and now they're not going to make the end, which is, well, such an unfortunate way to go. But we've seen unfortunate retirements as well as Jimmy Jill Halvorsen gets off the track now to let the car through. Very sensible of him. He's on the intermediates in all this, and he's still letting people through. There goes the prototype of Adam Hodgkinson. So Hodgie is up to 6th still, chasing down Robin de Jong, but he's still a way off. Froome versus Brugman is probably going to be the closer battle, but they're still way behind each other again, so not much going on there, and Brzezinski's still very much the leader. As Hadi Al-Sabti is still in the pits as well. He's not... He pitted before, but... He's got no hood by those things, he's got no bonnet. That may be aero problems again, but looks to be doing okay. As Tom Shingles has rejoined! That's good news, Tom is back.
He's back with the same damage, so if he couldn't move back then, and if his engine was damaged to any degree, he will not be able to, he has to complete an entire lap like that, so I very much doubt that he will be able to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at it, and he has all 4 wheels.
Nice.
He has all 4 wheels, so it's possible he's still retired in the game, but now he doesn't. Yeah, now he's got the damage again, so... Yeah, which he did. He left and rejoined, so he did disconnect and rejoin. So theoretically he can come back, but he will only have 3 wheels on his wagon. Yep, he's left again. So can't do it, unfortunately, and that is SRVM's race over. Which is a shame, because they were doing so well. And then Simon Pirard's come in with front end damage. Pirard has damaged his front end quite some. If we can, yeah, he's in the pits now, but let's see how he lost his front bumper. I'm going to reverse this and see if I can find out why he has no front bumper. Because that is a disaster. Reverse. Oh, fair enough. And, well, let's have a look here, because, whoa, what's happened is he went off, and then he's gone back again, and then it's a bit laggy for me, because it's a replay, but he appears to, Simon Pirard is going around here, as we say. Is this Blanchimont complex again? Yes, it is. He goes wide, and then rejoins. Now, has he lost it? Yeah, he lost it before that, so I don't know how that's happened, but... Pirard is out again, and Capella's in the pits. As Brugman takes an excursion, Lars Brugman's had an excursion, and he has, well, no damage, which is good. But what's happened is Lars has, he slid off and went wide at Stavelot. So Stavelot 1 and Stavelot 2 with a problem for Brugman there, but he's recovered it and he is back on track.
Yeah, in these conditions the cars are just fighting you every time, so... Well, at least it's keeping the guys awake when the car is fighting back.
Well, it keeps the drivers awake, certainly, yeah. Keeps them awakened after all the problems they've had. And Anthony Jans is in the car now, I should add. Team Spirit Racing. There has been a driver change. Anthony Jans has gone in the car. He's 2 laps down on Richard Nogren though, so perhaps a bit too late to catch the same HQ Motorsports car unless there is a problem. But it's Anthony Jans, I wouldn't write him out of it. He has done so well this season, has done some dominant drives, and well, I wouldn't put it past him to make up 2 laps over 3-4 hours, but anything could happen in endurance racing, as we've seen so many times throughout this broadcast. I think we will be broadcasting for 24 straight hours, even if we're not racing for 24 straight hours, we'll be broadcasting for 24 straight hours by the end of this race, which is a massive achievement.
Indeed it is.
Although it's not like we haven't done it before. I've never been part of a full 24-hour broadcast. I will say that much.
Well, I've never been in a commentary booth of any broadcast, so I mean...
This is a broadcast of firsts.
Yes, of course it is.
The firsts are happening, and, well, not for the first time. I'm going to put the call out for anyone who wants to join us in the booth to come and join us in the booth, because it would be lovely if we could have guests. So, if you're sitting around doing nothing better with your time and you'd like to talk to me, Casper and Tommy, please do feel free to hop onto the VC Room 1 TeamSpeak and put yourself on the waiting booth, and I'll drag you in as soon as I can. So, we are currently 375 minutes into the 600-minute restart of the race. We have exactly 225 minutes left to go before the end of this race, which translates to 3 hours 45 minutes. It's exactly 10 o'clock here in England now as well, funny enough. So there you go, bang on 10. And let's just see. Let's go. De Jong goes a bit wide. And where's Hodgkinson? Hodgkinson's still half a lap down in all this. But Robin De Jong back in the SRVM car, which is good to see. Lars Brugman's still charging away in P2 as well. I'm going to see if we can find any GT action, because there's got to be something going on down there.
It seems like at the moment it's pretty calm.
But it's all pretty calm, yeah. Nothing's happening.
Close battle is pretty much the GTA and 4th place.
Yeah, is that
Felix and Labadula.
Yeah, Giacomo Lapadula, as I had to say to the camera there. Sorry, very sorry about that, but...
It seems like the gap is not changing much though at the moment. It's 11.5 seconds, so they're really spread out in the GT field at the moment.
Well, every field is pretty spread
Yeah.
out.
You see, that's the problem. We don't have anything to talk about now, so we need people to talk with. And we don't have any! Come on, people, join us! We need guests, otherwise we're going to get bored very quickly.
Yes. I'm surprised. Although, to be honest, I've been here for the last 4 hours and it hasn't felt like it, so... And we lost our lead commentator.
Yeah. A misclick, perhaps?
What's
And
happened
he's
there,
back.
ladies and gentlemen, is I've made a fatal error. What I accidentally did was went to close one window and close the TeamSpeak instead. I am a prize idiot. Well done, Josh, you're doing great. Yes, that happened.
No.
Wow. Wow. I've never done that before.
As I was saying, like, I've been here for the last 4 hours and it hasn't felt like it. It's just been great fun here, so... Oh, well, another 3.5 to go, so let's see how that goes.
Yep. Well, I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Let's
Let's just hope that the server lasts for the last 4 hours and that we have no issues.
Yes, please. We wouldn't want it to not last. Come on, it's got to keep going. Got to get to the power hour. Got to get to at least the last hour, you know? Yeah. So it has been a fun race overall, but I tell you what, I tell you what, I am going to slightly change the topic of conversation a bit here and start talking about a topic that I tried to talk about last night, but it didn't work, and that is Valentine's Day, because it is now officially a week away.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yes, it is. It's now the 7th of February, and it's a week away. So, are you planning anything, Casper?
The day before I'm racing, so the next day I was planning on just watching a movie with someone, so.
Ah, that's nice.
No,
Well-
and no, it's not a girlfriend or anything.
Well, fair enough. At least it's someone. It's one
Yeah.
more person than I'll be with.
Aww.
It's true. It's all right. I've grown used to it though. This
Well-
is one of those things you have to get on with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to be fair, that's how most of my Valentine's are, so.
Yeah, I bet Tommy O's got all of the plans.
No, I'm gonna spend it alone as you.
Ah, that's sad. Of all the people in this broadcast booth right now, apart from me and well, everyone except for me really deserves. Yeah, well, I'd make a hash of it, to be honest. I'd make a hash of a Valentine's Day date if it were me. I wouldn't know what to do. Probably the best that I haven't got one. In all this, because
At least now that it's a week away, I don't have any plans. Let's see what happens during the week.
Exactly.
oh well, yeah, that things can change, you know, Tommy.
Yep.
Things can change, things can happen, all sorts of things. Well, as is life, unpredictable. And speaking of unpredictable, well, I wasn't going into that, was I? I try to link into things, but sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah. To be honest, I should probably spend Valentine's Day making a setup for another place, so. Like, pretty much for the last little while, I've just been working on setups for all different places, and this is the VEC is probably the only place where I have very little input in.
It is pretty difficult to find a 15-minute power nap and keep it going for days, apparently, says Paul Cooper. Well, that's not true.
Well,
You need sleep in your life.
yes, you do. I don't know how well I'd be able to do if I actually didn't sleep for the 6 hours.
I had a near disaster. Well, I didn't have a near disaster, but I've just seen Timmy Broadbent going to the Doug Henson racing thingy, so that might lead to happiness in that camp. So that's good for them because they've been waiting for Jimmy all day. And by all day, I really do mean all day. It's been 10 hours.
Well, wasn't there even hashtags going around in the comments?
Yeah, people were complaining about Jimmy, but now Jimmy's here. Or at least he's in the day charging screen. He's here, but he's not here. I suppose.
I very much presume we're going to see him in the car at the first opportunity.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
pretty much, yeah.
First possible chance, I think he'll be in the car.
And I think he will be to the end. Because it's only
Yeah.
3.5 hours left and you can drive for, 4 hours? Is
Yeah.
the allowed limit?
Yeah, it is 4 hours. But yeah, the weather is still drizzling, so it doesn't look like it's going to get any drier anytime soon either.
No, but it doesn't look like it's raining very heavily because the sort of racing line is there, visible.
Oh, number 8 just got a bit wrong, no rouge.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Brookman. Oh dear, his Lars had a bit of a do.
Yeah, he just went wide.
Oh no. Well, that's not very good. But
No,
it's gonna cost him a bit of time to Furman, but pit stop wise, it might put Furman ahead of the pit stop, but they're still way, way, way behind each other. As Martin Furman doesn't pit, obviously, but he is on lap 174, like Lars Brookman.
Oh, room 2 has crashed again.
Oh, no!
Disaster!
Disaster.
Room 2 again! Oh man, Jimmy's gonna have to go and sort that out now, isn't he? But he's got to
I
get
think
some food. We need to ping it on Facebook. Help!
Yeah, messaging.
Someone needs to message him right now. This is big.
Yeah, this is big stuff from Lost Room 2 again. Everybody panic!
Although it is only 3.5 hours left or so, I'm not. According to the rules,
I'm
will
not
the
sure
race
he's
be
gonna
restarted?
restart. Yeah.
I've just picked him anyway, so Jimmy knows that room 2 is down again, but that makes me very scared about room 1. Because historically, when room 2 has gone down, room 1's gone down a few hours after it. And there's only about 3 hours left.
Which means we are in the points then.
We are in the points, we're well in the points, but it is a trip into the unknown now because we don't know how long room 1's going to stay up for. Oh, and Jimmy's going to go sort out room 2, so...
I can't do it.
Alright, so, could the broadcast hear that, Jimmy? Alright, so sorry about that, listener, and slightly awkward silence, but we have news from Mr. Jimmy Allison, and that is unfortunately, since there would be absolutely no point in continuing race 2, points-wise, the race has ended. So race 2 is now complete. Room 2 is no longer racing, and we've been reliably informed if Room 1 disconnects at any point now, we will finalise the race with those standings, and there will be no restarts. So we are at the point of no return here at the 20 hours of Spa. It is do or die for the remaining teams, because if the server goes down, that's it. You're not getting another chance. That's it. Finished.
Yeah, so it's very interesting, and it should be kept in mind of the drivers at all times right now that if the server goes down at any point, if they just pit and they lose positions, which they were just about to regain, this is going to be big.
It is absolutely crucial that strategy is successful now, because if they make one mistake, it costs them significantly if the server goes down afterwards. We're hoping it won't, of course, and we're hoping that we will continue to bring you the remaining, there's 220 minutes, which is
3.5 hours.
40, 2 hours 40. Some time! We're going to bring you the rest of this race, hopefully, and hopefully the server will not go down. But if it does, then we know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's 3.5 hours left, so still a while to go, and hopefully it stands up to the time.
Yes, of course, we're all hoping Room 1 stays up, but if it does go down, we do know what will happen. Unfortunately, it was more like 16 hours of Spa, wasn't it, in Room 2?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the 24, but 24-hour races are not easy to organise, you know. As Mr. Jimmy Allison should know all too well.
There seems to be something brewing around the GTE car, so I'm gonna see what's happening.
Now, my question though is why this is happening, because we've had several crashes now throughout the whole race. Oh. There we go, words from Jimmy Allison then. Of course, it is something to do with R-Factor 2, so that will be resolved in the future, hopefully. So, can't be helped, it's just a problem with our simulator. And, well, that can be the thing, sometimes simulators aren't perfect. You can get an imperfect simulator, but, you know, I think the cons definitely do not outweigh the pros of R-Factor 2. It is brilliant, to be honest.
No.
And
it's a very specific simulator, and it's completely different to how you like you drive in here completely differently to how you drive in other simulators. And it's for me, for example, it's a very difficult adjustment to be made to go quickly here, very in a constant fashion, especially considering the tires. You can destroy the tires in no time.
Yeah, it's entirely possible to. Yeah, it's completely different driving style of gliding off at the two, which is different, but it's a lot more realistic as well. So
there was a battle about to be brewed between GTM cars for third place, but then the Dark Racing Ferrari has made a mistake in going onto the double right-hander just before the long straight.
Yeah, things seem to be heating up at GTM then. Well, where is that? Who is this? It's
Marco Felix and Giacomo Lapadula, but they're now quite a bit away from each other, considering the mistake.
Okay, I've had some sad news through, unfortunately. James Kirk's internet has died on him. So it's likely we won't get him for his 3 hours, and I'll have to do a bit more if he is going to come back. But it's looking unlikely because his internet providers had a bit of a do. So unfortunately, very sorry to hear that James isn't going to be here. But life goes on, unfortunately, and well, it will have to, won't it?
Yeah, you'll have to just live with being the lead commentator for the next 3 hours.
I'll just have to take James's job, yeah. It's gonna have to happen. Oh dear, we got an overstep car off. That is the overstep prototype of Diogo Carranza has had a bit of a slide, but he's okay, he's back on track. And that was through Lacoum, by the way, so he's just rejoined now. Looks to be steering slightly weirdly, but may have incurred a little bit of suspension damage, but not much. I think he's Brzezinski is about to overtake him now, so Keeper goes through, and that is good. Oh, hang on a minute. James says, look like we just got one back, but it's his dad's work hub, so he does have internet after all, but it's not as good internet as he would have liked. So he does have internet though. That is good news. But what is also good news for, Lars Brugman, that's not good news. He's just got a bit wide, so he's lost a bit of time there. And, well, that's not going to go fantastically well, but again, it has quietened out in this race.
Well,
Really
every time,
quiet.
to be fair, every time we said that it's quieting down, always something happens in the next 20 minutes, so expect something weird happening.
Expect something weird happening, eh? Something weird.
Well, yeah. Marco Felix has almost caught up back to the Lapadula.
Thank you.
Yes, he has, yes! Marco Felix is closing in on Giacomo Lapadula there very nicely.
He must have found a bit of pace, to be honest.
Yep, he's found some pace in the dark racing car, and he's going to want to charge on the Corvette of Lapadula. It's Ferrari versus Chevrolet in this sense.
Finally, not just Chevrolets.
Yep, it's not just it's a Corvette and stuff, but
for some reason, the Corvettes were the Corvettes are looking really strong in this race. Generally, they're taking some of the top spots, and it's just really. I don't think it's to do with the cars. It's just there are just so many of them on the grid.
Yep. The overstep's gone off again. That's Diogo Carranza gone off at Lacoum again. Having a bit of problems in that section of the track though. So yeah, not going well for Diego.
He was trying to overtake Felix and just brake too late.
Overshot it, yeah.
Yep, so Diego not having a fantastic time there, but Anthony Jans is having a good time, even though he's 2 laps down on Ricard Norgren, who in the SimHQ Motorsports car is set to take the win in this LMP2 class, isn't he, really, looking at it? In the same sense that Kuba Brzezinski is set to take the win in GTA and LMP1. Salvo Sardina currently leading in GT Pro, 3 laps ahead of Kale Curry. And GTM is currently, I think it's Michele Rizzo, isn't it?
Yes, it
2 laps
is.
ahead of Martin Bindis. So the leader's very far ahead in this sense. Yeah, all is going quickly for these guys. And, well,
The overstep car is just slightly struggling with the traffic at the moment.
and that's Carranza, is it? Yep, he's just, Carranza's got traffic behind him now, so, yeah, officially, Room Tim is finished. So, that's done, but hopefully Room 1 will follow it. And Adam Hodgkinson in the pits, and he has a front bumper, surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly, but he does have a front bumper, which is good for him.
So,
Is this gonna be a driver change now?
This might be a driver change or a planned pit stop. This will probably be Broadbent getting in the car. No, it's not.
Yeah.
He's not on server. It's not Broadbent. No, my mistake.
it's Broadbent is the number 7, is he?
Broadbent is the number 7. Yes, I believe.
Okay.
I think he's in the 4-car team. Well,
Yes.
the 4-team car, rather. The one with 4 people in. People who don't get Room 1, Room 2 stuff. I can explain that. Basically, there's a qualifying session before... Hang on. Hodgie's car's dropped off there. I can't see it anymore. But yes, to explain the difference between Room 1 and Room 2, the qualifier for either Room 1 or Room 2, the top 10 from each class go into Room 1, and Room 2 is made up of everybody else. There are just too many teams to go into, as Thomas Beer says. Too many teams! And oh, we have lost a Hodgie!
Oh no.
We have lost the car, and it's a DNF, maybe a disconnect. I would suspect it's a disconnect, because he just dropped out, but of course he will be able to rejoin. But it's going to cost him a bit of time on Robin de Jong ahead, so I think the focus now is just going to be getting to the end. But Lars Brugman, the Dutchman for Team DHR, will be very much driving to try and get to the end as well and stay ahead of Martin Furman in the 3-wide motorsports car, who he is well ahead of at the moment, because Furman's just coming out of Royal Rouge. And Brugman just coming through Stabalot. And out of Stabalot and into Blanchimont. So, there you go.
This is a bit, to be honest, this is just a nightmare race for the number 7.
It has been disaster after disaster after disaster for them, and I really do feel, yep, Adam's back though, so he should be rejoining.
That's good. Well, it's as sad as basically losing time like that is. At least you weren't leading or in top 3 spots when you did it. So it's a bit of a consolation that didn't happen when you still had a chance of running in the top 3.
Yep, if it was already
Felix
last
going
season.
for the move.
Yeah, GTM
Marco
started
Felix,
fighting for
yes.
it.
This is a close one now. Marco Felix, cameras on him, please.
They're
Marco
on him for
Felix.
less while.
Yep, Marco Felix. Well, the word, that's good. So, gonna have a chase at Giacomo Lapadula now. He's within contention and he's really got this traffic around him to deal with. Robin de Jong there as well. It's gonna want to go through.
That was GT Pro Corvette out wide in the bus stop as well.
Yep, and Hodgkin is back. So Hodgkinson rejoins the race, but we're looking at Marco Felix, who's chasing Giacomo Lapadula he's chasing him with intent. Take that 17th place. We'll be chasing the Corvette like mad. Got all the traffic to deal with. It's out of his way and in the Corvette's way. That's what he'll be thinking right now. Brakes for Lecombe, and how close is he? Within half a second, I'd say. And he's closing in the rain of knots. He's going to go for it, maybe. Very soon, going to come into Brissell. The long right-hand hairpin. Is going to go for it, switches from the outside to the inside. But doesn't have it, and Hodgkin's left again. Adam Hodgkinson has left the race again. That is a disaster, unfortunately. He is apparently only 64 laps, so we've lost Adam Hodgkinson yet again, unfortunately. So that's a disaster, but we are looking at Marco Felix, who's still chasing Lapadula now. . Finally, something to commentate on, because we haven't had much, have we?
Hey, didn't I tell you something is going to happen in the next
You
20
did?
minutes?
Casper, you're a psychic. I should listen to you. And he's off! Oh, Lapadula off!
Oh,
There you go. That ends that then, doesn't it? It's ended as soon as it started. Jacobo Lapadula has gone off the track and handed P17 to Marco Felix of Dart Racing. That doesn't hand him the GTM lead, but it hands him GTM second place.
that is such a weird way to go, though. It seems like he just went on a slightly more wet part of the track, and suddenly the car just snapped oversteer to the outside. Just snapped understeer, sorry. It was just this weirdest moment to see that Corvette go.
Yeah, it was, we weren't expecting it, but it happened, as many things that we do not expect in life happen sometimes. But for now, at least, Zenit Smardo is in the pits for Team RGPL, and this won't be a driver change, more like a planned stop, I think. And everything else is happening, but still no Adam Hodgkinson. I have a feeling that one might have been the last disconnect for them. He's in the team speak, but he's probably out of the race, unfortunately. And it has been the end of a disastrous 20 hours of Spa then. We are 2/3 of the way through, 400 minutes out of 600 of this restart. There are now...
Mr. Bailey is saying that it was fuel running out for car number 7.
Oh, out of fuel! Oh no!
That's disastrous.
That's a massive miscalculation. So that's possibly even worse than disconnection, running out of fuel.
Yeah, because you can't fix it. That's the worst part of it.
Yeah, that's the worst bit, but now they only have one car running, it seems. So Lars Bruckmann, the sole survivor for Doug Henson Racing now, in the number 8 car, the 3-man car, the one that you would have expected to be further down the order because the tyre dust, but it's actually further up the order. And I think the second place it'll have will be very well deserved, but it really will be a case of what could have been for Doug Henson Racing this race.
Yeah, well, same goes for the Magenta Warriors.
Oh, same for Magenta Warriors too.
Yeah,
Yes.
we had one disaster after a disaster after a disaster, so hopefully we're just going to do a bit better at Sebring.
Just to answer some questions, Team Broadbent I think Jimmy's car is out, but the other Doug Henson car is still racing.
Yeah, it is.
So, yep, Jimmy's car is out, Team Broadbent is out in that sense, so unfortunately, yeah. Apparently the number 7's out for GTEs. Who's the number 7? I need to consult my spotter guide. I need to have a look at the spotter guide to see who the number 7 is, because I have no idea anymore. And
Is there a number 7 for...
let's have a look, because I think I had it open before, didn't I? Yep, entries, there we go. I'm going to see the entries page. Who is the number 7? It's the GTE number 7, not the LMP number 7.
Right.
And it is... There isn't a GTE number 7, I don't think.
That's what... Yeah, that was...
So that's confusing! Yep, oh, he's trying to be funny. There we go, that's why.
He got us.
I honestly thought there was a number 7 GTE there.
Oh,
for a minute.
SRGPL car going wide. Is something wrong with him?
Let's have a look smarter. I can't see any damage, so... doesn't have to be me, just not a mistake.
He was just off on the grass in the campus, so...
Yeah, Zenadic had a bit of a do. Oh, GT's P2s everywhere when he manages to slice through them like one would slice through a cake, but he goes wide. And yeah, he has gone wide and cut the track big time there, so I'll have to slow down for a bit. I don't know whether he has, but he is definitely still there. And he must have had understeer, so maybe damaged some part of the suspension or some aero thing, I don't know. But Ricard Norgren is in the pits in the LMP2, the highest placed LMP2 now. Anthony Jans is going to unlap himself on him. Maybe not do an overtake, but definitely unlapping. But Anthony Jans will come through and unlap himself. And so begins the charge, I guess. Yes, Tom Schenkel did crash out. Michelle. He did crash rear wheel. Yep, Casper's explained it. So Jans will unlap himself on Norgren then, hopefully. And continue to mount this charge that he's been going for quite a while now. And, well...
Seems like everyone is spreading out now.
It is, so we
Yep.
need to find another conversation topic.
Oh dear.
But what are we going to talk about?
I guess we could ask Tommy because I obviously don't know. What do you feel whenever you have a car which you know is your teammate in a slower class when you have to lap them? What do you think? Do you take it a bit more carefully, or what do you do?
I just think them as everyone else. I just like we have a GT team, and every time I was behind you, Casper, I just waited and looked for a moment to overtake. It's nothing different to me. I'm not. I know Jake gives me room or something like that for a while, but I don't expect the other team to give me room.
Yeah, Casper, are you in charge of camera still? Because if you are,
Yes.
can we go to 18th place? Because Martin Vindis is becoming under increasing pressure from Marco Felix.
I
Yep.
shall be there
Thanks
right
very much
now.
to Curtis Kenton for pointing that one out. There is a battle on in GTs, which we're going to have a look at.
That must have gone down so quickly because that gap was about 6 seconds or so not too long ago. But yeah, they both went wide in Eau Rouge, but seemingly the one that cut less actually got the worst of it.
Well, go figure. So Marco Felix then will be chasing Martin Vindis, giving it a jolly good go.
That dark racing Ferrari looks really fast in the wet conditions.
It does. I think that so basically it overtook the one car already, one of the cars already. So, but wait, wasn't Lapadula behind him? Did something happen?
Oh, here we go. So let's see if Marco Felix can have a go here then. He's having a jolly good crack at it, but the question is, will he be able to? That is... Well, he's catching him, so giving it a go. Felix now down the insides. He looks, but he's not close enough. But now he might have a chance. There he goes, down the inside through Blanchimont. He can't do it through the outside of here, surely. This would be incredible if he pulled it off. Gonna go for it though, and he does! But then he goes wide, so it was always gonna go, that was always gonna happen. Was it when has he got it, has he not? And now there's a DHL prototype getting sandwiched. There's a fight going on here, and now it's Lars Bruckman who wants to get through. He'll be furious.
To be honest, there's just no way two GT cars are going to make it through Blanchimont together. Not without one going wide. It's just one car barely can make it through it as is.
Yeah, Marco Felix has taken the place then overall from Martin Vindis, but Vindis will be certain in that Corvette to try and catch it back up again. He will be giving it the full beans, as they call it. And well, someone else is giving it the full beans. Is anything smarter? Who's trying to pass Felix now?
Although, to be honest, because, well, sorry for a sec. Because Marco did go wide in Blanchimont, I would be very... Like, if I was in his place, I would still give the position back, just to be safe.
Yes, that is a very fair point. I would be very inclined to give it back, because he may have gained from that.
Well, even if he hasn't gained, per se, he did end up still being side by side, and considering he did go really wide, I would say that it wasn't the best of an overtakes you could have done.
That's very sportsmanlike if you Casper to say you would do that. It shows how good you shows your racecraft, I guess.
Or
shows how kind of person you are.
Well, it's one of those situations which I think is quite obvious that you should do it.
Well, fair enough. I probably would have done the same in all honesty, but Vindes is now quite a way back, isn't he? So.
He is, yeah. I mean, the pace is way different between the two, so.
Oh, Robin de Jong! Robin de Jong has no rear wing and no front bumper either, so he's had a mistake. Let's see what happened to the Dutchman. Let's see. He's had the problem before Pouon, so. I think it's going to be Lecube. He had the issue. No, he had it. He had his rear wing before Lecube, but he had no front bumper. And he'd lost his front bumper at Eau Rouge again, and his rear wing as well. So.
Yet another front bumper to go for a P1.
Yep. What happened was oh, hang on a minute, that might have been a GT there. He came through and he just avoided a GT and then crashed into and lost both of his ailerons, as they're, well, known in space talk and aircraft talk, but he's lost his wings and he's in the pits, so that's a disaster for Robin de Jong, but he is now last place LMP1. Only 5 LMP1s still going in all. I've seen Kuba Brzezinski in the pits. This will be a change of driver. No, it won't. There's no one to change to.
I do think those things are called winglets, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, the wings. We'll call them wings or ailerons or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Little dive planes is the name for them. There we go.
Oh, fair enough.
Like the little wings on the front of the lights and whatnot in the front of the prototypes is typically called airplanes.
Yeah, Brzezinski exits the pits and Robin de Jong in the pits getting that damage fixed. In all this, we have Stephen Bailey waiting around, possibly to drive the number 8 car instead of Lars Brugman. If he is indeed in that car, but...
Yeah, Bailey's
he is.
in that car.
Bailey's in that car, so it's Bailey, McGlade, Brugman. Possible driver change here. That will be interesting to see how Stephen gets on. He did do quite well before though, didn't he? So it'll be interesting to see if he can do so again.
Yep.
As we've got a couple of people in the pits actually. Kalle Curry and Michele Rizzo are both in. Possible driver change is going to happen there as well. And no one else is happening though, is it?
Went wide.
Lars went wide.
Very wide, yeah, but he is back on track and he's alright.
Well, that's not fantastic. I know he's gone wide a bit again, a bit more edgy. Maybe he's coming in at the pits.
He may be.
Does.
Let's see. He may be starting to run out of tires because the wet tires.
Stays out.
That's interesting because the wet tires do actually go off fairly quickly. From my very limited experience with them.
Yeah, well, if they go off quickly, then that's not a fantastic thing. And they have to manage them. Oh, lots of counter steering exit in that corner from Brooklyn. Shows you how much he's fighting the car.
Yeah, it just seems that the HR guys just seem to have their issues as we seem to...
yeah, there isn't any rain, but there's no dry... Well, it's still raining, sorry, my mistake. The rain is coming down still, and there is no dry line, making life difficult for certain Buck Henson racing cars, but Brookman is soldiering on in there, still charging rounds. Bless him, and he is going to probably change driver soon, but not yet. As we've got a couple more pitters, Miguel Ballister in the pits, Hani Al-Sabni in the pits. And that's about it, but things are still pretty spread out. Marco Felix, Martin Vindes battles spread right out again, so again we are left with nothing to talk about, so if you would like to join us in the TeamSpeak, please do. Yeah, I think Stephen Bailey is about to get in the car now, honestly, because he said in the comments he's about to get in the car. So there you go, that's confirmation of that. And thanks, Stephen, you've been a really good help there. You've proven me right. I thought you were going in the car, and you are. I like being right.
Yeah, you can definitely see that the number 8 is just going sideways everywhere.
All of the sideways.
So I just presume it's the tires just at the end of their life. And obviously with a light car, that is kind of amplified.
Yep, you know what? As a point, it is so surreal, and I've been here commentating for so long, because obviously I would have been very tired by the end of my big stint from 5, but it just feels like it's so surreal still commentating on the same race.
Yeah.
Like, I would usually be out and about now. I think I'm going to go get a coffee later from a nice coffee place, but, you know, I think I've earned it.
I've had my coffee a bit earlier, so I think coffee's deserved. Also, there's some lag
Coffee's
going
all
on.
around.
Yeah, there's someone lacking quite heavily.
Oh, I'll tell you who that is. I think that's Ballister.
He looks like it's the Corvette, but it
I don't think he's... I can't find him on track. We'll make one Ballister.
Oh no! Lars is
Lars almost hit him because he's...
Oh no! That is serious problems for Miguel Ballister then. Lars Brookman's almost just hit him. Got to get that sorted out.
We need Jimmy to let them know about the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jamie, I think you need to let Miguel Ballister know then, as a request from Casper.
Well, if Jimmy's around at the moment.
Is he around? Is Jimmy around? Do we have a Jimmy?
Okay.
Yep, we do have a Jimmy. Oh, Brigman spins! Brigman's gone round, and why is that? Let's have a look.
Oh no, the no-name
yeah,
corner.
he comes through here, and he's just plain lost it out of her. Oh! Well, he half spun, coming out of the corner with no name, and Smarter had nowhere to go. And there we go, Miguel Ballister has been officially warned by Jimmy Ellison about his ping, so do something on pit is basically what we had with Fongaguardia earlier in the race. Hopefully he does get it fixed, of course, because he's running 15th at the moment, but Lars has now spun, aided by Zendik Smarter, but he didn't really have anything to go. In all honesty, I don't think Smarter had anywhere to go, because Brooklyn was already spinning by the time he got through, so... Couldn't be helped, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where...
And Brooklyn pits! Brooklyn pits, this will be a change to Stephen Bailey. So,
yeah.
Brooklyn in, Bailey about to change in. I think the dark racing car of Marco Phoenix might be about to pit soon, because Adam Taylor's waiting as well. So, Taylor maybe going to go in for dark racing, and Bailey in for Team Doug Henson Racing. I call them Team DHL, they get the fancy little prefix.
Oh, dear.
Oh, hang on a minute. I think we've got a guest. We indeed do have a guest, and it's Mr. Philip Morby.
Good morning, all. How are we?
We're fine,
Hello.
thank you very much.
Hello.
Now, we haven't actually heard much from you, Phil, because you're not in room 1, but you are in room 2, or were in room 2, driving for TSA Racing, weren't you?
Yeah, sadly, that server has finished. It's, I mean, as we all know, you guys are doing a brilliant job. We got up this morning watching this. Yeah, sadly, that race has been red flagged. Although we only actually did a few laps in the end. Sadly, due to the commitments, we actually couldn't get enough people together to get the race done.
Ah.
So that was a shame. But we did a few laps. Got some penalties that we got from Interlagos out of the way, including a 1-second stop and go, which was hilarious.
Well, that's quite a penalty.
Yeah, well, it was a fair penalty. We can't argue against it. It was cutting the pit entry line out into Lagos. We did it once and once only, so we had a 1-second stop and go, and then we also had a 60-second stop and go. So we thought, well, start the race, see if anything changes, get the penalties done, and then when we realised that we weren't going to get enough people, it was just box the car and finish it off there, which is a shame. But it looks like it could have been very exciting this latter half of the race. I mean, I was watching Lars just now, and he looks like he was just drifting it around the corners in a LMP1.
Lars has just swapped out with Stephen Bailey, so Stephen Bailey is now going to go for it. And he's going to take his charge, possibly till the end of the race now for Team Doug Henson Racing. Again, I call them Team Doug Henson Racing. I gave you a promotion, guys. Be happy. Yeah, I've called you something fancy there. Team Doug Henson Racing. So, yeah, Bailey now driving for DHR. And he is going to be doing that. And, hopefully, possibly, maybe till the end of the race. There are there's not even 200 minutes left now. I'm going to do some quick maths because there is
180.
182, actually. Actually 181.
Can't please some
It
people
makes
in the morning,
now.
can you?
No.
Yeah. Almost 3 hours left to go. And that 3 hour mark would have been where James Kirk came in for his lead commentary stint, but of course we now know that may not be happening because of internet problems which he might be able to solve, but he will be around in some capacity. And of course, with 420 minutes gone, we will be in 3 hours left. And it will be very good to hear from James. Yes, we haven't heard from him since the start of the race.
And by the way, it seems like Ballister has fixed his thing.
Good.
Nice. Good.
So Miguel Barros has fixed these problems, and all is well once more.
It seems like a very odd one to fix. Like you said, it was like a 3,000 ping, wasn't it? I don't know how you fixed that one in the pit lane, but...
Yeah, but now it's like 30 from what we've been seeing.
Probably just took a mallet and smashed his router about a bit.
Yes.
Told someone to stop downloading something.
There we go. There we go. We are now 420 minutes left. Well, gone, which means we have 180 minutes left, which means 3 hours to go.
Indeed it is.
Yep, we have 180 minutes, 3 hours, last 3 of the race. This is where things will start to become in sight for the people who are racing. They'll know the end is in sight, and they've just got a few more hours left. This is the beginning of the end, unfortunately, but it's been a good one.
As indeed. I mean, the only good thing right now is that where there isn't a dry line, I mean, I was watching earlier, I saw a couple of LMPs spin out where they were having to get onto the wet stuff to go past drivers. At least now the whole track is soaking wet, so it's kind of fair game for everyone.
Yeah, it is. It's dry line is completely gone. Oh, yeah, that's the most exciting 180 minutes I've heard in a while. Yep. Have to put the emphasis on that number. But yeah.
It's a number that I'll never achieve whenever I play the sport that's the most important in.
Oh, yes, I know about that all too well. Yes, I know about that all too well. I've managed it a couple of times, but...
Well, it doesn't help that I don't play it very often unless I'm with friends, so...
Yeah. That's such is life, though. Sometimes you don't get the chance to do things you want to do.
Well, no, especially when you're racing and you have to practice a lot.
Yeah. Sometimes racing is important, sometimes it's not, sometimes it is, sometimes broadcasting's important. And important for Cuba Brzezinski will be leading this race continually. He's got 4 laps lead over someone else.
Stephen Bailey, number 8.
Yeah, that's who I meant.
4 laps and 8-minute lead. I mean, that's easily a couple of pit stops, so they are really running away at the moment. Obviously, you've got to keep it on that black stuff for the 3 hours, but yeah.
Yep, he does have to keep it on the black stuff for just 3 more hours. And we should be finished this race at 13:46 England time.
So 2:46 CET.
Yeah, which is that's Norway time. Wait, no, actually wait. Yeah, 2:46 Norway time. So
Central European time.
Norway, because well, it's Norway. Yeah, Central Europe. Yeah, it's the middle bit of Europe.
Probably point out actually here. I mean, all these guys who are watching this racing. VEC was just saying they're already in contact with ISI about the problems we've had. So, I mean, one way of looking at this brilliant racing is that we actually are helping develop a game.
We are, yes.
A great support from ISI and great work from VEC to kind of get that contact going already. Communicate kind of issues we've got, problems that, I would say it's hampered. There's no doubt about it. It's hampered the race, but we've still got a spectacle. We've still got cars going around. We've still got racing. So yeah, I think that's great work on all fronts there. Just to kind of keep the work moving, keep the party going, and hopefully help improve this situation.
Yes, we do, and I'm very happy to report. I am extremely happy to report that a good thing has happened, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. James Kirk is in the TeamSpeak lobby, but he's not in the broadcast, but he's here! We have James Kirk! We've got him! Yes, finally, he's going to be back. Obviously, I'll leave it to him when he wants to join, but, when he wants to join in, he can.
By the way, Adam Taylor is closing on the Labadula.
Oh, yes, Adam Taylor did, in fact, as a matter of fact, join in.
overstep car number 11 of
Diego Carranza.
still went wide
Oh,
again.
Carranza's gone wide again. Oh
It-
dear.
That car has not had a good day. Not at all.
It has
Just
not
also-
indeed been a
he
good day,
also
has
was-
it?
He's just been unlapped as well by the number 122 Tiago Canola. Now the gap's down to 2 minutes 4. So he's only just up the road from him. He's got to do a whole lap to kind of catch up. But that one could be an interesting one for the end of the race.
It could be, considering with so many mistakes from number 11 car. If there is a couple more, and of course, if hopefully the server keeps up for the next 3 hours, anything can happen for that spot.
Oh, in fact, we have in fact been joined by a Kirkables J.
Hello.
Well,
Yeah,
hello.
we have a
Hello.
James. After a long time, he's here.
And I've come with the technical difficulties as well.
Yes,
so
you
it's
have,
all
haven't you?
good again.
I
We
think,
all have.
I think everyone had some technical difficulties in one form or
Not
another.
having technical difficulties is almost unusual this race.
Mm.
Everyone's had some, but really, this has been a jam-packed race because, well, we've had restarts, we've had red flags, we've had an aborted server 2, we've had the Venga boys, we've had all sorts of fun and games and madness.
And
But we are
rain.
finally into the last 3 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need more.
We've
Venga
had the
boys.
Venga boys.
We have, yes. That was. Please don't talk. Oh God, Jimmy's going to put it on again now, isn't he?
I hope he does.
Because it's become a thing wherever I mention a song, Jimmy then plays that song for the whole broadcast to hear.
So the
it's
server is
become
still
a thing.
going though.
Oh, this is
yeah.
good.
So yeah, I mean the update is sadly that so room 2 has finished off a bit
Right.
early due to problems. Room 1 had to get restarted, but we are so we had the final 6 hours. We're now 4 hours, 3 hours halfway into it, so we're still going on that front. So yeah, I mean, like I was just saying earlier, there are issues to be sorted, but we're already in contact with the right guys, and hopefully we can only make this situation better for everyone.
I will say, at least the racing that we have seen has been absolutely fantastic.
Oh, it has.
It has.
There's been so
Absolutely
many good
phenomenal race.
overtakes.
Phenomenal racing, absolutely brilliant. We've had we've had everything. We've had on-track battles galore. We've had pit stops. We've had pit stops caused by high ping. We've had it all.
but also, we're just about to get another battle.
Oh, are we?
Yes, the
Yeah.
GTMs of Adam Taylor and Giacomo Lapadula are about a second away from each other.
Oh yes, dark racing
Good
versus.
spot.
Yep. This is going to be a fun one, isn't it? Because Adam Taylor, we know, is very good.
Yes, Adam Taylor is really quick.
Hasn't necessarily been the best of races, but I think they are second or third in GTM. So
They're currently 3rd and 4th. So this is actually for the last podium spot
Oh.
for GTMs.
Although, no, they're second and third now because Martin Vindis actually just pitted. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Was-
They are chasing for the second spot now.
yeah,
Also,
Bailey
that's
is
Bailey
just
making a
like them all,
mistake.
but this is the big fight. Taylor versus Lapadula. The only fight we've got going on, so it is the big fight, of course.
It's the only fight.
Well, it's also going to be a big fight for Dark Racing as well, because they were disqualified from
Oh,
race
yes.
3 of Interlagos, and they'd won the 2 previous races before that. So I think it would do them a world of good to get on the podium again.
It would, yes, it would really kickstart the campaign again. Not like it ever stopped, but the disqualification is not a good thing. But they are definitely going to give it a jolly good go at getting themselves back onto good positions again. But a couple of it has been, unfortunately, for Doug Henson Racing, it's been kind of a double-edged sword. Because I had them made out as race winners going into this, and I suppose you can say that for the number 8 car, but the number 7 car of Adam Hodgkinson and co has had disaster after disaster after disaster in the later parts of this race, and ultimately he retired because they ran out of fuel.
Hold on,
You're
isn't
trying to
this...
say it's your fault for commentators' curse.
Oh.
I am now going to be
Shots
lynched by
fired.
Jimmy Broadbent, probably.
Well, no, here's the thing. Isn't that the Jimmy Broadbent car as well?
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
Broadbent's
that car has had problems right from the off, even with the original start. So it is just not been their day in the 7 car whatsoever. But it's
No, it
surprising as well,
hasn't.
given
Yeah, how the 8 car has done though is a real testament to how a team can also come back, because you think of the penalties that they started with twice now, or multiple times because of the server restarts and everything, and they're still plugging along, still going to get a good result at the end of the day.
Yep, they are going to get a fantastic result, and P2 is brilliant for the team. All things considered, considering they've already had 3 drivers all race. Each one of them had to have averaged 8 hours. And, between the 3 drivers, that's a phenomenal feat to be second after all this.
That's hard work, that is.
Yep, it's dedication, and it shows really how much THR want this title. Because they are one of the title contenders, they're up there with them at least. And we know that they are a very quick team in that Audi, but...
They are, out of interest, where are Feeder Sport Poland, though?
They're leading by 4 laps, so they're absolutely storming it out.
So, here's the thing. Even with this incredible effort from the number 8 car, Feeder Sport Poland would still extend their lead in the LMP1 title challenge.
Yeah, they are absolutely storming out there. They have pretty much ever since, for a while now, actually. They've really been up there at the front, unstoppable. They've got a 4-lap gap to bear now, so it would take some major catastrophe for them to lose that first place.
How's our Team Spirit Racing doing as well?
Oh, Team Spirit, Andy Jans is back in the car, and they are currently, surprisingly, second in class.
Flatline Racing's... Oh, sorry, who?
Behind Rickard Norgren of SimHQ Motorsports, but the gap was 2 laps, it's now 1. And Jans looks set to 1 lap himself and get on the same lap.
That's a massive effort from SimHQ. It was between Team Spirit and Flatline the last I saw.
Yeah,
a while ago, mind you, so...
They've had a bit of a resurgence, but there have been a lot of restarts. But Andy Jans, the Frenchman now, who we know from being extremely quick, he's closing over the rate of knots on Norgren here. Couldn't lap himself. And then with the remaining time, may just mount a challenge for LMP2 lead if he's extremely lucky.
I was going to say, if he's just come into the car, technically he could go to the end from here.
He's been in for a while.
In the car. Oh, he's been in for... Okay, they might have one final change then.
Oh. Yep, so Andy Jans is about to unlap himself on Norgren possibly, and that will put him on the same lap as Norgren, and that will definitely give him less than a lap to do. So Andy Jans looking strong in these closing moments of the race.
Just looking at the gap between Adam Taylor and number 55, it's kind of settled at just over around a second. I don't know if he's struggling to kind of get that last bit done. Meanwhile, Martin Vindis in the 102 GTM is actually catching both of them up. That gap down to 30 seconds.
Yep, Vindis is starting to close in, but he's got a lot of work to do yet before he does catch Adam Taylor in the dark racing car. Lapadula and Taylor is about to second away, as we mentioned.
I think he is on the fresh set of tires, though, Vindis is, compared to both Taylor and Lapadula. So I think that's where the speed difference might be coming from.
Also, I suppose he does have to focus on trying to attack or defend.
That also is very true.
His own thing.
Yeah, brilliant. And Brzezinski's got nothing to worry about really out in front. But yeah, Taylor and that. Adam Taylor will be chasing down Lapadula with intent, of course. With just under 3 hours in the race to go now. You would think, well, I think it's 2 hours and 50, isn't it? So there or thereabouts. So it is starting to get to the end of this race, and in 2-point-something hours, we should be done. It's been a long haul, hasn't it? I keep saying that, but it's surprising how long this race has gone on, because we're so used, me and James especially, we're so used to 8 and 6 hour races. We haven't done a 12 yet, but this has thrown right into the deep end with the 24.
And we've had rain, we've had server problems, we've had everything that could happen. And I think that just further sort of extends your perception of things, and you're like, oh well, we're not racing for an amount of time, so it seems a bit longer there. And then you have these battles which can go on for 10 laps, 20 laps, so on, and then the move's finally done. You think, oh well, that took ages to go as well. So I think the 12 hours of Sebring the next round is hopefully going to be a nice reprieve for all of us. And well, I'm certainly looking forward to it. But as Frank said, we've got about 2 hours 50 of this, 24 hours left to go. We've got the power hour as well to come.
The power hour, don't forget that.
But also, it's testament. We've still got 21 teams still going. Just
Absolutely.
over half. These guys are doing brilliant. I was just speaking to Ben Willis earlier, and he was saying about the 122 LMP2 cars made up all Americans who are now quite tired.
I can imagine, yeah.
You know, but they have unlapped themselves. They're under a lap to the next car, and they are 5th in LMP2, so 10th place, top 10 hopefully. Just, you know, keep it going, but like you said, I mean, this is where people are really tired now. At least it's daylight, even though it is still raining.
I think of poor old Hinsey, Josh.
Oh, he did 18 hours, the poor lad.
We were
9
talking
of
about
those were
it.
on lead commentary.
We have a little broadcast chat amongst ourselves to sort things out, to organise stuff, to chat about the upcoming race and the past races and everything. And we were talking before Hinsey came on board about possibly getting some sleep, and he was so excited.
Oh, have we lost James there?
We lost him.
We may
I
have.
feel we may have. He did mention that he's had a couple of issues with being in and out. But yeah, just to continue with what James said there, we do have a little broadcast chat between a lot of work that we use for these sort of purposes. And, you know, he was just so excited about the race, he didn't want to go to sleep. They ended up staying up, and when I left at 11, yep, we did lose James, unfortunately. He should be back soon. But, you know, he was so excited, he didn't want to go to sleep. So from 11 o'clock till about 8 o'clock when I joined, which is 9 straight hours, I should add, he did lead commentary for, which 9 hours straight is a lot more than 9 hours with breaks, which is what I'll have done by the end of this. Speaking, I'll have gone from about 5 or 6 o'clock to 11, so that's 5, and then from 9 till 2, which is about 10 hours. Or 12. I'll have done about 10 to 12 hours with by the end of this overall, but not 9 hours straight.
I think
Taylor has gone.
Yes.
Yeah. Taylor got past Lapadula.
Has he?
Yep.
Taylor's
job.
through on Lapadula, yeah, good lad. He's through it, P17 and hit the podium places.
I wanted to put the...
Oh. Yep, and the rain has slowly stopped throughout the time we've been chatting as well. So there shouldn't be any more, and it should be starting to get that dry line going again for the closing hours of this race.
And that's where it's dangerous, those LMP 1 and 2 cars when they're lapping.
Oh yeah, that makes things worse when you get having to go offline and let them through. Yeah.
And we've seen earlier that Doug Henson P1 drivers had massive issues in a drying track.
Oh right, you think their setup is suited for one side or the other, not the middle bit?
They've told us.
Oh right, okay. Yep.
They're
so
not
to get some secret insider information. Oh, they told us. Okay.
Well, Lewis basically told us that they're really good in wet, but they don't feel very confident in the dry.
And it's that middle point you want the kind of most amount of feedback from the car to tell you when's the safe time to go onto inters or even go onto the dry tyres.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is very because we've suddenly seen both number 7 and number 8 make many mistakes. So.
Oh, we have James back.
Don't worry about me.
Yep, we do have James back. Hey, we like to worry about it because you're here. You're one of the guys. You're one of the mainstays of the broadcast.
If you welcome me back every time I disconnect and reconnect, you're going to have a very tired voice by the end of this.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's everyone can hear anyway with the user and your channel business.
Oh, no.
So they can hear anyway, so it's not like they don't know.
No.
Yeah, they know when the door's being opened and shut. It's fine.
Nah. It's about as soundproof as my house, and that is not that's not good. I can't even speak in the room below me without someone hearing.
Oh wow.
Oh
That
no.
must not be very soundproof then.
So I've obviously missed a lot of this. I'm guessing we've already had some rain and it stopped raining, and did people start moving to inters driving? When was the right time, do you think?
Well,
They changed
I-
from wets
Sorry.
to soft. Slicks. They didn't use intermediates or anything.
We've seen a couple GTs go for intermediates, and they seem to make them work. But pretty much every prototype goes either for wets or mediums, or soft. Sorry.
Right, okay. It's just that I've just started as going for not Blanchimont there. A bit of a dry line starting to appear. I'm wondering who right now wants to take the risk of 2 hours 40 to go. Who feels that their 4th place isn't good enough, wants to kind of chuck on a set of mediums and go for it.
I would be honestly surprised if anyone did. I don't think there's nearly enough of a dry
Not
line.
at this point yet. Not at this
No,
point.
it's too early. Like last time, we've not seen anyone change to the dry tires until there was a very definite 1 car width line and even 1.5 car width line around the whole track.
We saw a similar sort of trend at Interlagos, actually. I mean, it buckets it down with rain. And actually in Fuji as well, to a large extent. Whenever there has been any sort of wet weather, the tendency has been, well, the wet tyres are good enough to be able to give us grip at that sort of time when the track is drying out. And then because you've got the LMPs and so many cars and different types of cars as well going around trying to take the same line, you have a quicker drying out track, and so there is no real need for the intermediates because you've got almost constant coverage of the track. You've got constant amount of tyres lifting up the water, and the soft tyre just makes a lot of sense because if you can keep it within that rapidly drying line, then the intermediates would just be a waste of time, and you got the grip anyway on the softs.
Yeah, we're just watching the SimHQ guy on the back straight actually just take the wet line. I mean, the other thing to point out is this is quite a long track compared to those, especially into Lagos, and also we've only got 21 cars now going around, so it may be a bit longer.
Yeah, it might full one. Yep.
Seems like the whole the SimHQ guy is actually going faster than Jan's, so it seems like they're not going to be able to just simply unlap themselves.
Yeah, of course. Jan's is quick enough putting that Oric at all3, but not necessarily going to catch up, unfortunately. And speaking of new cars, new cars, I do ought to remind everyone that this may be the last time we see these current spec of Audi and Porsche, because as for Sebring, it's hoped, possibly, that we might have the new versions that have been released by URD.
What's that entail? I mean, what, new look?
Brand new car models. We're going to get the brand new Audi in and the brand new Porsche, both made by URD. These aren't the URD models, by the way. These are the ones we're using different Audis and Porsches, but URD should be able to. We should be getting the new Audi and Porsche in for Sebring with new sounds as well, which basically makes the Audi sound like a canal boat. I kid you not, drive it. It sounds like a canal boat.
It'd be useful right now.
Yes, it would. Ironically enough, it would be, yeah.
Just as long as it doesn't use us GTE drivers as a paddle.
Hey, all the jokes in the pen.
Yeah.
So Taylor's
Bailey's had a do. Super Bailey's had a mini do there. He's just come into the bus stop chicane and he's saying goes through the first part of it, clips the curb. That's fine. Second part though isn't, because he gets oversteer and spins it. Well, half spins and then recovers, and then he goes wide over the source as well.
And that's allowed number 143 to unlap himself.
Yep, he has. So that has caused problems in that sense, but
yeah, I mean, the LMP has a very wide line. Just watching on the replay there of Bailey through turn 1. Yeah, there's not really much going on the LMP1 side. You've obviously got. I've just realised that 122 is actually up to 4th position.
Yes, they are.
It's only 20 seconds ahead.
That's the DR Motorsports car, isn't it? Yep, we're up the 4th. Diego Canola now, up in the P9 overall, 4th in class.
The chat as well is very excited to tell you that Adam Taylor's into 2nd now with Dark Racing.
He is, yeah. He overtook Giacomo Lapadula, and now he's in P2 overall. Luca Bonatti is a lap ahead of him, but Adam Taylor P2.
There's a few races going on. It's still 2.5 hours. We've still got chances of races in LMP1. We don't know what. I mean, does anyone actually know what the weather is like for the final 2.5 hours?
I can go and check for you.
Yeah,
yep. Kirk's the weatherman.
Yeah, because that's obviously another complication for which tyres to take. Do you kind of chuck the mediums on, not knowing what the weather's going to do? There's a dry line now, down the corner of No Lane there, so it's starting to appear. Like I said, it's still a bit too early. Oh, Ferrari going a little bit sideways for a laugh.
It was kind of interesting actually because because the AHR drivers still were on wet for a very long time when the track was drying earlier, and we kind of told Lewis that the guys in the front are on the soft, and then they just pitted the next lap all of a sudden.
We could see showers hit again, by the way, at 1 PM. Sorry.
Oh no! So
okay.
in the power hour, rain in the power hour.
That would be literally about half an hour to go.
Honestly, I would not. If in that kind of situation, you should not go onto any other tire than wets, just because this is still the weather that the wets work in probably the best. And even if there is one definite line, if it starts raining, you're pretty much doomed. And it does take a very long time to dry out to the point where the wets are not viable.
That's true, but we still got. I mean, if it, let's say it doesn't rain now until the final half an hour, that's 2 hours of dry weather for these cars to lap up the rain. So I know it's not particularly warm out there at the moment, so it's not exactly going to heat up. But yeah, in about that, if it's like this in an hour's time, I think some teams may consider it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, that dry line is getting bigger.
It
The
is.
dry line is getting considerably bigger, and I don't think it's big enough for the people to consider. Oh, Stephen Bailey has a bit of understeer moment there. Not big enough for people to consider wet. Well, changing the different tyres from wets yet, but it's getting there. As we saw from before, when other teams changed, and well, it was beneficial.
We've got to factor in the fact that people are going to be still wanting to at least try and hold on to some vestige of their original strategy. So I imagine these guys will all still have regulated pit stops that you know they've planned out. And if a bit of a deep breath, goodness me. And if they, if the track is at a right moment where going onto the soft tires would be beneficial, then they should absolutely go onto the soft tires, because the amount of time that they will gain through the dry tires will be far more than if they stayed on the wet tires for another stint, started to struggle on those, and then when if it does rain again, you know, they'd have to, okay, they wouldn't have to change onto the tires again, but the amount of time that they could have lost to the guys who went onto the dry tires, you know, it might
May
just
get a free pit stop.
Exactly, it just may not be worth it in the end.
It's also trying to line it up with a driver change if they want to as well. I'm sure some teams are looking into that now that they can hopefully get this track a bit drier, then chuck on another guy with, you know, an hour and a half to go, put on some slicks and hope for the best.
I guess so. That's probably the best strategy at the moment, because it's, you know, they're going to want to hold on to the original strategy, like James said, keep some shred of it going, even though the amount of changes we've had this race have been immense.
One question I do have for you guys, actually, going back all the way to the start, I noticed quite a few teams pitting within like the first 10 or 15 minutes, and it wasn't penalty related.
Penalties.
Was it all penalty related?
It was penalties, yes.
Yeah, because you
Okay.
have 5 laps to pit it, so and that's about
right, of
10
course.
minutes.
Yes, so yeah, I suppose they all did it kind of just roughly on the same lap. That's fair enough. Oh, that's a sliding
Overstep car.
overstep car.
That's got to be Carranza again. He's had oversteer problems. The overstep's been oversteering all race, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, well, at least with Carranza
Yeah.
being in the car.
Although to be fair, he's not actually going the slowest, and he was until now very slightly catching Thiago Canona.
So he's not out of it yet, but he's just having a couple of problems.
Yeah, you're right about that gap. That gap was about 20 seconds. It's gone down to 14, so good call there.
Yeah, so he is catching up somewhat. We could have a fight on our hands if we're lucky, but, you know, not necessarily going to happen.
It's not going to happen if he does mistakes like this, though, going wide on the entry into the bus stop. That is, yeah, you just cannot make mistakes like that if you're trying to think of catching someone in the next couple hours.
Well, he's already made a second over him since we started talking, so I don't know how that's going for him.
Actually, yeah, that's very interesting that even with those mistakes, he's going so much faster.
May not be another 2.5 hours, maybe another 2.5 minutes before he's on the tail of him.
He's going to be overtaking his GT cousin there as well.
He will be, yeah.
Oh, could you get the cameras out?
Already has.
Oh. Yeah, I got a couple of snapshots actually of the GT Tally cars earlier overtaking each other, so...
I remember.
Yep. Not like I've sent them yet, unfortunately, but... Yep, overstep's going to overtake an overstep. Overstep, overstep, an overstep. There you go, lots of over.
Number 99 LMP2 is currently, GT Pro is currently in the pits. So
Oh yeah, that's Nicky Jakovic for Team Virus, who had a great race until it was disconnected and then it kind of went a bit wrong.
That's a shame to hear.
Because it was, what had happened was the original restarted worked brilliantly for them, then they disconnected and now it's gone a bit haywire.
That's a real shame. That GT Pro class, I've said it all season, that GT Pro class lead is cursed. It is 100% cursed because we have problems with Silverstone, have problems in Fuji. Pretty sure we have problems in Interlagos as well. And well, I mean that Team Via's car has been in the lead through the original start and the restart, and it's had a disconnection. You just don't want to be in that position, I don't think.
You don't want to
unless you're at the
Pro.
checker flag. Well, at least in GT Pro, yeah.
You don't want to lead in GT Pro. You want to be second because then, well, it's the best.
But by the way, number 11 is taking massive chunks out of Thiago Pinola. He took out about 2.5 to 3 seconds in just the middle sector alone.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's gonna be one worth watching now. Actually, in fact,
If Carranza was that much quicker, let's check actually. No, he's on the wet, so he hasn't changed yet, obviously.
Carantha is really, really pushing. He got so loose through Stabilo 1.
Yeah, that was he's absolutely on the charge now. Opposite ends of the Kemmel Straight. Canola coming to the end. Carranza just starting. So there's not that much in it, but there's still a fair bit. Could be one to watch. Probably our best shot, actually, to be honest. Because that DR Motorsports car is being caught up, evidently, by the overstep behind it as, the LMP2 class leader, Richard Norgren, comes into the pits. Anthony Jans should now want that himself.
It's fascinating how this overstep car had so many issues, spinning so many times, and still in contention for the top 4.
He's guaranteed a top 5.
Yeah.
Exactly. There's only 5 LMP. There's only 5 LMP1s as well.
But
There's
he's
20 prototypes to start. We've lost half of them.
Although he's still driving, so I mean it's a result in its own right to finish the 24-hour race.
Carranza! Oh, he's lost it going through Pouron.
I don't believe it. Of course he has. Has he lost any wings or anything?
No, he just spun. He avoided the walls, but he just lost it. Going through Pouron, the car just lost its grip, and he ended up doing a massive spin for full 360 degrees, but he caught it, and he's still.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
These
Oh.
wheels are partly on the wet there, though. Do you notice that there is now what I call
Oh, now he's sliding all sorts.
quite seriously dry/wet line going through there. I
Oh
reckon
yeah, the
the
dry
difference-
line's really dry, the wet line's really wet. So if you go offline, you're going to lose a ton of grip.
Do you
Yeah,
reckon?
and he has heated up now the rear tires, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you just reckon they're overheated because of the dry line and just pushing a bit too hard
yeah,
or
he
something?
needs to drive on the wet line for a moment to cool them down.
I mean, the gap at that, it went down to 10 seconds, the gap, and now it's back up again. So he's lost a few seconds of time. But, yeah, well, that's going to ruin his tyres, and what they do next is going to be quite key for the rest of the race for them.
At least he's got all his wings.
Yep,
At
that's
least
true.
he's got all these
They
wins. There
could
is
have been
that.
a lot worse.
Yeah.
It could have been a lot worse.
Maybe
Could
a
have
top
been
5.
significantly worse.
Maybe a top 5 wouldn't be guaranteed.
And I'll tell you what else I've just noticed as well. We
Go
are.
on.
Oh well, we're not.
Oh,
I tried to
you're
make myself
building
look
it up.
intelligent there, and it fails.
We are it's under 2.5 hours to go.
Yep.
Is it me? Is that at number 99 been in the pits for quite a while?
Yeah,
Who's that?
it
Jack
has
Evans. Yes,
been-
he has.
Hello, yeah.
That is a fair point. So we have had long pit stops, but this is going to hurt him now. Because Luca Bonatti in the GT Italia, in the GT Am, is coming around to overtake him. Jakovic is going to be in trouble here because it's the GT Am going to overtake him. And that's the GT Italia car who we know had so many issues before, but have now fixed them and is ready to go again. That was the car where Angelo Luigi Simio had his due. Bonatti overtakes, and now they're on a charge. They are the GTM leaders, if I'm correct. So to come back from those disasters that they had before, and now lead GTM is huge.
It is. I mean, didn't they literally lose a wheel?
They did literally lose a wheel. And Thomas Beer for Northern Lights Racing, who's pretty much done the same thing. That team's all the way down in second to last. And they're a GT Pro. So
Well,
it
they're
goes to
3
show
laps.
just how big this is.
Yeah, then they're 3 laps off the next GTM, so I think they're going to, even 2.5 hours, going to struggle to make that back up.
Yeah, they will be struggling to do that, like.
And Carranza is on it again, it seems like.
He's still pushing that car to the maximum though. I've been looking at him pretty much on the cameras for the last 2 minutes or so, trying to see what he's doing, and he's not heeding the advice of the many drivers in here to go onto the wet line.
No, not at all. And especially there still is enough wet to go
If
on.
he's going to stay on the wet tyres, then he should at least use the dry line. If not, he should consider a switch, probably. Oh, Jetowitz is gone! We've lost Jetowitz now.
Oh no.
Yeah,
That's a disaster.
maybe a disconnect, but he doesn't have a front right. He doesn't have a front right wheel, so...
That would explain why the pit stopped taking so long.
That would explain
right, what
it.
happened there then? Did he lose it on the exit or... No. That's a strange one, because he was in the pit lane, and then he's done his pit, he was... Oh, wow! Hang on a minute. What appears to have happened is he's lost his front right somehow, and he's actually lost it. Hang on a minute, what happens is he didn't have it to begin with, for some reason.
Going into the pits, or
Going into the pits, he didn't have his front right.
okay, well that makes sense because he must have lost his front right on track, I'd imagine.
Yeah, he never had it, so now he's retired. And that is such unfortunate for them because, well, Andy Anson's in the pits, but that's unfortunate for them because that was a good race that had. Now it's not gone well, but it's been the story of a lot of teams' races, going well than not.
We're down to 20 cars then.
We are down to half the field.
Which is the prediction someone made not too long ago. I think it was Thomas actually, that about 50% of the field was going to finish.
Well, there we go.
Thomas
Right,
on the ball. Thomas on the ball as per usual.
What else we're seeing? Diego Granza is also eating into that gap again. It was 16 seconds after his spin. It's now down to under 10.
Oh,
So he's got the pace. He just can't keep it. Well, he had a couple of problems keeping it on the track. Hopefully, if he can keep it on the track, we'll have a fight once. We've got a couple of GT cars to overtake now in Lapadula and the GT Italia Aston Martin.
This car has reminded me a lot. I'm not sure whether a couple of you caught the Formula E race yesterday, but it's reminded me a lot of Sam Bird's Virgin from the Punta del Este, or whatever race it was yesterday. The car just looks incredibly loose on the rear, and it looks like they haven't got that setup nailed down. And with Philip Arcos, when I was covering the race in the first 3 hours, the car didn't look stable then. It looks even less stable now, to be fair. And you just got to tip your hat off to Carantha for A, being able to keep it on track, and B, being able to go at the blistering pace which he's able to go at, because he's got a genuine shot at a P4 here after such a big moment at Pouhon.
He does, yes.
He's literally doing times which are very close to actual dry times on wet tires, which is very
impressive. There, though. The gap just went up to 10.5. So
he had a lot of traffic to manage.
Oh,
that is true, actually, yes.
I'll tell you something I didn't notice. There's been a driver change in Team Spirit Racing. So Kevin Lafondra is in the car, swapping in for Anthony Jans, and he, I would assume, will go till the end now. So Kevin Lafondra has stepped in for Anthony Jans, and you've got to think that's going to be P1 now for CMHQ Motorsports, because Pedro Gomez is in the car. But you never know, and we unfortunately have lost James again, but he'll be back soon. Don't worry about that. But I'll tell you what we can do in the meantime while we wait for him. We can bring a Ben Willis into the chat. Hello, Ben.
Hello, how are we all doing?
Well, we're all fine in here, but slightly less fine for yourself because your race has been cut short.
Yes, it was cut short, unfortunately. The service
sorry,
died.
Gomez round. Sorry to interrupt you, but Pedro Gomez has just gone round there. So, well, I don't know how that happened, but he's just spun it. Pedro Gomez is having a moment.
You can still all his wings and wheels and what's it?
He's got everything, yes, but he just spins. He just spun it, yeah. So back to you, Ben. Obviously, sorry about that. It was a bit of
That's alright, it's fine.
Your race came slightly at the end, but was it good?
Yeah, it was good fun whilst it lasted. Woke up this morning, was about to jump in the car, and then it all crashed. So I've just been helping the guys in room 1 with all their stuff. They're having a few issues at the moment. I think we may have some kind of engine issue. We're 10 mile an hour down on top speed.
That could be an aero problem.
It's catching up with all these long straights.
It's weird because we don't have damage anywhere. We've checked for damage. We may think it's engine wear. But we're not too sure at the moment. Out of nowhere, we've lost 10 mile an hour. So
well,
we're
that's
monitoring
a
that.
Strange thing is, Carranza gets a bit squiggly again, and Alan Doe is on Taylor giving a bit of a do. It is Taylor trying to unlap himself. The GT trying to overtake an Alan P2. That's brave.
That's very brave.
Yeah, trying to unlap himself on Carranza because he went off. Well, it hasn't worked, unfortunately, but it will credit to Adam Taylor. He's determined, isn't he?
He'll have a go. He'll definitely have a go.
He'll have a go. He will have a go.
Honestly, it seems like Carranza maybe actually just pushing a bit too hard if he's making so many mistakes and losing time.
Yes, he's cut a rouge a bit there, and then he's gone on the outside, but...
Yeah, it's very easy to overheat the wet tyres.
Gomez
Gomez going around.
Oh, Gomez around again!
In
Lacombe, that was,
Lacombe,
yeah.
Pedro Gomez must be having a couple of problems then, because he's now gone round twice.
And Kevin Lafondre's managed to unlap himself as well.
And Kevin Lafondre has unlapped himself. So there you go. That will be Team Spirit. May not have no chance at the lead after all if Pedro Gomez keeps making mistakes.
Carranza's definitely overheating his tyres. He's diving onto the wet line down the Kemmel Straight.
He's trying to cool them down now.
I think in Diego Carranza's case, it may be advisable to switch to the dry tyres.
If he is going to drive like this, yes, but it's still very dangerous when you're lapping GTEs.
Especially, yeah, if you go offline
Oh, you say he's
slicks.
on the wet again there?
I remember Felipe Massa lapping one of the HRTs at Canada when he went onto the wet line and just kind of went crisscrossed himself and took his front wing off.
Oh.
Yeah. It's so easy to do that as well. This kind
Oh,
of
and
traffic.
the Team Bias car is back going again. Nicky Djakovic has got it going again because he's just been lapped by Carranza, so...
Okay, that's good.
Props
They're
to
back.
Djakovic.
Fight to the end.
Oh, but he still apparently has no front right.
And probably having to do a lap, then get it into the pits.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I don't think they're going to be able to fix it.
If they couldn't get it fixed the first time, I very much doubt that they can do it the second time. Someone else tried that, and it didn't work.
He is crabbing it a bit, 150 miles an hour he's doing, as Taylor overtakes him.
I wouldn't
That's
want to do 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
With 3 wheels.
It's very brave.
He is very brave. He's just trying to keep it around enough so doesn't have to be a yellow flag out. Like we had 4 individual sector flags. He's going to get it round now though, so it's alright, no need for that. But yeah, not going well for Djakovic anymore. And let's keep a look on Diego Carranza though, because the gap to Pedro Gomez is quite a while now. But Gomez and Lafondre, etc. Where's Canola in respects to... he's not that far, you know. They're opposite
It's
ends of
just
the Campbell
gone under
Straight.
10 seconds. Just
No,
gone under 10 seconds.
They are opposite ends of the Campbell Straight now, Canola. And oh! Canola gets very close to Gomez there. Almost gives him a bit of a love note, but doesn't. So that was a close one. But Diego Canola will have to be careful now because Carranza's catching him.
It's not
But we
Valentine's yet, boys.
That's why I'm getting very worried about the guys in the 122. They're all extremely tired at the moment.
I was saying earlier, they're Americans, aren't they?
Yeah, so Thiago's Brazilian and the rest are all Americans, and they've been awake since the start of the race. So whilst in the 121 we got some sleep, they've been doing the whole race, so it's like 2-3 a.m. in the morning over there. So they're all pretty knackered, but hopefully they can hold on.
Now it's just about kind of finishing, I think, for you guys, wherever it happens.
Exactly, we're expecting a pit stop pretty soon, and that will be tyres and fuel. We may do a driver swap, maybe a driver swap.
Just hoping they're not.
I think we'll have to actually.
Canola about 8 seconds, so he's gaining 2 more seconds.
I'm just
He is
hoping you're lot
absolutely
on.
flying.
I'm just hoping you're lot aren't Super Bowl fans, Ben.
Yes, otherwise they're going to be knackered that way as well.
Mm.
It's going to be a long day for all of them.
So, do you risk slicks now then? Slicks, I mean, like I said, I'm still watching around here. It's still wet right on the edges of that dry line, but there is a dry line now, which is about a car and a half wide.
See, that's the thing. It's so tough because it's going to get to the point now where the wet's going to start overheating. We've seen that with Carranza.
Oh,
but we can't pass.
We've had a driver change up there in the GT Italia car. Federico Suave is in the car. What a last name again.
So
we made a couple of comments about his last name, but no more hopefully. Still on the wet tyres though, interestingly.
Yeah, I think it's still a bit too wet offline to try tries, because if you, especially with prototypes, if you try and pass and you have to dive onto the wet, you have no grip at all.
Yeah,
so,
and again, we've seen the same thing happening in the previous time whenever we were getting a drying track. It took them until it was about 2 to 2.5 cars wide in places for the dry line for the DHR guys to actually change the tires to anything but wets.
Yeah. Also, driver change in Free Sport Poland. Priscilla Gergis is in the car probably till the end again. So Gergis will finish the race in Free Sport Poland and likely take the win for them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
There are still 2 hours to go, but they have pretty much dominated this whole race, haven't they? Let's be fair. But ever since they got in front, they haven't really given it up.
It's true.
But it's also true that anything can happen in endurance racing.
Certainly, the gap between the 122 and the 11 now is about 7 seconds. So I think our top speed issue is starting to hurt us.
Just a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
It's annoying it's not raining because it would have saved you. Yeah, it wouldn't be
exactly.
as harsh.
Yeah. I think that's all we can pray for now. As much as the guys are so tired, the only thing to keep us in 4th now would be rain. Just because then we. Yeah.
I think there may be showers at the final half hour, but apart from that, I think
that'd be a bit.
start doing rain dance.
It'll be a bit too late.
Robin De Jong in the pits for SRVN. Is this going to be a driver change? De Jong may be switching out. Yep, Jeroen Sijau. I don't know how you pronounce his last name. Sijau, maybe? Sijau, maybe?
I'm on it, don't worry. I'll find him.
Yep, James gave the master pronunciation.
Oh, don't call me that. I got Casper's name horribly wrong, I'm sure.
It's easy. All you have to do is say call it JJ.
You've been practicing that.
So, Jeroen Sijau.
Sijau, there we go. Jeroen Sijau finally got it right. Will possibly be going into the SRVN car. Just what with Robin De Jong and Thiago Canola is in.
Yeah, we were expecting that. So.
Yeah, this is why I kind of pronounce number and class as well.
Exactly.
I can do numbers, but I can do classes.
Yep, Sijau is in for De Jong and he exits. So, that is a driver change for SRVN. And he will go to the end probably as well. Which will be good for SLVN because they don't have to worry about driver changes anymore.
Well, we're also getting the number 1 to 2 of Thiago Canola pitting in, so we'll see how they do and what they change their tires to in this battle for 4th place.
No, they've stayed on wets. They have stayed on the west compound.
I guess that's the right word. If we could have tried Inters, I think. But...
Has anyone actually tried them yet?
I will have a look in the field for you.
I've heard things saying that they're not the best.
All the LMP1s are on the wets, and all of the MP2s are on the wets. Most of the GTs are, but Daniel Almeida is on intermediates.
He's
in the GT class.
Yeah.
On the GT Pro class, he is on intermediates. As is Thomas Bayer, as is Nicky Jakovic. But they're now at the back. So Almeida, the highest of the pro runners, and we have a driver change in DR Motorsports, Curtis Kenyon in the car.
Yep. Yeah, and he is extremely knackered, so this is going to go extremely well.
I mean, Nick Jakovic is still in the pits, and this is on the 3 wheels in his wagon, so I don't know if that's going to be fixed, if I'm honest. I think that could be their race over.
They have 4 wheels on their wagon now, so they are running. But Daniel Almeida for Revolution Racing, the highest Corvette on intermediates, the one to watch. He could be the teller for the other teams here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be the marker for everybody. You've got to keep an eye on his times.
Is it time to switch? Stephen Bailey's in the pits and is still on wet tyre, so it will be Almeida who is the benchmark. Bailey probably won't switch, he will be until the end, as I said before.
I mean, what you have to remember is it's easy for the GTs to switch to intermediates or softs because they're not necessarily having to pass traffic. They can stay on the dry line.
Ballester is actually going to be the proper benchmark. He's on the hard compound with the slicks. So Miguel Ballester is the actual benchmark because he's on the he's moved on to full dry
brave
tires.
choice.
Very brave to go on to hards. I don't know why he wouldn't have gone softs.
Just go on softs, yeah.
He has gone on the full dry compound now, so he is going to hope to stick to that dry line.
You reckon he's trying to make the hards last until the end of the race and just do fuel now until the end of the race?
Yeah, probably.
It's possible, but it could go badly wrong.
Oh yeah.
Although, to be honest, any GTE car basically has to drive on medium or hard tires, and to be honest, there isn't much difference between the two, so I'm not that surprised about seeing them on hards, because those tires do have quite a bit of grip, and softs basically don't last enough for you to go through one stint.
Right, okay.
Quality tires, basically.
Basically for us, yes. We're way too heavy. Oh! He just
Oh.
nearly got that wrong. Overstep car, obviously overstepping, and he is struggling when he gets on the wet, even though he's on wet tires still.
That's used wet tyres now, surely, isn't it?
Yeah, they're extremely worn now, I think. He's
Yeah.
been sliding around for a long time. And that's the thing, we're in this crossover phase where the wets are starting to become too hot, but you can't run slicks in a prototype if you want to pass traffic. And it's one of the good things about endurance racing, is trying to get that strategy right. But I say good, it's good and stressful.
It depends on what side of the fence you are. It's great for the fans,
Yes.
not so great for the teams.
Yeah, the team speak conversations get extremely stressful when you're deciding tyres.
I'm afraid, gentlemen, is also I'm going to have to leave you.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So thank you very much for having me on here. It's been good fun.
It's been a pleasure having you. You've been
take
very
care.
informative.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll catch you guys later.
Alright, see ya.
And then there were 5. So.
Ooh,
Benatti in. Look at Benatti in for GT Italia. Now, he is the GTM class leader. So this could lead to something here.
Just to pick up, Carranza almost took out his GT counterpart
Oh,
at the
yeah.
bus stop chicane. He's got it completely wrong on the wet, locked up the brakes and almost sideswiped his Corvette teammate.
Well, problems at overstep perhaps. Luca Benatti is, let's see if he changes tyres, intermediates. So that's an interesting one. So Almeida in the GT Pro class and Benatti in the GT Am are both on intermediates. Miguel Ballester is on the full, dry, hard compound. Now that's the battle between Almeida and Ballester is a GT Pro, but Benatti is the leading GT Am. So Adam Taylor isn't really in a position to unlap himself per se. Well, he's going to unlap himself. Not in a position to make a direct overtake though. So this could be interesting. There's still about best part of 2 hours left, but it could be that we see some changes coming on, but Taylor does unlap himself now. But Luca Benatti goes on to intermediates.
A fascinating 2.5 hours ahead of us. Or 2 hours ahead of us, I should say.
Yes, the final 2 hours are approaching us. The final 2 hours of the race are coming very, very quickly. And, well, it's been a long one. It has been an extremely long one. I'd be lying if I said I'd be happy for it to be over, though. Because, yes, it's been long. Yes, it's been tiring, but I've enjoyed it. By the end of it, I'll have done about 10 hours of lead commentary, which is the most I've ever done. And it's been a pleasure, every single one of them. It really has. And, we've lost James.
We lost. Yeah.
But he will be back, as we know. But
Yeah,
it's been a
hopefully
pleasure
soon.
being here, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely been a good while. It's a fascinating race to be seeing, and especially commentating on. It's just so much happening, and basically the lovely thing about R-Factor 2 is just how non-static the racing is. Just because of the changing variables of the weather and everything.
Oh yeah, I mean the track's constantly changing every lap. You can one lap you've got plenty of rubber in one corner. Next minute, if you go slightly offline, it could be completely slick. So.
And speaking of slicks, unashamedly it is on slicks. Full hard compound again. Revolution Racing Corvette is on slicks. So it may be the time. It may have come.
Definitely for GTs, it's the time. I still think it's too early. Oh. Yeah, Ballister's off at Stabilo 2. He's lost his rear wing.
Yes.
Yep.
Has he now?
Yeah,
Yes, he has. Yes. By mistake, and he's spinning wildly. Spinning, going into the next turn as well. This could be disastrous.
I'm so glad I suddenly chose to
It's
show
not.
him on the stream.
It's not disastrous. It almost was, but it isn't.
Oh wow, yeah,
That was
got a
so
massive
close
wiggle
to being
into
bad.
17.
He has got to get that car into the pits now, because otherwise the prototype of the RGPL is going to have a sneaky sneak. But he does get it into the pits, and thank goodness for it.
I don't think he realized initially how much of a difference the rear wing makes.
Now, is this going to be... It's going to be... Does that mean it's too early for slicks? I don't know. We'll see. What's he going to do?
It was more driver error. I think he got on the outside of Stabilo 2 onto the sort of gravel bit. The car sort of dug in and he just drifted wide into the wall. It's
No,
very
he
easy
doesn't.
to
He
do even
doesn't
in the
change
dry.
tires, so he is here, and well, he's in the pits now, luckily. But that was a scary one.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to do in the dry though. It's such a tricky corner that one. With the wall so inviting on the outside.
Yep, very tricky to do, but ultimately he did make a mistake. But he's here. He's still in the race. He's getting his rear wing fixed, and all should be well in a moment.
Although someone did say in the comments that the bed looks good without the rear wing. It basically looks like a road car, but I think it does look quite good.
Oh, yeah. I suppose it does. Yeah, but now it does have its rear wing. It is good.
Yeah, it's good to drive that way.
Yeah, a lot better to drive when it has the downforce.
Who's had an accident?
It was Miguel Ballester. He lost his rear wing going out of Stavelot. And then
So
had to limp it all the way back through Blanchimont, and it was scary because he spun.
So the dry tyre is not the best choice then.
Not necessarily. I think it was more driver error was saying, but it
Yeah.
may be the slicks.
He looked like he just got a little too wide into Stablo too. And
Oh,
it's
that
easy
was
to do in the
close.
dry. So.
Got very close to Diego Carantha there, just missed him. So gotta watch what he's doing, but Carantha escaped unscathed. But yes, that was very close, but luckily he's out the way now. Unassumedly it looks to be doing alright on the slicks mine though, so maybe he's doing okay.
Yeah, I mean, as we said for the GTs, because they have to stay online really, they're not passing prototypes and that. They can make the slicks work a lot easier. It's just the prototypes too much of a gamble at the moment to try slicks.
Yeah, but then again, it is quite wide, the dry line now.
Yeah, but not wide enough to fit two cars if you're passing.
Yeah, not wide enough to fit two cars on it. That's the problem, and that's why people are staying out on the wets.
Yeah, it's still about a car and a half with length, with at the best of times. So I'd say we're still gonna see another probably 20-30 minutes before anything happens with another set of tires or whatever. We'll see though. It may take even up to an hour for it to really dry enough for P1s to decide to change.
I think the next round of pit stops you'll see sort of the lower end of both classes maybe try and gamble, just try and get some time back.
It's going to be interesting if it does take a full hour to dry though, because it's in an hour or so, in hour 20 minutes, where if there is going to be more rain, that's where it's predicted to fall.
Yeah, and the rain's been pretty sort of stuck to the forecast, so.
And so, hopefully there shouldn't be any more rain, but there was forecast for the last half an hour, which would really throw things in the air. And Giacomo Lapadula is in the pits now. What's he doing? He has put the intermediates on. So another driver that goes for inters. Possibly the best choice right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, he is GT Am. Maybe I would have tried gambling for slicks if I was a GT, but I guess it's down to driver preference. If he feels that it's still a bit too wet on line, or if he's having to try and take different lines into corners, then maybe it is worth going intermediates.
Yeah, if he has to constantly, maybe, Benatti's on intermediates, apparently. Yeah, we know that. Luca Benatti's on intermediates. Yeah, the inters are quite a narrow range. So you have to be sure before you use them.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I'd say the only time when inters would really be useful is if there was just a random constant like 5 or 10% rain going at all times. So you have this, you still have wet track, but it's just slightly wet. That would be probably the only time when inters would actually come in handy, and that would have to be happening for an entire hour.
Yeah. That's not really much point in an LMP one to have it, as apparently according to Lewis McGlade. So, that might essentially, well, in LMP1 it might not even use the intermediate tyres, but we use them in the GTs, definitely. And it seems like, unassumedly, it's using his slicks to a very good advantage, though he gets a bit squiggly offline there, but not majorly, so he keeps it nice and held. So knows what he's doing on those slicks, benefiting from the slicks as well. If you can keep it online, it's worth it, I suppose, in a GT, but you have to keep it online, that's the problem. Well, Not much to talk about though, really, is there? Apart from the tyre choices. That's the
I mean,
problem.
I'm just looking through, and there's not really any close
Oh, we
battles
got
at
someone in the
moment.
booth. We have someone in the waiting booth. We have a guest. Sorry about the wait here, but we indeed have a Mr. Enzo Fancy with us. Hello.
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 So, yeah, you're here with us. Remind us which team you drive for again?
I drive for Revolution Racing.
Oh, yes, you do, don't you? I
Yeah, in
remember
the
now.
AM car,
The GTM car, which isn't driving at the moment.
which hasn't been driving for a
A
long
long
time.
time.
I'm glad
Yeah.
you've asked a question this time around, Josh, because I've asked him the same question for the last 3 rounds.
So it makes a change.
Well, you could have got it right this time.
Maybe, yeah. I decided to just keep my mouth shut. Probably the best idea.
So basically, you're the other bunch of crazy people who drive the Viper.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're the crazy ones. But speaking of Revolution
Hey,
Racings, you have a
Viper's
couple of
cool.
cars out there doing well now. You have Anna out there in 12th and Daniel out there in 13th as well. So-
Yeah. Second and third in class, which is really good. Yeah, they're doing decent for their circumstances. We would love to have them a bit higher.
Oh dear, as I speak, Anna Schubler goes round there. Well, that's not very good. Let's see what happened. Coming into the, oh, what's this? Oh, wow. I see what happens here. He comes through, oh, right. He was coming through campus and he just lost it on his own.
Yeah, he's on slicks. I think.
He is on
So
slicks, though,
you're
so if you
mid
go
of
flying, it
line,
can be
then,
very awkward. But hopefully he doesn't lose it through blood smoke, because that would be a disaster. As he comes through, round, no, doesn't, keeps it on. But yeah, Daniel would have been in a better position in that sense, because he has the intermediates, which are actually decent in the rain.
in the dry conditions, yeah, they are.
Is Alessandro
quick.
Proti in, the TT Pro leader? He's 3 laps ahead of Anna, mind, but he is in. He is in. And this may be a change of tyres. So, let's see what happens. Brakes. We're going to see if he does decide to change tyres. And onto the end as he goes. So, intermediates seem to be the most popular choices. Adam Taylor in also. And Taylor switches to slicks. So that is interesting. Luca Bonelli ahead of him is on intermediates. So this will be the first real test of if Adam Taylor's choice is correct.
It's very interesting to see the split strategies between both GTs. You know how some prefer the slicks, some are preferring the inters at the moment. I would have expected a bit more of a general consensus, to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there is a split between the two. But I have news. We are at 2 hours of the race to go.
Yeah, I think that's why they go for
199, well, not 199, God no, 119 minutes remain of this race.
Very nice. I've just got another update from the 122 guys. Seems that engine troubles are getting a little better. We're now only about 4 to 6 mile an hour down on straight line speed.
Well, that's good to hear. Your car's getting quicker.
Hopefully,
Oh,
yes.
hang on, they've got an off there. That's the GT car of, well, it's been driven by Stefano Zanabini. And he's had a bit of a do there. He's had a spin. All of his car parts are very much attached and intact, though. So, nil desperandum yet on that front. As he's going to get overtaken, though, by Kevin LaFondra in the Team Spirit car. As he does do that now. LaFondra goes through. Nice and easy. And he's, well, now he's going to let Stephen Bailey through as well. Bailey has had a nice quiet run since he got in the car, not had any major problems, and he's kept it really to himself in that second place. He's done well.
Yeah, he's been very quiet, hasn't got himself involved in much, and he's just been plugging away really, so he's just keeping it going.
Yep, and that's what you have to do in an endurance race sometimes.
Certainly, yeah. I just wanted to pick up the exit of Stavlo 2 now. It's pretty much almost bone dry. There's a massive dry line now.
Right, so that
it
might
seems...
be... Let's have a look at that. Miguel Barras is just going around it, and he's on slicks, so...
Yeah, it seems to be one of the corners where you can take different lines, and it seems to be drying up the quickest.
Yeah, Stavlo 2 is pretty much... Exit of that is pretty much dry now, save for a bit. So the people on slicks will really benefit in the run up to Blanchimont there.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So it's getting a little close to the time the Protos can start thinking.
And even through
switching.
Blanchimont, it's very dry.
Mm.
The
But
last sector will start to benefit the slick runners.
Yeah, the last sector's looking good, but the middle looks still too wet. The line's a bit narrow around there.
Yep, Diego Carranza in the pits now for the overstep team. Now, this will be interesting. If he does change tyres, it would be extremely interesting. And he has! He's on the softs!
Ooh,
Diego
that's
Carranza, the
interesting.
first of
That
the
is-
LMP2 runners, is on softs.
That is risky.
Big.
That's made me a very happy person right now.
Because he's on the soft tyres, it will be the first test for the prototypes of whether slicks is the time. Curtis Kenyon is still on the wets. So,
to be honest, now, right now during this race, I think taking that risk early is not as big of an issue. Just because there's only 10 or however many GT cars running, it's a lot less than it was even a couple hours ago. So right now you don't meet them nearly as much, so you can just let yourself off in the like if you meet them in corners and still not lose that much time.
That is true. That's very true. Yeah.
So right now it's not that big of an issue, and he can gain a lot by just doing good lap after good lap on slicks. So we'll have to see about that battle. It's still not over.
Yeah. 122's been given the order to push like hell. So.
well,
a very
see how
tired
that
guy
goes,
pushing
because
very
Carranza
fast.
Curtis has overtaken, but Diego is still in the pits, and he's about to exit, I think. Driver change as well, Lazarus Philopicus. So Lazarus in the car will be chasing Curtis on those slick tyres. This is going to be an interesting one, because Kenyon is now on the back of the Camel Straight, well, the start of it, and Philopicus, whoa, cuts the pit exit a bit, then slides immediately. So, wow.
Yeah, it's very wet coming out the pits because it's offline. It's extremely wet.
And he has crossed the pit exit line by a while there, so
we could get in trouble for that.
Possible penalty. So for now, though, he is definitely going to chase Curtis Kenyon very hard, because Kenyon is coming out of Russell now, and Lazarus only starting the Camel Straight. That's cost him a ton of time.
It's sort of what we needed in the 122, and a little bit more rain would be good as well. So we'll see what happens there.
We've just had a big moment there, James. Lazarus Philopicus is pretty much spun from the outset.
Mm-hmm.
He switched onto the six tyres, and now he's spun in pit lane and across the pit exit line.
I'm not sure how many people are in the overstep team in that LMP2 car, but Philip Arcos didn't have the best of first stints, did he? So
no, but he's had a spin, but now he's on the charge on those slicks. This will be the first test, I think, of whether the slicks are the right choice. Because if he catches Curtis Kenyon, which he's looking to do, it will be
whether it pays off.
It will be a tell-off for the other prototypes. Get on slicks; it's the best choice.
You know what's also brewing very nicely right now is Adam Taylor is catching onto Barrows in the GTM class.
Oh, I've just seen your Rowan Sizhao has had a bit of a do. He's come out of the corner before campus, spinning, so he lost it through there, and then he loses it. He's managed to recover it though, all car intact, but he has had a turn. So the SRVN car's had a mini do there, but he's back on track. As we'll cast our eye back to Curtis Kenyon and Lazarus Philopicus there, because those are the two that are going to tell really whether it's time for slicks or not in the prototype classes.
I really do think it's a little too early, because everyone who has gone onto a dry tyre has run into some form of problem, and I know that we can have a guess and say, oh, you know, it looks like driver error, but
if they're all
when you've got
slick
more and
runners,
more stuff, yeah, exactly. There is no smoke without fire,
and the fire in this case may be the sounds of the slick tyres not getting up to temperature, which is kind of a paradox.
Ironically, the fire is the water.
Yep. Although then again, I actually played a game recently with lots of fire and water manipulation. I mean, it's really good. So.
Is that Avatar?
No, it isn't. Actually, that's a good idea. When in doubt, talk about video games.
Is it Pokemon?
No, it isn't.
Manipulation of fire and water.
Nope, it's actually a fun little puzzle game called Enter Horizon on the PC. So,
Never heard of it.
yeah, it's only about £5 on the Steam store. Check it out.
I do know there is a Steam sale on.
Yep. Oh, there's a Steam sale on. Well, it might be on there then. So a game for you guys to check out. Although we can't talk about video games in general because I found out that there is a video game launching a couple of days before my birthday.
Oh, which one?
And that is actually funny enough, James. You've talked about Pokemon there. It is Pokemon Tournament. Which is
Oh,
a
I've
new
heard
fighting
this.
game. It launches
This is the
March
Tekken
18th.
crossover, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the Tekken
Yeah.
crossover. Launches March the 18th. My birthday is on the 21st.
Odd one. I
So
don't know how
that's
that's
something I'll
gonna
have
be.
to buy.
I remember there was a sort of similar one, but it was Digimon. It was Digimon
Ah.
Rumble Arena.
Yeah.
And I'll say from having owned the original and the sequel, they were great fun when I was a kid. So I'm pretty sure this Pokken. I don't know why they call it Pokken tournament. They could have just
It's
called it.
it's pretty much
Pokemon.
a direct morph
Oh,
of the
Tekken.
names, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll tell you what. Just as a quick one, if anyone asked which one do you know out of these two, Pokemon or Tekken, I think many more people would probably say Pokemon though.
yes, it's the more
Go with the
popular,
brand
I think.
name.
And rightly so.
Sorry, just to cut over, the number 11 just made a massive error into the bus stop.
Oh
and
yes,
took out a
Philabicus, we
couple
saw
of people.
that. Yeah, Philabicus just had a bit of a do there. This guy was gonna comment on that, but
Yeah.
he has had another mistake, so maybe the slick tire's not so good.
Well, I don't know, because on the try line, he's catching Curtis sort of hand over fist. It's just when he gets on the wet that it all goes a bit wrong.
Oh, he's got a bit of a squiggle on there as well. So
Yeah, again, he caught a bit of the wet. It just, whenever he does go just a bit of fun, he always loses it a bit. It's just
Yeah.
that lack of
Oh,
grip.
now
Through
he's
the-
off it again.
Through the high downforce corners, and it's fine. But if he needs traction or he needs to use his brake, it seems like. a
Yeah,
problem.
I think this whole slick tire thing has not worked for prototypes.
Oh, yeah, he's all over the place. I just saw him go through
I
a
think it's
Rouge and into
definitely
Lacombe.
wet tires
Oh, wow.
is go here.
I think if he takes it a little bit easier, he'd be a lot faster and not spinning as much. He just has to focus on driving on that small dry line.
Honestly, as weird as that is, I don't know if Inters would have not been the best idea for him to go onto. Which I don't know, I have not tried the Inters myself, but...
Well, the Inters are pretty good on the GTs, but I haven't tried them on the prototypes.
I've
I've
never
never
found them
seen
too useful
prototype
in the
drivers on
prototypes.
Inters.
Yeah, I'm always hearing that they're not very useful, but in these kind of conditions, who knows if this is not exactly the conditions that they would be
Oh,
useful in.
Lazarus has gone off again. You see, the thing is though, Lazarus is the gamepad driver, isn't he? So it's going to be doubly hard for him.
He is, yeah. Oh, I remember this. We
Oh,
analysed it
yeah.
earlier. He's on a gamepad. If not a gamepad, then something very similar. It's definitely not a wheel though.
Oh, he went into the wall, yeah, on the exit of. Is that
Yeah,
the Fangage?
he's got
Yeah.
a small adjustment nails, but Blanchemont's going to be absolutely hell for him. Let's see if he can do it.
Well, hopefully if it stays online, it should be alright.
Oh,
It
he's
gets
managed it
past.
perfectly. There
Yeah,
we
but
go.
it's a small line, and if you have a gamepad, you can't really stay on it.
That's true, very true.
Yeah.
If you dip just a little bit of the tire on the wet stuff, you'll slide immediately.
Yeah, so actually, talking about gamepads, we're going to continue that little discussion we had before. And I think I'm going to ask James, actually, being the one who had a nice little discussion about things there. Have you noticed any interesting video games coming out recently, or is it a bit
Well,
quiet?
If you don't know already, to the many out there, I know there's a couple, but I host a YouTube channel. I've got my own one, and so I now play games as.
Oh, Christ! Sorry, James, but Lazarus has just had a mega one. What he's done there is he's actually clipped the barrier going into Radion, and it's floored him all the way through Rouge, and there is debris everywhere.
How dare you
He's
interrupt
gone
my
way
selfless
too
self-promotion?
far
Oh, that's massive.
Oh,
He's
that
gone
is
way too
massive.
far, and it's
Oh
a
my
huge
That's
one.
massive.
But he's still going full throttle, bless him, even
How-
with the damage he's got.
That's got to be a code 80.
Crazy.
My
I
question
would
is,
seriously code 80 that if I were the race director. Yep, here we go, code 80 indeed. Yep, that was a good call. And he's, going to slow down. And here we go.
I didn't even have to stream up. I need to have a look
There
at
we
this.
go. Code 80 has been enforced because Lazarus totally overshot it, unfortunately. It's the only way to put it.
Yeah,
that was the most crazy crash I've ever seen. He just clipped the barrier going into radio.
Oh
and
my
then,
goodness me.
Oh, hang on. Here we go.
And wow.
There we go. Jimmy Allison's just informed that it's fit for different tyres.
That is the first time that I've ever heard an admin in any series that I've commentate on tell a team you have to change your tyres.
It's the first time I've heard it as well.
It's just the wrong choice, isn't it? It's,
Yeah.
Well, of course,
it was a
yeah.
bold call. It was a bold call, and I'll give them that. Respect for that, but
it didn't
as
work.
soon as you go slightly wrong.
As soon as you went onto the grass, he was a passenger, though.
I honestly think that, as you said, he's a gamepad driver. That was the worst idea you could do for a gamepad driver.
Oh, totally, yeah. I mean, as someone who's been on a gamepad for... I sim raced from, let's see, probably 2012, I think it was, up until this year, pretty much, where I put down the controller, decided to give it a rest, and driving in wet conditions is not in...
Sorry, James, but Bailey's gone!
What?
Bailey's gone! What has happened there? He's pulled off! If this is a fuel issue...
Has he run out of fuel?
He stopped at all route, he stopped at the source. If he's run out of fuel...
How can you get the fuel wrong in both cars? That's...
Oh no, Code 80, he's coming round on the Code 80, he bounces in, I think it's a controller disconnect, because he's bouncing pinballing off the walls. Then he manages to get it going and slow the car down, but...
He should manage to rejoin if he just disconnects his internet, yeah.
Yeah, he's rejoined.
Okay, that's good to hear.
A controller problem. I thought he'd run out of fuel.
I was about to say, a fuel issue in both cars. That would be so unheard of.
That would have been a disaster.
Yeah, but I don't know.
We have
I'm just
Bailey, he has rejoined, he's just got to reverse out of his pit box. And then get going again.
It's not
conditions.
impossible to...
But
Actually,
it's
I'm
the
going to
best moment for disconnection
you
under
know
the
what?
Code
I
80.
think
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
He's just clipped the pit wall and lost his front bumper, which is now dragging underneath the car.
Oh my god.
It's all going wrong for the number 8.
That's going to extend the Code 80 as well if he's running around without a front bumper.
It is, so big Code 80.
Yeah, that's
I think
massive.
A lot of these guys are going to be very thankful it's not raining. The guys...
Oh, I think we've lost him again, unfortunately. Yeah, maybe James Kirk gone. But he will be back, as he always is.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what happened to Stephen Bailey there, but that's so unlucky for the DHR guys.
I suspect a controller disconnect.
Yeah, possibly, but to lose your front bumper as well, it's just everything going wrong at the same time.
Yep, there goes James, and Passionless Gurgis is in the pits, taking advantage. What's he going to do here?
Stephen Bailey is on softs.
Bailey's on softs now. That may be a problem. Oh. Hang on.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
So Bailey has just been assigned the softs. Maybe he may not have gone on it, but he'll have to change that. He'll be coming in for the replace the bumper anyway, so...
Yes, yeah.
Philapicus in the pits has changed to full wets, at the request of the race director, has changed to different tyres. All the other cars are on wets in front, apart from Bailey, who'll have to change over. Must have rejoined with the setup loaded. Yeah, that'll be it. So, yeah.
This is a good time actually for a lot of the drivers just to save a bit of fuel with this Code 80 and trying to stretch out this stint until we know a bit more about what's going to happen with the weather. I know that's what the 122 guys are going to do, because we're still uncertain about when this expected shower is meant to hit.
Yep, indeed. Oh, hang on a minute. Paschalis Gurgis is speeding like crazy. He's going 250 and he's just realised now it's a Code 80. He's slowed back down to 80
that is
and 47. But that will be a penalty for FIDA Sport Poland. I mean, they've got a big gap, and I don't know whether it's going to do much, but... Oh, so they slowed down in an attempt to counteract it, but they'll have a penalty for going over 80. So that is the first big mistake from Feeder Sport Poland this race.
It's so easy to make mistakes like that this late on in the
Force
race
of
when everybody's
habit
very
taking the pit
tired.
limiter off.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's happened. It has happened. And it was by a while as well, about 250 km/h he was doing. So there you go. He will be feeling devastated about that. What the penalty will be, I don't know, but
I don't think it'll cost them the race win. I think they've got enough of a gap if they serve the penalty in race, or if it's added after.
no, they've got 4 laps on
and
Bailey.
Bailey has to repair the car anyway.
It won't
Yeah.
matter, so it'll probably be a penalty for next race.
Yep.
And Martin Furman he's in front of Stephen Bailey now, even though he's in the pits. So Martin Furman in the pits for 3 Wide Motorsport. He goes onto the softs. That is a bold move.
Another interesting bold move from a prototype.
Yeah, a very bold move. So Furman goes out.
So I
He
still
will be
think
trying.
it's
Let's see if he does. Stays on 80, yes. Doesn't speed. Well done.
still think it's too early for dries in the prototypes.
Yeah,
Still
we'll
think
see
it's
what
too early.
Stephen Bailey does. If he drops back to the wets, then it may full well be too early. Which he should do, unless he decides to stick with it. Max Malamed is on the wets still, and Jeroen Sejau is on the wets. Gergis is on the wets. It's only Furman on the slicks. There must be some method to his madness, though, because he is in second place. He must think it's high time for them. But with Lazarus before, he had to come in because the admins told him to. So it could be that it's too early. It could be that it's not too early. Time will tell. Stephen Bailey's going to come into the pit soon, which should end the code 80, I should suspect. So here comes Stephen Bailey into the pits, and we'll watch him. We'll watch his tyre choice, what he's going to do. James, you've just missed Martin Furman going on the slicks from P2 in P1.
Considering what just happened to Philip
Lazarus,
Markos,
this could be a very bold
that
move.
is a very bold move.
Yeah, and Stephen Bailey now in the pits. This should be a change back to slicks, or no, not slicks, change to wets. No change.
No change, and the 122's in as well. That's for fuel. They were very low on it. I'm not sure about tyres.
That is Curtis Kenyon. And we're going to go racing in 10 seconds now. Going racing in 10 seconds once more. This will be then Charles Gergis taking the lead, and we are back racing again. This will be the teller now with 99 minutes to go in the race. Are slicks the time, or has Martin Furman made a massive mistake that could cost him second place to Stephen Bailey? Time will tell. Bailey does not change from slicks either, so Stephen Bailey giving it a shot as well.
I
This
think
could
it's a
be big.
mistake. I think it's a mistake, but we shall
So
see.
they both made the same mistake if they have made said mistake. But I wanted to stop go for Gergis anyway. So stop go for Gergis does get that penalty. We'll have to come in and serve it. Will be happening now, not next race.
Well,
So
it's
it
got
won't cost them
4
much
laps.
though. 4 laps. It won't cost them that much at all in reality. But now we haven't got much going on, James. We can finally talk about that thing that you got cut off from when Lazarus crashed, can't we?
Oh
We'll
yeah,
go back to-
we got
we'll go
2
back
things
to
to
shameless
cover.
self-promotion.
Oh no, we got 2 things.
Lewis
Oh,
is saying
this.
on the chat that Bailey had game crash. That's why he was
Oh,
hitting
right.
that wall.
Oh no.
Well, why didn't he must have just thought softs were a good gamble then. So
It says apparently you said then when rejoining the game put him on softs.
Yeah, it's the setup that he has put as default. That had the soft tires on, so he couldn't chase that when he rejoined.
So he was he was handicapped right from the off then.
Yeah, basically.
Drying line, nothing to lose though, so that's why he's staying on the softs, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's first of all cover wet driving with a controller. It is not impossible, at least on R Factor 1. I can't say much for R Factor 2, though obviously you have to have a lot more minute steering inputs to make it work. I will say one thing which does go the advantage of a controller in wet conditions is that naturally you heat the tyres up a lot more. And so you can actually have a lot more grip. But you've got to have the setup to go with it as well.
Of course,
And
that's
like. Oh, go on, sorry.
Of course, that's an advantage on the actual dry tires, but for example, on wets, that's a big disadvantage.
Well, yeah, it's a big consideration that you have to take into setup creation, and I think it's why if Philip Arkos is the only driver in that team with a controller, then he out of the. I mean, the car looks oversteery as hell anyway, but if he's the only driver with a controller in that team as well, then they're not going to want to bias the setup towards a controller user because he's the odd one out, and he's just been caught out badly. But then going on to the whole game thing, so there's actually a couple of games which are coming out in February. Oh, am I still here?
Oh, yes, you are.
I thought I disconnected. Yeah, I thought I disconnected, sorry. And, well, there are a couple of games which I'm doing for my channel, The Kirky Life, in February, which is The Walking Dead Michonne from Telltale. Just finished up Season 2 of The Walking Dead from them, so super excited to get into that. But also Far Cry Primal. I'm getting that as a Valentine's gift from my girlfriend, so I'm looking forward to playing through that as well.
I wish I was so lucky.
I'm very lucky, and you will get lucky eventually, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, will I?
Everyone will. But I think maybe we could possibly turn it into more R Factor 2 discussion by perhaps talking about what mods we're looking forward to during this year, or what mods we would like to see realistically during this year.
Bailey is having some kind of issue with
yes,
laps
he is.
not counting.
Where is he? He's gone again.
No, he's still there, but he's 120 laps down, it says. So
Yeah,
he's
Lewis
lost
just
laps.
told that Bailey's laps
Oh, he
aren't
is.
being added.
Bailey's lap count has gone mental. So he's now 120 laps down in 24th place, apparently, but he's not.
Just to add, the number 11 is slowly reeling in the number 122 again.
Yeah, that is Kenyon is being reeled in by Philapicus, and that will certainly help Philapicus, but not necessarily Kenyon. But yes, mods for R Factor 2, James was going to talk about there. Well, we'll start with you, James. Actually, what mod are you most looking forward to?
Well,
I think we lost him again.
No, we just lost him.
Yeah, we
didn't
definitely
it, ladies and gentlemen?
I mean, that's a great mod, isn't it? The no-name mod.
Yeah, I've heard Dirt is really good.
Yes, definitely.
Well, okay, then we might not start with James, we'll start with me. Well, actually, no, we won't start with me, we'll start with Ben.
Uh-oh. I'm really looking forward to the completion of the Enduraces. No, the URD, UPX mod, that's the one. And also Enduraces. When we get the prototypes and the full endurance stuff, then that'll be really good. I can't really think of any others. There's a couple of ones I've seen on the ISI forums, like someone's making a Formula 4 and that, and things like that, so they'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, I'm personally looking forward to End Races a lot.
Oh,
Yeah.
certainly, yeah.
It's going to be very interesting. One of my favorite mods in R Factor 1, so we'll definitely have to see how they manage to deal with R Factor 2. But obviously they released their Flat 6 mod already, so I think very many people actually enjoy that mod a lot.
Yeah, I've seen only very good praise from it. So.
Well, I'm probably one of the very few people who don't like driving in it, but... it may have to do with something with me driving cars that don't turn very well.
True, yes, true. So I'm just keeping an eye on that number 11 again. He's managed to bring the gap from about 7 seconds down to about 2. So he's really pushing.
Yep, yes. Kenyon is starting to become under threat here from Philapicus.
Yep. They definitely can see each other now pretty much everywhere, so this is going to be very interesting once they finally get close.
I know Curtis is heavy on fuel, but on fresh wet tyres. He took wet tyres at the last stop.
Indeed. And so Parachalis Curtis has already said to stop going. It hasn't possible. Or Martin Furman second place. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the engine racers mod for one. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do. And well, the virtual Le Mans series is going to use the engine racers mod, isn't it? So
Indeed, yes.
casual plug.
Which ones have we covered so far?
Engine racers and URD's about it.
The URD what?
URD,
The
complete
UPX.
with the new cars like the Nissan
Oh.
and all that, and the very good looking Mercedes.
I want
Okay.
myself a Nissan, please. Nissan.
Well, talking of Nissan, I was going to talk about the bunch of mods hopefully coming out this year from SimTech.
Oh!
Because he's got quite a few lovely ones coming out. So he's got a GT mod coming out soon with a Nissan GT1, so the ISI based one,
Yep.
Bentley GT Continental, McLaren P1, got a BMW Alpine in there as well, loads of wonderful looking cars. And they've also got the Renault Sport 1, so the new Renault
RSO1,
series,
yes.
the RSO1. They're also releasing an R-Factor 2 version of the new Clios.
Oh, yeah.
And they've got their own Porsche mod coming along
Oh.
as well. So they really do have a lot of good-looking material. Oh yeah, and they've got an updated version of the Ferrari Challenge hopefully coming out soon as well. So everything SimTech is what I'm interested in.
Yeah, of course they did that big extension for the original Engine Racers mod as well, adding all the other cars in, so...
Yes. There is one car from ISI I'm looking forward to, which is the Daytona prototype, the Corvette,
Yes.
that's
Oh,
rumoured in
yes.
development, that was mentioned last year. I haven't heard much more about it, but please, I want to drive a Daytona. I want to drive a DP, please.
It would be very interesting to see, because
yes.
Race Room already has a Daytona prototype, and I've driven it, and it's quite nice.
I have.
A lot easier than normal prototypes to drive, it must be said.
It is much easier, but I haven't tried the race room one. But I do really enjoy driving the Corvette Daytona prototype in iRacing. It actually is one of my favorite sim racing cars around.
And I think because it's a lot heavier than standard prototypes, it gives it a little bit like more stability compared to the current P2s.
Yeah, I've driven obviously the prototype before. It would be interesting to see. I actually would be interested to see if they did release a Daytona prototype. Would be interested to see a multi-class series with it in.
You
Does
know
it
what?
have-
Anybody for an IMSA series?
Well,
Exactly.
Oh yes, I tried that once, almost.
that's the sort of car as well that I could possibly see as a GT Pro class, like a proper GT Pro.
Like a Daytona prototype. That is
Yeah.
interesting.
It's like it is an LMP version,
Of a
essentially,
GT, yeah.
of a GT car, which is, and it will be
Pretty
slower
much,
than a GT or an LMP2. Sorry.
yes, it would, yeah.
So perfect for the GT Pro.
Yeah,
Make
I'd
it
be down for
happen,
an MG
VEC.
series.
I'll say it'd be perfect till we get LMP3.
Oh yes,
Oh.
and that is becoming a thing as well.
Yeah, it's getting very popular now. Are they racing at Le Mans this year, the LMP3s? I can't remember. I heard a rumour that they may do part of Le Mans or do like a Le Mans warm-up race or something.
I don't
Well,
know.
They would, but they've got a race scheduled in Baku, unfortunately.
Ah, okay.
No, that was a F1 joke.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Actually, I was not best pleased when the F1 mod did that.
Well, I can tell you
Apparently
this.
the 102 is catching the 55, so that is, if memory serves, you're looking at the spotter guide.
Barrows and Zanabini.
The
Yeah.
GTE AM.
Yeah,
Still
that
about
would be,
30 seconds, though.
yeah, Barros and Zanabini are quite far away from each other, so yeah. I think we're about 1.5 hours to go now, gents.
We are.
Oh,
Getting into crunch time.
Getting into crunch time, that's a good way to put it. It is crunch, crisps time, probably.
where's my
People
Oh,
around
now
crunch
you're
bar?
making me hungry.
Yes, in fact, you know what? I might go and see if I can go get a snack, actually, because it's coming up to that time, isn't it? Actually, I might go in a bit.
Well, are we
I
at
am-
power hour yet? We're going to need food
Yeah,
for that, surely.
we
Oh,
We
yes,
could-
food for the
listen.
power hour.
Josh, I know you're hungry, but we can push through this final hour and a half. I'm sure of it.
I might get food for the power hour, though.
Be very quick. Like grab a quick snack.
I'll go a bit before the power hour and come back.
I'll definitely do something like that as well. I've been here for the last 6 hours.
Unless
Oh,
it's actual,
what have you been
unless
doing,
Actual
Casper?
food's happening, in which case,
Crazy.
Casper has been on the cams.
Yep. I've been on the camps for the last like 4 hours.
Oh, Casper.
Yes.
That's good.
Well, I was on the cams until.
Yeah, you were since I joined, weren't you?
Yeah, and except for the times when suddenly Jimmy took the cameras for a second here and there. So, by the way, also we're getting very close battle for P2.
Yeah, I'm watching it now. The 122 got stuck in traffic into the bus stop and almost had a bit of a collision.
Yes, it's on now.
Oh, I don't want to watch this.
Real.
This is going to be one hell of a battle.
I don't want to watch this. This is not end well. You've got a tired American and a pad user. This really can't end well.
Hey, what are you saying about me?
Nothing at all, mate. I'm saying in combination with someone who has had no sleep for 24 hours, it could end badly.
Yeah, this might not go well for Kenny, but for that because he's got issues with the wheel going slightly haywire there, but... Oh, now he goes inside again. But he's holding it for the most part.
Is it this moment where you need Red Bull?
Oh, we've got a the number 122 is losing power again. Oh joy.
Oh dear.
So
That's not going to help, Curtis.
Yeah. Someone needs to file a complaint to Nissan. We want better engines.
Yeah.
Those silly Japanese manufacturers,
I tell you what, would it not be? It would be interesting to see different engine manufacturers in the URD mod. I know that for 2015 it was just one supplier anyway, but it'd be interesting to see different engine choices.
Well, I'm not sure because 2017 they changed the P2 rules again, so there's like one chassis and 4 engine manufacturers, or it's the other way around.
Yeah,
it's 4 chassis,
released
1
the
engine.
engines. There's but you can't fit all engines in. I think there's several chassis, but you can't fit all engines in all chassis. There's some matches you have to stick with.
No,
just
I think
confuse it even more. IMSA are doing different stuff.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, it's 4 chassis and 1 engine made by Gibson.
Right, okay. And then I think, is it IMSA, they're running, instead of P2, they're going to run the DPI platform, which is the same 4 chassis, but they're allowed to run different body kits, and they can have different engines, not just Gibson or something. Because there was some conflict between IMSA and the people who organise WEC this week about it.
Unluckily, I do not follow IMSA as closely as I do follow WEC.
I just follow both because endurance.
Probably worth focusing on the battle now, I'd say. It's going to be pretty close.
And for that, but I just as a point of interest before getting that, here's something though. I'm talking about conflict of rules. Super GT and DTM are trying to unify their rules, aren't they?
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
so
Super
many
GT
good
and
looking
DTM,
cars.
you get the Japanese over to Germany and the Germans over to Japan.
That will be
Honestly, here's an idea. URD doing a Super GT series and adding it onto the T5s.
They already had plans. Yeah, they had a Honda template which they were doing, which looked amazing, but they've not said anything more about it, unfortunately. I would love that, though.
T5s and GTs unified would be brilliant.
As far as I know, GT500s and the DTM cars are actually on the same rule set since 2014.
Yeah.
But I think there was some disagreement, and the GT500 were meant to go on a 4-cylinder engine before the DTM cars.
DTMs are supposed to go on to 4 cylinders soon. I think they may have already done it, if not from next year.
It's either this or next year.
It will probably be this year, to be all honest. I think.
Very likely.
2016 will be the year of straight falls.
It's going to be so sad to see the V8s go, though.
But they sound similar to straight falls, in all honesty.
To be fair, yes.
And the Super GTs do sound very, very lovely.
It's alright, you still have V8 supercars.
Ah, yes.
Oh, yes. Well, to be honest, I'm kind of probably going to get sick of listening to V8 supercars by about 5 weeks from now.
Oh, no.
Went off
Oh, no.
and all that, so...
Oh, no.
Let's focus on the fight, please, because Kenyon went off.
Let's have a
Now
look.
let's have it do.
Oh, he got on the wet into Stablo 1. Just lost it.
It wasn't that bad, though. I mean, he's recovered it nicely.
Yeah, just carrying too much speed into it.
Yeah, Curtis went off, unfortunately.
Yes, that's the things a lack of sleep can do. Just simple things like that, it's very easy to get wrong.
Yeah, you tend to forget how tired people get at this point of the race.
Yeah, it must be very difficult.
I'm going to say they've been up for 24 hours, so They are absolutely
I'm-
knackered in there.
I am fascinated though why more people don't try and sleep. Just like the real VEC.
Yeah, well, I mean, as I say, in the 121 over in room 2, we scheduled it so that we have 2 UK guys and 2 Americans.
Yeah.
The UKs did the UK daytime stuff, and then we got some sleep at the night, and then we were going to take over today. And the Americans did the UK nighttime, so it was their daytime. So it was alternated so that nobody was running too late.
Nice
Yeah.
I don't know why the 122 have done it differently. I think they don't really have much choice considering they're all from
Yeah.
America. So
That's what we have a full European team, and like we had a bulletproof planning with lots of room for sleep, but after the puncture Edmund had, we could already throw it out of the window, and then after the server crash, before the server crash we made a new one. Then the server crashed and we could throw the new schedule out the window, so there's no really counting on the plannings.
exactly, yeah, we've had to react to all the server stuff so much.
Oh!
We-
Then he said react, that's a copyright strike.
oh, I'm sorry.
You've just ruined the broadcast, we're going to get sued the pants off for now.
VEC reactor Ben reacting to a trademark.
Oh dear.
So yeah, it seems like Lazarus is actually starting to slightly gap, but we'll see what happens. But he did look faster earlier. So.
Oh dear, we've lost James. Oh, we lost James again. But
Oh,
hey,
no.
that's part and parcel of it being on his dad's internet. I guess, at the end of it. So, here we go then.
20 minutes.
minutes until the last hour.
Yes, and I think I may get myself some homemade donuts in a bit.
Oh, getting fancy out. Well,
Do you want to send something to the UK,
Yeah.
mate?
I am
Sure.
going to go get. I'm going to go get a Starbucks coffee after this broadcast is over, because there's one just down the road now.
I'm going
just
to get
opened
lunch after.
Yeah, they've just opened a Starbucks not long from where we are. I can literally just walk down and it's there.
You lucky, lucky person.
Yeah, not long down the road, like 5-minute walk to Starbucks. 10 minutes if you push it. That'll make my sister very happy. She loves Starbucks. That's my second youngest. So.
Never had one, so.
Oh man, you ought to.
I live in the middle of nowhere, okay?
Pedro Gomez in the pits, so he's coming out actually, so we missed that.
I'm just watching the 121 still. He's now starting to dive into the wet line, so I think those wet tyres are starting to get very hot.
You mean the 11?
No, the 122, sorry. I just said my own car number, what am I doing?
You're not in the race anymore, Ben, unfortunately.
Oh, I was so ready to drive this morning.
Max Malamed
Yeah,
in the
I didn't
pits.
drive either.
Malamed pits for Team RGPL and equips softs.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Then again, Gertis is on wets, but Furman is doing OP on those drives.
I think we are in the switchover now.
The all-wheel drive should help them. Like the B2s don't have that, so.
Yes, because
Yeah.
they have the hybrid system, don't they?
Yes,
Yes,
they
they
have
do.
the hybrid system.
And because our Factor 2 does not model hybrid systems, they have an actual constant four-wheel drive.
Yep. So
Which is
it's
very nice.
really helpful.
I think we have James back as well.
We do, of course.
Oh.
Hey.
What? He's back?
Hey, can we get a shout out, by the way, if we're just sticking near enough on the LMP stuff, to Kamui Kobayashi getting
Yes.
a Toyota drive?
Oh,
Yes.
So
props to
much
Kamui.
Oh my god, yes.
Yeah, and I think with those props, actually, it may be soon time to go to an ad break. If not now, if not soon. Jimmy's just basically put the call, now would be preferable. So we're going to go to an ad break, and we'll be back with the closing moment of this race after we return. See you soon.
For the most realistic steering system available on the market, look no further than Sim Steering from Leo Bodnar. Designed and hand-built at the home of British Motorsport's Silverstone circuit, it's extensively used by professional driver training centres and race teams including Formula 1 since 2010. The high precision and completely linear response coupled with high strength provides the ultimate in realistic steering force feedback. Visit simsteering.com.
There are your champions for World Sport Series 2015. Walk
Racing certainly almost walked it this weekend.
Hello and welcome back to the 20 Hours of Spa here at the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you, of course, by Image Space Incorporated, Sim Steering by Leo Bodnar, and Walk Racing. We have just over an hour to go of this race, and Paschalis Gurgis is still very much leading affairs in that. Feeder Sport Poland LMP1. Then it's Martin Furman, who interestingly has chosen soft, slick tyres to go around on, as has David Berenik behind him. As Jeroen Sijau behind him in the SRVN car is in 4th place, who pits now, actually, funny enough. So good call there. And I'm Josh Randerson, if you weren't here for ages ago before that, and I will be leading you through the closing moments of this race. And I'm joined by my ragtag team of brilliant people, Mr. James Kirk, Mr. Ben Millis, Mr. Enzo Fazzi, Mr. Kaspar Konatintik, and Mr. Tommy O'Jala, all 5 of you here with me, running through the fun and games as we run through the fun and games, basically.
Indeed,
It's
as
a
we're just
pleasure to
about
be
to
here.
end, just about to enter Power Hour as well. Which will
Yes, we're only
very
15 minutes away from the power hour, everyone.
And I got my donuts ready.
Casper's got these donuts. I'll go and get the beer in a second. Alcohol-free beer, mind you. Don't drink and broadcast. Well, some people can do it, but I can't. And, well, people are going to have various things, and it's going to be the last power-filled hour. So, yes, Jeroen Sijau in the pits goes onto the mediums. So it is crossover time for the six,
yeah,
I think,
definitely
now.
is now. Yeah.
Although, in all fairness, there is rain supposedly rumoured for the last half an hour.
That would be intense, because what will you do? 30 minutes. If it really starts raining down heavily, then obviously you pit for wet tires. But what if it just drizzles? You know that it.
Yeah, I mean the problem is as well with the prototypes. A tank of fuel in the dry is about 45 minutes. So, like, we'd expect to pit with 45 to go. If it rains at 30 to go, then that's throwing a spanner in the works. So.
Yeah. The rain, being even 10 minutes early, can make a difference. As you see, the dry line's so wide now that it's pretty much, obviously, going to be a soft and slick time. So.
I'm just looking at the timer as well in comparison to what time it is now. It might just be the last 45 minutes actually, and I know that might change in people's minds. Of course, the rain may never come. This is Spa, and often the unexpected happens. So when you expect rain, it doesn't turn up like the great friend at a best friend's party it is. But you know, it's just. You know, you got to be prepared, but also unprepared. It's such a difficult call to make, and I'm sure that people will just be enjoying a bit of dry running while it lasts.
Adam Taylor in the pits, out of interest for Dark Racing, goes on to the hard compound again, sticks on it from what he was on before. So, second placer in GTM is very much in the pits now. Stefano Zenobini behind him won't catch him because he's a lap down, but Stephen Bailey, in all this, still 167 laps down on everyone, officially. I know he's about second or third, but
that will be sorted after.
That will be sorted after the race, so don't worry everyone, Bailey is not that far behind. He's not really that far behind. He's just a little bit of a bug on there. All he needs to do is keep setting laps, and he will get his position at the end.
Also, I'd like to get your attention to the battle that was mentioned to be brewing a while back, but there was still 30 seconds between them. Right now, Barrows and Zenobini fighting for third spot. Barrows is doing much better laps at the moment.
Yeah,
and
in
they're
the
only
102, yeah.
And they're only doing, they're only 5 seconds in between the two, so.
There isn't much in it, like.
No.
This could be closer than we think it's going to be.
I think maybe I've got a little. I'm basically looking at the chat now and interacting with everyone. A little suggestion as to why this might have happened with Bailey is that we are actually running a beta build of our Factor 2.
Yes, I was going to mention that. This isn't a stable build.
It's 1046, not the official release of 1036.
Yeah, usually we usually run the latest stable build, don't we?
Yeah.
Unless expressly certified, but we are actually running a beta build for the first time.
And I don't think it's gone that well, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, no. So we might be going back to 1036 for the next time, unless there's a new build which we want to try.
Well,
apparently
I'm not sure, because I think it's the same issues that we've had since 1036 with the whole red flag thing. Because it says people join, or it seems to be as people join. So.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy just confirms we are not going back to 1036. That would give more issues.
Yeah, so this
Agreed.
is actually better than what we had. So it's an improvement. It may seem weird to believe, but this is an improvement.
What happened to Adam? Everyone's asking.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
What
a long
did
way
happen
back.
to Adam? Did he pit?
He was a lap ahead of Zanabini, I think.
Adam's recently been into the pits apparently.
Yeah.
But it was only 1 lap behind GT Italia, so he lost a lot more time.
But considering this is a Ferrari, and I've heard that Ferraris had a lot worse fuel economy than our Vipers, this is not going to get him to the end on fuel.
No, you'll have to splash and dash.
Yeah, our Vipers were actually extremely good on fuel when we didn't push. I know I got about an hour and 10 or 15 minutes out of my running in green flag, so.
I'll tell you what, guys. I am going to quickly hop off for 2 minutes while I go and prepare myself. Maybe make it 3 or 4 minutes, but I will be back very, very soon. So you can hold the fort, I'm sure. I will be back. Well, Lewis McLean's in the car. McLean is going to be in the power hour driving. That's something, isn't it?
Absolutely. Actually, going back to the whole, we can go back to the whole Viper thing because I think it's definitely the Viper's been undersold by a lot of people, and I think part of the problem is how poor it was in the previous version of URD's EGT mod, and so a lot of people have instantly just gone, the Viper. Since the latest update, I think it's up to 1.97 now or something.
Correct. Yeah.
It is so much more balanced, and as we're saying, the fuel economy is a lot better.
The fuel economy is a huge pro. But
we're still
at tracks
missing
like
a lot.
this, we're so slow. Like when we run the lowest possible wing, we're still slower than the Ferraris when they use a little bit of wing.
Yeah, we were also, if we were to run in Daytona as it was initially planned, we would have had a lot more issues because there we were literally a second off, just on the basis that our car was doing about 7 or 8 kilometers an hour slower than any other car, especially the Astons.
Yes, definitely, yeah. One thing I wanted to mention with Adam Taylor is if he lifted and coasted for a bit, do you think he could stretch it to the end?
No, you don't gain as much as that. In the roar before Daytona, I ran out of fuel and I lifted and coasted for 12 laps or something.
Right, okay.
And I barely saved 0.1 liters a lap.
Ah, okay.
Also, at this point, I think it is much worth going for it, you know, getting the most time as possible that you can take out of the total stint so that you have enough time to be able to do a quick splash and dash.
Yeah, and Adam can do that because he's really
a super
quick.
good driver.
As you say that, through his Sector 1, he was 8 tenths up on his fastest lap, so he's definitely responding.
He's going for it, yeah.
By the way, the battle for the place in front of Adam at the moment seems to be heated, considering there's only half a second
Yes,
behind between them.
Barros and Zanabini are really close, half a second, isn't it?
Miguel Cabrero says, will Taylor be driving until the end? We don't know. He might be. But I think
I'd be
he's been in the car
surprised if
for a
they
while.
swapped.
Well, he's been in the car a while though.
True.
Oh, and Major Hobbit Stephen Bailey comes into the chat. I think that is his race done and dusted, unfortunately.
That looks like an angry, sad face.
That is it looks like a dejected, sad face, and it's so true as well. What a shame.
By
It's,
the way,
but...
seems like Barros has overtaken Zanobini.
Oh, there we are then. Another place for the overstep Corvette.
I do love the look of those Corvettes, the C7Rs.
I do love the C7s. They are gorgeous cars.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. If only they made a UK version. Just left-hand drive. No, right-hand drive.
Yeah, they remind me so much of the, what was it, C3 Corvette? The one that you can see in games like Tiki Legends even. The later Stingray.
Yes, yeah, I know which one you mean. The Stingray, yeah.
It just reminds me so much of that car. Just beautiful
Such a
machine.
nice car. Yeah, definitely. And it's a very strong car. It's very fast, so...
Speaking of American cars coming over to the UK, so pleased that we're finally getting a proper Mustang version for over.
Yes, that is so good. I do love the Mustangs.
And they're cheap as I'm just shocked at how cheap they are.
Yes, but their fuel economy is shocking.
Yeah, but they're cheap.
Yes, they are cheap, but the money you'd save by getting a Mustang, you'd then pay in petrol.
It's a Mustang.
that argument does win. Actually, it is a Mustang.
But like you wouldn't get the V6 Mustang, would you?
No, but you go for the V8 crazy thing.
Oh, the V6 is not that bad since they're selling just a 4-cylinder Camaro in the Netherlands.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That is like the most pointless muscle car to ever own.
Yeah, because it's not a muscle car, it's basically a Focus.
So it's a Focus with, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
That just about
Focus, I was
sums it up.
thinking that's Ford and not Chevrolet. So I already messed up.
That's an accurate description. It's as accurate as it can go. Oh my goodness me, Adam Taylor's really pushing, going off the road actually.
All over the
In his-
really
Oh!
maximum.
I'm not sure if he's honest, but
Oh.
Marcellus Gurgis just had a do.
He's just had a do. Well, we wouldn't have seen because
Yes,
you're the
with
lead
David
commentator.
Beranek.
Okay.
I'll tell you what's happened there. Beranek has come from behind, he's overtaken the GT, and he's completely overshot his braking point and clouded into Gurgis. Oh, that or Gurgis broke earlier. So he's clouded him round and cost him a bit of time. So, David Beranek may be in a bit of trouble here.
Just to drop this one, the number 122 will be pitting soon. They have
Oh!
a secret weapon. They're bringing
And
Greg Hall back into the car, who is
Wow.
a lot faster, and they're going to switch to softs. So that's all in an attempt to try and catch up to Lazarus, because Curtis is struggling a bit at the moment. So
right.
it's a bit of an all-or-nothing gamble, shall we say.
Well, it's hopefully going to pay off.
Let's hope
Poor
so.
old Curtis. This is the first broadcast that Curtis hasn't taken part in, and with good reason.
No, he popped in for a bit.
Yeah,
I
he
think
did.
an
Oh, did
hour
he?
or two
Okay.
Late
Never
last
mind
night.
me then.
But yeah, he's
been
been going for a while. He's still standing strong, but they're all starting to get very tired in that room, which
Yeah.
I don't blame them.
By the way, just on the track for a second, just something I realized. We've been talking about the track drying out for the last hour and a half or so, and the track, and there's still a wet outside of it. That is.
It's basically drying out, though.
It is, but you still have the offline.
Well, what we have to remember is very cold air temperature. The track is pretty hot, but the air is very cold.
That's true.
And of course, nobody's going to run offline. If they're all switching to softs, no one wants to try and get on that wet, so it's not going to dry up. So
Yeah,
we may
there's
actually have this to the end of the race.
There's only 20 cars left instead of the 40. You would usually you have more traffic interaction with 40 cars. Like it's an exponential increase with
Exactly.
more cars.
It's like
And it's
having
one
a
of the longest
Hoover.
tracks.
It's like having a Hoover that's actually full up and it doesn't suck anything. That's what it's
Yeah.
like at the moment. There's just no drying at all.
That takes me back to the conversation we had before as well. What would,
What, the Hoover?
like,
Sucking.
no. Well,
Where are we going?
Oh, God. I wonder what would happen if we had vacuum-powered cars. Like seriously, it
Well,
would be interesting.
then we have fan cars, which basically suck air from
Oh.
underneath the car.
Yeah.
We can have literal fan boost.
Or we just bring ground effect back, because surely
Oh
that would try
yes,
out a
that's
bit
what we're
better.
talking about as well.
That
These cars
would
don't really
definitely
need ground
fix
effects, do they?
the Aru's death trap, the landmine as some people call it.
Yes.
Yeah, ground effect in these would be crazy. I know someone who turbocharged a vacuum once. They just took a turbocharger and the end of the nozzle and sped it up.
Well, to be fair,
No.
well, to be fair, aren't the IndyCars still having ground effect? Also, ooh.
Yeah, Bernard had just
Bernard had a
vanished
big-
for a moment.
Yeah,
he
going
did.
back to the IndyCar point, they are doing some modifications to the underbody of the car I don't think it's full ground effect, like the F1 days, but they are doing something to help it stick to the road a bit more.
Yeah,
I
that
think
would.
ground
would be-
effect is banned because it was so dangerous when a little bit of air got on the car. It just
If the
Well, we
car's
saw
stick-
what happened to Indy last year with the practice crashes.
Yeah.
it used to have the
If the
effect,
car-
but it's not as bad as the
If-
full ground effect.
Well, Passionate Scourges is in the pits here. He's decided to make his pit stop. Now of all times, fair enough. But yeah, IndyCar ground effect. Well, not necessarily going to be ground effect, but sticking to the road a bit more. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's getting very, very close now. In fact, it might just be about to tick over to a very special time of the broadcast. It's the Power Hour! We are here, 1 hour of the race to go. The final bit. You know what? In celebration, I am going to crack open the Bex.
Oh no, we're gonna have a drunk lead commentator by the end.
I know it's alcohol-free Bex. It is.
Oh.
Is someone ready to take over in case Josh gets too drunk?
It's alcohol-free, I swear.
Well, I've been here for.
God's sake.
I'm kind of getting used to being here, so like I've been here for the last
There we go,
6
it's
hours.
open. The Bex is open.
There you go.
And
You're
it's
the
cold,
responsible
it's cold
person,
Bex,
Casper.
not
Okay.
warm like last time.
Yeah, I haven't drunk since I think Friday, so.
You are the
it's
most
so much-
responsible person.
It's so much nicer when it's cold. And I'll tell you what, it'll be so much nicer for Venus for Poland. They've got Wisniewski back in the car.
Oh.
Interesting.
Yep, Nikodem Wisniewski is back in the car.
Now he was very fast last night, so
Yeah.
it'll be interesting to see what he does.
Yep, and of course we're expecting Greg Hall back in the car as well after Curtis Kenyon pits. But yes, we are in the Power Hour now.
People in the chat-
less than 60 minutes to go.
People in the chat are asking for free drinks during the power hour. Anybody got the free drinks?
You can all have free drinks of water.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Tap water specifically.
From your own tap.
Yes.
Yep, because I can't send Bex out to everyone, so
Oh.
I can't do it unfortunately. I wish I could, but even then it'll be alcohol-free Bex.
Oh, disappointing.
I know, but I'm a nice person, so I don't get drunk on broadcasts.
Curtis
Oh.
went wide on bull stop.
Okay.
You went a bit too deep into it.
Oh, here we go.
Kenyon, yeah. By the way, somebody took over the cameras. Ooh, I don't have to change them every 2 seconds now.
Oh, who took over cameras? That's the question. Ah, okay. There we go.
Ah,
the
here we go.
mighty Jimmy Allison.
Big Jimmy. Does that mean we call Jimmy Broadbent Little Jimmy? If
Yes.
it's Jimmy Allison's Big Jimmy.
Then there's a TV show there, Big Jimmy, Little Jimmy.
There you go. There we go. We're getting TV show ideas done on this broadcast.
Just having a look for Enco's back.
Like the Osborns, but just with Jimmy's.
Keeping up with the Allisons.
Yep.
See, I'm out of ideas now.
Just have some sketches after the commercials every time. For
Yes, comedy sketches.
comedy effect, yeah.
Oh, we
Yeah.
got a bit of a close battle towards the bottom end of GT Am.
Oh.
Zanobi is about 5 seconds off Taylor now.
It's the closest thing we're going to get, so let's look at it.
Yeah, I think that's the closest thing on track at the moment.
Yeah, it looks to be, yeah. So, yeah, Adam Taylor.
Oh wait, no,
second.
hold on. That's now changed to 1 minute 20.
Must have been a pit.
Yeah, must have been a pit.
And Adam stayed
Fair enough.
pushing like hell, so it's catching up to the barrels probably.
Yep.
Hey, oh, James, it's the power hour.
Nah.
Yay!
See, you've gone back in time for it.
Yeah, I'm pleased.
And you should be. This is really coming to the end now, but it's the hour where everything just gets fun. We've saved the best hour till last.
Yeah, the worst thing is there's not going to be much on-track balance. That's the only sad thing about Power Hour.
No, that's why it is the power hour. You gotta go through it.
I think that may just be the case. Also, that was scarily close to the...
Was that between Ballister and the feeder sport car?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. I think Ballister almost turned in on it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's a massive attrition rate.
It is.
Absolutely giant. God, Spar's a killer. It really is.
Well, attrition rate, you say attrition rate, but the Room 2 is just not driving for because they stopped the race.
Anthony Yann's in the pits for Team Spirit Racing, and well, there's no one waiting for him, so I'm assuming he's going to still go to the end. Greg Hall waiting, Henning Vollett waiting, that'll be for Martin Furman, and Carlos Del Alamo probably in there as well. And Lewis McLean, of course, in the DHR prototype. All up in 23rd. Well, it isn't actually 23rd, it's more like actual third.
Yeah, he should be the third.
Yeah, we're expecting the 122 in either next time around or one after that because he's pretty low on fuel. I'm just talking to the engineer of that car, Brian Tremble Hayes, just keeping me posted on what's going on there.
Yep.
The gap with McLeod was, well, when Bailey rejoined, was 119 laps instead of 124. So he lost a little bit.
Yep, and Martin Furman in, so this will be for driver change. This will be for Henning Vollett, who will take the car at the end. So 3 wide are changing driver just before the end.
I'll tell you what, out of all the teams in this field, I think 3 wide are the team to have benefited, with the exception of Feeder Sport Polar maybe, the most out of the server restarts.
Yeah.
Because remember, they got involved in the first lap, or the first couple of laps accidents and time penalties and stuff in the first race, and so they were having to catch up. They were like 15th to 11th in the first attempted race, and now they're sitting pretty in second.
Yeah, they are up there in P2 with Martin Furman. That's something to be very happy about. Of course, Henning may take over the car now. Lazarus Philapicus is in the pits, and also Mr. Gamepad is in the pits.
Mr. Gamepad.
Well, Gamepad inputs.
Mr. Gamepad input.
Yep, there we go. Nicknames for everyone.
Yay. I just hope that whenever one comes from me, it's not going to be anything bad. Mr. Wall.
Yeah.
Mr. Big Wing.
Oh, Big Wing.
Mr. Big Wing.
Big Wing will bust everyone.
Well, to be fair, we do run the Big Wing on our Viper, so...
Yeah, Bailey
That's
hates
why
it.
That's why the server crashed. Everybody didn't use the big wing.
Wing's too big.
Nobody used the big wing, and so it went bust.
And that's why we fell through the floor, because we drive the Viper with the normal wing.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, I see. We'll run the Big Wing next time.
Oh yeah, because ETG's car retired because it fell through the floor after a pit stop.
Yep. But during the pit stop, yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, shit happens.
Oh!
Apologies for the language.
Apologies for
sorry,
the language,
sorry.
everyone. This is supposed to be a PG-13
I thought we
go
were going
crazy
to
during the power hour.
24. Yeah.
Ben, you've just missed stuff.
Oh god. Oh, what did I miss?
You missed accidental upgrading of this broadcast to a TV13 instead of a PD.
Oh,
So you
Jesus,
didn't miss that
blimey.
much. In reality. Not
What
you
did you
wouldn't miss
say?
it.
Well, I mean, look, it's got to be past the watershed somewhere in the world.
That's true, actually. It would be in America.
Yeah.
But it's early early morning.
It
Does that
would
mean
be
the
in,
watershed's reset?
Anyway,
don't know.
9
Yeah,
hours
the
ahead
wa-
of what?
the
Japan,
wa-
likely.
It's like 9 p.m. to, I would guesstimate, 4 p.m.
In which case,
I think
you're
it's,
fine in California. Fine.
I think it's night time in Australia and Japan, so good day, and konnichiwa to all of you there, if there is any.
Bombadi Mass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
You're
German.
just gonna say yeah. Okay, fine. You could have said good Abend or good morgen or anything like that. You should have said yeah.
Could've.
Yeah, that's the extent of your German. I did German,
I never
so I
learned
should
German,
know
so
this.
there you go. I learned Spanish, so yeah.
Oh yes, yep, you did the
So
Spanish.
why are you speaking German then?
I don't know. I thought you said
It's
German.
like, it's like a natural reaction going into time. Is there something we don't know about you, Ben?
Well, yeah, you see.
Is it actually Ben Wilhelm?
Oh. Oh. Alright. Oh. Okay.
No worries.
So, what's going to happen is we need to take a slight break and go to the loading screen on broadcast because Jimmy Allison needs to fix Lewis McAlane's laps. So, we are going to be back in a short while, but until then, stay fruity. Oh, we can still talk though. So we didn't leave! I have made a major error in the power hour.
Yes, and the problem right now is only you and James have access to the actual view of the race.
Yes, only me, and well, is James even on server?
I'm not on server because
So
otherwise
it's-
I'd be disconnecting all the time.
So it's only me who
So Josh,
has...
we're placing all our trust and the power in you.
I have the power.
Do not misuse the power.
No
Use
one
it for
play
good,
the
not
snap
evil.
song, otherwise I'll actually come on and be angry at you.
By the
Wait.
power of Grayskull.
Wait. Pedro Gomez is apparently, because I'm obviously have the thing for the cameras. Apparently it's DNF. Pedro Gomez.
Oh yes, he has.
See,
I
I
tried
can
to
still
eat
be
crisps,
useful.
but it didn't work.
I can
Very
still
loud
be so
crisps as
useful.
Yes,
Pedro
Gomez
Gomez
is
is Pedro
stopped.
gone.
Why is that? I'm gonna look. Let's
This-
do a bit of pan and scan here and make sure we find out why he exited. Well, yep, he was in, and then, hang on, he was coming around the corner. Round the corner, and his car just stopped. He slowed down, and then stopped.
We're running out of fuel, perhaps?
But he's rejoined.
Potential. Wait, no, but if he's rejoined.
The
It
engine
might
was still on.
It sounds like a very similar thing. What happened to Bailey? If he actually slowed down.
Could have been a game crash, maybe.
Game crash, yeah.
Yeah, could have been.
That's very interesting. We'll have to see what happens with that.
Martin Vindis says, "Can we have video?" Very soon, Jimmy Allison is just fixing a slight glitch in the timings, which says that the car of Lewis McGlade is 124 laps down when it isn't. So that is why we are on the thingy. Tonga Guardia says, "I'm having some mate and biscuits."
All right.
But I don't know what having mate is. Are you having a mate or
Friends with biscuits.
Anyone
wants a mate?
I think he's talking about biscuits with benefits.
No idea.
Did we just go
Is this the
R-rated?
upgraded version of Netflix and chill now? Biscuits.
Yep.
and benefits?
It is.
We gotta stop going R-rated here, guys. Come on.
Like, no, it's not R-rated.
It's not
It's
R-rated.
fine.
It's not like Disney cartoons that never have anything that imply stuff.
Oh, they have. There's like a whole conspiracy theory about sexual innuendos in Disney series.
Oh yes.
It's not
So
just a
many people
theory.
realize about that, yeah.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what's the truth though. Pedro Gomez is on the track again, but as majors of course the race class LMPs who lead to Team Spirit Racing. Anthony Jans needs LMP2. So Pedro Gomez's issues have put Anthony Jans ahead.
Which means that the whole thing we were looking about him unlapping himself basically did not play any part into what was going to end up happening.
No, he doesn't have to make ground up now.
Yeah, I'm sorry to take it back to biscuits, but I've just realised you could be really clever and like the type of biscuit that you bring is kind of like informative of what partner you're with. So like you can have jammy dodgers.
Oh.
Or breakaway. Or foxes. Drifter.
Good, aye. Good.
Hobnob.
Yeah. Oh, that would be mine should be a Milky Way because I'm always dreaming.
Milky Way for the biscuits.
It's
a chocolate bar. I brought a chocolate bar to a biscuit bar.
That doesn't contribute under biscuits with benefits, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just to pick up, you know I said the number 122 was going to have a pit stop earlier.
Yeah.
We were expecting full service, but the driver swap has failed, so Curtis is still in the car. So,
your secret weapon's backfired.
yeah, so the secret weapon / plan to dominate the class has completely failed.
Well, in all honesty, I'm still on 10 laps behind, so...
Yes, I
unless
know,
you're gonna
shush,
make up 10
quiet
laps
you.
in 40 minutes, would be
Don't
pretty
ruin
difficult.
the master plan.
It's almost like Mega Mind this.
Yeah, I think you need a faster lap times.exe to get that done.
Yeah, no, I think we're going to have to just stick with how it is for now and pray for rain. That's the plan now.
Well, we are hitting the 45-minute marker now.
Yeah.
So rain could happen any time from now until the end.
Who's got the rain switch? If you could just press it, please. It'd be lovely.
I think that would be automated weather forecasters.
Oh, hang on. Jimmy in the comments. To be fair, number 8 is now 1+ lap behind.
Yeah, McLeod is back in third.
Yeah, so he's 5 laps back.
Yeah, he's 5 laps back, but where he was before. Maybe not the same lap, but where he was before.
Well, if heading in the 3 wide runs into trouble, then there's still a shot at second.
There is still a shot at second, indeed, and that would be very good, all things considered. Would be fantastic, all things considered.
Wait, hold on a minute. How
Huh?
did Curtis get past Lazarus?
Well, Lazarus was in the pits, in all honesty. He did make a pit stop, did Lazarus, so Curtis might have gone through that way. He's now in third in class, though, DR Motorsports. Well, you're third.
But even then, if they both pitted, Curtis was still a good 10 seconds behind.
Must have just had a longer pit stop. Or run into some sort of trouble.
Pedro's got the lap glitch as well.
Oh yes, Pedro's is glitched out as well. Pedro Gomez 191 laps down. More work for Mr. Allison. Right.
But
what
Jimmy can do
I assume is
100,
going to
I
go
think.
happen then is we're going to go back to the loading screen, and Jimmy's going to fix it again. So.
Appears to be
Yeah, I think he was a lap behind Anthony.
Or maybe a lap.
I think it was 1, so... Yeah, we're probably going to go back to the loading screen while that gets fixed. But yeah, stay tuned and we'll keep you updated still. Fair enough. So,
Maybe 99, Jimmy.
Yeah.
No, clearly the admin password is password.
Of course. No one will ever guess that, would they?
Is track wet? No, it's pretty much bone dry at the moment. With a couple of exceptions, it is quite dry. So, in all this, Federico Suave is coming to the pits. So, you know, Scuderia GT Tal have a pick going on. Lewis McLeod in the pits. That's an interesting one. This is probably a planned stop, and he'll go until the end now. But nobody's waiting, so this is just going to be a stop and go. Well, I say stop and go, I mean it's pit stop and go. Not an actual stop and go penalty.
So the reason Kenyon jumped Philippakos was, for some reason, the overstep car had a longer pit stop So maybe it was
yes, I
damage
thought
or
it might
something.
be a
'cause there
longer
was,
pit stop.
there was no driver swap, and the DR guys took tyres as well as fuel. So it must have been for damage.
Yep. So, indeed, we do. You know, it could rain. Let's think about that, because rain could be big if it happens.
I'd like rain. Please rain. Very much rain.
Apparently, though, radar looks clean, so don't think it'll rain this race anymore, says Revolution Racing. Well, we can see. We shall see about that. It's not certain, but it's not definitely not.
Quick, someone do a rain dance right now.
I nominate Casper.
Oh dear, I was about to say I'm not doing it. I'm not getting out of my lovely car seat that I have here.
Fair enough then. Tommy open to it.
No, I can only do snow.
Snow dance. That's even better. Do that instead.
Yeah, do that because that's getting converted into rain anyway in our factor.
Yeah, even if it has a blizzard, it just ends up being a torrent of rain.
Exactly.
Indeed, that is what would happen. And what's I'll tell you who would benefit from rain right now. Quite possibly, Lewis McGlade, actually, because then he'd be able to possibly get a jump on Henning Wallace, being a lap behind.
Well, basically, anybody who will need to splash and dash at the end will benefit from rain now, because
So
they
if it
can
rains,
pit.
they'd benefit.
Yes, because then they're going to have to pit regardless. They can just pit for wet tyres.
Exactly.
Whilst
and then just stick the
people who
fuel in.
have enough fuel will be reluctant to pit. So it'll be a gamble depending on how close it is to the end of the race, but it's possible.
Alright, hang on a minute. We've just been told what some of that stuff that Tonga Guardian was talking about. I've just been sent a picture.
Oh god.
I've been sent a picture. I'm going to share it with you guys. It's been posted to the VEC page as well. This is what he's talking about. That is what the food he was talking about. This figures that out. And he's got biscuits, so it is biscuits with benefits.
Oh.
Right, okay.
Okay.
There you go. That's what it is. But he has. I think he's got biscuits with it, so it kind of counts anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we're back alive with the broadcast. We never left, but
yep.
we are
Yep,
back
it's
and
back
running
with
and
it.
rolling again. Things are looking good again. And we've got 40 minutes of this broadcast left to do. Just 40 now out of 1,440 of the originally planned. Wow, it's flown by, hasn't it?
It has indeed, actually, yes.
But well, not for necessarily the drivers, but...
No. It's been
but
stressful.
us commentators, it has. I'm going to be sad when this is over.
Hey, you get to do it again in June.
Oh, yes,
24
I
hour
do,
Le Mans.
don't I? Yeah.
Well,
And we got a 12-hour next, so.
Well, I'm just hoping that I won't have to be here for as long in the mall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose spring will be a nice reprieve, but it is sad that it's coming to an end because I've enjoyed being part of the fun and games this 24 hours.
Indeed, yes.
It's
Well,
been
more like
great.
20, but it's been 24. It'll be about they were about 24 hours when this race ends. So they were thereabouts. By the time of it, James will have done his time here. I'll have done about. I started it properly about 5 or 6, and then I've done 5 hours, and then 8. I'll probably have done more than about 11 or 12 hours worth of commentary lead here. Throughout this whole broadcast, which is a record for me, and one that will probably never be broken.
Wait
Unless
until
I-
24 hours of Le Mans.
until I actually decide to Ironman the Le Mans, yes. That will probably not happen. I know someone who tried to Ironman the Le Mans broadcast once, full 24 hours.
Yes, and that ended up in the league organizer texting me saying, please can you come on at 5 o'clock in the morning?
Ah,
Yeah.
yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, that didn't end well.
Spoiler alert, I didn't see the text until 8 a.m.
I had the same thing. The league organizer sent me a Skype message, and I didn't see that till 9 in the morning, and just went, oh, Jamie's
No.
doing it. Oh.
We shared phone numbers for the stints in case someone fell asleep. We could just call them
Yes.
awake. Yeah.
Same, yeah.
You know, I was really worried actually because I was planning on just going through the night last night so that I'd be up and ready for the stints today. Until I decided that that was a terrible decision at 4 o'clock in the morning, and so I went and got some sleep. And I was woken up actually by the chat initially because poor old Thomas Hintz was, hoping to get someone in for him, but
His
I was
Madman Iron stint,
yeah,
he went crazy through the night.
I was half dead by that point, so I was like just saying what was going on and everything, and then I fell back asleep again. And if it wasn't for the alarms, which I had set as a precautionary measure, I might have slept through this stint, which would have been very worrying.
That would have been a disaster.
Oh.
You'd have missed the power hour.
I would have missed the power hour. That's
And
the
that
most
would have been
important
awful.
part.
Honestly, it is just me sitting here with me Bex is brilliant. It really is. I mean, seriously, it's alcohol free and yet it tastes like beer. Not like I know that, of course.
It's magic.
The more often you say it, it gets harder to believe it's actual alcohol-free beer.
Picture it.
I can't.
happen,
I,
please.
I can't believe it's not beer.
I could do a breathalyzer test if he's really wanted. Yeah, that's the thing about beer, actually. I made a huge mistake the first time I broke out the Beck's Blue because it was still warm. And warm beer is horrible.
Oh dear.
And I didn't know it was warm. I thought it was okay. Now I've iced it. I've literally got a cup of ice that I dunk it in when I'm not drinking it. So it's always cold and it's lovely.
But it's not really beer if it's alcohol-free anyway.
Oh no, but that's like saying that alcohol-free cider isn't cider.
Which it is.
Because it isn't.
Well, yeah,
Well,
it's
no,
just apple
it-
juice then.
No, it is though because over in America, they have cider, but their natural version of cider is non-alcoholic.
They
It's
call
just
They call alcoholic version hard cider.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all perspective, completely perspective. If something tastes like something, and if it's branded like something, then it is something. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, if these guys were misselling the product, then they wouldn't be allowed to call it what they call it.
Yes, that
But
would be true.
they said it as alcohol-free beer, so it's branded
Exactly.
as alcohol-free beer.
So there we are.
Yeah,
and
that's
not,
what
and
we
not
do.
beer.
And
As a
speaking of doing things, we will have to do something that, oh dear, we'll have to do something that I didn't want to do and say goodbye to Ben Willis because he's got to go,
Unfortunately,
unfortunately.
I've got to disappear. I need to go and help my parents with something. So,
Okay. Well,
I
I'm
shall
sure-
wish you a good end to the power hour.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, hopefully the
and-
122 can stay ahead of the 11.
Yeah, thank you so ever so much for joining us, Ben Willis.
No
It's been
problem,
a
thanks for
pleasure to
having
have you here. You've been brilliant and fantastic, and we hope things go well for you. See you soon.
Cheers. See you soon.
Take care, Ben.
See ya.
And once again, then there were 5. We are
Yes.
down to 5 people once more, and in less than 5 minutes, we will have just 30 minutes of the race to go. We'll be in
Oh,
a power
yeah.
half hour.
Yeah.
Which isn't actually a thing because I said it's not.
No, it's not. It's the power hour, nothing
The
else.
full hour, we don't split it anymore. The full hour, the full English, the full everything else. Doesn't
Yeah.
matter what it is, it's just one big thing.
If we were splitting it, at some stage we would have a power second. That would be a very long stint of.
Oh, yes. The power second.
That would be a very long stint of racing, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Would be very interesting to see what happened during that.
It would focus entirely on which car's got the best acceleration.
Well,
Yes.
isn't that called drag racing?
Oh.
It is called drag racing.
Yes.
But
But
drag
it's-
racing is all about keeping the car down as well.
Yeah, and it's also about, I mean, it's good accelerators to do 100 miles an hour in a second, but if you can only do 100 miles an hour and they're doing 209, it's pretty worthless, isn't it?
Pretty much.
It depends how long the drag race is.
Yeah. I mean, a quarter mile, they might get to do 200 and odd. A half mile, they might do 300 and odd. Who knows? I remember very distinctly when I played Need for Speed Shift 2, I could get an Audi RS4 at 310 miles an hour in a drag race.
That's Need for Speed Shift 2 for you.
Yep, 310 mile an hour Audis. That's totally realistic.
That's the game that got a lot of criticism because you were locked into cock view, wasn't it? Need for
You
Speed
weren't
Shift.
necessarily locked into cockpit view, no. There was many different ones, but no, I don't think you were locked into cockpit view in it.
No, you weren't. I don't think.
So what was the big controversy over it? Because I remember there was a big thing about
I know
Shift.
what this is about. I think it was Grid 2 and not having cockpit view.
No.
Yeah.
There was something about Need for Speed Shift in particular, which made it like super unique.
Could it have been the helmet view?
Oh yeah. Shift 1 and I think Shift 1 was kind of a new thing because it was the first Need for Speed since Need for Speed 5 Porsche to have a cockpit view at all.
Yeah.
And then Shift 2, I think, was the first one to have the helmet view that looked to Apex in a fairly natural manner.
Oh, I've lost James again, unfortunately.
Oh.
Which is a shame, but we'll continue the conversation. Which is a good thing.
Yeah, let's finish the 30 minutes without much of breaks, I guess.
Without much breaks. Do you mean that we're not going to
Many
apply
breaks.
the brakes, or
No.
we're not going to stop? There is no stopping the hype train, is there?
Yep.
No, we can't stop it now. We've got pretty much half an hour to go.
Yep, that is pretty much.
Taylor's catching up the barrels, by the way.
Yep, we've just ticked over into half an hour actually, so 30 minutes of this race. They're about to go. As Adam Taylor is yes. Oh, he's gone wide.
Oh, well, never mind then.
Well, any chance of that happening has gone wrong. Nicky Jakovic is in the pits once again. He's already on the slicks, obviously, because it's crossover time. And, well, he's remaining on the slicks there. And, yeah. It has really been, ever since the restart, a runaway race from Nikolai Wisniewski and FISA for all the FIDA Sport Poland drivers, hasn't it? But that's all there is to it, really. They just ran away with it. The restarts obviously helped, but they have had a penalty, obviously, for speeding under a code 80. And that's the only really thing they've put wrong this race, you could argue.
Very seemingly, yes. They've just been so fast.
Now, I'd like to see, personally, what the difference is going to be when they bring the new Porsche in, because is that going to throw them off, or is it going to help them?
Well, is it going... the question is, is it going to just be a visual update? Because if it's just a visual update, then it's...
Oh, it will just be a visual update.
Okay, so, well, that should not throw anyone off, really. It's all that you may have changed is maybe, like, the shift.
Yeah, unless you really, really hate the
a visual
cockpit
update
and
and
you can't
possibly,
drive anymore.
I think a visual update and possibly sounds is what we're going for. That's what we are going for. Visual and sound updates, but no physics changes, which is good. And because there's no physics changes, they'll be the same. But then again, that brings me on to another good point. Even changing the sound of a car can make it seem different, and it can affect how quickly you drive it. Because sometimes different cars with different sounds, I drive quicker for some reason. Even though they might be the same physics.
I think the biggest thing is that you get used to certain sounds, and you get used to when to shift just on the sound alone, and you just can concentrate on driving. And when that changes, you kind of have to get adjusted once again, which is not that big of a deal unless you have spent absolutely a ton of time with one set of sounds, and then it's just sudden change, which you just have to get accustomed to.
Yeah, it's just sometimes it can change things, because James has just rejoined me. For the benefit of James, we've just learned from Mr. Jimmy Allison that when we introduce the new Audi and the Porsche, it will be visual and sound updates only, no physics changes. So no one will get thrown off by the new cars.
Yeah, I think that's fair, because I think in order to, justify a physics change, you've got to make a disclaimer about that in the rules and say it'll happen. So, yeah, and
it is
okay,
rules
right.
anyway,
So
so
it's just an admin choice to not change the physics or anything, which is cool.
So there we go. That's pretty cool. But yeah, we were just talking about how sounds can throw people off, like if you drive a car with one sound and then you change it, it can throw you off if it's dramatically different, which it is in the case of the Audi. So And the
Oh.
port as well.
I'm-
Sounds are quite different.
I'm not too sure that it would throw you off though. I mean, especially with so much time to practice. Like, you'd get used to it, for sure.
I think, as I said, it's mostly just getting used to it, and with the amount of time that people put into this series to practice, I think they will get used to it. It's just one of those initial problems which should be overcome as soon as the cars are released, and like in the first week, you get practice with them.
That's true.
Well, we are into the last half an hour of this race now then. And it's been, as I've said so many times, a good race, but a bit quiet now. So, not much going on. And that may be slightly problematic for discussion topics, but does anyone here have any idea of anything we can talk about?
Sebring.
Sebring, yes.
Sebring,
Let's talk about Sebring.
Very bumpy.
Yeah, okay. But like bumpy and flat at the same time. There's no elevation changes, but it's really bumpy.
Yeah, and it's only really bumpy for about half of it. The start finish line and back straight are probably the most bumpy of the parts, and then you have the section which is the what would be the club racing circuit if it was just on its own, which is just normal tarmac, and it's just it's kind of nearly two different circuits which you drive from one to another.
And for our Vipers, it's one of the better tracks in the season.
Yeah, because there isn't that many long straights, is there?
Yeah, only the one, and we can use a lot of the torque in the shorter straights.
So yeah, the Sebring is going to be a fun one because it's a very well-known track. It's a legend of endurance racing. Really, it's one of the big ones. 12 hours as well, so half of what we've done here. Hopefully, we'll be able to do the full 12 hours, but
have faith.
Have faith, and faith shall come to you. Trust in the admins, and they'll make it happen. And speaking of making things happen, Curtis Kenny has made a pit stop happen. And his car looks to be smoking, unless that's just wind spray. Yeah, it is water spray, but he's got no front bumper again.
Oh.
That's happened.
I hope he's not had an... I hope he's not crashed into someone else and rather he's just had an off.
Yep. What that has happened is... That has happened. He's crashed, possibly, and lost his front thing.
What's that again?
I think, yeah, he's had
Curtis Kenyon's lost his front bumper.
And Jan Vermeulen joins him in the pits with a front bumper. So maybe make him slightly jealous there. Like, I've got a front bumper and you don't. No contact with other drivers, says the wall, but says Brian Trevor Hayes. So there you go, just hit them all. So, yeah. Driver error, ultimately.
I'd just like to remind the chat to remain nice as well.
Yes,
I can
please
see
keep it kind, everyone.
There's perhaps a little bit of stress, so... Yeah, just... Banter's cool, but everyone's tired. I think that's more than evident in both drivers and admins and us as well. I could probably go back to sleep at this point, but I'm going to have some beef with black bean sauce and rice
looky
for
you.
lunch, so I'm looking forward to that.
I had a vegetarian steak Diane last night.
Vegetarian steak?
Yeah.
How?
Basically.
I don't know how that
It was
works.
a corn steak when I put a Diane sauce on it, so it was
Right,
vegetarian steak
okay.
Diane.
That is fascinating.
Yeah. Who says I can't have interesting things?
I mean, I know about all the veggie burgers stuff and everything, but a veggie steak?
There's loads of stuff these days.
Blow my mind.
Well, let's go back to the beer statement. Veggie steak isn't steak.
Don't!
Nah.
I'll drop it.
He's just poking. He's poking.
I have
The
admin
holes are
powers on the
appearing.
server. I can kick you.
Really?
We really though.
Although Jimmy will probably kick me if I do, so...
Bye bye, Josh.
Oh.
Oh man, that is...
Very funny, Jimmy!
That is so brutal.
Very funny!
That is so brutal.
That is, oh my.
No mercy.
Wow. I've been put in my place now, like.
You absolutely have.
I have been utterly schooled.
But I'll tell you what, while we're having a good laugh, I think it's worth saying at this very late stage of the race, we have 135 people watching. To all of you guys who have watched the stream live and indeed are watching this stream on playback on YouTube, all of your support is really, really appreciated. And make sure to subscribe to the Virtual Endurance Chat.
The Virtual Endurance Chat. That's what you want to subscribe to, everyone. The Virtual Endurance Chat. Not this, the hell with this. The Virtual Endurance Chat is where it's at.
What? Well, it nearly sounded like Chop, which is what happened to him, unluckily. Oh.
Yeah, so seriously though, in continuing James' message, please do subscribe to the Virtual Endurance Championship because you want to hear more of me and James Kirk on the broadcasts, don't you? I know you do. We're brilliant. Yeah, but it's seriously, a load of good stuff. Yeah, quality broadcasts as well by Lewis McLean and Oscar Hardwick. So they're brilliant also. They do brilliant quality broadcasts, do analysis of stuff. Lewis makes some brilliant videos like he did for this one. So yeah, it's been fantastic having you all here. And please do give us a little subscribe if you've enjoyed the race. And I'm sure as we go from strength to strength, we'll improve things even further than we have now. Because, well, we've had so much positive feedback about this broadcast. And in future broadcasts, I'm hoping we can do just as good a job. And speaking of further broadcasts, we obviously have the 12 Hours of Sebring coming up next month. Hopefully me and Mr. Kirk should be back for that. And oh, well, Jimmy Allison. Yep. Had to happen. With 20 minutes to go, the Venga boys had to happen, didn't it? Well. Every time you do that, you need to make sure the broadcast happens going forward, so the broadcast can hear it as well. Otherwise, it just loses its effect. We can do that from now on. Whenever the music is played by Jimmy Allison, the broadcast will. There you go. Right. So, 20 minutes to go. Not long now until we can all have a nice rest of the day and go and get something to eat and go out and have fun, etc. Which I'm sure everyone will be doing after this because you have been so brilliant, everyone who's been around and helped out with the broadcast, and all the viewers as well for sticking around for all 24 hours. We have, by the end of this, we will have pretty much been broadcasting, I think, 20 minutes short of 20 hours, well, 24 hours full stop, with no breaks.
That's intense.
Yes, we should just keep going for the additional 20 minutes, even though I've got to go straight away. We should just have a big giant banter for 20 minutes and then end the broadcast.
To be honest,
it would be sad, but to end it slightly short of 24 hours. But
to be honest, once it hits the end of this race, I think I'll be here for the past 8 hours.
Yeah, in all fairness, we should probably end quite after the race because you know, people have had enough. And yes, it would be nice to broadcast for 24 full hours. But ultimately, people do actually have to, you know, have a life. That's a fair point, James, actually. We've just mentioned that if we were actually going until 2 o'clock, which we probably won't be doing, we'd have been broadcasting for 24 hours straight.
We would have.
As it stands, it's going to be 23 hours and 40 minutes. Which, if you round it up, it's 24 hours.
Look, we're meant to be broadcasting for actually probably just over a little 24 hours, aren't we? So we're probably scraping half an hour off the total broadcast time.
Yeah, but let's know that it would have been a full 24 had it, you know, not gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And maybe for Le Mans we can do a full 24.
Maybe. If we're lucky, we can do full 24.
Yeah, and of course the 24 hours of lemons, as people call it, would be the perfect chance to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on, wasn't there a... Yeah. A yellow car winning the 24 hours of lemons would be funny.
Well, there's an actual 24 hours, like Lemons hour, so whatever it's called, in America, where you just bring a random, completely beat down car for $100,000 and you just try to race it for 24 hours.
They have like a Citroen 2CV 24-hour race over here as well, don't they?
Yeah. They have all sorts of races.
Isn't there like a 25-hour race somewhere as well?
There used to be endurance races with the old Dutch Doves with the reversed gear, which is which is 4 reverse gears, so they drove in reverse all the time.
Wouldn't you just turn the drivetrain of the car around so you could see?
Well, that takes all the fun away.
Oh.
You know what I'd like to see one day? 24-hour race in the new Boxmaster mod by ISI.
Oh,
my word.
That is the most beautiful
Boxmaster
mod they ever
24 hours have the
released.
Royal Mail versus
Yeah.
UPS.
At that Sardian Hates track that really tied is street circuit.
Oh, Wisniewski has a bit of an off. But that's an only minor mistake in all reality, and they're so far ahead it makes no difference. But it's interesting to see he actually made a mistake.
Oscar Hardwick appears to have, well, yeah, how poetic, says Paul Cooper. I think I can repeat all of this on air because it's not exactly that bad. I look forward to the 24 hours of Le Mans in the VEC, the same way I look forward to dragging my balls through broken glass.
Ah, that's... Well, unless you like that sort of thing, then...
Yeah, some people may. He says Le Mans is dull to drive, and to a certain extent I do agree with you. I think the circuit is perhaps a little too long. Like, the straights could be castrated in half pretty much, I think, and it would be a lot better as a circuit, but you know, it's also a proper it's a legend of a circuit. It's one of those circuits which everyone, even if you're not a motorsport fan, you will know about it. And
yeah, I think we've lost James again, but yeah, it's one of those circuits, isn't it, where everyone knows about it.
Pretty much. I mean, there's a reason why it's not one of the most famous races ever. I think it's just because it has started so early in the race motorsport kind of career, well, not career, but you know, like in history of motor racing, and it's been going on the same kind of with the same kind of idea of just finishing 24 hours. That I think it just gained the fame and it will never die down. Which at least I hope so.
Well, yeah, it's just Le Mans. That's what it is. It's just Le Mans, and it's very, very good. And the Bex is empty. The Bex is empty. We have no more Bex Blue, unfortunately.
No.
It's
Well,
sad, but the ice I've used to cool it can now be used as a drink for myself.
Well, I'm done with my donuts, so I'm in the same boat.
Yep, the power hour very much coming to an end now. Unfortunately, just 15 minutes of it left, which is sad, but true. Which is a Metallica song, so I got a song referencing! Happy times!
Well,
it'll be happy times for Nick and Wisniewski as well, but not happy times for Stefanos and what a way to rejoin James!
yeah.
I was about to say Stefanos and Abini is out.
Oh dear.
What's happened is he's DNF'd.
That.
And it is, if I pan and scan, oh hang on, he's coming around the corner, and then, oh I think it's a straight disco. Yeah, he just glitches through the wall and disconnects. So
If he can come back, he's easily just gonna keep his spot because he is.
he should be able to come back.
He was
But
10 laps
he'll
in front
keep his
of.
spot anyway.
He was 10 laps in front of the next car down, so I'm pretty sure he will keep the spot anyway.
Yeah, because he went over halfway, so he'll get the points, and Carlos de Alamo shouldn't be able to catch those 10 laps. So
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but the skies up above the circuit are looking pretty grey.
Oh! Yes, they are. It's past the window, but looking.
Well, no, we are
cloudy.
in the window. Remember, anywhere within the last 4
Yeah.
to 5 minutes.
It's looking rainy, a bit, possibly.
But yeah, sorry, going back to the whole Le Mans thing, I was hearing, you know, what was being said about how it's a legendary circuit and everything. I think the difference, I have a real disdain with Monaco being on the F1 calendar, because I think it's just completely unsuited to modern racing. But with Le Mans, it is at least a track which can support any type of racing. It's nice and wide, plenty of overtaking opportunities. So I think for historical purposes and for the purposes that, you know, it's a track that you can race safely on, a track which actually produces good racing, it's always worth keeping in there.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of people that still would probably prefer to see the massive speeds of the Group C cars from the late 80s and what was it, 1990, when their chicanes were still not there. But imagine that track without chicanes now; it would be even more mundane. It would just be driving on a straight for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, the chicanes. Well, I like the really high top speeds, and but the chicanes just add a little bit more.
Also,
and it's easier for the different classes to overtake each other through there.
Also, the leader is in for a splash and dash. It seems like.
Yep.
Oh,
he is indeed.
Wisniewski is in for a splash and dash. Yeah, as
We're
with
having
10 minutes to
plenty
go
of-
in the race.
We've got plenty of suggestions for a new 24 hours, by the way. We've got 24 hours of Targo Florio.
Oh.
24 hours of Lock Drummond.
Oh wow, that would be okay.
Of Wreckfest.
Of Wreckfest, yeah.
I've got an idea. 24 hours of Macau.
That's Austin's already shared that one.
24 hours of Monaco.
No. What about, do you remember that R Factor 1 track, like the hill climb track in Austria?
Not necessarily.
Lienz.
Ah, yes,
Oh,
that's-
yeah.
that's
24 hours of that.
layout.
Yeah, it has one. Yeah, it's not even that bad.
It's a really nice, it's just a great circuit to drive.
Yeah, it is.
24 hours of Laguna Seca. I think 24 hours of Bathurst would be better in my opinion, because it's got like it's got a mixture of openness and closeness as well. It really demands full attention. Laguna Seca is maybe a bit too short, I think.
Well, 10 minutes of the race left to go, and things are getting a bit heated, so to speak, because the leader's been in for splash and dash, but he's 4 laps ahead of everyone else. So he's got a very, very nice cushion there to comfort himself with.
I think it's going to need a miracle for him to lose the lead now.
Probably a miracle, more like a disaster.
To be
Well,
honest,
a miracle for Henning Volas, but a disaster for Petersburg, Poland.
at the moment, with a 3-lap lead, you must remember that that lap is 2 minutes. So, in about 3 minutes, he will basically have secured his win, even if he was just to cruise the last lap. So as long as he finishes, and as long as he just keeps it on the track, he's definitely winning this.
And what about the other classes? It looks like I think everything's pretty much sewn up, isn't it?
Everything's sewn up there as well. To be fairly honest, it's pretty much waiting for the end now.
The smallest gap is in the GTM, there's just 1 lap, but everything else is 2 laps or more. To be honest, most of the battles were set good 4, 5, 6 hours ago, and it was just a matter of a few more little scrabbles for like the middle of classes to finish. And I think there was at some stage there was a GTM and P2 scrabble for the lead, but pretty much everything else was settled.
Well, since we've got 8 minutes actually just to talk about it, should we discuss who our drivers of the day are, or who's going to be the happiest out of the field?
I think, obviously, Wisniewski, but I think the entire number 8 DHR car should be happy. Very happy with how they've done, all things considered, because they've just really given it what they can, and they've done well. As a result, Zanabini hasn't rejoined, by the way, so unfortunately I think he's out, which is very tragic. It means we'll only have 20 finishers, but as far as GTs are concerned, I think the entire Scuderia GT Italia and team. I mean, Michele Rizzo is in 15th place now. The disaster they had before with the disaster they had before with Angelo Luigi Cilio, we thought they were out, and here they are leading GTM.
But I think they should get disqualified because they had Vincenzo Acquaviva driving and they didn't sign him up.
Exactly, they've had an illegal driver in.
Well, if that happens, then definitely disqualification is on the table.
In which case, Gergely Barros would be the winner in the overstep car. And what a race they've had. I think, for me personally, I would agree with the DHR number 8 car. Considering all that they've been through to get a podium would be much appreciated. But actually, I'm going to go for a bit of a different driver of the day, and I'm going to go for Anthony Jans.
Oh!
Because if you think about it, Anthony really hasn't had that much to do in the first 2 races, and he was unlucky with disconnections in the 3rd race at Interlagos. Today, he has had in both the original attempted race and the restarted race.
And that point will forever be lost to the masses because he's probably lost them again. But I tell you what, we're going to do. We may be about to lose James Kirks, but we've 5 minutes to go with the broadcast. We're going to gain a James Johnson.
Yeah.
He's back!
Yeah.
5 minutes of the power hour!
Yeah.
It's JJ!
Hey, you'll be happy to know that I kept the cameras going until Jimmy took over.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yay.
So how's it been for you then, James, the race as a whole? Obviously, you never started it, but from a spectator's stance.
Yeah, I never started it. On that respect, it weren't so good, but no, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable race.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching. Yeah, especially when the rain came down during that part of stint, or that nighttime part. A lot happened in there. There's quite a lot of action back then, but yeah, it's been fun.
Yep, and with 5 minutes to go, there or thereabouts, it is going to a very, very rapid conclusion. It's going to feel weird ending this broadcast because I've been here for so long. It's going to be truth. It's going to be sad, but all the best things in life have to come to an end, and unfortunately, this is one of them.
Yep.
Let's just have a quick run through the order then, just in these last 5 minutes. Nikodem Wisniewski for Fiat Poland is 4 laps ahead of Henning Wallace in the LMP1, so that's that pretty much sorted. You'd think now, surely. And then it's Lewis McLeod who's looking to take 3rd place, then David Berenek in 4th, and Jan Wim Ensing, 5th and last LMP1 place at SRVN. Anthony Jans is all set to take the LMP2 win, and Pedro Gomez 2nd place after a problem there, which he could have won the race, but again, it's a what if for HQ Motorsports. Federico Suave is looking to be 3rd, but then Curtis Kenny and Lazarus Philippakis are both on the same lap, but quite far away from each other. So, might be possible that it could get closer, but not looking likely. Oh, it's whoa, Kenyon has a do. Good thing I was talking about him there. He has had a bit of a slide off the track, and he gets very close to Brookman McLeod, who's angrily flashes his lights. And rightfully so, but now he's tagged the GT! Oh, Curtis. No. That's not how you do it. Anyway, Salvo Sardina, the GT Pro leader, very much looking to take the lead there. 3 laps ahead of Miroslav Davidovic. The next highest GT Pro in 2nd place. Miguel Ballester behind him on the same lap, and Arne Schumde on the same lap as him. Michele Rizzo will be looking to win the GTM Class of Scuderia GT Italia after a fantastic drive. Gergely Boris is looking to 2nd. Adam Taylor 3rd, Thomas Beer will be 5th in GT Pro, Nicky Jakovic 6th, and then Carlos Del Alamo will be 5th, even though he's way down on everyone else, even Stefano Zanabini, who's retired. So it might be that Zanabini in GTM actually beats Del Alamo without even finishing. He's that far ahead. And now he's left the game, so might not count, but he's on the results page, he's ahead.
Yeah.
As Nikodem Wisniewski has started, I think, what will be the 3rd to last lap of this race. It's just ticked over to 5:98 now, and drivers in the driving doing have been doing 157s. So this should be the second. This should possibly be maybe the second to last lap. Actually, yes, this will be the penultimate lap of the race, I'm assuming. And Nikita Wisniewski has started it for Feeder Sport Poland. Maybe we can get the cameras on them, Caspar. That would be lovely.
Getting in there. Although I wasn't exactly in the control of the cameras recently.
Yeah. Well, obviously, you know, it's coming to the end of this race now. It's been a good one. It really has. But like all good things, it must come to an end. I think apparently we're on the last lap already, but it says 1 minute 25 remaining, which it could be that we're on the last lap, but I doubt it. I think he's just going to make it, to be honest with you.
He won't have enough time to get around to doing
He
that.
might not have enough time to get around. This might even just be the last lap. Yeah, there's 1 minute to go. And it could be that this is the last lap, in fact.
Honestly, I would be...
Yeah, on the broadcast it's saying last lap, but that's not usually wrong. So, could...
Yeah, he's only just gone through. Yeah. I don't think he would.
Yep. Hopefully we can get James Kirk back for the end, but I don't think it really matters that much at the disgrace things, because here comes Nikodem Wisniewski for Feeder Sport Poland. Round Blanchimont he comes now. Gonna turn this corner here, round the final left, and for the last time this race, we'll go into the bus stop chicane, I believe. He's gonna turn right, then left. Round these final two corners, it's looking to be the last lap of the race, possibly, most likely, and it's going to be Nikodem Wisniewski and Feeder Sport Poland who cross the line now, and it is not the last lap, there's one more. I knew it! I told you I was right! This is the last lap now! The broadcast was
All he had to do
deceiving
was
you!
slow down a little bit.
The broadcast was deceiving you. It wasn't the last lap. I was right. It was wrong. Nikodem Wisniewski does cross the line for Feeder Sport Poland and start the penultimate lap.
To be honest, I'm kind of nearly surprised that he...
And then now the last.
Considering he has so much of a lead and he had 10 seconds, he could have just waited at the bus stop and maybe just...
He could have just waited for 4 laps.
Or just for a second.
That, it said on the broadcast last lap, so everyone's been deceived. He just made it. He only just made it. It has had everything, this broadcast, hasn't it? We've had discos and now even a false finish.
Everyone behind him should have finished, so... he
Add 200 kilograms of ballast to Nikodem Wisniewski, says Pascal Escurtis. Take the command, Jimmy. That is the most mental thing that's ever happened to me. I was convinced he wasn't going to make it. But this really is the last lap now for Nikodem Wisniewski. It is the last lap. He really does come round double up team for the last time. He is going to approach Blanchimont for the last time. The track's basically dry. There's been no suspected rain. And he comes on Blanchimont for what is actually the last time now. It has been a corker, hasn't it?
It's had everything.
It really has. It's had absolutely everything. Quite right, James Kirk. Here he comes then. Nikodem Wisniewski round the final corner. A charge to the line. And Feeder Sport Poland are your 2016 24 Hours of Spa winners. They have done it. Pedro Gomez will cross the line in the LMP2 position. Henning Vollet's just coming up the line as he's coming around Blanchimont. But Anthony Jans will be next. Winner to cross the line. But Nikodem Wisniewski for Feeder Sport Poland, the overall 24 Hours of Spa winners. Although it's more like a 20 Hours of Spa, but we're not going to detract from his victory. Henning Vollet for 3 Wide Motorsports comes round. He'll finish second in LMP1. Something to be very, very proud of indeed as well. Good job from the 3 Wide boys and well deserved. In the end, Michele Rizzo is going very slowly across the line. He is going quite slowly indeed. But that's not to be worried about, I guess. And Salvo Sardino will be next, but Anthony Jans as well will cross the line. But where is Michele Rizzo's going to cross the line now to win for GTM after a disastrous little run he had before? Crisis and problems have been solved, and Anthony Jans will win in LMP2 as well. Well done, Anthony. We have lost Enzo Fazzi, unfortunately. But we're now looking for Salvo Sardina, who comes from Blanchimont now, and he will be the winner of the GT Pro class when he crosses the line. But what a race this has been.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff indeed. He's flashing these lights in celebration and victory. Looks like him and both GT Talent cars are going to cross the line together.
Oh,
How lovely.
Someone get a screenshot. I'll do it.
They've already got some.
Here we go. Both GT Talent cars crossing the line, finishing the race together. There we go. Salvo Sardina wins in GT Pro. And that is that, unfortunately. And we have come to the end of the race. Just a couple more cars need to finish now, which they have done. Miguel Bannister will be the last car to cross the line. And that calls an end to proceedings. We have done almost 24 straight hours. I think it ended up being 23 hours and 50 minutes in the end. But we've done it, lads. We're at the end.
Ooh.
yay!
Time for sleep again.
Yes, finally, for those who need it.
Time to eat something other than
yes,
donuts.
Casper,
Yes.
you need food, man.
Oh, wow.
And I think before I disconnect again, I shall probably bid my farewells now to everyone, since I don't want to be caught out by the end of the broadcast. So thank you all to the broadcast team. It's been an incredible journey, and special thanks to Josh Anderson. He wasn't expecting to do lead comms this late on, to be honest, for the technical issues and all that happened. Thanks to all of our guests as well. Been absolutely excellent. Thank you to the chat for sticking with us, and thank you, I think, probably most of all to Jimmy Allison for having to put up with all of the terrible stuff that has happened throughout this 24 hours. And yet it's still gone on, and we've been able to finish it. It's a massive, massive task, and I think everyone deserves a round of applause, to be honest.
Yes, let's.
Yes, amazing stuff.
Hey.
So yes, I shall bid my farewells as you lot all finish up the broadcast, and I shall see you all next time in Sebring, where hopefully we won't have as many technical issues.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you so much, James, for joining us. It's been a pleasure having you.
Oh, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
And with that, I really should start the beginning of the end proceedings now, unfortunately, because we have come to the end of the race. I know, it's sad, but the race can only last so long, and it's over. It's done. It's finished.
I have to say, the last 8 hours of being here was just, it was intense, and for being first time in a booth, basically, except for yesterday evening for like half an hour, it's absolutely fantastic to just watch this and be a part of this in this sense.
Yeah, maybe it's a bring. If you're not driving at certain points, you can come and join me again.
I shall do so.
There we go. We've got a new fan. So yeah, it's been brilliant having you, Casper. Thanks to much for doing cameras, James as well. It's been a pleasure to have you as well. Been brilliant to have you around, in your opinion, and Tommy as well. So I think I'd like to formally round proceedings off now. So just gonna do the thank yous because I do thank yous. Thank you very much to obviously Tommy, James, Casper, other James, Jimmy Broadbent, everyone who's joined us in the lobby. At all, thanks to all the teams for making a fantastic race. And I think the biggest thank you of all goes to not only Jimmy Allison for making sure all this happens and making sure it all goes well and doesn't. Well, we had a couple of hitches, but he sorted them. And hang on a minute, 1 second. We are going to bring Mr. Brian Tremel-Hayes into the broadcast booth just for a minute. Hi, Brian.
Hey,
you're a bit late, unfortunately. We're about to stop the broadcast actually, but you just missed things, but we'll keep you in. It's good to have you anyway.
Yeah, it was a good time. I had a great time watching, and my little bit of interaction on the course was interesting.
Yep, all the different things happening, and well, your excursions as well. And thank you very much for obviously being here and giving us the information as well. But I was about to say to Jimmy, well done, and thank you very much for organising everything. It's been a pleasure having you, and obviously major thanks, but also thanks to all the viewers for joining us, all 114 of you who are now here. And I think I should round things off fairly quickly because I don't want to repeat of last time. So I've been Joshua Anderson, and until the next round of the Virtual Enduring Championship, the 12 hours to spring, it's a very warm goodbye.